we are streaming now, so now I'll go over to the live dashboard, renew the page, and take it from there. And okay, Selena messaged us. Wonderful. Let's see what she's saying now. Oh. Okay, now. Okay, good. Let's try that out. Okay, everyone, we are live streaming, and we are also trying to add on a call. And here we are. Got Selena. Let's add that and see if this works. Okay. Okay, honey. Now, say something and let's see if this works. Okay, well, we don't hear the noise effects anymore, but we can't hear you either. You're like maybe on mute. Check your mute. Check mute.
No.
Oh, good. Good. Oh, there you are.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Oh, that's so much better. Okay. Say.
It worked with the phone.
It worked with the phone. Oh, wonderful. Okay, delightful. Well, Derek Talley and Peter Moon are both here. Say hello to both these gentlemen.
Hi, Selena.
Hi, Peter.
Yeah.
Hi, Peter. Hi, Derek.
Good to hear you without static.
Yes. Yes. And
thank you.
So I'll get back to trying to set up the links, and all of you are welcome to, of course, make some background noise. Trivial talk about the weather to take us to the top of the hour. Let me get the links here, and what.
Oh, and I want to give a special shout out to Pacquiao Morales.
Oh yeah, you can do that at the top of the hour. Don't even worry about that.
Okay.
You can do that when you're giving your own status report and update. So let's the hour. Don't even worry about
Wonderful.
that.
Did you guys hear about the police car that rammed into the crowd of people?
No.
That was in New York, in Brooklyn, I believe.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Where
I mean that's scary. It's kind of reminiscent of Charlottesville, but this time it's a police officer that did it.
Holy shit. That is scary, and I'm yeah, and unintentionally or what? What do you know?
No, he rammed into him.
You mean intentionally? He rammed into people. Yeah, and okay. Unintentionally. So there we are. So that works. Both times we got a little bit of an echo there. And Elena Shea is saying happy birthday, Zachary Garrett, which I'll be saying later on in tonight's show. I'm sorry, I'm reading a personal message that just these messages keep just popping up, and so I have to keep clamping down on them, so to speak. The horror is they show up on every timeline on Facebook. So when I'm changing these, okay, good, nothing yet from Lena. So when we bring her on, that will be the decisive, the load. Hopefully that will not overload the bandwidth. All right.
I hear a slight hum in the background somewhere.
Okay, I don't at least, so that's okay for me. Hopefully no one else does. We'll ask people about the audio quality.
Now it's better.
Okay, good. So let's see now. Here we are. Now it's important I get these hyperlinks up, so okay. Especially important because I've got several posts above the average of the promotional banner itself. Okay, now let me now live and burning bandwidth. There we are. Now live in burning bandwidth. Okay, we're on. Is co-hosting. Okay, live stream of critical omissions. There we are. Cut and paste that. And then we go to the next promo banner. Here we are. Gonna lower that down a bit. Okay. And then we go over to the next one. Shut that down. Scroll down 5 minutes to the top of the hour. Edit post. Press done editing. Do that with the next one. Biggest pain in the ass.
we're in the curfew now. Apparently, it's not here. 11.
Oh, well, you guys,
What happened?
there's a they just put a curfew here in Murfreesboro. I don't know if you heard last night. They burnt down the courthouse in Nashville,
Okay.
and they burnt down the city hall in Nashville. Now it's here in Murfreesboro, Illinois, and Malik's not here. He's in my car, Kiki. Hey, Kiki. Well, I guess he's in my car because he doesn't have a car, but he's not here yet. So what I'm gonna call him right quick and see where he's at because the police just put out a curfew and he's not here.
Okay. Okay. I understand. Yeah. Get
So
right
I'm
back
gonna
to us.
call.
Yeah.
I'll come right back.
Yeah. Yeah. Take your time. Come back when you can. Yeah. And now
All
we're
right.
going to try and add our lovely Lena Shea. And okay. So let's see. Okay, so that was Derek's voice in the background. He may not have gone mute, and that's fine. Oh, something happened to him. I got this little pause where he's at. Peter Moon is the baseline of the call right now. And let's see if we can get Lena on. Okay, let's let her know we are calling. Lena Shea is with us. Lena, can you hear me, honey?
Yes, can you hear me?
Very clearly. Very clearly.
Yeah, you coming good.
Yes, excellent.
Hi.
Excellent.
Hi, Peter.
Hi.
Hi, Derek. Hi, Selena.
Hi, hi, Lena.
Yeah.
Good
Hi,
to hear
Selena.
you. Oh, hi, Lena.
So wonderful.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
Yeah, I can
Good
hear
to
you.
hear you. Okay, good.
You too.
Yes.
How are the kids?
They're good.
Yes.
Yeah, they're, they can be quite the handful sometimes.
Well, that's how it is.
Yes.
Yes.
Being a mom.
Uh-huh. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm s-
So,
Go on. Yeah.
so did we're not at the top of the hour yet, right? So
Very close.
you're just filling airtime, or did it start?
Oh,
Are we
no, no, no,
starting?
no, no, no. We're filling in airtime for now. We're just,
Okay.
burning bandwidth. So go ahead and talk trivia, and
Hey,
I think we're live. I turned it on.
yeah, we're live, but we're not.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
just,
We
we
haven't
just,
started.
yeah,
Okay.
it doesn't mean officially. Yeah, it just
I'm
is.
going to suggest that everybody, when they're not on, go on mute. And have your clicker on the mute button quick so that when you're not on.
Yeah,
I mean, because
Okay.
I just think because there's so many of us. That's why.
yeah, yes.
I'm back.
Wonderful. And is everything okay? Your son safe?
Yeah, he's okay. He was just helping a friend work on his car, so he's on his way back home. I told him to avoid going past downtown because they're spraying tear gas and they put out a curfew. So I told him, okay, you're on your way back. Just avoid going through, Broad Street or downtown, and come the long way home if you got to. But they got a curfew out.
Well, I'm going to count on you.
Oh yeah, we have a curfew here too.
Right, right. I'm going to count on Derek to report on what exactly was going on in that area with the burning down of City Hall. That sounds pretty serious. Now, this is something that happened today as opposed to through the weekend? And
Well, the city hall and the courthouse in Nashville got burnt down yesterday,
okay.
and today they moved the protest to Murfreesboro, which I should go down there and report on the spot.
You only if you feel that you're not going to expose yourself to anything. I mean, honestly, first off, you're extremely vulnerable to COVID-19 right now. So let's wait until you're a bit healthier before, until we get the results of your cancer test before we do anything like that. Okay, wait till June. I mean, here in San Francisco. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go on.
Okay.
Yeah. And so let me pin this to the top of the page. And we are at the top of the hour, and I want to officially start the program. I want to thank everyone for being here. I have no less than what amounts to close to half a dozen people, and there may be one more coming if Brendan Zogit makes it back alive, which of course we hope and pray he does. And he went out to 2 job interviews today, and they of course take some time, and he's of course got to make a living, young man. Now I am just confirming that I've pinned the hyperlinks to the top of my Facebook timelines, both of my public community fan pages, and with that, we now have links that are available via the Facebook for the average person to access us directly. We are now also going to move this laptop, in which I have no less than all too many things plugged inside of it, so that we can basically start the program with that operating out of my way, or as out of the way as possible. And one of the things I'm going to do is ask my sponsor, Brennistenius, if he's interested in purchasing a new PC tower, which we'll see how he responds to that. And if not, if he doesn't feel like that at this point in time, with the virus being as good to him as it is, with all of the contracts that he's getting, while all the wealthy people are stuck home and have nothing else to do than fix their yards, then we'll just move on our own and get a new PC tower, a really basic piece of work. Nothing fancy is needed, and honestly, my 3D graphics modeler said I could make do with a Chromebook, but I don't think I want to go that basic. So with this being 1 minute after 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, we are now at a minute after 8 post-meridian on the Atlantic seaboard. So we're going to allow my manager, Lena Shea, to dominate the opening hour, because she's likely only going to have an hour with us, after which we're going to have Derek Talley give us a situational update report and do his shout-outs, and we're going to get more organic after that. So, Lena, do take it away, honey. I know you've got a lot to cover, and everyone is invited to interject for brief outbursts, or bursts, as we call them. Not outbursts, but bursts, as they say. Yeah, and when they feel that they have something constructive to add to what Lena is saying. But for the most part, Lena will dominate the opening hour at least. And you only have about that amount of time, right, honey? I think, with us?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So let it rip, and anytime you need to take a break for whatever reason, take a breath or something of that nature, you let me know, and I'll invite others to come, help talk. So
good.
And you handled everything so well. We'll speak of him while you're here and launch into him again when you're gone. But we're pissing off Big Money now. Big Money has personally checked into rave against Douglas Dietrich, and this is not like multimillionaires who were pissed off because I wouldn't sleep with them. Rather, this is a multi-billionaire, the heir to the genetically modified organismal fortune of Henry Wallace III, and you kicked his ass, as Justin White said, and you did a good job doing so. So, honey, do you want to start with that, or what do you?
Well, you definitely ruffled some feathers with
yeah. Peter Moon and I both. Honey. Yeah.
Yes.
And Peter Moon says he sounds like a chip off the old block, but he'll get more into that later. Definitely.
We shouldn't insult the vice president because no, we shouldn't, because look, at the vice president created a company. He obviously had some. Not only did he have a mind to go from an agrarian to a Secretary of Agriculture to a vice president, he had a component for understanding spirituality, even if he got pulled in by the dark side. He doesn't seem like he was inherently a bad man. He seemed like he was pulled into the darkness, as so many innocent people do who go out seeking. This gentleman who complained, and Lena will explain, he inherited his wealth. So, yes. Lena, you take over.
Thank you, Peter. The grandson of Henry Wallace commented on one of Douglas's Instagram posts this morning, and it was just so stupid.
Give us some context. Give the audience the context of how it all came to be.
On the last couple transmissions, Douglas has been exposing the history of Franklin Delano Roosevelt commissioning the killing of the Christ child. This is like in the 1930s, right?
Yes.
1934-ish.
Yes.
And Henry Wallace was in charge of the mission to go into outer and inner Mongolia to find the Christ child. And on the last episode, Peter and Doug were talking about how they used the black stone and occult technology to find the Christ child.
Thank you.
And so I was posting about it on Instagram, just giving like as briefly as possible these summaries, because they have a limit of how much you can put in the post and the caption. So just like as if you could put all of that in a nutshell, that's what I was trying to do on the Instagram posts. And the Henry Wallace's grandson guy, I don't remember what his name was, but he left a really dumb comment on one of the posts. And at first I was gonna delete it, but then I already started thinking of like some pretty good comebacks in my head before I had even time to delete it. So I was like, well, no, I'm not gonna delete it. I'm just gonna like rip into his ass for being such an idiot and just use him as like just to show like how backwards and dumb he is. So he was saying like, oh, why does he keep posting pictures of his sex dolls? There aren't even any photographs of any human beings on this whole thing. And oh, he just likes to use long words to make it seem like he reads books. So I replied like because I looked at the post, I'm like, well, I actually wrote the summary, and some of it was quoting Douglas, but the longest word in there was like I don't even know. It was written in pretty simple, English.
Yes.
And so it wasn't, in other words, it wasn't written in Dietrichonic.
Yeah.
It was written in plain English. And
yes.
And so I replied to the guy, I said, well, if you think this post has long words, maybe you're the one who can't read books. But oh wait, it must be hard to read books when your eyesight is so bad that you can't even tell the difference between photographs of Douglas Dietrich and photographs of biofax simulacra in his posts.
Yes. But what's truly alarming about that, honey, is that what he's showing us is that as an Asian individual, I do not register to him as a human being.
As a real human being, he thinks of you as just a sex doll.
Thank you. That is what we see from him, and that is the most alarming. So please go on, honey. Yes, and you can take it from
there. And then I was just saying in the comment how, well, it's not like Wallace or FDR like actually killed the Christ child like with their own bare hands. Like obviously they had like special forces, like a team of soldiers, like probably a lot of people involved in this operation or this mission.
Yes.
So for him to say like, oh well, on the last post you said FDR killed the Christ child, and now on the next one you said Wallace killed the Christ child. So you don't even know which one it is in your imagination. And I'm like, listen, you dumbass. You either have no clue. I said, for someone who says they're, the relative of a former vice president, you either have surprisingly no clue of how your own government operates, or you're deliberately posting this comment, this convoluted comment, just to distract from the truth that Douglas is exposing and Peter is exposing.
Yes.
So it's obviously the latter.
Yeah, no, definitely I want to thank you, honey, for what you said to him, and you did it so well, and I'm so glad you did not delete that, because if anything, that's one of the best promotionals I can get. I couldn't pay.
Yeah, because it's a real, not a celebrity, but a real, like not just some random troll, but like somebody who actually has like some background that's taking notice of you.
In other words, he's a member of the elite cabal, and this
Yeah.
individual is what people would normally think of in their ignorance as one of the illuminated, as a member of the Illuminati, born into it. And he's certainly born into privilege. And you're talking about an individual who has to have grown up heavily steeped in the occult just based in the traditions of the family, or he wouldn't be an heir to the fortune. You have no escape when you're born into that kind of situation. We'll go into it more organically once you've taken your leave of us, because I don't want to take up your whole hour, and we can certainly go back to him when you're gone. But one of the things I do want people to understand is that I understand why Peter Moon is qualifying what we say about Henry Wallace III as a historical figure, but I myself will take my own stance, which is that Henry Wallace, undeniably, of course, did much engineering with agronomy and basically what today we would call GMO work, or genetically modifying organisms. That, of course, the standard conceit, or the at least the shall we say, the credit is given to Henry Wallace for saving the lives of 1 billion people by filling bellies full of food. Okay, and I pointed that out. I pointed that out during the time that I was speaking of him, and I also pointed out, does that make up for the hundreds of millions that died in communism, which he was an ardent supporter of, and that he wanted to bring here, which would have brought the death toll up to 1 billion, and it's reached that point anyway over the years because of many of the actions taken by himself and, of course, FDR. These were truly evil men. They're not simply sucked in. These are men who are evil of their own volition. They knew what they were doing, and so in that sense, Henry Wallace III was able to afford to raise idiots like Randall Wallace, and Randall Wallace that can go around. Now, what impressed me the most, however, before I give it back to Lena, was that Randall Wallace obviously has spent a lot of time looking at my published posts. Now, I don't know whether it's just on Instagram alone, or whether it's from, before we got on Instagram. So I don't know if he was looking at some of my cross-dressing and just assumed I was not a human being and that was the sex dolls, or whether he was looking at me as I'm presenting myself in time of virus, where I'm wearing a face mask anyway. Either way, he certainly sees me like that now. And so for him to not interpret that as human is beyond bizarre. That it is pathological. It is at the level where you see this man does not consider Asian people to be human beings at all. They don't register in his mind as such, and that's very white American. And it's and at that
he's fairly young. He's fairly young, and his idol is Noam Chomsky.
Oh God, that's pathetic. That is pathetic, because Noam Chomsky is someone who is considered this rabid anti-American in conservative circles, and he's someone who was actually a hero of Brandon Young's. And Brandon Young actually met Noam Chomsky. That'll take us into another rabbit hole. I don't personally hate Noam Chomsky. The problem with Noam Chomsky is he's a one-trick pony, and there's very.
And I think you can sum up Noam Chomsky when you say that just totally makes him repugnant is that he believes in the Warren Report.
Thank you. That says it all.
Yeah, that's all you need to know. He's not. I mean, he does have an intellect. He will persuade you with his intellect at times. But he basically, how can you have an intellect like that and believe in the Warren Report?
Thank you. Thank you. You've summed it up perfectly. So, honey, take over, Lena. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I was going to talk about the riots that have been happening.
Yes, please.
From the George Floyd murder.
Yes.
And some discussions that I've been seeing online about it.
Yes.
So I read this really good article, and they were quoting some activists. So I'm going to start by just reading what these two people had to say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When I look and see the angry white protester with their guns and having the opportunity to celebrate their constitutional rights, then look at black protesters who are peaceful, getting tear gas and shot with rubber bullets, said Toya Woodland, a minister and Black Lives Matter activist. We've never been looked at as whole people. we're still being looked at as animals by the 3/5 compromise, she said, referring to the part of the U.S. Constitution classifying enslaved people as less than fully human.
Yes.
Just like the Wallace guy can't see Douglas as a real human.
Yeah.
Black people are not being looked at as real humans.
Thank you.
And then it goes on to say, Carmen Perez Jordan, president of the nonprofit The Gathering for Justice, likewise tied the disparity in police response to America's centuries-long racial divides. And she asked, how is it that an officer feels safe with an armed white person yelling and spitting in their face, but not with an unarmed black person?
I don't know, but Lita, I just sent Douglas a clip. You got some white ladies in a mask spray painting Black Lives Matter and defacing a building, and there was a black girl asking them, why are you spray painting Black Lives Matter? They're going to blame this on us. They're going to blame this on black people. And they didn't say nothing. They just walked away. They had their face covered. So they were clearly either government agents or some type of alt-right, Nazis or something. But, you got a lot of white people yelling Black Lives Matter. And as far as Black Lives Matter goes, those are mostly government agents anyway. I mean, it's just like the Ku Klux Klan. Now, Antifa, Black Lives Matter, those, you got more government agents in there than the actual people.
Yes, Derek. I'm so glad you brought that up, because I was going to bring that up too, because I've been seeing people, when I posted that, the quote that I just read from the article, which I sent to you in the messenger too, I also posted it on my Facebook timeline. And, well, actually, I was also looking at my post on my brother-in-law's timeline, both of the posts, and somebody said that they saw, they showed these photographs of a white guy all dressed in black with gloves and a mask on, and they said that he was going around smashing windows, and people were telling him to stop. Like the black peaceful protesters were telling him to stop doing that. And then later, come to find out, when they posted his picture online, someone identified him as a cop, and they show another picture of him as a cop. You can tell it's the same exact person.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes. And you know what? I was gonna take some copies of those pictures, because there's pictures of a whole bunch of white folks looting the Target, and one of them was identified as the cop. And what happened was my Facebook closed, and it says, trouble with app closed. Do you want to restart the app? And I said, yes, restart the app. And I restart the app, and I never found it again.
Interesting.
Oh, wow. I'll send you the pictures that I could even just, the screenshots that I got with those pictures in it, I can put them on the website when I post this.
Okay, good.
And I can send them to you in Messenger too.
Yes.
But I also saw somebody in the comments on Facebook on this discussion. So all these people are debating, like, the violence is not the right answer, and then people are saying, well, nobody listens to us, and then one person was saying, well, I don't agree with them attacking this old lady in a wheelchair at Target. And I didn't see actually I did see at the time that I saw the comment, I didn't know what she was talking about, but later in the day, my husband just happened to show me exactly the clip that she was talking about. And so I saw the footage. They had this old white lady in a wheelchair or something, and they sprayed her down with like a fire extinguisher, or a fire extinguisher. But the little old lady had a knife in her hand, and the caption was, she's stabbing people.
Holy shit.
So that's why they sprayed her and attacked her, because she had a little knife out, but you could see it on the footage. It was sharp.
Oh my God.
Like she was going to try to sneak up and stab people with it.
What a
So that
bitch.
little white lady, and then they're saying that, like black people shouldn't turn violent. And you have all these white people show up at the riots to start smashing in windows and stabbing people. And that little old lady is probably the one who's sitting at home watching Fox News all day.
Yes.
And then hearing about, Second Amendment. Arm yourself, protect yourself. We gotta defend our stores. So she probably hears this on TV, and her like, what are you doing, old lady? Just stay home.
Right.
Like you shouldn't even be out.
Yeah.
And then she hears that on the news probably is like, well, I'll have to do my part as an American citizen and go out with my teeny little knife and just kneel up to somebody and just slit them right above their knee and take that.
No, it's really dangerous because if you got some woman sitting at wheelchair level, she can take out a kidney or a liver. I mean,
she could. She could sneak up right next to you and stab you right in the side.
Yes, she could.
So that's why they were spraying her down. So yeah.
Yes, they could. She could rupture a spleen. There's anything. There's nothing innocuous in this. She's obviously psychotic, and so this is like. Then they take advantage of that to say, oh, look, they're spraying this little old white lady. And she may well have been indoctrinated in this and was willing to sacrifice herself for the cause because she knows that they can politically exploit this. This is how sinister it has become. There are people who are like this, who say, oh, well, I'm older, I don't give a shit, I'll go out in a blaze of glory. And they think what they're doing is patriotic. Aquino worked with these people all the time in the Condor Project. So, yes, which I've outlined before what that is. I'll outline it again after Lena is gone for the night. But, yeah, go on, honey. And put this in context, of course, of the reopening and
I will.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. And how all of this is intended to provoke enough rioting to justify a military clampdown and civil war, which is really what Trump wants. Yes, so go on.
Yeah, so there's all these people debating about this online, and after I read this, and then I was texting Doug later, I brought up the fact that Russian propaganda has been promoting a race war for some time now, ever since before 2016, and this has been proven in the FBI's report into the Russian interference in the 2016 election. The Russian propaganda did infiltrate the Black Lives Matter movement.
Yes.
At that time.
Yes.
So there is some influence there, and they want to start a race war, for a couple different reasons. One, because it would divide the United States, and they want as much division as possible because it makes us weaker. Yes. And also because if Black people really started to rise up and fight for their rights like they're doing now with like the violent riots and protests, then that would give Trump an excuse to deploy the military against them and say like, oh, they're out of control, we gotta shut this down. Like when he tweeted, when the looting starts, the shooting starts.
Yes.
That's a really, really
inflammatory. It's inflammatory.
I really hated to hear that he said that. It just made me so angry because there's so many things wrong with that statement. First of all, Black people have been victims of shootings for way long before any looting started happening. Like this has been going on, like they said, for centuries. Yes. So the shooting has been already going on. Second of all, so let me just scroll down for a little bit here.
Sure. Well, the overall general strategic objectives are essentially plain as day. It's ultimately towards the dissolution of America as we know it, so it can no longer function as an empire on the world scene, so that Russia can fill in the vacuum. And that's the most important point to take. The rest is almost specifics. As a matter of fact, you can point out that one of the most dangerous things as a factor in these times are the various colored house niggers, that yellow trash piece of shit, that Asian trash that you knew from school, essentially came out on your timeline and started a flame war. I want everyone to know that Lena Shea is a quiet housewife, and she got like 24, at this point, maybe a quarter of 100 replies in thread of this post about the riots. That's got to be a record for someone who is essentially a homebound housewife at this point during the time of plague, taking care of kids, and just kind of pointing out that there's ongoing riots, and to have people get up there and say, "Oh God, the guy's tact, his approach was beyond reprehensible." I mean, I could go over to your timeline and actually read some of the stuff he said, but pretty much people should get the idea. You have an Asian man who's basically just saying, "Oh, the white guys with all the guns didn't, you take advantage of all their firearms."
Oh yeah, he was like, "Oh, the white protesters don't loot," or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the thing that I was gonna say about when the looting starts, the shooting starts.
Yes, go on.
Is that the blacks were being shot long before this started happening. And at the protests, they did say that the police started using excessive force against the protesters without, like this one guy said he was running away from the police and they shot him in the back.
Oh, shit.
So they were trying to say, like, everyone should show restraint, but the protesters said that they were showing... The protesters were showing restraint at first, and the police were the ones that started lashing out first. Yes. And they said that they didn't give any warning to the crowds when they were going to start deploying tear gas and bullets. Right. They didn't give any warning to disperse the crowds. They just started doing it, just started attacking. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that's very, very different from, like, the white protesters, the reopen protesters, mm-hmm. that are just allowed to walk right into the Capitol with no incident and no arrests.
Waving firearms that are loaded.
Yeah, with firearms.
Thank you. Loaded
and also the other problem with that statement that Trump says when the looting starts, the shooting starts, yes. is that everybody, like all types of people from the community were looting. It wasn't just the peaceful protesters or whoever was protesting George Floyd's death. Those weren't the only people that was looting. There's plenty of white people looting too. And I also heard that a lot of people from out of state were arrested for looting. So when I heard that Trump said that on Twitter, I kind of thought that it kind of sounded like a subversive command to his cult followers.
Yes. To
kind of jump in on the riots because he wants to trigger more violence. And he will, and he already said it on Twitter, he wants to use that as an excuse to deploy the military against them.
Yes. Yes.
And then
isn't that a quote from a racist politician?
What?
Yes.
Isn't that a quote from another racist politician?
Yeah,
when the looting starts, the shooting starts?
Yeah, when the looting starts, the shooting starts, goes back to some politician from Miami, I believe. I can look that up, so it's historically been used before. But I don't know if Trump has that level of historicity where he appreciates that aspect of it. He probably just heard
Probably just said it because it rhymes.
Yeah, thank you. Literally, I think he spontaneously came up with it, and mostly because it's like his version of white rap. There's no rhythm to it. It's just what he can do. He can make a rhyme like, "I'm a poet, you know it," and that's all that comes out. That's as far as it goes. He can't go beyond that to a second and third line to create a haiku. But it stays at. Anyhow, it's a single line poem. Anyhow, honey, so go on. Yes.
Yeah, so I can I can go into that guy that started commenting on my post, and he's one of my old high school classmates, Devin, and he's actually a Marine Corps vet.
Oh God! Why am I not surprised?
No surprise, right? No surprise.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm a real American. It doesn't matter that I'm yellow and that, when, the grandson, Randall Wallace, the grandson of Henry Wallace, looks at me, he doesn't think I'm human. He thinks I'm a fucking sex doll. Doesn't matter that. Yeah. What me it matters is that I'm an American. Yeah, that's right. Anyhow, I'm sorry. Go on. I couldn't.
Yeah. So, and also my brother-in-law is also a Marine Corps vet too.
Ah, yeah. Oh God, yeah. But we know he's got problems. Oh God, yeah, yeah.
Oh, I found it. I found it. It comes in 1967. Miami Police Chief Walter Headley used the phrase, "When the looting starts, the shooting starts," during the hearings about crime in Florida City.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and I might bring that up again later in context of narrative tonight. So thank you for finding that. Deeply appreciate it. So, but yeah, so go on, and it might have been one of his Floridan Klansmen who gave that to Trump, and just fed him the line. But aside from that, so go on, honey. Take it back to where you were.
So yeah, Devin commented on my post, and he said, he was like, "Oh, you don't see white protesters looting or destroying local businesses," and I said, "Well, I'm not for destroying local businesses. I am a small business owner too, so I feel sorry for the people that had their businesses destroyed. But the white protesters, they've killed plenty of people during their protests. Yes. They're worse. It's worse than just smashing some windows from some business."
Thank you.
Heather
Heyer. Yeah, and go on.
Yeah, 3 years ago at the
Charlottesville,
the Unite the Right rally. Yes. 3 years ago, in Charlottesville. Yeah. They ran a car into a group of peaceful protesters with the purpose to kill one of them as a satanic sacrifice, and they killed Heather Heyer. Yes. And last Friday would have been her 35th birthday.
Oh my God, it's so tragic. I'm without words. So yes, please go on.
So they killed her, and then now in Michigan with the reopen protests, we saw how they were blocking access to the hospitals, so that hospital workers couldn't even go to start their shift, and then sick people couldn't even get in there. So that was causing deaths. Mm-hmm. And also, when they had the gun rights activists rally on Martin Luther King Day, last year, they disrupted business. They disrupted businesses the whole time they were there, and that was before the shutdown.
Thank you.
That was before the pandemic. So local businesses would have been run up, but everyone shuttered their doors and closed because they were intimidated by all these fully armed and armored up and loaded white protesters coming from all over the country.
Thank you. These militia cosplayers.
Yeah.
So go on.
So for him to say that was totally ignorant. So me and a couple other people
tore him a second asshole.
Kind of put him in his place. Yeah, we put him in his place, and then after that, he is he wouldn't give up. Then he left one more comment last time I checked this morning, and I didn't even bother replying to it because it was since his only main point was completely deconstructed and he was made to look like a fool, he just started entering comments that didn't even make any sense, little word salads.
Last one I saw was something stupid I don't mean that I approve of killing somebody or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. He was just trying to he was backed in the corner and he had nothing else to say, so he just started like that.
Oh shit, poor bastard.
So I just left him alone after that. And then as far as my brother-in-law goes, on his thread, one of his friends posted something that I really resonated with, that I really liked. It was a meme that said something like, silent on the shootings, vocal on the lootings. I see y'all.
Yes.
With an emoji that's giving them the side eye, really? You're complaining more about the Target getting burned down than all these black people that are being killed in the streets and in their own homes doing nothing, Breonna Taylor.
Right. Thank you.
Oh yeah. And then so I looked at my brother-in-law's timeline to see what else he's been posting about lately. And when I was texting Doug this morning, I said, well, I have to give him credit for posting about Breonna Taylor, but I actually take that back because I was thinking about it. And I was like, actually, I can't even give him credit for posting about Breonna Taylor because the post that he did post was just like Second Amendment's propaganda. It was like a post about how her boyfriend, the charges were dropped. Well, he had two posts, one when it first happened and the second one was after the charges were dropped. But it was like then the caption was like, I wonder why the NRA is silent about this, about about a black man using his Second Amendment rights in his home or something like that.
Oh,
and
yeah.
it was kind of like the girlfriend was just like a casualty, like didn't even matter that she was in there and got killed. Like it's like the news that he's getting is just focused on like his right to have a gun and defend his home from the government.
Right.
It was like that.
It is basically an anti-statist. How would I say it? It's a screed. What's called a screed. He's just regurgitating propaganda, so it's called a screed. It's like what someone is indoctrinated to regurgitate, and of course to him, the black woman getting killed in her own home was a total non-issue, as you said, and
it wasn't even like it didn't even make it into the headline. It was like, oh, the boyfriend was charged. Yes. Screw the girlfriend. Like that doesn't even factor into their doesn't even make it on their news radar.
Oh God. Oh.
And then so speaking of Breonna Taylor.
Yes.
So a couple weeks ago when you first started talking about her, I tried to leave a comment on YouTube.
Yes.
And I guess my comment was censored.
That's true. Yes.
So there's just been like so much stuff going on lately that I hadn't had a chance to bring it up before, but it's still, it's relevant more now than ever because of everything that's going on. So the comment, what I was trying to say was that there really is a media blackout on all of these deaths. Like you hear a lot about the black men dying, and it's good, you should hear about it, but you don't hear as much about the black women that are being killed too.
That's right.
Like you have all these riots sparked by George Floyd, and as they should be, people should be outraged, but you didn't have any media outrage at all from Breonna Taylor being murdered in her own home, but she wasn't doing anything.
No.
That didn't spark any media outrage at all.
No.
So that's very disturbing, and it reminded me of something else that I read recently about Cyntoia Brown.
Yes.
Cyntoia Brown is a young lady who she was just released from prison.
A young black African American. Yeah, she was a young black African American girl who was exploited as a sex slave, who basically was trafficked as a piece of meat, and she killed one of her assailants. So please go on.
Yeah. She was
underage. She was underage and sent to jail for murdering in self-defense. Yeah, so please, take it from there. Yeah.
And she would have been in jail probably for the rest of her life, but she was very fortunate to have some celebrities that heard of her story, and it took years and years of celebrities advocating on her behalf for her to be released from prison. She had Kim Kardashian and some other people supporting her. And when she came out, I think last year, she just did an interview recently, because she said that Netflix just released a documentary about her life. But she said they didn't have permission to do the documentary, and they didn't consult her on it at all. Yeah. So I haven't seen it, and I don't think she saw it either at the time.
Right.
But she said, I just want to be on the record that I was not affiliated with this documentary.
Right.
She says she is going to tell her story eventually in her own way when she's ready, either in a book or a movie or something. And she said that now that she's out, she's going to use this opportunity to help the other women that are still in there. She said that the purpose that she wants to do with telling her story is that she wants people to realize that she's not unique in the fact that she said that there's so many other women in prison right now who have the same story as she does, that they were innocent and they were trying to protect themselves in self-defense. It sucked into the wrong situations with the wrong people at the wrong time. And I've also watched some other prison documentaries where they interviewed real women who were incarcerated, and a lot of them have similar stories where they're in prison for life because they killed their abuser.
Yes.
And I wanted to bring this up within context of the protests because someone else, actually one of my brother-in-law's relatives, also commented on his post, and she was comparing the protests to and the riots to when a volcano erupts.
Yes.
And it's just like an outburst of rage. And she was comparing it to abuse victims and saying sometimes victims of abuse will after taking just so much for so many years, sometimes they'll just snap and end up violently attacking their abuser.
Yes.
And she was saying how, some people might say, well, why didn't she ask for help, or why didn't she leave him? And
oh God, please go on.
And she said that maybe she did try to leave him, or maybe she did try to ask for help and nothing else worked, or maybe she didn't have any other options. Like Centoya Brown, when she was basically a sex slave to this pimp named Cutthroat, this drug dealer, human trafficker guy, and then she was supposed to meet up with this John, and she thought that the John was just about to pull a gun on her, so she killed him in self-defense. What other options did she have? So with the protests, even though there is an element that I'm suspicious of as far as what the Russian side and the Trump administration is trying to politically take advantage of it, but also it is also kind of what other choice does the Black community have if they've been trying to peacefully protest all these years and there's no change happening and no one's listening? They tried to do the one knee kneeling at the football games and everyone got upset about that.
Yeah.
Why are you so upset at people kneeling at a football game? And now you're upset that they're burning down the police station. Well, what do you expect if nothing is changing and it's just escalating and escalating?
Thank you. And I will try and put this into perspective and context, including the context that Martin Luther King Jr. himself would view it in as a radical revolutionary, which is what
right, because people were also saying they should just do it peacefully like Martin Luther King. And then,
oh shit!
And then someone else was pointing out that actually Martin Luther King, the only reason why so many white people look to him now as an example is because he said that they whitewashed the history, that actually he wasn't always peaceful. And then they left a quote in their comment that said that Martin Luther King said that riots are the language of the unheard or something like that.
Yes. And I will go more into that, and definitely I like the term whitewash. It's an appropriate term that you use there. And so yeah, go on, honey. Tell us more, and definitely don't be scared.
And also another and then another comment that I really liked was someone was they posted this picture of this packed street with people staying on top of a car with fires in the background.
Yes.
And they said, this is a pic of the riots in Minneapolis. Oh, wait, that's not Minneapolis. That's San Francisco after the Giants won the World Series in 2010.
Yes.
Black people riot when they're fed up with their lives being seen as disposable. White people riot when their team wins a ball game.
Yes, yes, that's about the size of it. This is what we get with, by the way, before we go to Deadmine, because I do want you to speak of that before you leave, whatever impressions you had, because I know it was an ugly time that we were dealing with all of the crisis concerning the account being secured and everything else at the time you were reviewing Deadmine. So I'm not quite sure if you enjoyed it at all, but I want you to know that Peter Moon is very much the gentleman, and he's very much the almost compulsive researcher. And so one of the things that he's done is he's looked up the Randall Wallace character, and we see Randall Wallace, and he's got some blog spot, and he uses Latin terminology like scire populum et potentium. Now, whether that came with the site or whether he's using that, that's an example of his trying to look erudite or educated right there. And so he's trying to pull the Latin trip on others, and yet when I do it, he says it's somehow pretentious. But you see, he's white, right? You know, whereas I'm not a human being. And
hypocritical.
Thank you. And he's got.
It's okay when a white person is all pretentious, but then when this anime sex doll uses big words, it's like, oh, were you trying to pretend you read books?
Yeah, I'm just supposed to bend over for this white boy so he can fuck me up the ass. Well, one of the things that our man Peter Moon found was his music studio. Of course, this guy's got a super rich music studio, and people are breathtaken by it. They're saying overview set in one of the most breathtakingly picturesque locations in the world. We've got Randall Wallace's music studio, and just everything he can afford. So this guy's just indulging himself anytime he wants. It's no wonder he sees people as me as nothing but a sex doll. That's how Mr. Stephen Outrim saw me, and he couldn't believe I turned down $1 million to rim his asshole with my tongue. And so here's a quote from Randall Wallace, or rather a quote about him, concerning him. His grandkids now, one is actually running the Global Wallace Fund. His name is Scott Wallace. He runs the Global Wallace Fund, which gives out a lot of money to good Keynesian activists, I would say, liberal activists, progressive activists, but not far left. He's running in a seat in Pennsylvania right now. He's likely to win. He's ahead right now, so he'll be one of the new class of Congress people. There's this fellow, his name is Scott Wallace. If the Democrats take over the House, his other brother is named Randall Wallace. Randall contacted me. Randall runs a fund called the Wallace Action Fund, and he's contacted me about 5 or 6 years ago, told me he'd be reading my books for years, and invited me to come out to California for a conference on the environment and politics and capitalism that he was running. The person saying this is Noam Chomsky. We developed a friendship, and he began funding a relationship for several books on resistance and political activism and capitalism and so forth. The connection with Chomsky is that the Randall Wallace, who is much more radical than his brother and very much sees Chomsky as a sort of the single most important thinker today, and he and I worked together to sort of develop a kind of legacy project with Chomsky and his new wife. After Chomsky's wife died, his first wife, Carol, he was on his own for a few years and then met and eventually married a lovely woman named Valeria. I don't know if you've had a chance to talk to her, but she's from Brazil. They just were in Brazil during this fascist takeover that's going on down there. So you see, this idiot, Randall Wallace, is following the communist footsteps of being a corporocratic communist. He's a corporocratic communist. In other words, think of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. And the thing that Vladimir Ilyich Lenin said was that the capitalists will sell us the rope with which we will hang them. And this is beyond that. When you come to Henry Wallace, he was an outright communist himself, but he's making billions of dollars. And what he would be today would be far more than a multi-billionaire. And we're talking about he'd be one of the richest men on earth. He'd be up there with Bill Gates and Vladimir Putin if he were alive today with the money he had then. And that's what these people have inherited. And they're trying to act all communist and insurgent and subversive and revolutionary, but they get to keep all theirs. And they get to keep their music studios. Right. So they're attacking me.
Let me add a little bit here, because I've been reading him while Lena was talking, and basically they also fund something called the Henry A. Wallace National Security Forum, which talks all about scrutinizing the national security state, and also a police database, a criminal police database against arresting officers. So in other words, checking law and order, which is obviously a need for that, but that's what they do. And he's his music studio, he's had some very, I guess what you call named musicians. He's ingratiated himself with the likes of David Bowie, Norah Jones, and a host of other people. He's not far away from my friend up there in that area of New York. I got to find out if he ever crossed paths with this character, but yeah, so there's a lot on this guy. He's got quite a presence, and yes, he's carrying on, as you say, with the progressive bent.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and he may become the next Stephen Outram. We'll see if he goes on attacking me or whether he just goes on and just moves away. But he's obviously been looking at me very intensely. And this is showing you that they know who I am. They know I'm the son of Adolf Hitler. They know this because they're part of the elite. And because of this, they're trying to attack me now and basically discredit me while I'm still a nobody. There's no reason for somebody like him to be looking at me, to even be paying attention to me. And of course, they start off with the same old tack. It's always sexualized. Always sexualized. Notice
and why would he even care?
Yeah.
Why would he even care about this? It's like he takes it very personally. And how would he even know about it? Because one of the people in his circle must have notified him, unless he's been dogging you for a long, long time, or even in the last few weeks.
I tagged one of the posts for Henry Wallace. So if he has somebody keeping an eye on social media for anything tagged with Henry Wallace, he might have seen it from that.
But it's still why would he care? That's the whole point.
Right. Yeah. Why would he respond? Like if it was just something that you made up.
Yes. Thank you.
Then he could just write it off as just some, made up fantasy conspiracy theory.
Right.
And he wouldn't reply to it.
He wouldn't dignify it. He wouldn't dignify it with a response. Yeah. So go on. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. And,
well, what this reminds me of is like you're fishing. And one time I was fishing off a pier, and my father went away all the way down to the end of the pier to buy some bait or something, and I had his fishing pole, and it snagged a big fish. This was my Ernest Hemingway story, and it snagged a bonito. A bonito is like a mini tuna, and it is big. I fought like hell. It was like boom, and I feel like we have a fish on the like we snagged a fish here, and it's like flopping like a fish does, when you catch it. And it's there might be something a lot more to this fish. In other words, this is a big deal.
Yes.
As you say, you snagged a billionaire.
Yes. So that's very important that everyone knows this. And so go on, honey. Tell us a little bit about finish off what you were saying, round it off, and bring us into the Dead Mind Sedgway, where others can talk as well.
Okay. So, well, what I wanted to leave off with this question for you, because you've been talking a lot about the 3 solutions that you have to end
Thank you.
Police brutality.
Thank you.
And also human trafficking.
Yes.
And satanic ritual abuse, and the 3 solutions that you had were to establish the all-female police force.
Yes.
And these would be 3 different drafts.
Yeah.
For a female police force,
Yes.
a male military force,
Yes.
and then a unisex civilian service force where either male or female could be in a 3rd civilian service.
That's right.
And if they weren't serving in one of those 3 drafts, or they were receiving care or, services, that would involve everybody in the whole country, and that would help solve the police brutality problem.
Yes.
So that's what everyone is asking about, is what do we do? Where do we go from here? Because they're debating if violence is or is not the solution, but how do we get from point A to point B if we already know what kind of reform we want to see? How do we make it happen?
Mm-hmm. So I thank you for asking, honey, and what I'll do is I'll do my best, not in the arc of narrative tonight, but as time goes on, to explain what I can. The reality is that the answer is simple. We're going to require a reformation of government itself. And this cannot be done with what we've got now. What we've got now is tearing itself apart, but that is going to give us the opportunity to restructure it. And Jameson Reese was giving his 2 cents on that, and I'll read them later to segue into the arc of narrative for tonight. Tonight, I'll mostly be outlining more of the problem, but that alone will bring us towards the solution, because we know what the problem is. The problem is we've got white male supremacists who are in power. And this is just exemplified, personified by Randall Wallace. You've got a man of enormous privilege, and he's grown up...
Totally.
Thank you. Yeah, anything he's wanted, and he obviously does not, and I don't say this in some way where I'm reading into it. He obviously has looked at my photographs, and he literally does not interpret me as a human being. He thinks of me as a fucking sex doll. This is his pathology. This should show.
Well, he doesn't even understand who you are or what you are. Or maybe he does.
But he's been looking at the post for a long time, and okay. This, yeah.
All right, yeah. That explains it, because we're into the belly of the Antichrist now.
Thank you. This is where
we will go later as we get into this evening.
Thank you. We will. And so, in comparison with that, honey, just to
yeah, and then just to introduce the subject of the dead mine.
Yes, sir.
Well, I was gonna ask you, but I'm gonna pretty much sign off after I ask you this question, so I'm gonna listen to it later.
Yes.
But in the part of the movie where they were showing,
let's remind everybody of the movie Dead Mine.
Sure. Yeah. So it's the movie where they're going into the mine to look for the gold from the Japanese.
Yeah. It's basically like a search for Yamashita's gold by a certain member of the party involved. So go on from there, honey. Take it from there to the question that you have.
Well, the scene that you were talking about with the where they were showing the general the Missouri the false surrender ceremony from the USS Missouri.
Yes.
And you said that was the point in the movie where you couldn't be affiliated with it anymore because that was like a false surrender.
Yes.
And like there's no way that he would have taken it as evidence that they surrendered in the war.
Yes.
So my question was going to be, if you had total creative control over the movie and you had unlimited budget, what would you have done instead of that scene?
Okay, thank you, honey. I appreciate your asking that, and like you said, we'll get to that in Arc of Narrative tonight. When after you've checked out, do let everyone know, of course, that I think this is cute and important. That one of the reasons you go out into the she-shack and speak to us is so the kids don't see you smoke, and this way, people will also understand the problem with the last time you were on, and you were a little bit incoherent and a little bit shaky, kind of like Brendan was the other day. Was you just weren't high enough. Let's put it that way.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I guess because I just came out here and like you put me on air right away. And then you just kept asking me questions and I didn't even have a chance to like talk yet.
Right.
So I was kind of like, yeah, involuntary incels.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay. Yes.
But yeah, I don't smoke in front of my kids, so I come out here in the garden shed, and also I don't listen to the show like in front of them either. Like,
yes, thank you.
Loud.
Yeah.
So I listen. I would be out here anyway, listening to the show during this time, but I also be smoking. Like this is the only time of day I smoke is when I'm in the garden shed. Like, and also I do it like I like to do it other times of the day too, but like a couple times a day. I'm not like defending myself or anything. I'm just explaining it's my routine. So I'm not like trying to like disrespect by like smoking on air, but that's like what I'd be doing anyway.
Understood. No worries. No worries. And that's wonderful.
So hopefully my mom isn't listening to this.
Oh shit.
I'm just kidding. No, because I emailed her like some of your links.
Wonderful.
for the first time. So we'll see what she thinks about that. She'll probably be like, "Oh, you have a thing for Asian guys, don't you?" But no, I doubt that she's listening. So
Understood. Well, honey, love you dearly. You have a blessed night.
love you too. Okay, good night.
Good night, honey.
Bye.
And with that, we're going to bring everyone else on. Our friend Brendan Zogit says he'll be ready to come on now. So this way we don't overload the bandwidth, and I'll let him know calling. And let's see if this works. And let's hope this doesn't overload bandwidth. And gonna make the screen a little larger. Gonna see if we can add on Mr. Brendan Zogit and see if he responds, since he's given me the information, the notice that he survived his job interviews. And let's hope they didn't. Well, we'll see if they. The first thing I'll ask him. Oh, he's there.
Hello.
Okay. Hey, did you pass?
Yes.
Did you
Can
pass?
you guys hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Wonderful.
Cool.
So, did you pass the drug test?
Of course. Of course I did.
You got to be kidding me. You're kidding me. Oh, you got,
of course,
you
Douglas.
got one
Why
of those.
would I not?
You got someone else's urine, and you kept it warm by just cradling it next to your belly until they told you to go into the lavatory, and then you just poured that urine while it was still warm so it could pass the temperature test, and that's what you did, right? That's how you did it, right?
Right. I mean, I think because of COVID, they're like most jobs, unless you're like a bus driver or something, you're not going to get tested at this point.
Oh, you're right. They're too desperate.
So I lucked out.
Oh, shit. Yes, the plague is good to you. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Oh,
Yes.
you evil
It's
villain.
all about perspective, right? You know?
Oh, yes. Okay. So.
But how's everything going? All I saw was Team to Trăck. I didn't get to see what you guys were talking about or anything.
Oh, Peter Moon will catch you up on that, as will Selena Khan and Derek Talley. As a matter of fact, I feel bad that
Hello,
Selena's
Peter.
been so
Hello,
silent.
Selena. Hello, Derek.
Hello.
Yeah.
Do you want me to just give him a brief summary of what
Please
the
do.
bullet point?
Yes, take it away. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, what happened is that we got we didn't. It wasn't we. Lena got a post from Henry Wallace's grandson.
Holy shit.
And this is good to repeat for the arc of narrative. Randall Wallace 3844, who's the grandson, and he's a very wealthy person who has a music studio in upstate New York, not far from Woodstock, and he has hosted many, Nora Jones, David Bowie, big people in the music industry.
Oh, wow.
He has his own fund. His older brother has a fund, ran for Congress, but lost. Douglas didn't know that. The guy lost in Pennsylvania. And he says, why does Douglas keep posting photographs of his sex dolls? Assuming they're sex dolls. Well,
Right, I saw that.
he has never posted one photograph of a human being on his own Instagram page. The strange posting suggests that FDR killed the Christ child. On every page, he writes some strange conspiracy theory so that people think he has something to say. Who knew you could even write a post when you were on crystal meth, which is, of course.
Holy shit.
Douglas likes to make up long words, so you can also tell that he sounds intellectual and doesn't have to actually read a book. And I'd hate to say how many more books that Douglas has read. If you show him that picture of, his,
Right.
of the Pequod or whatever you call your house, that's the name of the Moby Dick ship, the Pequod.
Right, exactly.
Yes, thank you.
On a different post, he says, my grandfather, Henry Wallace, killed the Christ child, another fantasy of his. Evidently, he can't even figure out who actually killed the imaginary Christ child in his fertile imagination. Of course, he fails to acknowledge that Douglas didn't make this up. Douglas read this in the files of
Right.
Henry Wallace's government.
Yes.
So, so it's I think it's more properly termed Messiah. He doesn't understand even the story, or sounds like he does. So
Exactly.
So we've been going into. Lena was talking about this, and it's all about. In other words, we caught a fish, and he's of the billionaire class, and he's flopping on the deck and breathing for air.
Right, I read a bit of it when Douglas sent that to me earlier, and it was like, I thought it was a joke. I thought this guy was just like trolling. Like my first thought was like, wow, this is a super troll. But now it makes more sense.
Well, no, this is a precursor of what's to come. And as they say, this is heavily charged stuff. This Antichrist stuff. You know, we just want to do this book on the war and the underlying aspect of you know, all the balloon warfare and all the stuff of World War II is very deep. But the underlying, they say all war has an underlying occult or esoteric factor, and that is
indeed
literally the killing of the Christ. And you can look at this specifically, and you can look at this metaphorically, and both will serve. But in reference to metaphor, it's like everything that, what's that song from Mick Jagger? Just what's troubling you is the nature of my game.
Yep.
What's the opposite of that is the Christ. So all of this crazy stuff we have going on in politics is basically jamming the energy of change, spirit, heart, and love, all of which are symbolic of the Christ. And I can even go into specifics on that etymologically, but it's like boom, so it's jamming the frequency. It's in Preston Nichols' talk, it's jamming the frequency. So now you're having the jammers come out, and they're like crows coming out to roost and comment. Well, here I am. I'm the talking bird. You know, and we'll see many more of these come out. And basically, all they're going to do is yak, because and they're screwed up. They don't know. As a matter of fact, because I've met some of them, grandchildren or children of the so-called Illuminati class, I say that in quotations, they're like waking up and like, well, Chelsea Clinton, for example, she says, we got to clean up this Clinton Foundation. And then, of course, she gets reoriented and realizes she's a member of the Corleone family and says, oh, well, all right. She changed course. At one point, she says, we've got to clean this up. No, they're not going to clean it up. But some of them are, in fact, I had a friend who used to heal these people, and they were all confused. They're like in between. They're not as accepting of it as their parents, and they're trying to figure it out. Some turn to the light, some turn to the dark.
Right. And I think that this is so important, and it's definitely a milestone in what Peter Moon and I are doing. Together with what Peter Moon and I were discussing, we triggered this individual into responding, whereas before he was passively listening. But one of the more important aspects of his pathology that is probably fairly common among his kind was the fact that he's been looking at these images of myself for a long time, that's obvious, and he's never interpreted myself as an actual human being. I don't register as a living, breathing human being to this individual. All photographs of me he interprets literally as sex dolls. This is profoundly disturbing, and I don't see how anyone can even hear that and not have their breath taken away. It's literally jaw-dropping. This is frightening, that level of pathology where one's filter is so broken. Before you respond, I do want to encourage Selena Khan to come on in and say something, because she said she actually had a few choice words for this toxic individual. If she wishes to say them, she's welcome to, and then we'll bring Brendan on to interact with yourself and tell us his adventures for today as well. But you yourself had kind of an adventure. You went out shopping, and you could open a little bit with that. I hope that everything was safe, and was everything smooth as possible? Honey?
Are you talking to me, darling?
I'm talking to Selena.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yeah. When I talk to you, I don't talk that polite. You know that.
That's true.
Yeah. Selena?
Yeah, I'm here. So let's start with what I wanted to say about this comments of Randall.
Yeah.
So, I looked at it as like, this is a person just, behind him, so many people. So what he did is that it's just they're plotting something. So they use this person, probably just the name. I don't think this is the real person, because this is just bunch of basically personal hate outburst. So like he mentioned, why does Douglas keep posting, like, I'm repeating the same thing? So up to a point, like, so this is something they don't want to, this is the best that came up with. So that is the hate. Now they know it very well who you are. It's on your page, all the information there. They never mention anything about, like, what you're doing, what you stand for, and why you are an informant. So now they came up with that, something that what you put on your page, in Instagram happens to be at this point that he saw all these pictures. Now, this is something that your artistic expression, you put those pictures, everybody appreciates it. It's human expression. It's something like, very significant what you're doing. So they start with that, and then the other thing is that you're not a human being, like, that's not something that,
Oops, she dropped. Ooh.
Oh yeah, we lost her.
Yeah. Well, at any rate, let's see if we can try to get her back. While I do that, you can go on.
Now, was that message sent like via Instagram? I couldn't tell by like the format.
It was on Instagram, but all the Instagram is just reposts of what I had put up on Facebook. So, as a matter of fact, it's directly connected with the Google account. That's the reason why we had to have our lady Elena become involved with the Google account. And so let me tell her that we're trying to add her back on, and let's see now if we can actually do that. And yes, honey, you got disconnected.
Yeah,
yes,
I got disconnected.
Yeah, but you're saying what you're saying is your original impression was that this was just a troll who was using the name, but you understand now that it's the real person, right? You do understand.
I think he's not real. Someone else just using the name. That's one thing. And the other thing is that his information here, this is not something like very significant, comments, like, real context to it, like who you are, what you do. So he's just bad mouthing you and saying all this thing, especially those two lines. Like, what does that even mean? He's not, clarified anything or all this, and then all just personal rather than real information in it. So that's that. I don't think you should pay too much attention to this until wait till next time, so you can get more information. So over here, there's nothing. It's just a personal comment here. So that's all I think. So with that, and the other thing that I wanted to mention about Randall, that I thought that this is something that I couldn't even figure out what was that mean. What is this thing? Like, this is something that I did something, so I misunderstood. Like, what are you trying to show here? So I didn't know the person. I did some research. I looked for him. There's nothing there on YouTube. So I don't know, does he have any YouTube account or not? So all of these things, it's just a personal, outburst to make you feel down and negative. So and all rest of the thing, he just just put his comment, and that's all. So there's nothing in depth. There's nothing that he can he talked about. So that's that. And
well, I appreciate your input in that regard, because it's always good to be cautious. But
right.
Definitely,
So,
one of the things that I think you're giving people like him too much credit.
Right.
This is actually the real Randall Wallace. I've dealt with enough of these kinds of people who are at the billionaire level to understand that the majority of time they don't respond like this. They wouldn't dignify it with a response, but times have really changed. We are going through very different times now, And these kinds of people are now becoming more personally participatory because they understand that the world that they're parasitizing off of is very fragile, that it's very close to collapse. And they're largely responsible for this through their irresponsibility, through their corruption. And so at this point in time, they are almost personally invested in attacking people like myself. So I would argue this is the real individual. There might be a chance it's someone else, but
I would agree with you, Douglas. I agree with you.
Is this the first time
Yeah.
that him made this, put this online?
Yes, but
Is it
remember that I myself, this is the first time he's ever responded online to myself, but remember, I'm the kind of person who's attracted the attention of multimillionaires like Stephen Altman before.
Right,
so
right,
this is an individual, and he personally sought me out to meet me personally for a proposition. So in terms of this individual, we're talking about somebody. It's no big deal that this guy does this. He feels it's his world. But go on, yeah.
We're moving up into the billionaire class rather than the millionaire class, as Douglas said.
Yeah.
And this is because the ante has gone up with what we're talking about on many levels. I mean, this is not just Aquino anymore.
Yes.
This is people with much more money than Aquino.
Yes. Much more money than Aquino can dream of. And what this shows is that what he's done is he's validated everything Peter Moon and I were talking about. Just by his doing what he's done, he's validated it. He's really verified it because he wouldn't be triggered unless if it were otherwise. This is, for years, his family, his dynasty has gotten away with this incredible fantasy that's been built up around them. But the fantasy, of course, has been reinforced by members of Aquino's cult, like Oliver Stone. Now, Oliver Stone, of course, is an interesting example because originally it was simply Sean Stone who was interviewing me a few times, and then when Sean Stone had the stupidity, just as a person who is spoiled himself, doesn't know how to think, doesn't know how to process, and he misquoted me on Alex Jones, he went on Alex Jones's show and said nothing like what I said, and instead took what I said and filtered it, and basically said Douglas Dietrich says Michael Aquino is a pedophile. Now, of course, I've never said that directly. I've always said Michael Aquino was involved with this and this and this, and I point all of the circumstantial evidence so that people know what's going on. But I've never come out and said that. But even if I did say that, nothing would happen to me because I've got nothing to sue for. I've got nothing to lose. Sean Stone, on the other hand, and Oliver Stone, his father, have everything to lose. So that's why Aquino came up to them. And after that, Oliver Stone was in Aquino's hip pocket and started doing propaganda films for Vladimir Putin. But during that period of time that Oliver Stone was doing this, he produced a fantasy about Henry Wallace. He has this whole documentary on Henry Wallace the Great, saying if Henry Wallace had been president, he never would have deployed the atomic bombs and there would have been no nuclear arms race. And basically what Oliver Stone is saying, wouldn't the world be lovely if our communist president Henry Wallace had surrendered to the Soviet Union? Of course there'd be no nuclear arms race because we'd all be living under Soviet occupation had Henry Wallace been president. Now this was a multi-billionaire who would have been allowed to keep his. This man, there's nothing good about Henry Wallace. The man was pure raw evil, just like FDR, and his grandson has inherited that, and so he's triggered when somebody finally exposes it because nobody talks about Henry Wallace. Basically, he's been able to skate for decades now, over 100 years. And so finally, someone who he shouldn't even be paying attention to, there is no reason for him to acknowledge me. This is why I understand it's so difficult for Selena to even believe that this is the grandson of Henry Wallace.
No, because you have all your trolls, they will address how you look, how you speak, how you talk, how you
but this is legitimate. Yeah, but this is a legitimate. This is a legitimate address, though. You see, he gave us the Randall Wallace with his numbers behind it. That is his. It's his source. It sources from him. Yeah, there's no one else on Instagram who has those numbers. So he's definitely identified himself. So it is him. And he usually uses that to talk about music. He talks about bringing people into his radicalized, quote, progressive liberal politics, but it's all bullshit. So,
absolutely.
So he's definitely got this thing going where he's now, and we'll see what happens. Maybe he will simply go away. We'll find out. But as Peter Moon says, it's probably just going to get worse the further we go along, because now we're really in dangerous territory. And
let me say something here. I don't look at it as that dangerous. It's
thank you.
Because it's what surfaces here. Now he's very much involved with anything that's New Deal.
Right.
This is a very specific person. New Deal this, New Deal that. So the New Deal is still being used as an active terminology, still being promoted, and they have even talks. It's talking about at the FDR Library up in Hyde Park, up in on the Hudson.
Upstate?
Yes, there's a FDR library. Something I've always. I think I went to the library in Sleepy Hollow and was doing some FDR research there one time. I was interested in FDR long before this. He's part Montauk Indian, and he's tied to the Dutch. The Dutch married into the Montauk Indians, and the Dutch, of course, the Dutch settled Sleepy Hollow, and they went up. There's the Rip Van Winkle time travel story, which is up in Preston called it the Rip Van Winkle line up near Kingston. So they have the Dutch have a very active presence going back into the House of Orange and whatnot. But at the FDR Library, and they have talks with the Roosevelts and the Wallaces. They're still very much together, banded together. And there was a talk up there where this particular Wallace performed musically, because he is a musician. He's done some, I think he's even done some movies, but he's done some scores and whatnot. So he's very active in stuff. But anyway.
When I say dangerous, I don't mean it's dangerous for Peter Moon and myself.
That was my question.
It's dangerous for them. It's dangerous for their interests.
Yes.
And so go on, honey, and give us some more of your
So I'm saying, like, what is it that for you then, like, what they are capable of doing here, like harming you, or they will just go after? So what kind of circumstances you might be facing? Is it something that's very dangerous to your life or your existence? Is it something that are they capable of doing anything?
I honestly, I feel very confident that Peter Moon and I are fine, and that what's going on here is basically free advertising. I think this is something we can brag about. Honestly, something like this is something that, I'm just saying this sarcastically and facetiously, but I'd be proud to put this on the back of a book cover. I mean, it's that kind of bullshit where people are going to look at this and they'll say, oh man, this guy's really fucking triggered. And but beyond that, however, it is indicative of a kind of pathology that is dangerous in and of itself. Not to me, but it's dangerous to the world. When you have somebody who, like I said, has been looking at photographs of myself and cannot see this as a human being, then you know that what's going on is something that's dangerous, in the sense that somebody with that level of money has that level of privilege and has that level of contempt for humanity, is someone that is got to be considered on the level of an international terrorist. Really, somebody like that has no concept of human empathy. We're talking about a genuine psychopath. I mean, this is the class that rules us now. So if people want to take a look at the paedopathophilicracy, if you want to take a look at the pathocracy of power, you merely have to look at Randall Wallace and look at how he's expressed himself, and you see then how these people see people such as me, and I'm sure they see people as Derek Talley as a monkey in a zoo. So where can you go from that, other than the cops taking down the ethnic minorities the way they do with impunity? Because it's the trickle-down insanity. It's the trickle-down insanity from the top down. And but with that in mind, honey, you were one of the few people who actually looked at Deadmine the movie, and you appreciated the beauty, and I appreciate that. You were talking about, God, you even wanted to take a vacation there to take a look at those bunkers, because you said,
absolutely.
Let's clarify for the audience. Let's clarify for the audience what the movie Deadmine is.
Yes.
Selena, just give us an overview of the movie and what it is. I'll give my review later, but go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah, so what I felt is that, as far as how what was presented in the movie, that a group of people, nice young people, men and women, they went there to do some investigation, and they ended up with basically underground world or something, and they didn't know what to expect, what really it is. They just out of curiosity, they go there and they experience what they experience, basically those what kind of the liquid gold potion that make people zombies and all this thing that they're there. So this is something I don't know how real that is, but what was presented, everything was it's very captivating. What's out there, and then since I came to know from Douglas so many things about the war in Vietnam and all these underground bunkers and all this thing, and so with that I felt that it's definitely there is something out there. It is in fact real, the liquid gold that remember.
You've introduced an element that the audience might not understand what you're talking about. Well, now, wait a second, because it's like, as you say, the movie starts out with some young people with a mercenary. They had capacity to do serious damage, but the one thing is, and this is where I want to criticize the movie at the beginning, the dialogue in the beginning of the movie was horrible. I couldn't understand what the hell was going on. It took a while to get into the movie. Were they talking about liquid gold at the beginning of the movie?
No.
Okay, well, don't introduce that element, because all you're going to do is confuse people. Right. You're only going to get confused people.
No, Douglas. Sorry,
no
Peter.
Yeah.
I will say this though, that if it's a movie, all right, and you understand right away in first, second, or third scene, there is no excitement in that. Then you're supposed to go through it, get engaged with it. That's what this movie is, engaging. What are they doing? I didn't understand anything. I didn't want to understand. I want to go through the whole thing and then get my understanding what it is all about. I felt that was a great movie. It's very engaging what they showed. I don't know 100% how those liquid gold and all those people. One of the men was like 75 years. It's been like 75 years. No, something like, I don't remember what was that, but he's been there.
Excuse me, but I don't remember
the skeleton.
Excuse me, I don't remember them talking about liquid gold one iota in the movie. Now, correct me if I'm wrong.
I named it liquid gold
just to clarify, just to clarify with what Selena is referencing, they actually did in the film, on what I could do is I could give a timestamp. And what you see is the shot that's given to the young heir to the corporation that's involved with basically seeking out Yamashita's gold. So the young heir is the individual who gets injected with a syringe later in the film and actually turns rabid. He turns rabid or feral, and that individual, of course, is where his girlfriend, who's the young Singaporean actress, is basically saying what's in this syringe is worth more than gold. And so they do bring it up at that point, though.
But did they call it gold?
They said it was.
I said liquid gold because she said.
Yeah, that this is more precious than gold because it has gold in it. They said specifically it's got gold in it. So they did say specifically there was gold in the syringe, but it was obviously composited with other elements. So this is going beyond the monotonic gold that wealthy people imbibe, and this was basically alchemical and meant to transmogrify the person who's subjected to receiving it in their system, systemically receiving this.
No, I understand that, but what I thought is that they were giving them weird stuff from the Unit 731 experiments. So,
which involved the monotonic gold. Yeah, it involved the monotonic gold, however. So that is what they were trying, that's the message they were trying to convey. Obviously, what happened is a lot of times these messages they're just hard for people to catch. And the problem is that films have that challenge. And
also, they didn't try very hard because
right.
there were a lot of severe. I mean, but it was a movie, and the topic is interesting. But I'm just saying there was a lot of.
I don't know. I thought it was a great movie, and it was very captivating. And in the movie, indirectly, they showed something, which is the gold part.
Yeah.
So that is, I think, that's real, and that's what they use as a bioweapon to, weaponize. They mentioned so many times that human being is a bioweapon. How, and then later on it comes up. So I watched the movie twice. So
that's incredible. I thank you for that.
So
yeah.
I like this kind of movie, and I would say another movie. I mean, I don't want to talk about much. I want to hear from Douglas, later in the show, because I'm very excited to hear. And then there's another movie. I will just it's kind of irrelevant to bring it up. But still, I would say that's what's going to happen, of the fate of this planet, which is immortal. Remember, Douglas, that movie?
Yes.
So I will say a little thing about that movie that, 2025 election. I don't know if anyone remember the scene and then Nico Paul, like his leg is that there's this Birdman all together. There's so much human experiment going on. I don't know, Peter, if you saw that movie, Boys from Brazil. So
yes, a long time ago I saw it. Very good movie.
It's a very old movie, but it's so much information in it. People will not understand this movie because they don't have this sort of like a mind of like thinking through, in a deeper sense and go think about it and go. They don't even know such a thing, that something that will interest them. They will not. So. But these are the movies that so much information, so much truth to it. Indirectly, whoever these, movie directors and doing all these things, they're giving you information that you have to grasp that. So with that, I would say that, because so many things like, Dead Mind, probably they could not put any name and nothing. There was no political leader's name, like, okay, this is only thing. One thing is there is that that they said what was that, Yamashita Gold,
Yamashita's Gold, yes, go on.
Yamashita's Gold.
Yeah.
Keep your mouth shut, Gold. Is that what you called it? Keep your mouth shut.
It sounded like you said that. Yes.
No. So how many people will pay attention to this? They will just look at these young women and pretty actresses. They're just hanging out. But there's so much information that I gathered, and it's fascinating because I like these things. And I, commented, like told Douglas that one day I like to go there and then see inside. That's how much I was like interested. But anyway, so that's my understanding and opinion about this Dead Mind. So,
by the way, that was wonderful, honey. I really appreciate your speaking, and believe me, you'll get more used to it as we speak more in the future. Because it's like with Lena Shea, it takes a while to get used to this. There's a kind of stage fright involved, and it takes a while for everyone to overcome it. But you're doing wonderfully. Yeah. You're doing beautifully.
Oh, I appreciate that.
And what Peter was just trying to clarify was that he was afraid some people would get confused when you brought up certain plot elements, what they call plot devices, that maybe the people would not be familiar with. But that's okay. That's okay because people can watch it on their own. But actually,
they have to watch the movie. I'm saying this thing point of view of as if whoever watched it, they will understand that what I'm referring to, what are the thing and all this. So nobody watched it. Did anybody? Do you know anyone watched it? I don't see any comments. Like they might say, okay, well, what is that movie you guys are talking about? What's in it? What is it? That means they don't know. If they watch it, they will get a lot of information there from
it's on the website. It's on the website, and most of the information they'll get
is it in everywhere on my page.
Oh, thank you.
Because I want people to watch it.
It's on my website. The link is on my website, and what I would like people to understand is that what's on that column, I have a column that's with it. You'll see that she's mentioning all the young, attractive people that are in the film. The main Japanese actress who actually portrays, she's ethnically Japanese, and she portrays someone who is ethnically Japanese. And she's assumed to die in the end, and probably probably very well does. They were considering a sequel, and I understand it actually got made. I don't know anything about it. I intend to look it up sometime and see what they did with it. I would be very interested. But
Do you know the title? Do you know the title?
it's probably something silly like Dead Mine 2, right? There might be a subtitle, but it's got to be Dead Mine 2. That's how they...
I'll look it up right now.
Oh, okay. And but in terms of the young woman who is portraying the Japanese researcher, her name is Mizuno Miki, and that's her actual name, and she was blacklisted. So she was
Blacklisted for what? For this movie, or
she was blacklisted after starring in this film from acting in a number of other areas in Japan. And it was very politically sensitive. And
because this subject is politically sensitive?
Yes, it's politically sensitive.
I thought so.
Yeah, and
Yep.
and so you know, I actually provide a link to her blacklisting in the column that's on my website. And of course, what they say in Japan is something completely different. But I heard otherwise from the people who were connected with the film. And so she's had some difficulties, but I think, you know, she's doing as well as she can. A character that she plays in the film is simply known by one name. They only refer to her by what's presumably her first name, which is Re, and that would mean like logical blessing. That would mean like simple truth that is blinding, like blinding truth or logical blessing, something like that, like a form of enlightening truth, like the light bulb above the head. So that's what the Re would mean. So she's referred to as that throughout the film. And the mercenary who's with them, the British veteran, is very suspect of what she's doing there. He knows she's not what she says. And she was basically in the film as a industrial spy. And she's there to bring the element home back to Japan that was that corporations are trying to seek because the emperor will not share it with the zaibatsu or the corporations. That was the implication in the film. That, of course, no. The problem with the film was it was filmed in Indonesia, and the problem is that there's a very Asian sensibility to it, where there's many people who make assumptions that they don't translate into English. They didn't do a good job since it was released in HBO Asia. It was never released in the West. It was released in HBO Asia, and people saw it on televisions in Asia, but nobody saw it in the United States or in the West. So there's Asian sensibilities where people have assumptions that in the West people just don't even comprehend. They just don't have no concepts of, okay, why is the Japanese woman there? And why is the British guy so hard on her? Why is he suspect her of something? Because he's like, you know, literally physically grabbing her. Why are you here in the film? And yet people are like saying, what is it, stress? Like, what the fuck? What, you know, what is this? So when that's gone into, hopefully that gives it some more context. I don't know. Now, our man, what makes Brendan so interesting here is, we're talking about a man who watches Japanese media regularly. What did you get out of it, Brendan? Did you even have a chance to review the film? And then we're going to bring Derek Talley on to kind of give us his impression as well.
I only had a chance to review the column, so
Okay.
but I'm interested in watching it, so I'm not going to forego it much longer. It's just dealing with interviews and stuff is like a pain.
Understood. Understood.
I saw it.
Yeah, so that brings Derek on then to bring us his impression. So Derek, what was your impression with what you saw? So Derek understood as well that the Indonesians were not mercenaries. Derek, I'm sure, understood that.
I did have a comment though,
Yeah, of course.
Douglas. Is it related to like some comic books go into like a similar theme, like in the Green Arrow, like the DC comics, they have like the kudzu, where it was like the Japanese were in Southeast Asia creating a super soldiery. But when they tested this out, it caused the men to go crazy. And so like in like DC comics, they have that element called kudzu. I think it's called like kudzu or some kind of serum where, you know, it sounds very similar. So I'm looking forward to watching it. So.
You're talking about kuru.
Kuru, yeah.
Kudzu is the weed. Kudzu is the weed.
Kudzu is a plant, yeah.
Yeah, that comes out of Japan and took over the southern states. It went wild in the south, and you've got this Japanese weed that's overtaken the south. That's what he was.
I was talking about the kuru serum. Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
But it sounds similar to that. So I'm gonna watch it and see what I can get from it as well.
Well, you notice that. Okay, well, just to clarify this, and this will ruin spoilers for Brendan, but he can handle it.
I'll be all right.
Yeah, the Australian prisoners of war are impacted by Vukuru, and
Right.
the Australian prisoners of war are feral. And that's because it was a lesser grade of this developed formula that was.
I see. So it is touched upon
yes,
in the movie.
it is.
Okay.
So you see it clearly. Again, none of this. The horror is that none of this is explained in English. So you have someone like Peter Moon
Right.
who's watching it. He's just putting together what he can, and so he's putting together what he can out of it. But in terms of Derek Talley, I was going to ask him. He was probably saw right off the bat that the Indonesians weren't part of a mercenary unit, and I don't know if Peter got this because he doesn't have the military background Derek Talley has per se, but he does in a sense. I mean, he was with the Sea Org of the Scientologists, which is kind of like being in the Coast Guard. It's pretty fairly equivalent, and lived at sea for a period of time under discipline that was very strict. So Peter Moon has some idea of the military aspects of life. But
we just didn't shoot people.
Yeah,
I mean, when it came to like military operations, were military-like logistics and observation and stuff, reconnaissance, you would call it in the military. We just didn't, line up how to shoot people and kill.
Thank you, but definitely L. Ron Hubbard was very aware of security issues, and he knew about pirates. He knew about pirates and was worried. Yeah. Thank you. And so these were decommissioned former United States warships. So do emphasize that.
Yes. Yeah. No, I mean, yeah. But as I say, the only thing missing from the military aspect of that was shooting and killing people.
Yeah. And so just to clarify, the Indonesians that were with the people in Dead Mine are not there as a mercenary unit. They're minders from the Indonesian government. So they were meant to be there to protect the industrial scouts from pirates and the fundamentalist terrorists, abduction by extremists and the like, and other radicalized Muslims or even communists, etc., various insurgencies. Indonesia, of course, has so many islands that there's many islands that have never been named. And so that was what the film was about. They were there as just minders for these people, and they become the cannon fodder in the film. And so with that, we kind of turned to Derek. So Derek, what was your impression?
Douglas,
honey?
just
Please.
one little question.
Sure.
I just wanted to know that what do you think about the movie that was done, what was represented, what was about? What do you think? What's your opinion?
He's asking everybody else first.
Oh yeah. I just I'll get into it. I'll get into it, honey.
I will too. Okay. All right. No problem.
Thank you. Yeah. And so Derek, and do you have any thoughts, Derek? Any resonance with the terracotta soldiers when you saw what you saw, or tell us?
Well, yeah, they were shooting at them and forced them into the mine. But I was wondering, where do they come from? Yeah. But other than that, I got the aspect of the government experiments, and I mean, it's almost like plausible, with as many missing as we have. We wonder we know our government does experiments on our own soldiers, so we wonder what kind of experiments are done, because that's one thing I noticed is some of the POWs were shot up with that serum.
Yes.
One of the POWs were, and I guess they were forever slaves to the other ones that were shot up with the serum that were the actual soldiers.
Yes, that is how it evolved. Basically, the lower grade of the experimental phase of the serum was injected into the Australian prisoners of war who were feral, and because of their history of being brutalized, they were essentially just by reflex subservient to the Japanese, who they saw as, at that point, the higher authority, their tormentors. And so when the Imperial Guard was reanimated, then the Imperial Guard automatically freed them from their shackles, because at that point, the Australian prisoners of war are serving essentially as their bloodhounds. And until that point, the Australian prisoners of war had been feeding on nearby people who had come into where they could be abducted and devoured. And so they were sustaining themselves alive but unaging, or rather aging at an extraordinarily slow pace. and so that was where the Japanese Imperial Guard was set into this kind of suspended animation to wait until they were activated, and they were essentially after that abandoned. And when they set off they tripped the security system, so to speak, then they automatically began securing the perimeter. And so that was essentially where the film. Well, people will see it for themselves.
Well, let me clarify something, Douglas. So the people that had like the leathery faces that were so old, those were Australians?
Oh no! You're talking about the people who were obviously Japanese. Who
Yes.
were old with the leather faces. There was the one Japanese lieutenant, and the one Japanese lieutenant had been there. He was active. He was animate. He was conscious. He was his commanding officer had died some years ago. As a matter of fact, he had killed him because they had gotten into a struggle, and they were essentially struggling, and he wound up killing him. But he was obviously not Australian. But the feral individuals who you saw that were almost like much more animalistic and unarmored. The animalistic and unarmored individuals.
Yeah, I thought those were the Chichewa in the beginning.
Interesting. Yeah, those were Australian.
And I said, "Oh God, this is wow!" And I got really interested. And then when I found out it wasn't, and not that they belonged there, but I thought it would have that was intriguing the hell out of me. And then it just kind of, this is something else. It's but it disappointed me because what that movie could have been versus what it was. But it's all right. It still should be watched.
Well, like you said, something that has that level of depth that you're speaking of would require a miniseries, at least.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And so definitely with that, was there anything else that came to mind, Derek? I'm actually glad that you watched it, so I'm interested in what else resonated with you or what else came up from your observation.
It was action packed. You know what I'm saying? And in the beginning, it was funny. I told I didn't say this, but when the very first come on, you got the guy laying in the hammock with the rifle. I said, you know what? That looks like Daniel Arola.
That's great. Oh, that's pretty funny. Skinnier. He's not as built. He wasn't as buff as Daniel Arola. He's talking about the Corsair, the Muslim pirate who's laying in the hammock at the beginning and gets grabbed by an Australian prisoner of war who devours him. One of the people who's obviously been mutated. Now, in terms of the film itself, I think we've kind of exhausted what many of our other participants have to say. So,
I have some things to say about.
I was about to say it's time to bring Peter on. Yes.
Yeah, as I said before, I thought it was it left a lot to be desired. In other words, there could have been so many improvements. Not only to because I couldn't hear the dialogue. I didn't know what the hell was going. They were talking about something, and I don't like that. I like to hear what it was like. The sound was bad. There were a lot of, cinema, just movie making flaws in terms of the direction and whatnot. However, to watch it twice, you get a lot more out of it. And I was saying, oh God, this piece, as Douglas says, we could make a mini series out of this. The one thing is, I think that's basically it. They could have made such a better movie out of it. Now, what I also have, I guess, the main thing, and of course this is about, just to clarify for those who aren't familiar, there was tremendous amount, billions of dollars worth of gold that the Japanese Emperor Hirohito had sequestered, and they had to put it somewhere, so they put it in multiple tunnels, and this is known as Yamashita's gold. And so it's still there. It's a great mystery. This is what made Ferdinand Marcos so rich. And it was like a big secret. And he only had resource to a little bit of it. However, so they're going in and looking for this gold. And they put the Japanese biochemical unit 731 there. It's a part of this, and it's an extension. So what could have been much more alchemical was much more of a freak out zone for infecting people with diseases that might make them live longer, but it sure made them freaks. Now, the one question I have, and Douglas had said this to me privately about the terracotta warriors in China that they discovered. The whole, what he said is these were actually people, creatures frozen in time. There were actual bodies in those things. And then they showed these terracotta-like warriors at the end of this movie who sort of become center stage and end up creating devastation in various forms, leaving a sequel very questionable as to whether they could perform one because of what stunts these guys perform. But anyway, so if you could, I would ask that you comment on the terracotta aspect to this, Douglas.
Yes.
Also,
yeah, go on,
Peter,
yeah.
But I was gonna say that, remember, this is a low budget movie. It's not something to the movie director, it's all money involved, having, showing so many things. So within a short time and with a low budget, this is a good production. So that I would say, give credit to the director that, it's a low budget movie.
My counter to that would be budget doesn't, proper dialogue and doesn't require any money.
Yeah. I appreciate both.
Having exciting, it's only like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people in there.
Yeah.
So they did not have too many people. The beginning of the movie, like you said, you didn't understand. So it's not about, I don't know. If you understand everything, then there's nothing to like.
Oh no, I get it, honey. Yeah. So I see what you're saying, and you were struck by the atmosphere and the mood, and Peter is looking more for an explanation, so more context. Peter's
well, if they didn't say anything, it would be fine. But they said things.
Yeah.
And I couldn't even hear what the hell they were saying.
Right.
It was like the sound was bad.
Now, I'm wondering, because I didn't have that problem, but then I've got earbuds, and I was listening to it with earbuds, so there might have been a problem with the fact that maybe it doesn't come across good on speakers. I'm assuming you may be...
Later on, I heard it fine.
Okay, interesting. Yeah. Interesting. So that's interesting. And I'm sure that's probably going to be a phenomenon for some people. I don't know.
If I was watching it on the computer, that might not help, but but as they say, the rest of it.
Right.
Well, I had to turn mine up because my sound actually stopped working in my TV. See, I'm a cheapskate. So rather than buy a new TV, I hooked the cable box into an amplifier, and it goes through speakers that get real loud. So in the event I'm watching something that the sound isn't that clear, I could just turn it up and it'll get pretty loud.
Uh-huh. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. That helps. And it might be a hint for anyone else who's going to try and watch the film. So when it came to the terracotta soldiers, back in the early days, there was by that I mean when they first uncovered the terracotta soldiers from the Qin dynasty, the Dragon Emperor, who was, of course, the Emperor of Qin, from whence we get the very word China. It's named after his dynasty, the first Emperor of China. And so when they found the terracotta warriors, one of the things that the Chinese actually covered up was that when a few of them were shattered, there were remains of men inside, and that would include intestinal organs, the spinal column. They were petrified to such a state that it was simply very difficult to discern them from the shattered pottery. So they became almost petrified, fossilized, to the point where they're one with the element that everyone assumed that they were covered in, which was pottery. And for some reason, the Chinese government felt that this was something that they should hide so that people would not be revolted by the discovery. I find this very bizarre because it goes to show just a kind of conflicting and contradictory mentation process with the communist Chinese, because these are the same people.
Right, that's strange because they admit that there's bodies inside of the Great Wall,
Yes.
So that's a very strange thing to cover up.
Beyond that, do you remember the display of all of the figures of?
Yes, and the internal organs and the muscles of that one
not one. There were dozens of them. They were sending them all over the world.
Right.
There were literally hundreds of these. They said, "Oh, here's all these men
Petrified
on display."
remains of
No, these
people.
weren't petrified. These were basically embalmed.
Yes.
They were like embalmed.
Exactly.
And they were sending them
I'm
out
trying
as
to remember what it was called.
anatomical displays. They were sending them as anatomical displays. These were all prisoners of political consciousness. These were all political prisoners who were detainees in communist China that they skinned alive.
Right.
And
It's
they
called
said this-
Bodies the Exhibition.
Thank you.
Uh,
Thank you. And they said
Bodies that were preserved via plastication
Yes.
and dissection.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, and
Plastination.
yes, and these were all political prisoners that the communist Chinese had skinned alive and then
Right.
Sent all over the world.
And they basically admitted it, or like even when I was a kid, like people knew how they got them, you know?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah, and so they do that without even a thought, not even a
Yes.
thought as to any repercussions in terms of just, world opinion. And then they're saying, oh, well, we better not let people know this about the terracotta soldiers. But the reality was what the film was showing was that the Japanese were plundering all of the gold for many purposes. There was finance. There was the monotonic gold that was imbibed, consumed by the imperial dynasty, the Yamato dynasty itself, where they're literally eating it. And then there was the formula that they were reprocessing. And what Unit 731 was doing within context of the film is not making anything new. They're simply reprocessing the ancient alchemical formula applied by the Dragon Emperor of China. That was the point of the film that's never brought out. But then again, that's understandable because you're seeing it from the perspective of the salvadores, so to speak, or the people who are...
wait, what was that? The sound cut out for a second. What you said it was...
in the case of the film, the plot premise is that Unit 731 is not creating anything new with the formalization of gold towards the creation of super soldiers. They are simply doing what the Dragon Emperor did thousands of years ago, and they're simply reprocessing an ancient formula. I see. But they had to test it. Yeah, and they had to test it on their prisoners first, and then when they got the correct level of what was the final grade, the grade they were seeking, then they applied that to the Imperial Guard, and then the Imperial Guard was in this particular detachment of the Imperial Guard was in a sense deactivated and then basically forgotten. And then when the alarm system gets triggered, they're reactivated. So that is basically the point of the film. There's not too much more that comes to my mind consciously than that, but do take it from there, Peter. As you said, there's so much more that could have been done, and but then again, within context, as you said, there's not too much that could have been done. Though I understand what you're saying about there could have been an improvement, perhaps with the audio or something like that. But
Well, yes. I mean, the cinematography was definitely passable. You could see what was going on. It was very economically done without detracting because they had a limited amount of scenes to do. But it was good. That was okay. But it was, as I say, I couldn't follow it. And there's so much more. As Douglas said, there could be a miniseries, and a lot of these aspects of the the gold, the alchemy, the Yamamoto dynasty, and of course, the whole theme of immortality. Yeah. It seems that everything in media these days gravitates towards zombies.
Yeah.
And this was going more in. See, there's two ways to look at this. One is by transcendence. Going from a caterpillar into a butterfly via what they use imaginal cells, which actually the cells actually change their structure and you transcend. Yes. However, the trend in media and what people seem to be far more interested is, returning from the dead. Returning from the dead, not in the sense of Christ who ascends, but in the sense of somebody who's going to hang around and haunt you. Zombie man. So, this is just reducing things to the lowest common denominator. However, it's there's so much to be covered, and this is really Douglas's province to explain. I mean, because he was acting as a consultant on the movie, and he declined to have his name put there because they referred to the Japanese soldier who was holed up. They didn't understand the war was over. They had to show him a video of the battleship Missouri, which was supposed to convince him that the war was over. And of course, Douglas didn't want to be associated with that because that's basically a lie.
Thank you. But I could understand why they did it. So it's not like I parted in acrimony with the production. It wasn't like that at all. It was simply that I said I didn't want my name affiliated with it because of that. But at the same time, I can understand why they did it. It's a plot device.
It was a plot device, and it made sense from that. How else are they going to do it?
Yes, true enough. True enough.
You could have showed them a peace treaty, in San Francisco, but.
Yes. Yes. But then again, at that point, it just becomes very involved. That would have turned conversations with that individual into an 18-hour college course, right? It was sit down here, and they would have gone through the whole Dietrich lecture course, and then that would have been it would have been, you got to admit, it would have been educational. Very few people would have wanted to have seen that who were seeking an action film.
I would have showed him an internet thing of a Japanese newspaper written in Japanese that the audience wouldn't understand anyway. And he said, "Oh, war ended."
right, yes, thank you. Something like that. And that would have been much more amenable than he would have, something in which he would have seen, he would have interpreted that as victory, and just have coped with that psychologically, and which can be just as difficult to cope with as the war being ongoing. So anyhow, the film was what it was, and there are others that are that I'll have to bring to the attention to the public in the future that show other aspects of the war that most people are unaware of. But this was one that I think is very important because it takes people into the world of Unit 731. It takes people into the world of gold as utilized by the Yamato dynasty. And so when it comes to what most Americans are ignorant of, was there anything else, Derek Talley, that struck you, or bring up some other observations? I would appreciate it. Oh, and yes, by the way,
I think.
Yeah, go on. I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead. I was just going to say that it just brought up lots of military experiments on soldiers, and I just thought that the gold aspect of it would add an irony to the film. The fact that they were looking for gold, and it ended up that the gold was being used as, liquefied as part of the experiment that was being used to turn the soldiers into super soldiers, or for lack of a better word, they were trying to turn these soldiers into pretty much monsters to fight the war indefinitely. Because, I guess these monster soldiers live on forever.
Right. Thank you. I deeply appreciate that. And by the way, now is your time. I would appreciate your giving us a situational status report and a update on everything going on with your life. So take us into that direction.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Well, first, I would like to give a shout out to Pacon Morales.
Yes.
Morales, yes, great friend of mine, Douglas Dietrich, listener. He helped me out, and I tell you what, he's a good artist. He sent me a link to some of his songs, and man, I'm telling you, this dude's hardcore, man. He's got some lyrics with him, so I look forward to hearing more from him. And I'm about to fire up my other podcast, my Graffiti Talk Radio, and I'm gonna give him a nice interview, which he can, promote. But yeah, Pacon Morales, thank you for everything you've done for me, and thank you for being a listener here to Douglas Dietrich. So as far as I'm going, I'm done with my cancer treatment, but I'm feeling, my head is starting to feel a lot of swelling come back to where the cancer was. Of course, I don't have my PET scan until June 22nd, so we can see if the cancer's gone away. But something, I just got a scary feeling that it's not completely gone, or so it's coming back or something. Because this swelling is starting to swell around my whole head. So
you're swelling in the head?
Yes. Well, I have face and neck cancer. The cancer was in my face and neck, and they said it started in my tonsils. And while it was in my tonsils, there was no symptoms. So who knows how long I'd been carrying around this cancer. But once it spread to my face and neck, that's when I started to have symptoms. And by the time I had symptoms, it was already in stage 2. So I did chemo and I did radiation both at the same time.
I want you to send me, I asked you to do this, to send me an email or a message on Facebook so that I can send it back to you. I have a video I will show you, which takes some definite effort, 45 minutes a day. You can work up to it. It shows you how to clear your lymphatics, how to drain your lymphatics, because this is when the lymph flows, this is how you cleanse your body. And it sounds to me that the your lymph glands are swelling, and you need to clear the lymph. Everybody does. And this exercise, it takes work, but it clear. You got your lymphatics in the armpits, and in the groin area, and in the neck area, and this will get all of these things moving and flowing. And send me an email, skybooks@yahoo.com, or Facebook message me, and I will send you the link.
I definitely will, and it's interesting that you say that, because I've been having to get my legs wrapped because of the lymphedema. Yeah, that's showing up in my ankles and my lower legs.
And if you have somebody who's gifted, and I had a doctor who was Filipino Chinese, and she would work the lymphatics. I mean, she did a wonderful thing for my daughter who had, I guess what you call adolescent psoriasis, and which was chickenpox basically, and it aggressively came on in her teens, and the doctors were crazy. They wanted, they wanted to give her medication. This doctor took her, my friend doctor, and didn't charge us a dime, and she worked her lymphatics, and she got healed.
Wow.
And that's, and of course this doctor, who was a Qigong practitioner herself, she endorsed everything that I did and ever showed her. And she was a medical doctor. She was also an acupuncturist, but her forte was acupressure. So she knew how to work the lymphatics just with her own gift. She'd work on the Dalai Lama. She'd work on the president of China. She'd go there. And she was so good. They
That's wonderful. No, I definitely appreciate your sharing that. And so when it comes to what Derek Talley is dealing with, don't lose heart. I'm sure that the work you do with Peter Moon will help you immensely, or certainly at least make you feel better. And then we'll find out more when you get checked on again. And Brendan, you have something to add to that.
Yeah, I would like to second what Peter said. Like, the lymphatics are essential, and that was my first, Derek. Yeah, and I'm obviously not a doctor, but I don't think it's the cancer coming back. I think you basically got that. It's it definitely, because it's coming on slow, it sounds to me like it's related to the lymphatics. So I would start there, and then of course you're going to go to your appointment. But I'm saying, like, do that while you're waiting, and I think you'll notice it will improve. Because of the lymphatic system, a lot of people don't know about it. It's like it's just as large as like your circulatory system. Like, it's like just as big as the blood system. It's like right next to it basically in the whole body, and it's
right except there's no pump, because the circulatory system has your heart pumping it. The lymphatic system works the same way, but there's no pump.
Right. And when I found out about that,
that's why this exercise I'm going to show you is creating a pump. It's like you're doing it, and it's kind of like, to explain it, because we're working here with audio, is if you have your hands to one side, one up and one down, and then you switch to the other side, boom, and you're moving back and forth. You're moving the arms from side to side. It's getting your armpits, but your torso and your what's in your groin area where the lymph glands are moving too, and in around your neck is moving too. So you're pumping it. What I would also say, in addition to that, there's something in Qigong, which is very basic, called circle walking, where you're walking in a figure 8. And Chinese will show you to walk in a circle. And this is decidedly wrong. They teach it wrong. And part of the reason they teach it wrong is so that you won't, it's a long tradition of not learning it right, so that you won't be as powerful as the head family. But so you walk in a figure 8, and when you walk in a figure 8, you not only do move the lymph, but you also spin your blood. The blood needs to spin around the arterial walls. So
yes, thank you.
It's like you get boom, 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 and this is stuff that doesn't happen when you play tennis, basketball, football, baseball, soccer. It doesn't happen. It doesn't move. It doesn't flow.
Right.
So these are great techniques.
That's why like swimming is so healing, because you can get more into the flow with swimming itself. Yeah.
Swimming is good.
Yeah, well, that's why Derek Talley loves swimming. It's and it also is enlightening. It takes all the gravity weight off of the body, so it definitely makes Derek a lot more buoyant, and so that helps immensely. It frees him up for exercises that would
Excellent.
Yeah.
And when I'm in the pool, a lot of times, and I'm wondering once Peter shows me these exercises, if I could do them in the pool, because when I'm in the pool, I don't necessarily swim. A lot of times, I'll run in place, jog in place. I'll do like a ski machine action, jumping jacks.
It's called water
I'll do all those in the pool.
Can be done in the pool. You do it in the water. You can, and you're going to move slower in the water. It's great to do it in the water. One of the exercises in Qigong we're always taught to do is to do it in imaginary jello, like you're moving through jello, and it's like you're moving slow, and so when you're in the water, it's like moving through the jello in some of these forms that you do, and it's really great stuff, and I encourage you to do that. So do email me, do Facebook me.
Okay,
we'll send this YouTube video that you can watch. It also gives another exercise which is excellent for, it's excellent too. In fact, I gave these exercises to friends of mine with cancer. And the woman, her blood rang clear. She said she couldn't believe it. And she did it, she still does it every day. She was cleared of it. She had to undergo radiation treatments. But she did these, and it helped clear her blood. So the doctor was astounded. So
if I start now, but I may pass my PET scan with flying colors by the time the 22nd comes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just love to hear from you.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Yes, wonderful. That's quite the plan. And go on, Brendan, and tell us about yourself today. Tell us what happened with your job interviews, and catch us up on everything.
Oh yeah, I've been dealing with getting employment and just doing that. I did get hired at the 100 yen shop, but I have like other opportunities that I'm looking at. So I'm like, it's up in the air. But I would have really enjoyed to work at the 100 yen shop, because I would be like technically working for a Japanese company.
Right.
I would just nerd out for something like that. But we'll see if I could get possibly a second job with them, or like if they'd be willing to work, because the manager was like a chick, and she she had taken German classes before, so maybe like, who knows?
Oh wow! Yes.
Maybe my life is changing. No,
yes.
I'm just kidding.
Yes. That's cool. Go on. Yeah.
But they hired me on the spot because I was just familiar with retail and all that stuff, and they did actually ask like if I spoke any of their languages, which is normally jobs don't ask that in the States, so that was interesting.
Yes. That's wonderful. I mean, that's really so appreciated. So go on. Yeah.
Right. And there was an interesting, they were definitely governed differently. You could tell, I appreciate, obviously, because I've talked about it so many times, just the Japanese culture and the way it's done, and like it comes out in that story because it's like they have to follow, of course, the corporate rules, but the corporate is like a Japanese corporate. So like to me that appeals a lot better than American corporate because it's just a different style, so that's just something to note, that like if anyone who's been to Japan or like knows Japanese culture is aware of that stuff. But so that was interesting. Other than that, I missed the chance. I was trying to watch that the film you had given to us. It was, what was it called again?
Dead Mind.
Excuse me for
Dead Mind.
Dead Mind. Yeah, Dead Mind. I'm actually gonna probably have my friend watch it with me. So like later on tonight, I'll probably end up watching it.
Oh, okay.
Get someone else into it.
That's wonderful. Yes.
Because I'm into like Asian films. Like I've grown up watching like all the a lot of translated films. So for me, that's like it's a little easier for me to get into. So it's something that I enjoy. So that's gonna be cool.
Right.
Other than that, I didn't really want to go back to whatever that dude is,
Oh, actually, go back there. I think that's
The
fine.
guy-
Actually, I don't think we've done him justice. Yeah. So go
I
on.
just had a few observations.
Please.
Please
And
do.
I-
Please do.
Yeah, I just realized that is that the guy that wrote Braveheart? Is this the guy we're talking about?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. He doesn't look like
Is it
him.
the same guy? Okay.
Don't assume that unless we're
No,
sure.
I'm not assuming because I'm not sure exactly. But
There's a guy.
but
by
obviously
the same name.
the Henry Wallace guy is real. The previous.
The Randy Wallace is the same name. There's a Randy Wallace who wrote Braveheart, but there's
Right.
I'm not sure that this is the same.
That's
Randy,
why I was asking because I was confused, but
because the
that's where I've
picture
heard that name, but
doesn't add up to me what I saw.
it's not the same guy most likely. But anyways, in his like the guy that wrote the thing we just read, I don't even need to look at it again. What is it? Yeah, the guy that was writing that thing and how he was upset about all that stuff. It's like if you just look into his grandfather or who, what's his name, the original guy's name,
Yeah,
the
Henry
vice
Agard
president.
Wallace the
Henry.
third.
Yeah, okay. So if you look in, he was like straight railed in the 50s because he wrote a letter to Truman about how they should like be cool with the Russians and all that stuff. So it's like, what is there to redeem about his name? Unfortunately,
Thank you.
There's not much.
Thank you.
This is a different person.
No. What we're talking about is you're
The Braveheart guy's a different person.
Yeah,
No,
for sure.
I'm just clarifying that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Peter. Yeah,
Oh, okay. Yes.
we
I
don't
see.
want to get those two confused because that's like
No. Yes. That Henry Wallace, of course. Now, wasn't that the name of the Scottish resistance fighter who was resisting the British? Wasn't that Henry Wallace or William Wallace? It was William Wallace.
William Wallace.
So was it one of his descendants? It must have been one of his descendants
It's a
wrote the
good
film.
question.
that wrote the
This
book. I'm
particular
pretty sure.
Randall Wallace, who wrote the movie,
The movie,
was in Memphis, Tennessee.
Okay.
It doesn't mention, although it could have been, because why is he so? He's at least inspired by the name Wallace.
Right.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't be this guy. This guy wouldn't have that capability to write a film
Right.
like that. Rather, it's the shall we say, we're dealing with a species that we're just now beginning to encounter as we hit sensitive points. Now, one thing that to put context into why we know this is real is just simply what happened to my account right after Peter Moon and I did the show, combined with this guy suddenly showing up. It's like a 1-2 punch. They actually don't understand why I'm not down with first what happened with the account, and I explained that on that latest transmission prior to this one, and the one that was, because we started late and ended early, was really only a few hours long. One of the shortest episodes I've ever done, 4 hours, a little less than 4 hours. I do recommend everyone review that. So for God's sake, everyone who has not yet reviewed it, I do ask that they go back to the transmission prior this one. There's going to be a few old episodes that Lena Shea put up because she felt they were topical, and those episodes were from the year 2018. When you get back to the Missing Millennium, the Murdered Messiah, and the Alliance of Antichrist, that was on May 27th, of this year, and that's the one you want to review. It's got 607 views or so on it now. Let's make it let's bring that up. It's got 40 thumbs up on it, and only Richard K. Cole has put his single thumbs down. So everyone who does listen to it, it's been worth their while. So do make certain that you review that. I hope that, while he's jacking off to me, because that's obviously what Randall Wallace does, since he thinks I'm a sex doll, he's obviously been stimulated by myself. While he's jacking off to tonight's thumbnail, he might notice that I've lifted up the coffin, the casket, to use.
Yeah, just to make a joke about that, it's almost like he was offended. Why does he keep posting these pictures like he likes them or something?
Yeah, well, he's obviously, it reveals so much about himself, just like when, what was it, that guy's name? Who was the guy at Revolution Radio who was talking about my high heels? That was Stephen D. Kelly.
Oh, my God,
I mean,
yeah.
it's like Laney Shea said, the guy's obviously got a physical crush on you because he keeps talking about how feminine you look in your high heels. I mean, this is what he was raving on about. It's like, all right, well, that shows us something about him. Yes, well, hopefully Randall Wallace notices I'm lifting the casket high enough so people can see the incinerator behind me, so just so that people understand what this in the thumbnail image. So we definitely want people to understand these are serious times, and yet here we are in the middle of a plague. We've got over 100,000 dead as officially recognized, and we know it's much more than that. There's an undercounting that's very similar here to Russia, and in Russia, they're not counting anyone who has died with comorbidities. In other words, COVID-19 also causes people who have diabetes, cancer, or high blood pressure, or the various assaults on injuries to the body that just make a person more vulnerable. The COVID-19 just exacerbates those to the extent where the chances of dying become astronomically higher. So when it comes to the Russians, they're not counting comorbidity deaths. They're only counting people who have died strictly from lung implosion, of the lungs being impacted so badly by COVID-19 that you cannot diagnose as anything else. So it's only those asphyxiated deaths the Russians are counting as COVID-19 deaths, which means that they're only counting 40% of the people who are dying of COVID-19. The United States uses those same kinds of criteria to hide the people dying. So if they say there's 100,000 dead, that means it's only 40% of the people who have died. So we know there's well over twice as many people as that. It's about 250,000 dead at this point. So this is far more than the Americans have lost in any war at this point, other than the American Civil War or World War II, depending on how you're calculating the battles, etc. And of course, I always point out that things are always undercounting. Yeah, things are always undercounted, astronomically, because the government's always trying to, quote unquote.
What does that say about Brazil? They're at like 500,000 people dead already. Like that means they're in the millions.
Yeah, yes, I agree.
But it's like there are a lot of rural areas that probably who knows what happened.
Yeah, and I don't know why we're not counting them yet as the country with the most deaths. They're still saying it's the United States officially. So
yeah, I don't get that either.
Yeah,
the Germans are saying that they have 500,000.
Yeah. So
Cats,
yeah. So it's there's something very strange.
Brazil tops more than 500,000. Okay.
Yeah.
On Deutsche Welle.
Yeah. Interesting. So I guess to Americans, of course, Brazil doesn't count they're not people, right? I mean, they're not.
Exactly. Yeah. How is that possible if? I guess it's like total cases. It's saying total cases, but I mean, I'm sure there's lots of people dead still. I mean, come on.
Yes, that's right. And so
supporters of President Bolsonaro chanting "myth, myth, myth" in Brasilia.
Crazy, fucking crazy. But Noam Chomsky's no better. So now we see who sponsors Noam Chomsky. We found out who sponsors Noam Chomsky. So that just discredits Noam Chomsky for everything. But then again, like Peter Moon said, all it takes for him is basically Noam Chomsky doesn't believe he actually accepts the Warren report as the truth. He believes it was Lee Harvey Oswald that took out John F. Kennedy. So yeah, how anyone can listen to him is of course then beyond us. So at any rate, but Brendan, go on. There's got to be some more misadventures that you've had. You will share something about the dinner you had the other day. Yes.
I mean, there's no misadventures as of yet that are interesting, really. And like, I mean, the dinner's really uneventful too. That's kind of just like, just having dinner with other than like maybe like I had some real German beer. It's called I think it's called what is it called again? That's how good the beer was. I forgot. It's called Westfala or something.
Westphalia?
Like that. Yeah, Westphalia.
Yeah.
Yeah, Westphalia. Yeah. Yeah,
It's some type of Weiss beer.
Was it 10% alcohol?
It was pretty strong. Yeah, it had like the what is it called? The purity law, the Reinheitsgebot.
Wow.
The German purity law. So it was, it was like some really good German beer. So that was the highlight. And I usually don't drink, but it is true that the alcohol in Europe, I mean, there's something about it that it's, I don't know, fermented correctly, or it's more bioavailable, but more bioactive.
Yes.
That, like, it doesn't harm my body as much. Because it's, like, just the nature of the way they ferment it. It's, like, because if I drink, like, Western beers, like, I'll have, like, two.
It's less processed. It's less processed.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
It's, like, more pure. Like, the German purity law is literally called that because it's like that's the point. But it's like, yeah, it's so much better. Yeah, it's like unspeakably better, really.
I once, Brendan, I was in Germany for the book fair once, and I was in a German restaurant, and they tell you everybody in Germany speaks English. They don't. Absolutely not. If you're around the press or educated people, yes. Right. But when you're out in the suburbs, out in the restaurants, no way.
Right.
So I was in this German restaurant, and I didn't. It was very hard to order because the menus were all in German, and I very don't like to eat sugar or anything. So the only thing safe to drink, and I normally don't drink alcohol, was beer, and I drank it.
And the Germans will charge you for tap water, or like any water.
Well,
so
it wasn't
that.
I drank beer, and when I walked out of the restaurant, I put my foot on the stone, and I felt like I was completely stoned after just one beer.
Whoa!
Right.
And I didn't even realize it until I actually walked. Very strong, and it was very good.
Yes.
And it didn't feel. I guess even though I was stoned, so to speak, sometimes if I will drink American beer, it gives you kind of they call it a buzz, but it's not an alcoholic buzz. It's a sludge buzz from the sludge you're drinking. Right.
I mean, I don't want to talk too much crap, but a lot of the American beers, like it's almost like leftovers of like making like spirits. It's like the malt leftovers, like especially like the cheaper stuff, like the 40s and
we don't want to go off topic here, but
yeah, sorry.
It's fine by me.
We already have, but there's a whole story about St. Louis, and where the whole beer that was made by Bush was underground. It was all done underground.
Right.
I once wrote a whole article on St. Louis, the connection to Lindbergh, and perhaps the flying machines, and also the underground of St. Louis, literal underground.
Right.
But that's a diversion from a diversion. But anyway, back to Wallace. Back to Wallace.
Yes. Yeah, because that's so much
quickly,
fun.
I found the other beer that we drink. It's called Franciscana.
Uh-huh.
So it's made by like monks, or it's in the traditional like monkish style.
Okay.
But I just wanted to make a comment about his like Henry Wallace's like letter to Truman. It was like he was talking about inviting Stalin. He's saying the Department of Commerce has already arranged cooperation, and this is under his rule.
Yes.
Arranged cooperation with 2 representatives to Moscow for the months of July and August. I think it's very significant that these reports are optimistic, et cetera, et cetera. So it's like he wasn't even trying to hide that he was pro-Russia. Like he sent the letter to Truman and said he was like happy to help the Russians, and it's almost like he had like
the Cold War had not begun then.
Exactly.
Well, actually,
but he was advocating against like the Cold War even starting.
Right. Actually,
basically,
it had in the sense that the Americans were already missing many thousands of soldiers that the Russians had captured, and the Russians were not releasing them and never did. So this was reported by Eisenhower to Truman. So there were already incredibly damning actions on the part of Joseph Stalin. He was already effectively at war with the West, and had basically in effect declared war. So you have when what our man Brendan is referring to is when the idiot Henry Wallace was promoting all of this crap. He was using his position as the man who was in charge of the Department of Commerce, where of course he'd been shunted by Roosevelt when basically the politics had become such where people said Roosevelt's going to die any day, and we've got to get rid of this son of a bitch because when Henry Wallace becomes president, he's going to surrender us to the goddamn Soviets. I mean, this was well known. And so then after they got rid of him and put him in the Department of Commerce, this is what he was left with, was this bullshit about, oh, hey, the Russians are cool, bring Stalin over, Papa Joe, all that shit. So
and it's funny because at the end it says President Truman's reply was to dismiss Mr. Wallace from his post in the cabinet.
Thank you.
So he basically said, like, are you fucking nuts, dude? Like, done.
Yes, basically said you're fired. He said you're fired. By the way, Brandon Young is with us in the chat room. Shout out to Brandon Young, wonderful human being. God bless him. He's an individual who, of course, almost lost his life on my account. This is an individual who was attempting to confront Peter Levenda for spreading disinformation and slandering Brandon Young's own family. And Brandon Young is welcome to come on if he wishes. That's up to him. So Brandon, let us know if you want to come on. We'll bring you on. Let us know if you want to come on. Otherwise, just thank you for hanging out. Definitely, it's appreciated the fact that you're here. Now there's various odd things going on with the analytics tonight. So I'm going to refresh the page here and see what's going on with the analytics. Okay, there we are. That's better. And anyhow, so Brandon Young is sending his best regards. And so good man. God bless him. So with that in mind, of course, both of you gentlemen go back to talking. Of course, Selena, since she's still online with us, she's welcome to interject whenever she feels she wants to add something, as is Derek Talley, of course, who was, it was incredible that Derek Talley, the first time I ever brought him on with myself was when they knocked us off line completely. And then when I was going to bring him on for his birthday was the day that the account got secured, and we had to move heaven and earth to get it back. The fact that we were able to even do that on a transmission day just buggers the mind, boggles it. And I think that was like the last straw. That's what ultimately drove Randall Wallace to just, breaking and exposing himself as basically a kind of closet fan in his own perverted, twisted way. What I'm hoping that the two of you gentlemen will do is just keep things floating for a while. I want all of everyone, but particularly Brendan and Peter, who are the most, how would I say it, loquacious, and they both have a good chemistry. Yeah, to kind of, get things going while I just try to puzzle out. I'm taking a quick look around the internet. Doing my best to grab some things to analyze. Inescapably, I'm going to have to talk about the plague time riots and the plague itself to extent. So I do want both of you people to kind of help keep me afloat till I get to the point where I feel secure to do that, which won't be long. Won't be long from now.
Where I would like to go with this, at least on the Wallace thread, is not to focus on. The
idiot,
the flick black, the flack, but to go more to the core of what the real issue is with this whole proposition of FDR and Henry Wallace conspiring with Rorick to go to Mongolia and kill the Messiah.
Yes.
The recognized Messiah from Mongolia, whose blood was being used to heal people in Mongolia.
Yes.
It was quite successful. I've done some looking into Rorick more, and it's fascinating. He went there in the 20s in an article covered in the New York Times. He was looking for the Messiah. This can be corroborated in the New York Times. I think it's 1923 or 1927. I forget which year. Of course, he did the mission for the FDR administration in the 30s. And when Rorick was, he was not trusted or liked by almost everybody he cavorted with. On his way from the U.S., he stopped in Russia, where he was, and one of his accomplices on the trip was the head of the Russian secret police.
Of course, yes.
Who could not get separate funding from him for his adventure, although the government of Russia did give him funding for the trip. So Rorick was a player in every sense of the word. It would only be suitable that he would be played by Aleister Crowley. And I will rehash for those who perhaps did not hear it the other night when Douglas described how Rorick had received the Shintamani stone mysteriously with monographs, and it looked like it was sent from a quote-unquote divine or serendipitous source.
From one of the ascended masters, yes. Okay.
Exactly, which this was like, the philosopher's stone, the magical stone. And I had, I think, pointed out on a Facebook message that, it sounds like he was being set up by Crowley or someone of that ilk. And one of my friends said to me, and then of course Douglas came back on the next night after the transmission was cut, his ability to transmit was cut, and he salvaged it. And he said, yes, this indeed was Crowley. And I wanted, he wanted to get away from it because it was too painful to remember. One of my friends asked me, was Douglas just playing off of what you said, or do you think that really was? And I said, well, Crowley, I think he's playing off. I don't think he's playing off it at all. This is exactly what was said, because how many people are there that would be as knowledgeable enough as Crowley to set up Rorick like that?
Thank you.
Not many.
Right.
So who else could it be? Certainly not the American Secret Service. And you could say that, well, maybe the British Secret Service, but that was Crowley. So.
Yes, thank you. That brings us all the way back to Crowley all over again. And yeah, go on.
Not to get on an aside, but I was watching basically this. It's like a travel documentary. This guy does like London videos, but he also goes to like other parts of Europe. And he was in Sicily, and in some part of Sicily, he goes to this abandoned property, and it like looks super shady, like something out of a film, like a haunted house or something. And then he goes up to it, and he's like, yeah, this is Crowley's villa. And then they like sneak inside, and of course there's a bunch of like, graffiti, like satanic graffiti, because people know it's Crowley's villa. But what was Aleister Crowley doing in the 1920s in Sicily? Is that
it's very well known what he was doing in Sicily. Right. But what is most ironic about what he was doing in Sicily was that if you go there to this day, they've had articles at least, that they refer to him as a poet. They recognize him as a poet. Probably the only place in the world that acclaims him first and foremost as a poet. And he was a very prolific poet. Right. And some might argue that he was a very good poet. He certainly was inspired. But that was his abbey of Thelema on an island on the coast of Sicily called Cefalu. And he had his gathering there. They did their orgiastic rites and whatnot. And the roof fell down on that when a person died, and the press blew it up. The press blew it up. I don't even claim to know the specifics of whether it was his fault or not, but the press blamed it, and this helped create his reputation as the wickedest man in the world back in predominantly in England. And of course, you have to remember that there was a whole relationship, and Douglas will know this better than I, but Mussolini, he ousted Crowley, and Mussolini, this was before he was involved with Hitler, and Mussolini was involved with Ethiopia. He is somebody who took, the Vatican was basically inert before Mussolini came.
Yes.
It had been entirely, it was the capital of the Papal States. Italy, there was no Italy prior to the 1800s. It was known as the Papal States, and the revolution of Italy with, what's his name? Garibaldi was imported from
Giuseppe Garibaldi, yes.
Argentina,
Yes.
and there was Giuseppe Mazzini, who was the successor to Adam Weishaupt of the Illuminati, the actual Illuminati organization. And Giuseppe Mazzini had brought Garibaldi where this actually overthrew the Papal States, and they had the tricolor standard, red, white, and green, just as France and America had red, white, and blue. They called it the tricolor standard. So then basically the Vatican was reduced to just a tiny little city-state, which it is today, and it was inert except for secular power. People didn't pay attention. Mussolini rehabilitated it as a financial clearinghouse, and it became useful to not only Mussolini, but to whoever wanted to use the Vatican as a financial clearinghouse under the tutelage of Mussolini and his number one son, Marconi. The Marconi, the guy who gave us so much radio technology.
Right, right. And it definitely a lot of people have known about Marconi's feud with Tesla. Maybe you could give us some details on that, Brendan.
Oh yeah, you almost read my mind there. I'm pretty sure he worked with Tesla at some point, and they had a falling out. That sounds like something that happened. But
they had a court case.
Exactly, right. But I think it's almost certain that Tesla invented, or he at least utilized radio first, because it can't be invented. It's like, a spectrum, but he utilized it first because he had like remote controlled boats. Like he was one of the first people to do remote control anything, So it seems to me like perhaps Tesla kind of had knowledge of it.
Oh, there's no question that he had knowledge, and Tesla even acknowledged that Marconi kind of won the judicial war to a certain extent.
Right.
But Marconi, and he, Tesla was not a money-oriented person, much to his detriment of his own work. If he had been more conscious and responsible towards funding, he would have done better, not only for himself but for the world. And Marconi there's interesting things about Marconi is that he was like super fascist, super aligned with Mussolini, and super aligned with the Vatican. He preached the Vatican, and now Marconi's is supposed to have not really died when they said he died, and he led a whole group. This is what I learned in Germany, and of course it's not new to what I had learned in Germany, that he had escaped to South America and became part of, I guess, what Joseph Farrell would call a breakaway civilization. He became part of a secret group that had gone to South America and had built, high technology craft.
Yes.
And later, according to my friends in Germany, they merged with the people from Antarctica.
Interesting.
In the Mato Grosso, which is between Brazil and Paraguay. Yeah. And it was very interesting. These guys were saying that, and that what they had said about the Antarctica base is that it had become, there was too much, the bacteria would infect people. So they had to leave Antarctica, and they went to the Mato Grosso and joined up with Marconi's group. So they were talking all about the Mato Grosso, and I'm looking at it on the map. And when I got back from my trip to Germany in 2007, November, I looked on the internet and I thought, well, look up this area. And of course, it was the same area they showed in the movie that Selena had talked about, The Boys from Brazil. And sure enough, George Bush's daughter had just been down there to secure water rights for that area, to purchase water rights for her family, a huge amount of water. And because this was when they were talking about a great water shortage on the planet, and it said the only people that had a bigger tract of water rights in the Mato Grosso than the Bush family was Reverend Sun Myung Moon.
Yes, that's right. Who, of course, Bush was a Moonie. He was a member of the Reverend Sun Myung Moon Church, and which should never be forgotten. So there's much to go into with that. By the way, our lady Selena, she, of course, is more convinced that this person is a troll because she's been looking for him, and she says that he doesn't have a YouTube channel, and there's no he has no YouTube account, and that he has no page on Facebook and Twitter, so that he's only on Instagram. Of course, I appreciate what she's doing, but the fact remains that working with the kind of experiences that I have had, based on that, I intuit this to be Randall Wallace. There's no reason for it.
A person like that, I would not expect to have a YouTube account. He would need it, or a Facebook account.
Thank you.
An Instagram account, he would have.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
In my opinion.
No, that I was going to articulate that, and so I'm not surprised that she doesn't find that. And but remember, honey, he's not like you and I, where we have to operate from the bottom up. He's operating from the top down. If he really wanted to put out a concert and wanted it to sell out, he could arrange for that to happen literally within hours. It's like he wouldn't even need to buy an ad campaign for months beforehand. He could just say, he'd get everybody on Instagram notified, just by paying the right people at Instagram, and it would go out, there's going to be a concert here in so many hours, and it would sell out within hours. I mean, this is how he could operate if he wanted. His, he doesn't need these other very peripheral accounts that the little people need. It's pretty much that's pretty much the reality. But I thank you for looking, and we'll see what she follows up with. She's saying something else, and I'll report it, when she's finished entering that. So both of you gentlemen, please go on. The Mato Grosso in Brazil is, of course, infamous for its secrets. And it is where, of course, as Peter has spoken of, there was a high technology colonies. So the kind of what people present in Wakanda in the Black Panther film of Marvel Comics franchise is what many people have described as something similar, or the general idea of what was going on in places in the Mato Grosso of Brazil. There's even science fiction novels where they started off the rebuildings of civilization from that area of the world in the aftermath of nuclear war. So that was, and I'm talking about old science fiction novels, like old enough where they're back when we didn't have electronic book publishing. It was back in the days when a science fiction novel would be circulating and republished every few years. Back in the days.
South America is a much more mysterious continent than, say, North America, which has its own mysteries. But still, it's like because there's a big language barrier. The Amazon jungle is tremendously difficult to, and I'll just give you an example. When we were down on the Scientology ship, the Apollo, we were in the vicinity of Venezuela in a little island called Curacao, and I remember one of my colleagues I think he was a New Zealander, and he was an adventurer, and he wanted to. He has 3-week vacation. He actually went down to, I guess, to Peru, and he wanted, and into Colombia, and he was want to take a raft or a boat down the entire Amazon. And he was told, he says, you can't do that. He says, if you were, you're going to go down so far, and the entire boat is going to be consumed by animal life, is what they told him.
Yes.
And they weren't trying to scare him. I mean, they could have sold him the boat and
let it go. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I said, no, you don't go down the Amazon like that. There was also the fascinating tale that they told me in Germany, and David Childress covered it in one of his books. I think it's the Lost Cities of South America.
Yes.
Where it talks about this German who was Tenakaku, or he claimed to be a native Amazonian, but he had blue-eyed and blonde hair, and there was a colony of blue-eyed and blonde-hair people, and I think some reporter went with him and ended up dead or disappearing. He was an escaped German from the Third Reich, and so that was a whole I forget the story, Tenanaku or something like that. An interesting story that had certainly caught the front pages of some publications, particularly in Germany. I think he kind of pretended to be a native, sort of a Tarzan-like.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, it was a whole interesting story. But that area it's a no man's land, even in this day and age. Even if McDonald's is, cutting up the rainforest.
Right. It's important for people to understand that in the end, high technology attempts to tame the Amazon rainforest have failed. Now, the technology has been pretty brutally administered by people like Henry Ford, who created what was called Fordlandia. And Henry Ford was relocating an entire colony of Americans down south in the Amazon. Now, I remember one wonderful lady wrote me about her relations had been colonists in Fordlandia, which was named after Henry Ford. And so she knew what I was saying was true. And these Americans were so overwhelmed by the wilderness that Henry Ford had imported all kinds of psychological buffers, and he had streets installed in the middle of the Amazon rainforest, along with water hydrants, that dogs could piss on, that connected to no water, just to give a psychological tether to the Americans who were falling into a kind of rainforest panic, a kind of delirium in that environment. And eventually, of course, Fordlandia failed. And it was completely tragic. It didn't need to fail, but it was completely reclaimed by the Amazon rainforest. And well, not completely. I mean, you can still see the ruins of Fordlandia, ancient warehouses and whatnot, where he was trying to process rubber. Rubber was a strategic material, and America had
I was going to say his whole purpose was to grow rubber because he couldn't get it in the volume he needed or something.
Well, because the Japanese had conquered Asia. The Japanese had conquered Asia, so the Americans were out of rubber, and so which all came from Asia. So he was trying to grow it down there, and so it was just there were other multi-billionaires of their day who would be considered multi-billionaires today who were trying to do the same thing with the Amazon rainforest, and also the forest ate them, so to speak. The project. It
says the workers got yellow fever and malaria, plus poor logistics, but it sounds like the disease factor was a factor.
Oh yeah, there were many. But don't forget, I mean, it's not just that. It's imagine being an American who grew up in a suburban neighborhood and you're working for Ford on an assembly line and you're sent down to the Amazon rainforest. I mean, come on. You may as well be you may as well have been transferred by teleportation to Death World, right? I mean, it's like you're getting eaten alive by insects. You've got, alligators outside the door and shit. I mean,
listen to what it says here. It says alcohol, women, tobacco, and even football were forbidden within the town, including inside the workers' own homes. Inspectors would go from house to house to check how organized the houses were and to enforce these rules. The inhabitants circumvented these prohibitions by paddling out to merchant riverboats moored beyond town jurisdiction, often hiding contraband goods inside like watermelons. And it said that the population had reduced to 90 people by early 2000, and then it swelled up to 3,000 by 2017.
What are we talking about? The 21st century? What was going on then? I mean, Ford, of course, was doing this during World War II. And
Yeah, but I mean, the population descended, but there were still some people there, as many as 90.
Wow.
90 people is not a lot of people. There were 90 people living there as of 20 years ago.
like, were they stranded, or why did they
Well,
stay?
it doesn't say. It just says that.
Wow, that's amazing.
It says the town was mostly deserted, with only 90 residents still living in the city until the early 2000s, when it saw an increase of population, being home to around 3,000 people as of 2017.
I'm impressed. I mean, oh my God, they're recolonizing Fordlandia. They're repopulating Fordlandia. Holy shit.
I wonder if it's still owned by the car company. Who knows?
Yeah. Does Henry Ford still own it, or is this under like are these people just adventurers of some sort, kind of like a hippie colony? What the fuck?
Right. I was gonna say it sounds like a co-op or something.
It says that Henry Ford's grandson in 1945, Henry Ford II, sold the area comprising both towns back to the Brazilian government for a loss of over $20 million. In spite of the huge investment, Henry Ford never visited either of his ill-fated towns. Between the 50s and late 70s, the Brazilian government, through the Ministry of Agriculture, installed several facilities. The houses that once belonged to Ford's rubber tappers were then given to the families of the ministry's employees, whose descendants still occupy them. The project was also short-lived, and it says the town remained inhabited by roughly 90 people. No basic services were offered, with medical help only coming by boat at long intervals. That changed when people looking for places to live decided to go to the town, claiming the houses. The town, now a district of Aveiro, is home to nearly 2,000 people. It said 3,000 people up earlier in the article. So it's looked like a space where people could go.
Wow, I'm impressed, and thank you for finding that out. You're certainly both Selena and yourself do very well with looking things up, and you have very much a talent for finding things.
Well, it's just looking at what's in front of me while I'm listening, because it's I don't have to worry about producing the show like you, so it's easy for us to look. It's very easy to look.
Well, you help make the show worthwhile, very much so. I mean, believe me, I adore having Peter Moon on, and Brendan, and Derek, and Selena, and Lena. I wish she could spend more time with us. Of course, she has her duties as a mother and all of that. And I don't know, you weren't here, Brendan, when I told her to explain herself, because the other day she was on and she was having a real hard time focusing. And so I had her explain to everyone that her problem was that she wasn't high enough. Unlike your case, where the valerian root had basically hit you systemically and impacted you like some new NASA drug for, slowing down the metabolism to suspended animation levels. Of course, you started picking up stride just before you had to take a shit, because that was when it was purging out of your system. Then she was just basically...
It all makes sense.
Yeah, she didn't have time to lubricate herself yet, and so she was like still running dry. When it came to... Brendan's other adventures, of course. He was telling me that he was missing for days. That's why we thought the quote-unquote German lady he had the date with had basically killed him. And I brought up the example of Jeff Adachi. For those of you who aren't familiar, Jeff Adachi was a Japanese-American defense attorney who was responsible for the city and county of San Francisco's defense of criminals that had been arrested by the San Francisco Police Department. So he was defending them from prosecution. So he's the natural enemy of the San Francisco Police Department in that sense. Now, there's people with these kinds of positions in every major city, of course, but apparently his status with the San Francisco Police Department was beyond acrimony, not just the natural enemy status that defense attorneys have with the prosecutors and police departments. These people literally hated each other beyond all reason. And so he had been involved with many media projects, this being San Francisco. So Jeff Adachi is a Japanese American, one of the few left in the United States, because, we're all unicorns. He basically sided with many minority issues and participated in a lot of films that were made by people like Spike Lee. And so you had this man with position and power in San Francisco who had media clout, and he was going to help me make movies. He wanted to make some movies based on what I was exposing. And I told him, look, he was married, he had kids, but married men, a lot of them with that level of responsibility he had, they work hard, they play hard, and so his wife and kids were in such a position where he wasn't getting much at home, so he was seeing escorts, and I told him, God damn it, don't go see Russian escorts. But of course, the majority of escorts these days are Russian, and don't be stupid. They're all spies. They all will. If they're selling their body for pay, they'll murder you for pay, or see that you're set up so you can be murdered. And sure enough, yeah, as soon as he had cut some deals with me, oh, I'm seeing this Russian escort. He didn't dare tell me. He told this other real sex bomb that you'll find if you look up Jeff Adachi. The last woman to talk to Jeff Adachi was not his wife. It was one of his best friends, this hot Asian chick, who said, oh yeah, he was all excited. He was going to meet this Russian chick and went to see her on Telegraph Hill. And of course, died. And of course, they just gave him a roofie, knocked him out, pumped his body full of coke, pumped his, cocaine, not Coca-Cola, pumped his body full of coke and pumped his body full of alcohol. And, that was after he was down. And they pumped enough into him to, along with the proper toxins to kill his ass. And the police hated him so much, they released it all just for the scandal. By the way, that's totally illegal. Any public figure, you can't do that. You can't release the coroner's report or the forensics without the permission of the family. And they did this without the permission of the family, just so they could fuck him over in death, the way the Russians had fucked him over in life. And I'm not very bitter about it because of two factors. One is, if it had gone through, it would have made an enemy of me with the SFPD, whom I really require for personal security. So at least that didn't have to happen. And the other thing too, it's really fucking natural selection. This is like Darwin at work here. When, you tell somebody, don't point the loaded gun at your head. Don't point the loaded gun at your head. And they just, oh yeah, man. Oh wow, she's a hot Russian chick. I gotta go for it. Anyhow, so with Brandon Zogit, we all knew it's just like that. He met this chick online, and she speaks to him in some hot and heavy German, and he's like, his dick gets all hard, and he says, I'm there for dinner. Because, we asked him, what's her last name? Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, I know her first name's Frau. Yeah. And then he's just over there, then he's gone for days. And so we all assumed it was another Jeff Adachi. Oh, fuck, they got him. I was just all astonished because I never thought he was that important. I said, fuck,
right.
I never thought Brendan got taken that seriously. Holy shit. We were going to have that put on his tombstone. If they ever found his body, I'm moving up. That would be on his headstone. I'm moving up. They finally think I'm important. I'm important now, yeah.
Right.
And, of course, he was telling me the next night he was gone was, I was seeing stars, Oh, I bet he was seeing stars all right. Yeah, first when she knocked him out. Yeah, then when he came out of the roofie and shit. Oh, my head. Oh, I'm seeing stars. Yeah. He was telling me, of course, that's how he lost his virginity and shit, with some woman riding cowgirl on top. I'm sorry, maybe I'm going too much information, but...
that was the moon. That was a super moon.
It was a super moon. Yeah, there you go. She was under the spell of the moon. That was her excuse. Yes. What was yours? You turned into a wolf. That was it. Yes. So tell us, Brendan, what the fuck happened, and how is it you go out with strange women whose last names you don't know, and how does this work?
Well, the dinner, it was just like a casual dinner, between friends. It was like
between
just
friends
like someone
whose last names you don't know.
Well, I'm saying that it wasn't a date. It was just like I got invited with some friends of mine, so it's like it was just like a what Europeans do. That's how I described it before. It's like Americans don't usually do it. What was that?
Just one of the guys.
Yeah, he's asking how does this work though? She's inviting a bunch of guys over for dinner. You and your friends, you're all guys, right?
It was basically like a coworker of mine, essentially, just to make it simple. So it was like someone that I already knew, and then we just went over and had dinner with them. It was like that, but yeah, like the situation the night after that was that was just a different situation. I was like preoccupied, like actually like stargazing and doing various, trips and like journeys, So I was, yeah.
By the way, you know what that reminds me of was when Abdul Karim Haq, when he was still a friend of mine, and there was this Korean chick who he had met at some conference, who liked his art, and she wanted to be supportive of the black guy from the industrial city of, Motor City and Detroit, of course. And she sponsored him to come to San Francisco, said he could stay at her place. And so he said, I don't know how to get to her place. I said, I know the city inside out. Let me pick you up. And now, but bear in mind, Abdul Karim Haq grew up in Detroit. And we're talking if Brendan went over there, we'd see photographs of him like those last selfies that he's taken of himself shining in the moonlight with his bright white skin, with all these black shapes chasing after him. So, so we're talking about a man who grew up in a fairly rough neighborhood. And I said, you'd better be prepared for what you're going to see. And he says, oh, come on, I grew up in Detroit. I'm a black man, grew up in Detroit, yeah. He was scared shitless. I had to escort him. He got out of the BART station in San Francisco.
San Francisco's a whole different world.
Yeah, he said, where am I?
The Bay Area is a whole different world.
Yeah, man. He's like, what's going on? Oh, don't hurt me.
Which BART station, Douglas? Which area BART station?
You're talking about the lower Mission. You're talking about hardcore Mission area.
Sketch.
Yeah, drugs, people just were taking their pants down so they could shove their cock in his mouth. Literally, I'm not kidding. This is what they were trying to do to him, and I just said, come on, come with me. He's with me. I said, he's mine. He's mine. They're like, oh, okay. They're all backing off and shit. He's crying and shit. Oh, man. Then we got over to the Korean chick's house. Now, this is some weird Korean chick who works for some kind of software company, high-tech company, and so we're in her house, and she was like, I don't remember her name, but it was just so fucking weird. So another friend had been invited over who knew Abdul from the old days, white guy from Australia, and so so she said, oh yeah, I'll come over to my house. And so she first off, her house was she's in this fairly wealthy, San Francisco's like New York, where you've got wealthy areas that are right next to ghettos. So it's a wealthy area next to a ghetto, and if you go out beyond the wealthy area, it's beyond here be tigers and shit. So so she's in this area where it's dangerous, but she's in an expensive place that she's paying $3,000, $4,000 a month for, maybe $5,000, and she has just allowed. There's two factors that were going on. One was she had allowed various lights to go out, and the toilets stopped flushing, and whenever these things broke down, she wouldn't fix them. She just moved into smaller and smaller parts of the apartment that were livable. And so most of the apartment was unlivable, and it was being taken back by nature in the sense that she had pet cats, but mice were coming in to make nests, and the cats weren't doing anything about the mice. So she fixed us all dinner, and then I guess she was afraid we were all going to gang rape her, so she went into the place that was livable, where her room was, where the lights and the water still worked, and left us. And she never came back. And she locked herself in her room. And so the three of us were left as strangers in her home, trying to eat a dinner she had helped prepare, awkwardly as fuck, with the hostess having locked herself in her room because she was afraid we'd all turn on her and gang rape her. And
did she say that, or it was just obvious?
Just obvious. It was just bizarre. And so, then the two of us left there and left Abdul there, who, stayed overnight sleeping in the dark part of the apartment until... So
did she come out to see him?
She never came out the rest of the night because she had a bathroom in her room. So that was the only bathroom that worked.
But she just left him as a guest? She invited him, right?
Yeah, but she just left him to his own devices, like the mice. And then he left in a day or so, and she only came out to go to work. And then, it's just one of these bizarre things. This is the kind of people who work in the high-tech industry.
It sounds like a different version of Norwegian Wood from the Beatles.
Well, it sounds like she invited him to stay as a guest, but that visit didn't include any form of companionship or...
No, she invited us over as his friends to dinner. Because I told her that he's not going to make it to your home alive. I said he doesn't know the city. He's not going to make it to your home alive. And I told her, because I called her and said, I'm his friend. I'm going to help him out. He gave me your number. So, I'm going to, and she said, come to dinner. And he's got another friend too who's coming to dinner. So I'll make dinner for the three of you. And then, then she abandoned us, after she made the dinner. She didn't eat any of her food. She just left it there and just...
She did what she said. She made the dinner. She just didn't participate.
Yeah. That's right.
And didn't comment on it.
No.
Didn't say, I'm going to go
No.
get an early sleep.
Yeah.
She just left.
Yeah. Then later on,
Wow.
she told she told Abdul she didn't like the way I looked and shit because I was half white and I scared her to death and my eyes were red and all that shit. So then she said, she was like, there you go with that. And but you know, it was more than that. I mean, she was obviously just, you know, suddenly regretting what she had done. She suddenly regretted what she had done. But none of us, I don't think any of us look particularly scary. You know, I mean, the Australian guy was just a dude, you know. It wasn't like he was, you know, Crocodile Dundee and shit. And, you know, it just, yeah, anyhow. So there you go with that. So it's just stream of thought there, stream of consciousness. So
Right.
So go on, Brendan, back to your seeing stars and how, you know, your first night under the supermoon and shit. You know, how did that happen?
That was like years back, like in high school. So that's like a story for another day. But
that's before the testicular torsion, right?
oh yeah, way before that. Yeah,
Oh wow. Oh okay.
the good old days. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
But-
has Peter Moon heard your testicular torsion story?
You've told it to me. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he knows. But it's funny because I told the German lady that, and it was just like every time
At
people
dinner?
ask,
At the dinner table?
yeah, because when people ask me about it, it's like I think to myself, like, do I really want to tell them? And it's like,
No, you
but
don't.
like by the time I already bring it up, it's like they're already curious, so it's like I just have to like nip it in the bud and just tell them, like, you know. And then after that, like they change the subject always, which is for the best.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and
Yeah.
so aside from that, I mean, go beyond that. Come on, keep us moving and do something to provoke Peter back into one of his tangents, because those are always good as well. And by the way, Derek Townley,
Yes.
you have some stories you were going to share with us, right? Weren't there other stories that you had been doing some research on, something that caught your attention that we should be paying attention to in terms of social consciousness or something we should be aware of, Derek?
Yes, I gotta dig them up here, but yeah, there was some.
Douglas, go ahead.
Huh? For one, here in Murfreesboro, they started. I don't know if you can say rioting. They started protesting here in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, and yesterday they burnt down the Capitol building in Nashville, Tennessee, and they also burnt down a courthouse. So they burnt down City Hall and they burnt down a courthouse in Nashville, Tennessee.
This is incredible. I mean, this is shocking. I mean, this is probably. I've got to say, this is. I'm impressed. I mean, this
I
kind
haven't heard of that.
Yeah, and so tell us about your son, because this was all happening just as we were coming online. Tell us about what happened with your son. Tell us.
Well, yeah, I had to get off of the off of the line today because my wife just told me came and told me, well, hey, somebody threw a rock or something or tried to bust out a window in downtown. Murfreesboro is kind of a small town, so I live not too far from the downtown. So they were protesting downtown, and they ended up throwing out some tear gas and declared a state of emergency and said that the whole town was on, because right now the whole state has a curfew, but at the time the whole town had a curfew, and the governor called for a state of emergency and said there's a curfew starts now, I want everybody off the street. Well, my son wasn't home. He was helping one of his buddy work on his car, so I had to get off of the line here and call my son and ask him, where you at? He said, well, I'm helping my buddy work on his car. I said, well, you got to get home, and when you get home, make sure you avoid going through downtown. I don't know where your buddy lives, but they already called for a curfew. So, make sure you come home, make sure you don't get pulled over, and don't go through downtown.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, really appreciate your.
Yeah, in our area, they're closing down stores early, and like the Targets are closed. So it's going to be like lockdown round 2. Perhaps.
Yeah.
One of the stories that I had to share, NYPD officer rams into crowd of George Floyd protesters in Brooklyn. The NYPD SUV was caught on camera ramming into a group of protesters in Brooklyn Saturday during the city's third night of chaotic demonstrations over the death of George Floyd. The clip opens up with an NYPD SUV idling in the middle of Flatbush Avenue, near St. Mark's Avenue, and Prospect Heights, with dozens of protesters pressing a metal barricade up against the vehicle as they threw bottles and traffic cones its way. Eventually, a second NYPD SUV pulls up alongside of the first vehicle and slowly drives around the barricade and towards the protesters. Seconds later, the officer behind the wheel of the first SUV ran into the barricade, knocking others to the ground among shrieks of horror. The incident occurred shortly before 8 p.m. according to Twitter user Pierre Guerapon, who posted the clip. So then when I first heard this, it kind of reminded me of Charlottesville, except for a police officer being the one that's plowing through the crowds. So that's why it seemed very bizarre. You know, as Douglas would say, it's very, very strange. So I don't know what you guys think about this.
Right. It's interesting, and I understand that the cops are under pressure right now, but like a lot of the stuff they're doing, even to contain these, is pretty, like, it doesn't make sense. Like the stuff I saw this morning was like actually pretty disappointing. Like it kind of almost embarrassed me to be American. Like the German network, they were having one of their a squad of press agents, and they were from Deutsche Welle, and they're standing in the middle of the street, like far away from the protesting. Like you could see it in the video. They were they weren't near anybody, and they have, all their press badges. They're wearing literally something they'd wear in a war zone, like a flak jacket that says press on it, and literally you can hear rubber bullets whizzing past the German reporter's head. And he's saying, like, what the fuck are they doing? Why are they shooting at us? And the cops were shooting at the Deutsche Welle crew. And the crew had to say, we're doing our jobs. Like, what are you doing? And then there's another scene where they're actually pulling up into a protest, and the cops are surrounding the German team and, like, swinging the batons at their heads. And the German guy's like, dude, we're press. We're doing our job. We're not American. You can't just do this. And the cops like, get out of here, just leave, or we're gonna fucking like fuck you up or something. Like literally is what he's saying.
Oh shit.
And so to me that was like so bad. Like the Germans are seeing that happen to their press. It's like, I understand they have to take hard lines.
Yeah, that's here in America. Yes, of course. Yes.
That's here in America. Yeah. They were in Minneapolis, like reporting.
Yeah.
Recording.
Yeah. And
our police were shooting at the German press. Like that's ridiculous. I'm sorry to say, like. And I understand the cops are, under duress as well, but it's like, that's beyond, like, that's fucking.
Well, that reminds me of another story that I saw. I wasn't going to bring this one up, but now that you brought up that one, China's foreign ministry tweets, "I can't breathe," as America's rival trolls U.S. over unrest. So you got other countries that are trolling us over our unrest. So.
Right. It's making us look extremely bad, and I think this is the nail in the coffin for Trump internationally. I mean, because he's just making it worse. Like, unfortunately, which was
he is. Which is what running against him. Look who's running against him, Biden. Right. You know what I'm saying? If Democrats want to win, they got to get somebody better than Biden's law. You know what I'm saying? Biden's law is the one who started all this mess. I don't understand. Well, I mean, I do understand, because Biden was supposed to run right after Obama, and Hillary clock blocked him. So now it's his time. Now it's his time to get in. 4 years later, it ain't working out for him because his whole past is catching up to him.
Yeah, well, it's definitely with Biden. It's how can I say it? It's disgusting anyway that we have two old white men running against each other. That we don't have the Democrats offering anything.
Right. That was my first reaction when the women left the race. Is that like that was the only hope? Is like the actual women being elected, and that's that's most likely who I don't even vote, and that's probably who I would have voted for. Like. Out of all the options, like the two women were the best, and it's like, of course they have radical policies, but anything's better than this. Like,
Thank you.
And in reality, as we've seen, it's like the women leaders usually have a better idea of what's going on. So,
But there's certainly,
Like, it's not even
yeah.
about politics at this
Yeah.
point. It's just like we needed someone that was trustworthy, and I think the women were, of course, everyone in politics has some
Yeah,
kind of element, but
I have an article that kind of struck my nerve as a truck driver, and this article says it's too dangerous. Amazon orders delivery drivers to turn back amid riots as company prepares to cut hazard pay. So Amazon drivers that are making deliveries are told, turn back, don't make the deliveries. You know what I'm saying? Don't go in the areas where they're protesting. It reminds me, I was driving a liquid hydrogen truck, and I got caught in the Eric Garner protest, but I happened to be on I-94 in Chicago. So I was in Chicago, and I was headed towards downtown, and then I had heard on the radio that they were blocking Lakeshore Drive. And by the time I got to downtown Chicago, that crowd had went from Lakeshore Drive to the Dan Ryan, downtown I-94, and blocked off the whole traffic. So I sat there for 3 hours.
Oh God. Oh my God. What did you do? Besides
I couldn't do anything but just sat there because it was back to back, bumper to bumper. There were people out. There were people out sitting on their hoods. It reminded me of the 4th of July because my first time getting caught in traffic when I first moved to Chicago, I was driving my '67 Mustang. Yep, I had one, and I was on Lakeshore Drive. I was on my way downtown to see the fireworks, but the fireworks had started, and once the fireworks started, the traffic had came to a complete halt, and our people were actually getting out blankets and laying them over their hood and laying on their hood watching the fireworks. Yeah, so that's what me and my wife did. We went and sat on the hood of the Mustang, and they had our little picnic lunch, and we were just sitting on the hood watching the fireworks in downtown Chicago on the 4th of July.
Oh my God. And so, Peter, how are you holding up? Do you want to go to bed now, or are you kind of like, how are you holding up? I know it's getting about 11:30 where you're at, maybe?
I'm okay. The one I don't know if you're done with that particular direction.
It was fun, yeah, and I think we've kind of covered that, yeah. So let's bring it up again, Peter. Give us.
Well, we were on the trail of the tale of the Antichrist.
Yes. Yes.
To go back, and this. I don't know if you ever saw the movie Canterbury Tales.
Mm-hmm.
I saw part of it. I actually sat through part of it to see what's this guy name? I think his name is Fellini, Italian.
Fellini, the Fellini films. Yes.
No, not Fellini.
Oh, okay.
I just looked it up last night. He did the movie. He did a trilogy called. The first one was the Canterbury Tales by Chaucer.
Yes.
The second movie was the Arabian Nights, which is the one I really enjoyed. I saw it on Market Street in San Francisco in probably 1982, wow. And I changed my life completely. And then there was a movie, Decameron, which is a story of 10 tales that takes place in Italy. And this Italian director had done in the Canterbury Tales, it shows the guy, he's on the cusp of hell, and it has demons defecating. I mean, and the way they do it cinematographically, it's kind of shocking, especially when this film was produced in 1974. This is what this Wallace character reminds me of: a demon who was defecating at the threshold of hell.
Yes.
And it's not. I mean, he's not the Antichrist. He's the defecating demon.
Right.
And it's so much time can be spent talking about him, but that's all he is.
Right.
So it's like, and I will say this: maybe it's not too good to dig too deep right now, and I will share with the audience though that as I spoke to you the other day, I'm working on this book, The Roswell Deception, that goes so deeply into the Japanese war, and it becomes, so clear what really happened is not what people think it happened.
Right.
People are so programmed with just the information that they've absorbed over a lifetime on the subject of Japan. But the thing is, there's an esoteric war always beneath the obvious war.
Right.
And this is the subject of what Douglas was talking about in the last episode of Japan, having what he called the articula, the relics of the Judaic and Christian religion.
Yes.
And this is what FDR and Wallace wanted, and it's why they wanted it. It has more to do with jamming the frequency of what we can call, if we choose, the Christic energy, or Preston would call the original timeline, which he equates to the Christ time, the Christ consciousness is what he called it. But in any case, so all of this obsession of the Antichrist or killing the Christ is just what we live in the world of the 666 world. The 666 world being a comment or an observation that we're in a carbon-based universe, which is carbon-based. Carbon atom has 6 protons, 6 neutrons, and 6 electrons. So we're living in a physical density that is the lowest common denominator. So when we talk about going to Antichrist, really, when you go to the Antichrist, you're talking about nothing more than the lowest common denominator of what we go through. The opposite of that is trying to transcend it or ascend it. And we only ascend this when we leave the body, save for the tradition of alchemy. One of the subjects I'm addressing I'm translating in the new book I'm working on now, The Etheric Crystal, by Radu Sinamar, which is there's an alchemist in this who has appeared in earlier books named Eleanor, who is talking about the philosopher's zone and talking about upping the potential for human beings to transform. And they have this great discussion. It kind of reminds me of one of these discussions I think Robert Anton Wilson did when he had Einstein and Tesla and somebody else in a discussion in one of his books. I never read it, but it was an inspiring conversational format. So anyway, they're having this discussion and they're saying we have this technology, this woman from the inner earth wants the technology in Romania to be released to the public, not the technology, the alchemical technology. We want to jumpstart human consciousness by giving them a tincture, an elixir. And the alchemist says, no, you can't do this because it has to be earned, so to speak, to paraphrase him. And also, he says, you can't just, this is a very individualized process. You can't mass produce alchemical transformation. And so she would dumb it down and say, well, we can use a tincture, we can do this. And he says, why don't you use some of your holographic technology from the inner earth to help people? And she says, well, we're starting to release this slowly but surely. However, there's political problems. There's political problems because it creates a whole chain of reverberation, which is going to compromise so much.
But the way I think Brendan's like crawling through the bush or something like that, we're getting a lot of.
He said goodbye. He was saying he was departing, but I think he forgot to
mute. Yes. So he muted. So go on. Yes. So
not to suffer the bush, yes. But it won't be the first bush we've suffered. But in any case, this whole transformation process, and he's talking about she in this case is talking about the political structure of the world is so messed up And what I've realized in the process of translating this book in the last couple of weeks is that what we're doing now, particularly as I work on the chapter, which I've finished, the Office of War Information. The Office of War Information, of course, its job was to censor and misdirect what was really happening during the war. And as Douglas has said in his many broadcasts, that it existed before its official recognition as the Office of War Information and has continued to exist. It just isn't publicized as such, or it's an invisible entity. But the Office of War Information coincides. Well, this is the changing, the transformation of this occultation of the entire political structure. Now, David Anderson, the time travel scientist, has said many times that the biggest power of warfare is censorship. So he knows this. He knows it from a different perspective, a very high level, probably crypto top secret,
Yes.
Or something like that,
Yes.
and stuff that he would never talk about. But so I say that all of this stuff relates intimately to the time travel themes I pursue, because I plan to do a video, and I now this will be included in the video, although I hadn't thought of it because I haven't sat down to do it, on censorship. Censorship is the key thing, stopping people from accessing the technology of time travel, even able to think about it properly. And the same with the technology from Romania, or the same with the technology from The Alchemist, which is only full communication between the planes of existence. So this is where it all gets jammed. So when we're peeling back, and the historical stuff that happened in Japan with the Articula, and that happened with Roerich, and the killing of this messianic child in Mongolia, is symptomatic of what we're dealing with. And now we're dealing with, in the present time, all of this COVID-19 events that are happening.
Yes.
And now we're dealing with rioting.
Yes.
And police restriction. What I will say, from an astrological viewpoint, this has to do with Pluto in Capricorn,
Yes.
which is, Capricorn is the sign of structure. You keep talking about changing the structure of government.
Yes.
Now, Pluto, when Jupiter is on Pluto, it magnifies everything. These two planets are dancing, they're doing a waltz from January up through November. These planets, while they're dancing, happen to be directly on my sun, natal sun. So I'm feeling the full impact of this. It's actually, because my native sign is Capricorn, I'm negotiating it very adroitly, very successfully. And it should have very positive benefits for me. However, when these planets dance together, they will come back directly conjoined at the beginning of next month, which means, and I want to juxtapose this with a very interesting thing. People, as I've talked about Scientology in the past, people go into Scientology, they go out of Scientology, and they learn whatever they learn. Just like when they go to Werner Erhard's EST seminar training, or whatever else he called it, the forum, or whatever other, whether you're going and become a Catholic for 10 months, or whatever sweat lodge you're going to do in Arizona, where you might die. You might
Yes.
have a good experience. It depends on who you are and what you do and what the circumstances are. Some places are worse than others. Some places are better than others. But in any case, one of the things I was exposed to was Hubbard's private argumentations, not necessarily personally to me, but it was part of my job to be briefed on things that people outside of his office or outside of my specific job didn't need to know,
Right.
and weren't supposed to know. And one of them was a book he was working on. It was based upon freedom and oppression, and much of it was based upon the French Revolution.
Yeah.
And he says, and this is what he said. He said, when you give people something, you offer them freedom. And this could apply, and it's definitely applied in the French Revolution because the people didn't have enough to eat.
Yeah.
And because they'd spent so money funding the war in the United States, the Revolutionary War.
Yes.
So it's like these things go back and forth. They go back and forth. So what happened is, and plus there was an overthrow of the monarchy and now they had a justification for it. But the problem is and this was applied internally in Scientology, with the majority of the people not understanding what was going on. And I can compare it to Scientology, I can compare it to the French Revolution, because this is what it came out of. If the people demand something, they want something, and you give it to them because they genuinely need it, like food. In the case of Scientology and the staff of Scientology, particularly in the Sea Org, it was better conditions, which basically meant more money and more clothing.
Right.
They were given these things.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a big deal. But they were given more. Everybody felt better. Now, what happened is, in Scientology, it leaked out. That leaked out into the outer staff and eventually into the public. So the public began to demand more. And the public was given more. In other words, more freedom to do, less restriction. And this resulted in a boom of Scientology. It was insane. Whereas you might have a Scientology organization that might be pulling in anywhere from $5,000 to $20,000 a week, which wasn't, that's okay. And then you had the outer missions, which didn't deliver anywhere near the amount of services, beginning to pull in $100,000 a week. And what the hell were they selling? I don't know to this day, but they were raking in money. And I don't mean that disparagingly,
Right.
but they could excite the public, and then the job of the public was to drive in business on the organizations who were set up to handle it, but weren't set up to handle it. The problem was with the staff, and the management staff of the Sea organization, and to a lesser degree, these people were they were like the old Catholic hierarchy that tried Joan of Arc. It's like, these people can't, they can't be doing this. It's not right. We are better than they are, and they're not better.
Right.
In other words, they couldn't take the energy, and they couldn't process the live, living energy. There were many of us who recognized what was going on. So many of those people have forgotten what was going on or what went on there. Basically, they were killing the esprit de corps of the entire movement, and they did kill it.
Right.
And most of that can be attributed to David Miscavige, who now heads Scientology. But it wasn't just him. It was a whole mentality of we're losing control. They weren't losing control at all, because these same people that were flooding the organization wanted the leadership of the organization, because they knew they weren't suited. They needed guidance. They needed direction, and you could charge them money for that. In other words, there was a game that everybody could win. Now, when we take this to the French Revolution, it was much bloodier, because that was we were dealing with religion and philosophy, and it was still people's lives, but there was emotional deaths and devastating circumstances. But when you go to the French Revolution, we're talking about lopping heads off.
Yeah.
And what I learned so much about the French Revolution is I have a very amazing friend. I haven't spoken to her in years, but Catherine Neville. She wrote a book called 8, and I recommend highly. She wrote a sequel to it, which I have not read. She also wrote a book about Magic Circle, which was a historical novel about the time of Christ. Very gripping. And she had formed one of the first computer programs for OPEC in Algeria. I was very interested in Algeria. Her story, The Eight, ends up at Montauk. We are very similar in the subjects we study, but we totally different style. She's writing fiction, very incredible lady, but she writes about the French Revolution like you feel like you're there. Right. And she goes into so many of the details, and she has fictional characters. But if you want to understand the revolution of the French, read that book, Eight, E-I-G-H-T. And there's a lot of symbology behind the eight. But anyway, the French Revolution was killing people, and you had the main character was Robespierre, this genius who was the most gifted, so they voted him into the head of the office, and what happened was into the head of the government, and he was totally opposed to capital punishment, but he eventually found it expedient to control people, because if you lop people's head off, you didn't hear from them anymore. So he got worse and worse and worse, lopping people's head off, till they had the Great Terror, which was the reign of terror. But then it was the Great Terror, where for a couple of weeks they were lopping so many heads off, the last head to be lopped off was his. And then the French Revolution ended.
Yes.
And what I say back to this point where we're living in now, the French Revolution did not occur till Pluto went out of Capricorn, the same time period, and that will happen in 2024. So we might begin to see some actual change 4 years from now in the government structure. It's not going to happen between now and the next election, and probably not with the next president, or if this president is the same one.
Thank you.
That's still some airtime for you.
Oh yeah, and by the way, you're doing so great. Take us to midnight. I mean, if
I can go a bit further with this,
please.
Because it's this whole idea, and Hubbard even cited in one of his books about the Hershey guy.
Yeah. It's
in his book Problems of Work. He talks about the guy who made the Hershey factory, and he said he made, and this was probably in the 30s, Hershey made, and you can go to Hershey today in Hershey, Pennsylvania. I think they have a big theme park. You can eat Hershey's.
One would hope.
I've never been there. It's, I think my brother, I think he visited it when he was on assignment somewhere. He went all of his way to see the Hershey Park. It's never interested me. I don't live that far away from it, a few hours. But anyway, Hershey made his factory just really super nice. Not like a Google campus today, but it was so nice for the workers. And what did he do? They rebelled against it. They went ape. You see people demanding more with baseball players and their salaries. One of my favorites was a great basketball player named Derek Coleman for the New Jersey Jets, what they were called the Nets, the New Jersey Nets at that time, which are now the Brooklyn Nets. They just had a riot in front of their building the other night. But the New Jersey Nets, and he was like, they wanted to give him $70 million to sign, and he was one of these big guys, like a center, and he wouldn't take it, and he was just being like, I'm not going to take that. No, that's not good. It's not good enough for me. I'm better than that. And then something happened. I think he ended up signing for the $20 million. I'm talking about over a period of years, because he got so arrogant about his ability that all of a sudden it recoiled. The market changed, and the management would have paid him $70 million. Now they're only going to pay him 20-something million because the dynamics had changed.
Jesus.
So you see this in baseball, where the players will demand more, and the owners will try to squeeze every penny they can, and it's all of this stuff that goes on with this push and the pull and the push and the pull. So right now we're living in this COVID-19 crisis, which it seems to me it's been divided into Republicans who don't want to wear masks and want to be free, and let's proceed, and let things fall where they may, and the Democrats that want to wear masks and keep everybody in lockdown. It's turned into this dichotomy of it. None of it makes, it's like, which side of the line are you on? But anyway, so right now, we seem to be, as soon as we were pulling out of this, or seem to be pulling out of this, with more restrictions being released, then we have this stupid incident with this black man being killed by this, stupid cop, unnecessarily, and it triggers this, which brings all these Antifa or whatever organizations out of the woodwork to stimulate the riots. And like, if you walk around anywhere, if I could drive anywhere in my neighborhood in Nassau County, Long Island, for miles, I'm not going to see anything remotely riotous. Not remotely.
Right.
So anyway, you have all of these people being released from their, and then they're all pent up, so that helps them riot or helps them get upset. And what I would predict, come July 1st, we're going to have an even harder crackdown from a law and order perspective. And it's not, it's whether it's right or wrong is irrelevant. It's going to happen. I would think it's going to happen. It's going to be more restriction, not necessarily the same restriction. So, and then astrologically, these planets don't disjoin until after the election. So the November election, and then somebody has said that it'll kind of be with us until next February. As far as the tyrannical, Pluto is tyranny,
right?
And it's just tyranny. Fortunately, as bad as this tyranny is, it's not as bad as past tyrannies, right, or as it could be, because you can still go get food. As of now, you can get food, and you can go about your business as long as you don't breathe on people. And you can't necessarily go to restaurants, but that's a small price to pay.
True enough. And I really appreciate what you're saying. Now, do you feel when you can drive for miles and not see anything remotely riotous, tell us a little bit about your, shall we say, your vicinity? I mean, is it ethnically homogenous? Is it kind of like
let me say this today. I was talking to my neighbor who's a retired cop.
Yeah.
And he actually was born in Argentina. And he he's highly critical of what goes on in New York. He was a New York City cop. And it's like he always tells me what's going on in the vicinity, but he looks at it, he knows things that I never would have thought. Watch out for your car at night. Why, no, I just haven't had problems. But in other words, we're talking about suburbia. He was saying how the neighborhood has been, a lot of Asians have moved into the neighborhood. Certainly I see a lot of Indians, Sikhs, and other Indians. There's still a core of what you would call old-time white people. Right. It's mixed, but of course, the people, to buy a house anywhere on Long Island today, you can't be poor. So these people are not poor. A lot of Indians, Eastern Indians, and then there's, so what I'm saying is you're talking about a suburban community with shopping malls, streets, there's just parkways. And the other thing about Long Island is there's so much damn money on Long Island that they're never going to run out of money for people to buy things. I don't even if half the place is starving. There's so much money on Long Island. It's ridiculous. So if these people aren't going to work, the streets, the parkways, highways are starting to fill up more than they were, but they were comparatively empty. Not as empty as you see in LA, but it's like, as I say, if you had nobody doing anything, you've got people living on Long Island that are just loaded with money. There's always going to be a money supply there. So it's, and the people aren't motivated to riot. What would be their motivation to riot? The biggest probably threat you might have is the, what do they call me, M13? Is that the
Right, MS-13 was the
MS-13?
Nicaraguan. Yeah,
And-
yeah, go on.
And they've kind of, they've been behaving. You don't hear too much of anything going on with them anymore.
Yes, that's
You don't
right.
hear about it.
Yeah.
So it's, as they say, it's the biggest thing you see is people might scolding people for not wearing a mask. And that doesn't occur too frequently either. So it's just peaceful. And then in Brooklyn, which is of course a much more condensed situation. And I used to spend a lot of time in Brooklyn when I was doing my Qigong training with my teacher. And that's very crowded. In New York City itself, the Manhattan rather, is empty from everything I've seen. And you don't want to be in Manhattan because it's such close quarters. You don't want to be in Manhattan under normal circumstances because the quarters are so close.
Yes.
And it's not healthy.
Yes. No.
It's just nothing healthy about Manhattan. They do have some good raw food places here and there, and they have some excellent restaurants and whatnot. But it's not healthy to walk those streets just because of all the cement and metal.
Right.
I mean, energetically, I'm speaking, and it can wear you out to walk through there for a day. Certainly,
that's so important. And tell us a little bit about that. Just the fact that this is so separate from nature. That when people are in this kind of environment that's so concretized, so the metal that is just in the ground everywhere, the energies that are kind of just flowing through all of that metal, kind of like a supermassive circuit board. It's like walking through a circuit board. You're an ant crawling across a circuit board. Could you put that into more context for us?
Yes, it's stimulating and it's exciting because you're around, and you know what, if they call it the city that never sleeps.
Yes. If
you have any sort of desire, you can kind of fulfill it, particularly if you have money. So in other words, there's so many things you can do. There's so many parties going on. I don't gravitate towards that energy, but there's so much stimulation that what happens. So your endocrine glands are going to respond differently, and you can get caught up in it. You have the potential to get caught up in it. Usually, when I used to go into the city every day, I'm doing the commuting, which is a whole different type of energy because, you're going, you're coming, you're sleeping, and you're on this train. It's not, but I think the most impactful description I could get of Manhattan, and this is when I was there in the late 70s, totally different environment, working in, when I was in Scientology, I was just living there for a period of a month. And I was living in Times Square, surrounded by concrete, and rather perturbed because I was with two women, and it was my responsibility to walk home with them at night. And sometimes we'd go home at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Mm-hmm. And I did not like walking home with them because it was my job to protect them.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And here I'm protecting two women, not that I really had to do anything. And I'm walking, and Times Square was a smut town.
Right.
It was all smut then.
Yes.
It's cleaned up. It's Disney now. And so I'm theoretically responsible for these two women. And I liked it better if they secured early,
right.
Before 10 o'clock.
Right. But by the way, when Peter Moon says it's Disney now, that's not a metaphor. Tell them it's Disney literally took over Times Square.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Disney took over and put up a big store, and you can, go buy Disney stuff.
And of course, Disney's also in the Presidio. We don't want to go on that tangent, but it's so,
no.
But Disney's also in the Presidio, so it's part of that. So, but anyhow, please go on. So you had these two ladies.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm going with these women, and it's like it wasn't a very stressful trip because we didn't have a lot to do, but on occasion we would stay up until 2 or 3 in the morning, and you're walking home, and it's as I say, it's okay. There was no problems, but some of the people you're passing by are, less than pleasant, and I'm not worried about myself. I'm worried about somebody going after them.
Right.
Yeah. And then at which point I have to do something.
Understood. No, I get it. It's a position that believe me, it's tense for any man to be trying to be protective of woman in an environment, especially more than one woman, and there's potential danger coming from everywhere, and it's a royal pain in the ass, and it's anyhow. So we get it. So go on.
Well, but so anyway, during that period, I was I went to Boston. I had to do a small assignment in Boston. So, and I remember now, I took the I'm taking the taxi to the LaGuardia Airport, and so now I'm going through Harlem. You know, when I go through Harlem, I see a tree. Not much of one, but a tree, and it's like a shock. And then you get up to in the airport, and I fly into Boston. And when I'm coming out of Boston out of the Logan Airport, I begin to see more trees. Now this is Boston. This is a city. This is not the suburbs. And I begin to see tree-lined streets. Not a lot of trees, because again, it's a city. And I begin to just have an energy shock of this is life.
Wow.
In other words,
yes.
I see. Now Boston is like comparatively tree-lined. It's not tree-lined, but there's some trees, and enough trees to say, wow, trees, life.
Yes.
And another time in the city, I was just in there for the day, and I'm all cemented out. And this friend of mine, she takes me to the IBM building where there was a waterfall, a big waterfall coming down a story or two, and she says, just feel the waterfall. And it's like, wow, you could feel the ions, energy. It totally refreshed you. So Manhattan will kill you in terms of taking your vital energy, your vital essences out. And it's not good. On the other hand, if you are so wealthy to be able to afford a palatial estate inside, like these apartments. I've been inside of apartments on Fifth Avenue where it is so insulated from the outside you cannot hear the traffic. To be working on a building in 17th Street, you hear the traffic. You're upstairs, like, seventh floor or fifth floor or whatever it was, and you hear the traffic. It's a continual buzz. If you're in certain buildings, you'll hear the buzz, especially if the window's open. You hear the traffic all the time. 4 o'clock in the morning, you hear the traffic. Some of these buildings, Park Avenue, Fifth Avenue, that are old buildings, insulated so well, you hear nothing when you're inside. And I was in, I was actually, this is really funny. It was this guy, Wallace.
Yeah.
It said he worked at the Shermers, Shermer Music. They did sheet music. And I was in this woman, Leanne Shermer's. She was of the famous Shermer family. It was funny. I was just reading that today. It was in her, my colleague was her boyfriend. And we were in this residence, and it was you couldn't hear anything. And then the bathrooms were so old. And I asked her about, renovating the bathroom. She says, "Oh yeah, it's $30,000."
Yeah.
That was to renovate a bathroom.
Shit.
And of course, and it would probably be at least double that now.
Oh yeah.
So it's like, you want to renovate your bathroom. Oh God, it costs such super money.
It's prohibitive.
And I really like what Donald Trump, this is an aside, but just to get an idea of New York, he had put in a proposal to build the UN building, and they redo the UN building, and they turned him down. And he said, very accurately and very funny, he didn't mean it to be funny. He says, if you don't have me build it, he says, every contractor in New York is going to have a piece of that building, and it's going to be astronomical.
Yes.
And he was right. That's the way things get done in New York, very expensively.
Oh yeah, it's kind of like Hong Kong City. Everybody's got a piece of something that they're everybody's asking the question. It's basically two words: where's mine? and that's how it comes down. That was wonderful. I really appreciate you sharing that. You've helped to get us to midnight your time. You're a wonderful human being. I love you dearly, and we all do. And so share some of that love with Paul. But definitely, your experiences are deeply appreciated. And when you speak of the Apollo, don't forget to remind people that was the flagship in L. Ron Hubbard's fleet. There was a few more ships he had as I understood it, but definitely the Apollo was the largest. And before you go tonight, what did they do with the guns? It was a decommissioned American warship. So did L. Ron Hubbard ever stick on any smaller machine guns to protect against potential piracy or anything like that, or no?
No, we had where the Apollo ship was a ferry, so it was never equipped with guns. It was only to ferry people back from, I think, Ireland and in England. It was the ship. Winston Churchill used that ship when he went down to Casablanca to meet with Roosevelt. It was Churchill's ship for a short time.
Wow.
It wasn't a very impressive thing. It was turned into a cattle ferry before the Scientologists got it. It had to clean out a lot of shit. But
oh Jesus! Literal shit.
People told stories of cleaning out all sorts of shit. They did a good job of cleaning it out because there was none there by the time I arrived. But there was a ship called the Asia. And the Asia was a very popular idea because, they wanted to go to people wanted to go to Asia, get on the ship and go clear Asia. And there was a unit, a very small unit that went to Japan. I think it was in Kyoto. It wasn't very successful. But the Asia was a former, what was it called? I kind of forget what it was called. There was a sub-chaser we had, named after Simon Bolivar, called the Bolivar, and this was it was a companion vessel, I think. I don't want to call it a destroyer escort because it was not. It was a minesweeper. The Asia was a minesweeper, and they changed the name to the Excalibur. I did 2 tours of duty on that ship, and it had in the front of the ship, it was called the gun tub, and there had been a gun there. It was a real live ammo gun, but it was replaced. They took it off because it was probably sold by the original people for surplus, but it was removed, and it was not. There was no need for guns. We did have what was called a repelling borders drill, to where if we were invaded by a foreign government at a dock, or anybody invading us, even the FDA, you just closed all the hatches and secured your borders and set sail or whatever.
Yeah.
But no, there was never. In fact, I'll tell you, this is when you ask about guns.
Yeah.
One time we were off of Catalina Island. We spent a fair amount of time. There are times off of Catalina Island, and of course I was an auditor, and I was, be below decks, and they were making too much noise. And of course, we didn't like noise. We weren't supposed to have noise. We could actually complain, and they weren't supposed to interrupt the counseling sessions.
Right.
So I think I went up, and one of the auditors was saying to me, she says, I told the captain we're making too much noise, and he started making fun of me, which was very inappropriate.
Right.
Very inappropriate. He could have gotten a lot of trouble for that, and he eventually did.
Ooh,
but anyway, they were out there shooting sharks.
Oh.
And these were with their own personal guns, and I was outraged, and I said, these guys are nuts. And what they were doing is they were showing off.
Yeah.
Particularly in front of women, like, let's shoot. Look at how cool we are. We can shoot a shark. And these were big sharks. I mean, you said big tail fin out of the waters. Catalina has very deep waters, and I said, this is so foul.
Thank you.
And I wrote a report.
Yeah.
It was a very unpopular report to the Guardian's office, and they made them lock up all their guns.
Good.
And I was not very popular as a result of that, because I said, what are these nuts going to do? They're out there showing off. Somebody's going to get hurt.
Thank you. Yes.
Somebody will get hurt. So basically, I got my thank you about a year later when we were coast on off of Nassau in the Bahamas, and I was out there snorkeling off the continental shelf, and I saw this 14-footer shark come by, and he left me alone. I said, I'm glad I protected that shark.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Yes, that's wonderful.
Made me feel good. So guns were, as I say, if guns come out, they're going to be irresponsible. There's no need for guns unless there's a need for guns, and it's so unnecessary. They just lead to problems.
So often, yes, so true. And it's a pity so many people consider them as some kind of fetish item and some kind of identity issue. It's really pathetic. And Daniel Rolla did a great meme where he took a photograph of all of those paramilitary fuckers who had their loaded firearms stampeding the city halls, basically in various parts of these quote-unquote liberation protests. And he replaced all the guns with these photoshopped images of giant dildos, which was just so perfect. I actually downloaded the image. He did so well with it. So shout out to Daniel Rolla in that regard. And of course, it's 5 minutes after midnight. I'll take a look through the chat room just to kind of see who's been responding to us. We have over half 100 people, 55 people that are noted, which means, as soon as this is published, there will be hundreds more. So you've brought with you quite the audience. Brandon Young has been very active throughout the night. He's dominated the chat room, which is important because he's, in a sense, been our other team member tonight who has opted to participate through the chat room. And Jameson has been in there as well. All wonderful people. Karen O'Connor, of course, who probably later on retreated for the night and will review it later. Dennis Marshall is there. I will be addressing his wonderful contribution. And Phantom Snake is in there, as well as, of course, Mark Eaton. And so a shout out to everyone who's joined us, including Cheryl Jacobs. There's been some wonderful people who have, of course, left wonderful comments. Lena is back in the room. Lena Crane, that means most of her family is asleep. Sarah Shields, shout out to Sarah Shields. And she was pointing out how respectful many people were in San Francisco with the protests, how peaceful they were over here, as opposed to how we rioted during baseball games. Karen O'Connor says you are going to get going. By that she means I'm going to get started on my monologue. So yes, I will be doing that. One young lady I'd like to acknowledge before I get into that mode would be a wonderful young lady. Let me go into the studio for a second and see if I can uncover the comment. And she left a wonderful comment in which she was basically saying, I love you, Douglas. So I'm just trying to get that young lady's name again. And that was Katharina Love. That's her name. And she basically said, love you, Douglas. Love you too, Katharina. And Ryan Valkhaus as well said, great work, Douglas. As always, do not relent. Now, many of these people are responding to the wonderful work you did with me, and Daniel Arola wants to point out the fact that he didn't create that particular meme, and that's fine. I mean, he said that what does he say here? He says, I didn't do the dildo rifles meme I got from some guy on Twitter who is notorious for making dildo memes out of the reactionary gun nut photos. Thank you for that, Daniel. And so, of course, all of you go to skybooks.usa.com. And I believe that is the correct name for your website. Yes, sir?
That's correct.
Yeah.
But before I go, you have to tell me what you're going to talk about the rest of the night, just so I can get up and index what I'm going to listen to tomorrow.
Understood. Not quite sure if you'll be too interested, because it'll be revisiting just too many themes that you probably feel are just overdone, but it will be my analysis on the riots. That's inescapable. So I'm going to do my best to put the riots and the Twitter and the communications aspects of what it has started as a firestorm around Trump's latest tweet, which was, the most infamous, which was the when the looting starts, the shooting starts, and
He did qualify that,
Yeah, yes, he ultimately.
You're aware of that. I mean,
yes.
Just means that he qualified it. But there's a couple comments I saw here. They were down and towards the bottom, but this was very interesting. Derek wrote them. And Derek, I'm sending you that link forthwith. New York City Mayor de Blasio's daughter arrested at protest, fire next to White House, California hit with looting and violence. That's from Derek. And I haven't turned on the news all day today, so,
Yeah.
Stuff is still happening.
Yes. Yeah. It's
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, continue your sentence. Stuff is still
I just
happening.
say sometimes this stuff, it's best to tune it out unless you can't tune it out. Yeah. Some people cannot tune it out. They have to deal with it. It's not everybody's job to deal with it. It's some people's job to deal with it. And certainly you commenting on it will only bring more enlightenment. And I encourage you to do that.
Well, I certainly hope so. Later on, of course, in the evening, I'll probably close off with a bit more news centered around coronavirus specifically. And then finally, the only thing that you might find interesting would be to close off the end of the night. I will talk about the change in the world order that is being caused by this already, that we already see. And obviously, what's happening here at home with these riots, this is going to impact the world. It's going to impact the world because America is the world's marketplace. So this is, and of course I'll speak a bit to the economy. Now, all of this, when you were talking about Trump qualifying his statement, are you referring to the fact that later on he did essentially say that the National Guard would not be mobilized? That's what he said later on.
No,
You're talking about the statement itself.
Back the quote of when the looting starts, the shooting starts, he qualified that by saying, he wasn't saying that, the police are going to start shooting. He was saying that, and it was an inflammatory comment, there's no question about that. He said is, when people start looting, they start shooting. In other words, it wasn't that he was saying the police were going to start shooting them, that shooting follows looting in the course of events. He qualified it. Exactly what he said and qualified, I don't remember, but he walked it back and talked it down.
I see. Was this like...
And so people ran with it, and it's like, I mean, his tweeting behavior is, is probably...
Exactly.
It's just not good.
Thank you.
It doesn't serve his own, he and Biden could have a contest because who shoots more foot bullets. But that, I think it means the shooting of the foot bullets start.
Yes.
But I want to say one more thing before I go, sure. and this is what. Thank you. Douglas had sent me all of these photographs that I've been waiting for a long time. But within the photographs were many articles or responses that he'd given, and I'd never seen these before. And to the audience, Douglas has given so many long, articulate, exhaustive descriptions of how Japan has won the war, and also answered many point by point things that it's like this was done 7 years ago.
Yeah.
And it's like the people have not seen these.
That's
Even
right.
Some of his best fans have not seen them.
That's right.
And it's like he said it and said it and said it, and he wrote it a long time ago, and it basically hasn't been listened to or heard. And it's so, in other words, for those who, it's just done, and it's like, so because it's not been heard, it's not appreciated, and it's kind of was couched away in all of those emails that you sent to me.
Yeah.
And I've had a chance to look at most of them.
Wonderful.
And of course, I will, break it down for the book that I'm working on even more, make it even clarify it, make it more like,
Yes.
less. I mean, all the comp. Yeah, it just takes so much to comprehend what's been done. But he's been, very. And then I'm talking about detailed things that would convince a professor.
Right. Thank you.
Yes, and this is not generally known because after you've said something so many times, you can get frustrated by not people not understanding it, and it's a question of, well, of course, we could you and I could have a discussion with some of your other friends and fans, and we could all be talking about it, and somebody could be sitting there on the next table and think we're completely nuts because they don't know what the hell we're talking about.
Right.
Because, and this is where we go. So, and perhaps we could have gone a lot heavier tonight, but perhaps it's okay because there will be time. We had enough crows coming to visit us today, and I don't mean to insult the crows because they're very beautiful animals, but.
You know what? That's true. In a sense, if his intent was to kind of derail us from speaking about the war, which I don't give him that much credit, then Randall Wallace succeeded in a mission. But to tell you the truth, I think we will speak to the war soon enough. And Peter Moon and I will go over some of those emails and some of the stories behind them. The one individual in particular who that just distressed this, the woman's name was she was as she herself called herself, a Jewish American princess, and that was the wonderful Cynthia Siegel. And Cynthia Siegel used to be at a kind of a Sacramento show that Brendan Zogit used to watch, and because he lives here in California, and he lives near Sacramento, the capital of California, so it was a local channel she was on. She lost her job, and he was like wondering, where did she go? And I was the reason. Was Cynthia Siegel did the UFO Connection. She hosted the UFO Connection for years, and then when she brought myself on, they fired her. And so she couldn't bring myself on the show, obviously. They would not air the interview she did with me on camera, and so that was lost. And so, as a matter of fact, she told me that quite outright they destroyed it. And so what she did was she allowed me to present at her UFO MUFON, her MUFON chapter and branch. I was allowed to do a presentation there because she was the executive for that particular branch. And she went to the same modeling school I went to. John Robert Powers Modeling and Acting School, only she went in New York. She went to the New York branch. Mine was the original branch in San Francisco, believe it or not. It started in San Francisco and then moved to New York or opened up a branch there. It's no longer extant. It's no longer operational as far as I know. But John Robert Powers, her and I were alumni, and so she felt obligated, and she put her career on the line, and she lost her job. She was appalled at this one idiot who I ripped his heart out and ate it in front of him while it was still beating in those emails. And this was a guy named George Senda. So there was this idiot named George Senda who, it sounds like an almost Japanese name. And this guy was claiming that he even had deep down in his bloodline some Japanese ancestry or something like that. But he was this white reactionary, and he was a friend of this Veterans Administration bureaucrat of mine named Paul Mosslander. And it was like he was just this total freak. And what I found out about him later just, vindicated everything I did to him in terms of just ripping him apart. But he was like determined to believe that the Battle of Los Angeles was basically UFOs from outer space. And even he mentioned that the Navy was dredging these huge deflated balloons out of the sea. And he's bringing this up, and I'm saying, yes, that was the balloon that was discharged from the dirigible when it was punctured by the bullets, because they had multiple balloons that were served as ballast and as basically reinforcement. So there was only so many balloons they needed to get home. So when one of the balloons got shot up, they could just discharge it into the sea, as it was just dead weight at that point. When it was, but all of this was, basically outlined in detail, and apparently much of it was read by Peter Moon. You have no idea how this brings me to tears. It really brings me to tears, just on my knees, because honestly, Peter Moon knows the frustration I've been dealing with. There's nobody who reads this. There's nobody who reads this. Like, I'll provide point-by-point answer, and people are just in denial. They're just in denial. They have no ways of coping with this. They cannot process the information. So in the end, they just walk away. So Peter Moon is going to change that. He's going to make this accessible. And so basically, as with the illustrations, there were many redundant ones, and there's going to be like sometimes half a dozen redundant images, but he's going to narrow them down. He's going to put them in a file, get out the ones that are redundant. And
let me say this, Douglas. And when you see the visual renditions of the Mikado, the great airship, and that could actually house Hirohito if need be. It had a bedroom in there for him.
Yes.
If you can imagine this thing appearing over Homey Airfield, which is now Area 51 today, and soldiers seeing this, it's utterly astounding. Like, what on earth is this? It's not unlike you see in that movie Independence Day, or even the novel Childhood's End by Arthur C. Clarke, where the ships appear, and it's like, whoa, what is this? And then when it actually comes down and they see the weapons and begin to analyze it, it would scare the holy living daylights out of anybody, especially when you have experts looking at it and saying, what on earth is this? And this could be rendered cinematographically. So
your friend would have to do that. Your friend would have to be involved.
He's going to make the person shake, and like, what is this? It's ontological shock, and of course, if you're doing it in the 3D graphics that I'm talking about, that we're hoping that all of my work will be done on, and Douglas's too, is that you could imagine looking with 3D glasses and you look up and you see this huge ship overhead. It's like, what in the hell is this? It's shocking.
Yes.
It's shocking. So
and what Peter Moon means by ontological is that this is literally paradigm shattering. Because think about what I deal with when I just listen to the radio, the people who had me on Coast to Coast AM, and then they bring on idiots later on who are like, there's this one who, I forgot, there was this stupid station, it doesn't even matter what the station's name was, that Laurie and Ann Fenton had a separate show on. And the great irony here is that there is a lot of interaction in these emails with Laurie and Ann Fenton, but the one thing Peter Moon has probably noticed is she says almost nothing. Is that Laurie Ann Fenton participates not at all. She says almost nothing in these emails. So there's nothing that she's really interested in. She's not really doing anything other than monitoring for Michael Aquino and just forwarding images that he already knew of. And but when it came to the elements of, say, for instance, this other radio station she worked at, they had what they considered their military expert, and their military expert was the guy who was the author of the Wingman series of novels. And this was a guy who was this science fiction author who just wrote this horrible series of novels. I mean, literally dozens and dozens of them, named Mac Maloney. And Mac Maloney just always had the same three enemies, the Japanese, the Germans, and the Russians. Only they were like Doctor Who caricatures. They were all like Cybermen and Centaurans and Daleks. They weren't human. They were like, and they were always portrayed as lustful, whereas the Americans were always outnumbered, and because they were all Christians and therefore anti-sex. So he literally portrayed the Americans as celibate, that they were all chaste lovers. In other words, like Valentine's Day for children in class, where they're passing out Valentine's Day cards to each other, but the love is chaste. This was his version of Americans as true Christians. This would show, of course, why the Americans were always outnumbered, because, the enemy was always procreating, as the Americans were good Christians, and therefore apparently annihilating themselves slowly by refraining from sex in this total abstinence. So this was the insanity of this man's paradigm. He was brought on Coast to Coast AM. And so when he's brought on with George Norrie, and we're talking about the Battle of Los Angeles, and George Norrie says, what about Douglas Dietrich says it was Japanese aero dreadnoughts, the battle dirigibles, and Mac Maloney says, the Japanese never had any such technology. And it was almost like George Norrie was hypnotized. Like, he regurgitated it and just repeated it verbatim. I know, the Japanese never had any such technology. And they just moved on from there. It's the aliens, and went on to the alien trip again. And what they've done since then was Aquino turned all kinds of people loose on the seniors who lived through it. And of course, as I pointed out, you had headlines, Japs are bombing Los Angeles. They even give you the street addresses where Japanese planes were shot down. And people were talking about picking up bloody parachute straps and all this shit. These same people are approached later by people who tell them what you saw was aliens, and when they're older, when they're vulnerable, and offered money. People ultimately just sell out and say, yes, it's aliens. This sort of thing happens. That's not what anyone said for decades. And so, it just goes on and on. But Peter's getting more familiar with the story at this point. He's getting more familiar with the
what happens is you get, I remember my best friend was Catholic, and I was like an honorary member of the parish.
Yeah.
Because I would go and hang out with them, and I was treated. It gave me a lot of cross-cultural experience because, the regular school, nobody was Catholic, so I could hang out with multiple different crowds, and it was very helpful in my early experience. And I remember, so I'd be with them, hanging out with them, and I was like probably the youngest of the bunch because they were all older. And you get in a rock fight, we get in a rock fight with some kids from, and it's like you're one of them. You become one of them because you're breathing and living and playing with them,
Yes.
And it's like, and it's the same thing when you get, you're sitting in the Alamo, all of a sudden you become a Texan, even if you're not a Texan. Because you've taken, and so many people have taken up your cause, the ones that so generously donate to you, and they believe in your cause. So it's like, yeah. And what's so interesting about this is that, we actually got a billionaire to show up.
Yes.
It's fantastic. It's like, wow, we got a billionaire. Wow, who wants millionaires? It's like Renfield says in the movie, who wants flies when you can have nice fat spiders?
Thank you. No, this is truly a milestone. This is a milestone, and I'm so happy Lena did not delete that comment. I mean, it's so.
Yeah, I think actually this sent both of us into a shock, because I think we would have pursued it much more vigorously, but we didn't have to, because we've got the bait hanging down, like that poor guy in the movie Enter the Dragon. Williams is sitting there, killed by Dr. Han. He's sitting there, he's dropped in the pillow of acid.
Yes.
It's like this guy's just hanging there, and he's like sitting there, come and tear me apart,
right.
Because this is like progress. This is fantastic progress without even trying. And it kind of tells you that Aquino is he's not in the crosshairs.
Yeah. Yes.
Because he doesn't need to be. And he was always a wrong target to crosshair, because first off, you weren't going to get him.
Yeah.
And now that he's fading away, and his acolytes like Lavenda they're not worth getting in the crosshairs either, because they're not that big.
Yes.
Now we go for the bigger, this reminds me of some Star Trek or Star Wars or thing where some big thing appears on the screen, and it's just like boom, boom, going through space, and these bigger spaceships appear or whatnot. So this is fantastic, and it's and as I say, the next book after this will be going deeper into this thread. Might even get to mention Mr. Wallace if he resurfaces.
Oh, we'll mention him anyway, just as a delightful side note or footnote, if nothing else. If nothing else, it's morbid entertainment, a bemusing kind of incident along the way. And it'll be interesting to see if he just kind of, like a whelp dog, just goes away with his tail between his legs, or whether he becomes the new Stephen Outram and just starts.
Well, it won't be. The Stephen Outram is of the past. This goes into different waters. Yes. But what's interesting is, like, one thing as a writer of a book that was very controversial from day one, the Montauk Project, I always had a very good sense of what was going on. I mean, a psychic sense of how this was going to be responded. And I remember, several times coming back from Preston's house and feeling like I'd hit not just a home run, but a grand slam home run.
Yes. With
the bases loaded. I mean, it was like, wow, you feel that you've accomplished something. In other words, you're getting audience, you're getting remunerated for it, and it felt really good. There have been other times when, business cycles goes down, the day after Roswell comes out, and everybody's gravitating towards that, and you've been sidelined because of Philip Corso is now taking center stage in the world.
Right, during that period of time, yeah. That was nice. Yeah, go on.
Well, even then, and then I hit a peak around the time I got divorced around the year 2000, whereas I hit a great peak. And then as soon as I got divorced, everything began to go steadily downward in terms of sales. And there's a number of reasons for it. Yeah. It's distributors going out of business. It's the internet, everything changing to the internet, So, it takes a while to reconfigure yourself and get ebooks and do all this sort of thing. And the climate completely changes. There's also a period where called the Saturn return. Yeah. Not the Saturn return, excuse me. Saturn in the 10th house, mm-hmm. which means your reputation is going to be attacked, basically.
Right.
And so if you have any skeletons in your closet, it's really dangerous. Now, I didn't have any skeletons in my closet, but I didn't need skeletons. It was like, if somebody were to see me at a gathering, I'm like threatening. And this is also one thing I want to say about you, Douglas. Douglas wrote a great paper on how he stopped a war between Iran and Iraq.
Thank you.
I read that.
Thank you.
It's a long, detailed story, which is worth retelling at some point. Maybe not tonight. That depends on you. But it's like Douglas actually stopped a war by convincing the Iraqis how to play the Americans, because the Americans had set, kind of wanted a war between Iran and Iraq. And he's saying this, and I think somebody was, I don't know whether somebody was disputing, but there's a big problem with telling people that, yeah. Because people are going to resent, they're going to think you're bragging when you're just telling what happened, and you should be proud of it. You stopped the war, but people will have great resentment about that because they're living a life which is not, they don't feel impactful, they don't feel powerful. So if you're saying that, they will attack you for not only saying it but having done it.
Yes.
And this might might not surprise you, but one woman told me many, many years ago, she said that a lot of people are very unhappy in their lives because they watch soap operas.
Yeah.
And in the soap operas, all the people tend to be good looking and they're leading active lives with love affairs, some of them illicit, but they're so exciting and people feel that they're missing out on life because they're not living like the characters in a soap opera. Not realizing, see, somebody like yourself lives in a highly accelerated soap opera that is
Indeed, yes.
it's something you'd rather be out of.
Yes, yes.
But yeah, no, that was a very remarkable and commendable act you did. But as I say, it's like when people are on the outside looking in, there's going to be people that would be more inclined to, throw shit at anything.
Oh, it's so true. It's so true. And as an excellent example of that, what had happened was when I began getting attacked by the quote-unquote military veterans who are all about stolen valor, all that crap. And so that John Victor Lillier, who's now dead, committed suicide, of course, because he was basically breaking all these laws and raking in all this money, basically fleecing his fellow veterans of their own earnings by doubling his. Then when he ultimately ran afoul of the Veterans Administration and an investigation was headed by Gary States, they revoked his pensions, his disability, and he was headed towards prison, and he killed himself. This son of a bitch, of course, he put it up on his timeline, and it's still there, his blog spot. This ain't hell, but you can see it from here. They've changed it to some other name because the other name was so vapid and stupid. They changed it to like Stolen Valor, John Victor Lillier's Legacy site or something. And he claims I said that I won Gulf War all by myself, implying that I was claiming I won Desert Storm all by myself, which of course had nothing to do with anything. These people just take, they run with something that you said, where I stopped the original Gulf War. We're talking about the 8-year war between Iran and Iraq. I helped to bring an end to that. On my summer vacation, using propaganda, playing the Americans because I understood them and helping the Iraqis do the same. And the horror is, of course, you get these assholes later on who say, oh, this Douglas claims that, oh, yeah, he won the Gulf War all by himself, implying Operation Desert Storm. This is the insanity of what we're dealing with. And to give you an example of this, so we were talking about movies earlier tonight. A great example is you take a look at that movie Wonder Woman. Now, I don't know if you saw that, Peter Moon.
I did see it.
Okay.
I did see it.
Did you notice? Now, I'm sure you probably noticed this. Wonder Woman in that film kills General Ludendorff. Now, for those of you who are unfamiliar with history, just briefly, General Ludendorff was a high military, he was in high command, a member of the elite staff of World War I, and he lived for 17 to 23 years after World War I. He lived until 1937. He died just 2 years before World War II ignited in Europe, and war revisited the European continent in the central continental area, as opposed to just the peripheral civil wars in Spain or Italian invasions of Abyssinia or Albania or the like. This was like hardcore Central European conflict. It broke out again about 2 years after his death, and he was rumored to have been assassinated. He died of something nobody got in those days, which was liver cancer. And hardly anybody died of cancer other than him and H.P. Lovecraft and a few other people on Earth at that time. But Ludendorff, of course, is a historical figure, and yet people who watch this film Wonder Woman think that Wonder Woman killed this fictional character. They think Ludendorff is a fantasy fictional supervillain who holds his own against Wonder Woman, a goddess, mind you, for several minutes before she brings him down. And we're talking about a senior general who's like, got about a quarter century left to live. He's just still talking about somebody who's like, in their 60s, who holds his own against Wonder Woman. And, they think he's this fictional supervillain. You've got this historical figure who gets killed in a fantasy film. And this is like, I'm left speechless. This is America's view of war. That there's no reality for them. This is why people like Randall Wallace look at me and they don't see a real human being. I mean, if this is their view of history, where they go to watch comic books turned into movies where fantasy figures are killing real historical figures decades before they died, there's no fucking concept of history in America.
Let me bring up a point here. The only, and I don't remember that even, but the only reason I went to see that is because my wife likes those movies.
Right.
And she's young.
Yeah.
And of course her brother likes them, and he'll recommend to see them, and it's like, but here's an example. We went to see the movie The Assassins, which is loosely based upon Asan Saba.
Right.
Cult.
Yes.
Very loosely based.
Understood.
And she loved it. And I said, well, there's one thing wrong with it. It's completely historically inaccurate.
Thank you. Yeah.
But she didn't care.
Yes.
Because it was a good movie.
Right.
Now, I'm sitting there watching it, and I'm saying this is just such an abomination.
Thank you. Yes.
And so, but it's a sense she doesn't care because she's watching. And to tell you the truth, I don't think she's particularly interested in the history of the assassins.
Right. Yes, understood.
She might if she read it in one of my books, but she doesn't even have time really to read my books or even Radu's books anymore. She's busy with her own life. So, and she does, yeah. So anyway, it's like some people just don't care about this stuff, and it's to them it's entertainment.
Understood, and that's appreciated. But at the same time, to people like you and I, the reality is that here's part of the problem. Whereas in her case, it's acceptable. Your average person begins to accept this as reality. There are going to be kids who grow up with Inglorious Bastards and Tarantino doing what he did where the entire Nazi high command gets killed. And there's going to be kids who honestly think Hitler died like that. That's the...
Well, he also had, Manson, getting blown away.
Yes, well, there you go, and that's this is the kind of world where we're dealing with these people. Now, it's assumed that adults have the ability to make distinctions, but they oftentimes do not. And in terms of one of the things that I did want to bring up, I had it right on the tip of my tongue before we let our man Peter go, and but of course we can always have him back. If I do remember, I'll write it down.
The one thing is, I heard somebody talking. In fact, it was, I think it was, I don't remember who it was, so I won't say. But the purpose of history is so that we do not repeat the same mistakes in the present or the future. You have to study history. The purpose of studying history is to learn the mistakes of the past, and not to, so you don't repeat them. And here we have a history of war. And look at, war is crazy. War is madness. So if you're going to maintain war, you have to keep all of the secrets about war. Otherwise, you can't maintain it because there's no sane reason for it. At the level of, we're not talking about protecting ourselves. We're talking about harvesting of trauma. Mm-hmm. So it's like, we're already into the demon realm. So be it.
Yes.
But I will retire and leave you to your arc of narrative. But I'm glad I got to say these things and to help people appreciate some of the things that you've done, and we'll just keep increasing the energy, create a snowball of support, and it's its own wave. It's energetic. It's its own wave. As long as I do my job and you do your job, it will.
Yes.
The world is ready for this.
Thank you, and God bless you, of course, and you and all of your own, Paula, and everyone else you care about, and we'll be seeing you again very soon. I'll certainly call you again quite soon and ask if you want to follow up with some things I may have forgotten to talk about tonight, and definitely.
I don't think we forgot anything. We just opened the surgical opening.
Yes.
We have to go in deep, and the deepness is actually the work we'll be doing with this, and then into the next book, which the next book will delve into this. And but first things first, people will be interested and excited enough to read a consolidated synopsis, so everything is linear, order, and neurolinguistically understandable and accepted by people who otherwise wouldn't accept it.
Yes, very excellent point. And again,
blessed off to bed for me.
Yes.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
And, take care. that was wonderful, and we thank him. And Derek Talley, just checking if he's around. If he's not, and he's fallen asleep, hopefully his phone is on the charger and plugged in for the rest of the night, so that we can maintain quality of sound. So Derek Talley, are you with us? And just probing, and let's enter a message unto he, and see if he responds. And here we are. Let's take a look down here, and say, be there, just checking. There. Oh, hope your phone is plugged in. Hope your phone is plugged in on recharger. Phone is plugged in on charger. Plugged into charger. Charger. Because it's all riding on his phone. As we're all riding on his. As it's all riding on you. Riding on you. And there we are. And let's see if I can transfer that to a different medium as well, where we can actually enter something into the Derek Talley file here. And, okay, let's see if that runs in. Hopefully that doesn't cause too much trouble. And so, other than that, going to lower this screen and pick up where we left off, which is basically that Mein Kampf, and it's been quite the struggle to get to the point where we're at now, whereas Mr. Moon has said we've got big juicy spiders glaring down at us and drooling, venom leaking from their lips, as you can see in the missive that was entered by Randall Wallace, grandson of the former vice president, who just came within a heartbeat of being the president of the United States, and if that had been the case, would have led to a world that would be far worse than even what we're suffering now. I know it's hard to conceive, but believe me, it can always be worse. And that's the one thing you learn when you've seen the kind of evil that I've seen, up front and personal, is that it can always be worse. And it would have been with Wallace as president. And that's one thing that Randall Wallace is bitter about, is that the world isn't worse than it is. But he's doing his best to make it so. And one of the things he's doing to try and take it in that direction, even lower than we are now, is attacking myself. That's all part of the struggle. And Mein Kampf, my struggle, be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at DouglasDietrich.com. Now we got Holly Caditis Kiefer leaving a comment here. She says, "Amen, Douglas and true friends." Amen. So thank you, honey. Love you dearly, Holly Caditis Kiefer. And she's a wonderful lady who actually made it possible for Laura Lee Solomon. I used to always call Laura Lee Solomon Laurie and Ann Fenton by accident, and understandably, she was always pissed off at that. I do not blame her. They had very similar names. It was just, might have even been strategized like that. Might have even been conspiratorially established that they have similar names. Certainly, the one dear lady, Judith Ager, thought that Laura Lee Solomon was a product of a program like Laurie and Ann Fenton, and that over the years I've kind of gotten that feeling that she may very well have been right. Laura Lee Solomon, of course, had been in the United States Air Force, and therefore was exposed at some point to something that could have been done without her even being aware of it, to turn her into what she was, which was a person who was dealing with a lot of challenges. Of course, we all have our own challenges. And as I've said, mine directly impact your own. So contribute to the struggle of my challenges at DouglasDietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on DouglasDietrich.com. Got an incoming photo from Selena Khan. Want to thank her for that. And let's take a look at what she's sending. She's probably going to retire for the night and pick up narrative, pick up where it was left off tomorrow. So we sent her a triple X here and slap her butt off to bed. Tucker in, so to speak. Now, all due acknowledgement, let's see if I can get that word out. I haven't even started my monologue for the night, so let me quaff some tea. All due acknowledgement be unto our own personal hero, our dearest English brother in battle, who be Team Trăck, Dietrich our Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com, as well as the YouTube Maggot channel property manager, John Henry McMills Warrington. Subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/c/maggotour, and of course, friend and follow he via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/john.war for he nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost, and now you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. That's what almost happened to me if it hadn't been for John Warrington, who had saved all of my published videos, the overwhelming majority thereof at least, of his own initiative, and therefore has acted as the bridge between the Akashic Records and the material realm. In that sense, of course, because he maintained my persona on the internet from being wiped out completely, erased from cyberspace. He is, in a very real sense, my creator. And now you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether it's of myself from the internet or yourself from this world in terms of everything you care about, and indeed your very species of which you are a part. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at DouglasDietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while there, a footnote on mine bio, sire. Let it be known far and wide that I be alive and well, as the scion of Adolf Hitler, that I am a resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and, if at all possible, electronically relay thy contributions at DouglasDietrich.com. Remember, when you want people to know more about myself, and you point them out to DouglasDietrich.com and the link I just provided, have them also check out a footnote on my bio, sire. The meaning of my biological father, Adolf Hitler's name, at showsdd.com, on the homepage thereof, where people will find out what's in a name and why the name means everything. And that the person who is a biological product of that historical individual, myself, is also considered a creature of history by the very federal government that has denied my existence to this point and is now trying to suppress it as violently and as desperately as they can. People are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma ab Massa Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on DouglasDietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either the credit or debit card. Simply go to DouglasDietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Lin Suchin, Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated nigh immediately aftermath. The Sanjuichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plants on site, the 7,000 isles of the greater Japanese empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the dawning of the first rays of the sixth world broke upon us, that this was the time when magics could again be worked in conjunction with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crisis analyst Douglas Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage or Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally, mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena Shea herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Trăck, Dietrich's or Dragon's heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube LLC Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight. Subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, which be spelled BIZAREHD, and friend him at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7, he being mine own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Indeed, the last de Trăck son of Dietrich's, or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-Subsatanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, at bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services, rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant, at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support me, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services, due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to douglasdietrich.com and click donate. The very survival of the human species itself, along with all other species extant on the planet Earth, be at stake. And I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. To re-emphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich, and tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Sunday and Wednesday night. And click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Subscribe and donate at douglasdietrich.com. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. Now, a happy solar return to Zachariah Garrett. Best wishes unto he. He seems to have found a young lady. Hopefully he finds happiness in life, and he's on his own path out there. So, once served as my executive producer for a short period of time. He has the golden voice, worked for years as a telemarketer, developed some terrible TMJ, or the mouth-jaw syndrome, I forget what they call it, kind of a lockjaw, and was in excruciating pain, but he seems to have gotten over that, hopefully, and I'd like to think, and I can only assume, and he seems to be hale and hearty and happy, and his dog's still alive and with him, and he turns 33 years of age, I believe, so I could check his timeline to measure that, but does it really matter? I mean, he's going to see another personal New Year, another revolution of the earth around the sun, and let's just be happy he's here with us to do that. Shout outs to Rosie Sanchez, of course, who donated 100 United States dollars and said, thank you, I love your work. And of course, we got 100 United States dollars from Pac-1 Morales, my brother from another mother, who I must bring on this program before Derek Talley snatches him up for his own. And so I must remind myself to bring him on in the very near future, perhaps this Wednesday night. Let's see, I'll leave him some messages in the time, private messages, see where we go from there. He said, of course, with his muscular arm in the photograph, the image, much love as always, my brother. And that's the Mr. Pac-1 Morales, and a congratulations unto he. Pac-1 had a newborn baby recently. So he, along with Lena Shea and Selena Khan, all sharing the baby pictures with each other. Well, Selena doesn't have a baby, but, you know, but this is newborn, like a real infant. Lena's are a little older. Not too much older, but, you know, they're, as far as I'm concerned, they're barely out of the womb and they're still using diapers. But, you know, Pac-1 has got his own little baby. And, oh, God, I don't know what that does for a guy, but I'm glad it's he and not me. He can handle it. It's his world. But he donated 100 United States dollars. God bless him as a father, and I know he's been a father for quite some time, but he's got someone else to be father to now as well, a new member of the family, and may they all live very long and healthy lives, filled with much happiness and many blessings. God bless them. Stephen Myers of New York City sent 75 United States dollars. God bless him. And he left the following paragraph, which I shall now read to you. And he's referencing the last program with Peter Moon and myself that triggered the multi-billionaire heir, Randall Wallace, the man who sponsors Noam Chomsky. I always knew there was something suspect about that guy. But you know, maybe Brandon Young can try and put it in some perspective for us. But, oh my God, you know, he had to be getting funding from somewhere. Now we know. And so basically, aside from that, and hopefully Brandon Young comes on someday to try and put some context into that, Stephen Myers is offering us his own context in how he experienced that latest transmission from Peter Moon and myself. Let's give me a second here to quaff some tea before I read his paragraph. Now, Stephen Myers is a black African-American male, and he lives in New York City. He's in the heart of the storm, what was the epicenter for so long now in the United States. And we know it takes a much greater toll on colored peoples. We know how bad it's been for the black African American community. I am just ecstatic and so overwhelmed with appreciation, with gratitude that Peter Myers has survived thus far. Cross ourselves and knock on wood that he continues to survive in the years to come. Now, what he wrote was, eye-opening transmission on the Russians and Tibet. I am on the same page with you, Axis Daddy D. And I am 64 this May. Oh my God. I hope he lets me know the date of his birthday. But he's not on, I don't believe he's on Facebook anymore. I wouldn't be able to send him an e-card. But happy birthday this month. Try and get me some communication as to the date of your birthday, Stephen Myers. He says, I am 64 this May and have been, well, fuck his birthday. If it wasn't today, it's over, right? It was sometime this month. Oh my God. Holy shit. So, happy belated birthday. Happy solar return, Stephen Myers. Anyhow, he says, I'm 64 this May and have been searching for the truth and puzzle of this matrix of evil. And you and I, and you, and with you, through you, I have found out of all others where I search is the truth. That I am the truth out of all the others he has sought it from. He says, living in New York City all my life, I, 30 years ago, got interested in the occult, trying to find the answers of why this world is so evil and who is behind the curtain. I read books from the bookstore that you and Peter Moon mentioned, Samuel Weiser, and another occult book store in mid-Manhattan around 5 and 6th Avenue, 18th Street, if I remember back in the mid-1980s. And Peter, I'll reread this when he's around with us, and he'll be able to tell exactly where, I'm sure. And he said, this is Stephen Myers speaking, I read A Diary of a Satanist by Anton Szandor LaVey to study the enemy. I had a book in black and white on the Soviets and how they experimented with psychic warfare, with illustrations, photographic pictures, etc. It was long ago. I always knew America, and he spells America with a triple K, America, like Amari KKKA, as in America, and Russia and England were the cause of all the evil that is going on. Being born here where my parents migrated from Jamaica, they were sold the dream, which was a nightmare. I grew up Americanized, and he spells that, of course, with the triple K, in the 1960s and lived in Brooklyn, where it was hell during the heroin epidemic. There's a book written called Panic in Needle Park that would give people a good example of what it was like back then. Panic in Needle Park is the title, and that will give you an idea of what he grew up with. And he goes on to say, when my grandmother sent me to summer camp in Stony Brook, Long Island, at the age of 13, I saw a white guy perform a satanic ritual because my brother had a fight with him. He drew a satanic pentagram and started uttering strange tongues and lit a black candle with his name on it. And next day, when we got back, he had a fist fight with another kid over nonsense. I owe myself. So he's talking about this white individual had his own brother, Stephen Meyer's brother's name, on this black candle that he cursed him with, so that when he came home, he got into this fist fight, this provocation of violence, a kind of spell casting for chaos and bringing destruction into a person's life or destructive forces. And then he goes on to say, this being Stephen Myers, I almost got abducted by a pedophile in downtown Brooklyn when he was around 8 years of age. Me and my brother were walking down the street and a pervert pulled up and started whacking off in his car. As kids, we were laughing out loud so hard, my brother hit me in the nose by mistake and he sped off. Lucky he did. That pervert would have most likely kidnapped and raped me. This is New York City homework. You have all the bragging rights in the world yourself. No one black or white can attest to your knowledge, man. Your life is straight out of a Hollywood movie. Thanks. You blow my mind, as brothers would say. This is an exciting journey to know the truth. As the saying goes, the truth will set you free. And so God bless you, Stephen Myers, a man among men, and of course, man after my own heart, and someone who is indeed a brother from another mother, as is Salman Sheikh, who sent us 25 United States dollars, a quarter of $100, and along with that, this wonderful blessing. Salman Sheikh, of course, is Pakistani, and so he sends the following: May Allah, the God, bless you and yours always, my brother, and protect you from all evil. My prayers are always with you and all brothers and sisters of Team Dietrich. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you and yours. Respectfully, Salman Sheikh. So God bless you in turn, dear brother. Allah be praised, and may you yourself have many blessings and be maintained in the best of health and happiness. And Dennis Marshall sent us a wonderful quarter of $100 as well, and he added a new comment which was posted on our website concerning the column entitled "The War on Woman." So Dennis Marshall brought up the following point, and he said, on the Douglas Dietrich timeline, you can look up the column on the violence against women, entitled "The War on Woman," I believe. And when you're there, you should be able to scroll down and find the following comment from Dennis Marshall, which reads an excerpt. It's an excerpt from the book entitled "Spellbound: Woman and Witchcraft in America," edited by Elizabeth Reis, R-E-I-S. That's the romanization, by the way, of that Japanese woman's name in the movie Dead Mine. So here's the excerpt that he added to the discourse from that book by Elizabeth Reis, and her surname, of course, has a different meaning in the Western world, but in Japan it means something of the sense of logical blessing, like the blessing of rationality, kind of like the blessing of sentience and awareness and sapient awareness. So the excerpt from her book that she edited, again entitled "Spellbound: Woman and Witchcraft in America," is the subtitle, in which it says, "The family of John Quincy Adams were of the megalithic dragon cult, which kept alive the knowledge of the power of the stone. The independent spirit of witchcraft is very much akin to many ideals of the Founding Fathers. For example, freedom of speech and worship, decentralized government, and the rights of the individual rather than the divine right of kings. Oral tradition tells us that some Europeans, pagans, brought over to America as indentured servants or convict labor, fled to join the Indians, the Native Americans, whose traditions were similar in spirit to their own. In some areas, such as the American South, black, white pagan, and Native American elements combined. In America, as in Europe, the craft went underground and became the most secret of religions. Traditions were passed down only to those who could be trusted absolutely, usually to members of the same family. Communications between covens were severed. No longer could they meet on the great festivals to share knowledge and exchange the results of spells, rites, practices, and observations. And for the most part, the memory of the true craft faded. To be a witch is to identify with millions of victims of bigotry and hatred, and to take its responsibility for shaping a world in which prejudice claims no more victims. A witch is a shaper, a creator who bends the unseen into form, and so becomes one of the wise, one whose life is infused with magic. The myths, legends, and teachings of the craft are recognized as metaphors for that which cannot be told. This is all in the uppercase. The absolute reality in our limited minds can never completely know. When we speakest of the secrets that cannot be told, we do not mean merely that rules prevent us from speaking freely. We mean that the inner knowledge literally cannot be expressed in words. It can only be conveyed by experience, and no one can legislate what insight another person may draw from any given experience. And so he himself, Dennis Marshall, goes on to say, "My mom's father's great-grandmother was Patty Adams of the John Quincy Adams Dragon Cult family." God bless you, Dennis Marshall, and God bless her and all the members of your family, and I'm hoping they kept on all that they could in the tradition of the craft, including yourself. If not, by God, try and find out what you can, and strive to resuscitate, reanimate, and resurrect your tradition, your familial tradition of the craft. Certainly your bloodline makes it worthwhile. And finally, Eric Drew Laystick. And Mr. Eric Laystick of Broomall, Pennsylvania, donated $250 United States by mail using a money order. And of course, he's in Pennsylvania. Broomall is, comparatively speaking, a very small town. It's on the census, though. It's a census-recognized location, so it's not that small. But he's in Pennsylvania, where the State House Democrats are confirming that Republican leaders have kept a lawmaker's positive coronavirus test from them for an entire week, withholding the fact malevolently, even though a handful of Republican state leaders were self-quarantining as a direct result. So the Republican state representative Andrew Lewis confirmed he tested positive for COVID-19 on May 20th and said he was working to notify anyone he had contact with while in the Capitol. He told all his fellow Republicans and would inform none of the Democrats. His Democratic colleagues have confirmed they did not find out about Lewis's results until he announced his diagnosis publicly on Wednesday, midweek, Yester Septimania, or last week, which was a problem since they all work so closely together. Like many states, the legislature is debating how to open the state and also what kind of safety measures lawmakers should undertake. Now, this is horrific. This is, of course, your typical Republican using themselves as a vector for disease because they're filthy on the inside and they're filthy on the outside. And they're the plague rats of the world. This is what they naturally do. They're essentially fucking cockroaches. And, of course, now, honestly, I say this, really, with what they represent, like any vermin, exterminate them. That's what they would do unto the rest of us, unless you do them first. This is a war that the Republicans will kill everyone who's a non-white male. Only women who are totally self-loathing would even hang with the Republican. Republican women are essentially self-loathing cunts. Now, Jameson Reese in Long Island, New York says, well, I'm sorry, Staten Island, New York. Long Island is the home of our dear friend Selena. And, oh my God, about a day ago he wrote, firestorm coming. Scary times. Again, as you predicted, many, many, many years agone. So he's saying, yes, as I predicted since the beginning. And Jameson goes on to say, you're ahead of the curve to which the regular media is barely hanging on. And the alternative trash is in the sewer adjacent to the curb. Somehow get the feeling a very, very nasty war is on the horizon. I have no doubt nukes will not be used. Strategically, they are a blunder when infiltration is far less costly and effective. So it should seem it begins. Definitely look forward to what you'll have to say on matters when you have the time to do so. Your assessment of the overall situation is superior given your history and the fact that you are an outsider. People inside never know what the fuck is going on. It seems the incels, these are the involuntary celibates, and net white supremacists are preparing to move on the operation you exposed to us. Or at least, were they going to move, the racial tension and civil strife will give them an opportune time. Thank you. Yes, deeply appreciated. So he goes on to say, this being Jameson Reese, it's a blessing to have a mind like yours on our side, who doesn't speculate and conjure bullshit from the imagination to stoke fear to boost product sales. Honestly, I myself wish I were in Taiwan or Japan right now. This is Jameson talking. Anywhere but the land of pale savages, which seems to excel in proving it's more savage than any other continent in this veil, of which I personally consider far worse and darker than Klepoth, rather than the kingdom of Malkuth, as spoken of in the Sephirotic spears. In other words, in the Kabbalistic sense, he considers this to be far darker than the baseline root between the tree of life and death, which is what our material realm be. He feels as if it's darker than that, and I don't blame him. I understand how he can feel that way. I mean, I do myself in so many ways. And he says, rather, this be the realm furthest from light, if you will. In many ways, so true. So he goes on to say, the bifurcation has begun. The only, this is in uppercase, logical outcome, the only logical outcome would be the states to divide into ethnic enclaves as you envisioned in your model. There would exist no other way to restructure, and restructuring is inevitable. It will unfold as you predicted. I'm purely going off of gut feelings here, which have me in quite the state of alarm, to say the least. Looking forward to Sunday's broadcast. So let's get into that broadcast now. It is 10 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, which means it's got to be like 1 a.m. in the morning over where they are in the East Coast. So let me do a nice check into the live dashboard and see where we stand. Good, we're maintaining audience, and that's wonderful. And Lena Crane said, congratulations, Pack 1. Now, I've renewed this, and basically we've got Mark Eden saying, Karen O'Connor, King John III, have you seen all this? Something's afoot. They basically stole the crown anyway. Yeah, there you go. And so Karen O'Connor saying, oh, come on, Karen, you know better than that. Anyhow, won't read too much of that. Going on now, back into the arc of narrative. Let's talk about the week ahead, ever so briefly. Pride Month is starting today. Well, if you're on the East Coast. It's still yesterday here on the West. 10:17 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. So we've got a little while yet before midnight. But for us, Pride Month starts tomorrow. Of course, all this is adjusted for the pandemic. And by pride, of course, I mean gay pride. The new month on the morrow marks 51 years since the 1969 Stonewall Uprising in New York City that helped spark the modern gay rights movement. Organizers reportedly are scrambling to modify what are usually huge public gatherings so they can happen more safely in the coronavirus era. Now, first came the virus, next cometh the hurricanes. The Atlantic hurricane season has begun. The 6-month period that starts tomorrow is expected to be active, maybe even extremely active, as confirmed by professional weather forecasters. Trois names, storms, Arthur and Bertha, are already on the books. And NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's official forecast, calls for 6 to 10 hurricanes, including 3 to 6 major ones of Category 3 or higher. Now, it's no secret that the drastic change in traffic and flight volume across the world has been a boon for the environment. However, the pandemic could end up endangering the climate in other ways. The economic fallout of the crisis has caused a historic slump in global energy investment that could threaten climate goals in the longer term. All of this confirmed by an incoming report in which the International Energy Agency, the IEA, has concluded that such investments could plunge this year by a record 400 billion United States dollars, lightening the coffers for clean energy initiatives and other climate-friendly policies and driving lower-income countries back toward cheaper coal and even fossil fuel utilization. Plus, experts say once the world gets up and running again, carbon emissions will rocket back once more. So, has coronavirus helped the environment at all? We know that carbon emissions have sharply fallen during lockdown. But will all these changes actually be good for the environment in the long run? There's clear water in the Venice canals, blue skies over Delhi, and wild animals are roaming boldly in lockdown cities. The oil industry and airlines are floundering in this new world, and carbon emissions are falling fast. But there are also mountains of food going to waste that our supply chains aren't set up to deal with. And what's more, the radical changes to daily life that we're seeing now are not, thankfully, going to be permanent. History tells us that when emissions have fallen sharply in the past, as they do after recessions, there's often a skyrocketing rebound that wipes out any short-term cut in emissions. Is this pandemic any different? In a nutshell, we could see long-lasting positive environmental change after the pandemic, but it's all down to how we move on after lockdown. Now, I'll go more into that more deeply on another night, maybe the next transmission. For tonight, we're going to be analyzing a lot of the weekend that was and how that transitions into what's still going down now, which I'm not aware of enough in terms of detail to provide proper analysis of. So this will be part of an ongoing arc of narrative that will be continuing Wednesday night. But the pandemic, this pandemic, is flattening time. Let's take stock of the present moment. There be recent developments worth watching trend forward since we entered the final day of May. The final days of May, really. Because this week alone, this week past, into this weekend, trois high-profile incidents laid bare America's racial contract. Both found accelerants in social media and provoked questions about its role in society. In New York City, video of a white woman threatening to call the police on, she stressed, an African-American man went viral. A social media mob rebuked Amy Cooper, perhaps deterring those who might consider such behavior in the future. So let me try and provide a little synopsis of Central Park's ramble. a bird watcher in Central Park, a woman walking her dog without a leash. Those were the elements that led to a confrontation that made national headlines. Now, Jill Filipovich, who's a journalist, made the following observation. The story of Amy Cooper, the white woman who called the police on an African-American man who was birdwatching in Central Park and who asked her to leash her dog in accordance with park rules, is about racism, yes. But it's also about how racism is more than just whites' hostility toward people of color. Racism is more than a feeling. It's a system in which white people can and do exploit their own social positions, assumptions about their innocence, and the presumption that they're telling the truth. In the aftermath, Amy Cooper's employer fired her, and she apologized, saying, "I am not a racist. I did not mean to harm that man in any way." Of course, another journalist named Elliot Williams wrote the observation that "I am not a racist" is a common defense in situations like this. Regardless of her intent, her actions could have carried profound racist consequences. And she had to, or at least ought to, have known that. In this case, and in so many others, words and actions matter. Both can be racist. Both often are. And so, Filipovich concluded that we all deserve a better mechanism than justice by Twitter. Let's keep our eyes on the prize, a justice system that works, rather than one which so oftentimes accepts the word of white people at the expense of black lives and freedom. And in Minnesota, the death of a black man named George Floyd at the hands of police prompted protests and looting. An officer is now charged with third-degree murder and manslaughter in Floyd's death. But it took a lot to get that to happen. Much of it destructive. And of course, the president, we've all come to know and hate, has condemned the protests on Twitter, referring to protesters as thugs, and adding, "When the looting starts, the shooting starts." Qualifications be damned. When Peter Moon was mentioning he was backtracking, meaning President Trump was, not Peter, that was later when the repercussions began to become self-evident, even to an idiot like Donald Trump. Twitter appended a warning label to his message, indicating that the tweet violated company policy, but acknowledging that it may be in the public interest to leave it accessible, so that people could see how stupid the president truly is. Now, it was but the latest round in an ongoing standoff with the president, whose posts Twitter began moderating this week. Trump responded with an executive order targeting social media companies. Fiery protests erupted after George Floyd's death as the United States mourned 100,000 pandemic deaths, as officially recognized. But there's another disease in this country. And Detroit Mayor Mike Duggan said so Wednesday of Yester Septimania, last week. Midweek last, he said, "There's another disease in this country that's been with us a lot longer than the coronavirus." It takes a lot to break through COVID-19 news, especially on the day when the United States death toll passed 100,000 as officially recognized. But the death in Minnesota of George Floyd, a 46-year-old black African-American man, has sent a wave of shock and revulsion throughout the American empire. Bystander video taken shortly before he died showed Floyd handcuffed and pinned to the ground, the knee of a white police officer on his neck, and before falling silent forever, he repeated, "Please, I can't breathe. Police said Floyd had been identified as a possible suspect in a forgery and was restrained after he resisted arrest. But now 4 officers have been fired, and Floyd's family wants murder charges. Crowds in masks to avoid spreading the coronavirus have gathered in Minneapolis to protest. His case is just the latest high-profile example of brutal policing of African Americans. In February, Ahmaud Arbery was shot to death while out for a jog near Brunswick, Georgia. 2 white men involved said they thought he was a burglar. One of them, of course, an ex-cop, the other the ex-cop's son, and, of course, both infamous for their cover-up of their own crimes in the past. Now, Philando Castillo was killed by a police officer during a traffic stop in 2016. Freddie Gray died from injuries sustained in Baltimore in a police van circa 2015. There are so many others. America is completely unsafe for black men. They are the endangered species of North America. They be 3 times as likely to die from police use of force as any white man, according to a 2016 study deep into the subject. And hair triggers can lurk in even mundane interactions. In an incident in New York City's Central Park this week, a white woman called the police after a black bird watcher asked her to leash her dog per the park's rules. And she said, "I'm going to tell them there's a black African American man threatening my life." And that could have gotten that man killed. This is America's racial contract. Video evidence of unjustified shootings of black people is so jarring, in part because it exposes the terms of the racial contract so vividly. George Floyd was not shot, but he was killed on video by Minneapolis police while both Floyd and bystanders pleaded for help. The officers arresting him did nothing to save him. They were too involved, taken up in, enthusiastic about, thrilled by killing him. That, you can't even call it indifference. That sheer gratuitous sadism in the thrill killing, the taking of Floyd's life, by officers of the law, authority figures in full uniform, with the power of the state behind them, is a clause in the racial contract, in that the officers themselves did not see Floyd's life as one that they were bound to serve and protect, and did not expect to ever be punished for failing to do so. Indeed, he was game. Not game in the sense he was willing to participate. He was game as in an animal to be hunted down and killed for the sheer sake of sport. So, let's try and look a little into George Floyd. I tried to find out more about him as a man. We all know chaos and fury spread across the American empire as crowds defied curfews to protest the death of George Floyd. More protests ripped through the Minneapolis area as anger grew over the death of George Floyd, the unarmed black man who died this last week after a confrontation with police. Smoke and orange flames filled the night skies as protesters set ablaze the city's 3rd police precinct, the closest police hub where Floyd was shown on video with an officer kneeling on his neck before he died. The National Guard was indeed called in. This much I have confirmed. And the mayor says more than 170 businesses have been damaged, with at least 5 buildings that were still on fire into this weekend. We know some are burning even now here in my golden state of California. Now, the 4 officers involved in the arrest have all been fired, and protesters also gathered in New York, Denver, Phoenix, Memphis, and elsewhere to demand their prosecution. Meanwhile, we're learning the officer who had his knee on Floyd had 18, count them, fucking 18 prior complaints filed against him. Though it has not been released what those complaints were. His rights, of course, being protected, whereas a black man has none. And surveillance video from nearby businesses appear to contradict any and all police claims that Floyd resisted arrest. So let me try to put the death of George Floyd in context. 20 incidents, separated by 12 hours and 1,200 miles, have taken on the appearance of the control and the variable in a grotesque experiment about race in America. On Monday morning of Yester Septimani, opening last work week, in New York City's Central Park, we had a white woman named Amy Cooper who called 911 and told the dispatcher that a black African-American male was threatening her. The man she was talking about, Christian Cooper, who is no relation to herself, filmed the call on his cell phone. They were in the Ramble, a part of the park favored by birdwatchers, including Christian Cooper, and he had simply requested that she leash her dog, something that is required in area. In the video before making the call, Ms. Cooper warns Mr. Cooper that she is going to tell them there's an African-American man threatening my life. Her needless inclusion of the race of the man she fears serves only to summon the ancient impulse to protect white womanhood from the threats posed by black men. For anyone with a long enough memory or a recent enough viewing of the series entitled When They See Us, the locale of this altercation becomest part of the story itself. We know what happened to the 5 young black and brown men who were falsely accused of attacking a white woman in Central Park. On Monday evening in Minneapolis, Minnesota, a 46-year-old black man named George Floyd died in a way that highlighted the implications that calls such as the one Amy Cooper placed can have. George Floyd is who Christian Cooper might have been. The police made no arrests and filed no summons in Central Park. Amy Cooper has been forced to apologize for her actions. She has also been fired from her job. Whatever that was. I can only imagine it was probably in service. I mean, you can imagine what a great people person she be, yes? I'm being sarcastic. Now, the police responding to a call from a shopkeeper about someone trying to pass a potentially counterfeit bill arrested Floyd. Surveillance video showed us a compliant man being led away in handcuffs. But cell phone video later showed us a white police officer kneeling on Floyd's neck for 7 fucking minutes, despite protests from onlookers that his life is in jeopardy. In an echo of the police killing of Eric Garner, circa 2014, Floyd repeatedly says, "I can't breathe," and then, "I'm about to die," when the officer eventually removes his knee. Floyd's body is limp and unresponsive. A person nearby can be heard saying, "They just killed him." Floyd was taken to a hospital where he was pronounced dead. A police statement said that Floyd appeared to be in medical distress, but made no mention of his being pinned to the ground with the weight of a police officer compressing his airway. The video of Floyd's death is horrific, but all too sadly, not at all surprising. Terrible, but not at all unusual, depicting a kind of incident that is periodically reenacted in the United States, even regularly so. It's both necessary and, at this point, pedestrian to observe us that policing in this country is mediated by race. On Tuesday, in Minneapolis, hundreds of protesters, many wearing masks to guard against COVID-19, braved the pandemic itself to protest at the spot where George Floyd was murdered. Outside a nearby precinct house, police cars were pelted with rocks, and officers responded by firing tear gas. But within 24 hours of the video coming to light, the Minneapolis Police Department fired the officer who had knelt on Floyd and 3 others who had been at the scene. Mayor Jacob Frey tweeted that the firings were the right call, but here too, context matters. In November 2015, police responding to calls of a dispute between a man and a woman in North Minneapolis fatally shot a 24-year-old black African-American man named Jamar Clark. Police and paramedics on the scene claimed that Clark had resisted arrest and had attempted to grab an officer's gun. Bystanders claimed that he was handcuffed and on the ground when the shot was fired, execution style. Clark's death was followed by more than a fortnight, over 12 weeks of demonstrations outside the 4th Police Precinct in Minneapolis, led by Black Lives Matter. An attempt to disrupt holiday shopping at the Mall of America in protest, and cascading contempt from black residents that, 12 years later, factored into Mayor Betsy Hodges losing her re-election bid. In light of that history, Frey has been unequivocal about police culpability in Floyd's death. Being black in America should not be a death sentence. Those were his words, uttered openly and on record on Tuesday. The larger question, however, is whether the officers involved will face any legal consequences. The Twin Cities area has been an outsized part of the dialogue about the police use of force. The year after Clark's death, Philando Castile was fatally shot in Falcon Heights, Minnesota, by a police officer who was alarmed because Castile had a gun in his car, even though he had identified himself as a licensed gun owner. Castile's girlfriend recorded the aftermath of the shooting on her phone. Circa 2017, Justine Diamond was fatally shot by a police officer who was responding to her own call about a possible assault taking place behind her Minneapolis home. No charges were ever brought against officers in Clark's death. Geronimo Yanez, the officer who killed Castile, was fired from the department, but was acquitted of second-degree murder manslaughter charges. It wasn't even murder, it was manslaughter, second-degree manslaughter charges. And he was acquitted anyway, he walked. Mohammed Noor, the officer who shot Justine Damond, the lady, was convicted of third-degree murder and second-degree manslaughter and was sentenced to 12 and a half years in prison. The Damond case was atypical, both in that it involved the fatal shooting of a white woman by a black officer of Somali descent who was acting like he was still in Somalia fighting pirates, or in the midst of that endless civil war between the warlords. In other words, he was acting as if he was enforcing law in Somalia rather than in the United States. That's where a little... if they're going to hire a black man, why did they hire one out of fucking Somalia? I mean, like fresh out of Somalia, like this guy was, where he's still reliving Black Hawk Down. What the fuck was that? Well, they said he was of descent. I don't know about that. Also, Justine Damond was an Australian citizen. She was a white woman who was not a citizen of these United States, which is what generated international pressure for a conviction in the case. That is why something was done. The officer was black, the lady was white, there was international pressure. Oh well, there you go. If she had been black, and he had been white, and they had both been U.S. citizens with no foreign involvement, nothing would have happened. And no charges were brought against Officer Daniel Pantaleo in the death of Eric Garner on Staten Island, where Jameson Reese lives, whose arrest was also recorded on video by a bystander and has been widely referenced since George Floyd's death. Now, Officer Daniel Pantaleo was ultimately fired from the department by 2019. By odd coincidence, a movie entitled American Trial, a film that features a mock trial of Officer Pantaleo for murder, was just released. Now, the investigation into George Floyd's death also exists in the context of an ongoing investigation into the death of Ahmaud Arbery, a 25-year-old black African-American male who was shot in southeast Georgia when two men, a father and son team of white supremacists, attempted to enact a citizen's arrest, while a third recorded a video of the incident because it was just hunting sport to them. They're just all good old boys out on a run. There is yet another investigation of fatal police force in Louisville, Kentucky, home of course, Mike Ringley, the man who is now dead and buried, hopefully somewhere in Louisville, Kentucky. Well, hopefully not buried. Hopefully they left him above ground to feed the fucking worms. There's enough shit in that guy that he would have fertilized a goddamn forest. And that's where Breonna Taylor, the 26-year-old black African-American female EMT, emergency medical technician, as an essential worker saving your lives, was shot to death in her own apartment by officers who were conducting a drug raid at what her family proved was the wrong address. Oops! There is more to be said about the burgeoning genre of videos capturing the deaths of black Americans, and the complex combination of revulsion and compulsion that accompanies their viewing. They be the macabre documentary of current events, but the question remains about whether they do more to humanize or to objectify the unwilling figures at the center of their narratives. Death is too intimate a phenomenon not to be, to not be distorted by a mass audience. Yester Septimania, this last week, very few of us knew who George Floyd was, what he cared about, how he lived his life. Today, we know him no better save for the grim way in which that life met its untimely end. but it highlights the intolerable tensions between American cities and their police forces in what has been diagnosed as a deficit of hope. After a night of rioting in Minneapolis, Minnesota, over the death of George Floyd, protesters marched in 3 major United States cities on Thursday. Fanning public anger was the release of new video footage that appeared to rebut all police officers' claims that he had resisted arrest before his death. The city's police chief, Midoriya Arradondo, asked protesters for peace, acknowledging that his department had much work to do. Himself going on record to say, "I know there is currently a deficit of hope in our city, and I know our department has contributed to that deficit as a whole." Now, the political gap between the liberal mayors who run most big cities in America and the officers who help police them seems especially pronounced right now as a cycle of police violence and counter-violence unfolds in Minneapolis and perhaps beyond after the killing of George Floyd. As the Black Lives Matter movement matured from a sequence of protests into a more permanent political orientation, most liberal mayors usually tried hard to keep up, though this pattern seemed to make some police unions more reactionary and outspoken. Meanwhile, visual evidence of police killings from body cameras or mobile phones has made the circumstances of those deaths more difficult for anyone to complicate or excuse. A set of written witness statements and investigative reports, reviewed in City Hall, can leave some ambiguity about who is right and who is wrong. A video of a police officer in Minneapolis kneeling for 9 fucking minutes on the neck of a man who is not resisting and saying that he cannot breathe as life drains from him leaves no room at all. There's only one honest reaction. The mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Frey, expressed it loudly this week. Why is the man who killed George Floyd not in jail? A whole generation of Democratic mayors have seen their reputations defined by their inability to manage the aftermath of police killings. Rawlings Blake in Baltimore, Rahm Emanuel in Chicago, Bill de Blasio in New York, Pete Buttigieg in South Bend. Political pundits often wonder why the bench of Democratic presidential candidates is so thin. Looking at that list, it doesn't seem like such a mystery to me. One reaction in some of the most progressive cities has been to elect new leaders who champion activist causes, especially reform-minded prosecutors. Larry Krasner in Philadelphia, Kim Foxx in Cook County, Illinois, Rachel Rollins in Suffolk County, Massachusetts, Chesa Boudin in mine own San Francisco. This, in turn, has kicked up so much resistance from law enforcement that, in many cases, reforms have been smothered in a more pitted battle between progressive elected officials and the rank-and-file cops whose behavior they seek to change. Like so much else in the Trump era, these tensions have been made much worse by the president himself, whose political instincts are to divide and who talks so easily of violence. On Thursday night, after Minneapolis protesters set fire to a precinct station, Trump warned on Twitter, "When the looting starts, the shooting starts." This put everyone in an even more dangerous position. The protesters, who now had more reason to expect violence from law enforcement, and the police officers, who had been described by the president as likely to fire into a crowd. The political authorities in Minnesota have acted decisively. The 4 officers who were at the scene of Floyd's death were quickly fired, and on Friday, The officer who killed him, Derek Chauvin, was charged with third-degree murder. Nonetheless, this Friday evening, into the weekend, things were still on a knife's edge in Minneapolis, and that was the last time I had the ability to even check into the situation. Among the many questions then was whether the gap between the nation's liberal politicians and the police will continue to widen, or whether it can ever be reversed. In Minneapolis itself, there have been promising signs. The city's first black police chief, Medallia Arradondo, apologized to George Floyd's family. Some police chiefs and police unions around the country have joined him in condemning Floyd's killing. Even so, Mayor Frey has a difficult path ahead of himself because he has both a public audience loud and enraged and a private one composed of the police officers whose voices are rarely heard by the general public and whose loyalty he needs to maintain order. As protesters surrounded the Minneapolis 3rd Precinct's police station Friday night into the weekend, Frey instructed the officers inside to evacuate. Soon it would burn, with himself saying, "The symbolism of a building cannot outweigh the importance of a life. But it's bigger than buildings. America itself is burning." A Minneapolis police precinct was on fire, but I myself saw the black citizenry of New Africa in the flames. New Africa is the name given to the black nation that will ultimately emerge from the dissolution of the United States, along a new confederacy that will not have those elements, those counties of the Black Belt within it, but will rather, like Bosnia and Herzegovina, be split along enclave lines. If it takes the United Nations or some other international force, whatever it takes to police those regions so that they don't tear into each other, let it happen. But the division must come. Right now, it's not a melting pot, it's a powder keg. And then, when Donald Trump threatened whatever he did to walk back later on per force of circumstance, the time he threatened at the moment that he tweeted, "When the looting starts, the shooting starts," he bloody fucking well meant it. That brings us to the issue of Trump, Twitter, and race itself. Three of the most persistent strands in President Trump's political life: social media, race, and the glorification of violence, came us together this last week to provide us a foretaste of what the coming re-election campaign will look like. At one level, Trump's fight with Twitter felt like, and was almost surely intended to be, a distraction, a diversionary tactic from the continued COVID-19 pandemic, which officially claimed its 100,000th American life midweek yesterday, Wednesday of last week. But it's usually a mistake to dismiss Trump's quarrels, however stunt-like they may be, as mere distractions. They provide us insight into the mind of the nation's chief executive and the tactics that he believest will help himself. It's equally wrong to assume, as some do, that Trump possesses unerring tactical judgment. He does have a keen ear for what will stir up his followers. Whether that's enough to win an election is very much a different question. What Donald Trump's Minnesota tweet reveals is his moral compass, or the sorry device that he has in place thereof. Just before 1 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Friday morning, an hour after midnight, into the witch's hour, and not yet the first, the President of these United States got on Twitter and decided to offer his thoughts about the ongoing unrest in Minnesota following the release of video footage proving the death of an unarmed black man named George Floyd while he was being taken into custody by police without resisting was murder. And so tweeted Donald Trump, "I can't stand back and watch this happen to a great American city, Minneapolis. A total lack of leadership. Either the very weak radical left mayor, Jacob Frey, get his act together and bring the city under control, or I will send in the National Guard and get the job done right. These thugs," all uppercase there, "are dishonoring the memory of George Floyd, and I won't let that happen. Just spoke to Governor Tim Walz and told him that the military is with him all the way. Any difficulty and we will assume control. But when the looting starts, the shooting starts. Thank you." The second part of that tweet, beginning with "these thugs," was flagged by Twitter for glorifying violence and hidden in Trump's feed. The latest maneuver in an ongoing fight between the president and the social media giant. But let's not lose the forest for the trees here. Yes, it's a big deal that Twitter has put a warning label on a tweet from the president. But the much, uppercase there being my own, bigger deal is that the President of the United States is, again, abandoning any sort of moral leadership in a moment of national crisis, choosing instead to inflame and incite rather than instill calm. Look specifically at what Trump tweeted. The use of the word thugs in the uppercase, every letter therein, is clearly coded racial language. As John McWhorter, an associate professor of English and comparative literature at Columbia University, told National Public Radio, or NPR, way back in 2015. To quote his T, "When somebody talks about thugs ruining a place, it's almost impossible today that they are referring to somebody with blonde hair. It is a sly way of saying, there go those black people ruining things again. And so anybody who wonders whether thug is becoming the new N-word doesn't need to. It most certainly is." Now, what be worth noting is that McWhorter was discussing the use of the word by then President Barack Obama and then Baltimore Mayor Stephanie Rawlings Blake in response to protests in Baltimore following the death of a black African-American male named Freddie Gray while in police custody. Both Obama and Rawlings Blake are black and Democrats. Then there is this line from Trump. Let me reread it. "Any difficulty and we will assume control, but when the looting starts, the shooting starts." If you don't think that is a direct threat of violence by the President of these United States to the protesters in Minnesota, you simply are not paying attention. Or rather, in denial. Now, for this I'll turn for a moment to CNN's Brian Stelter, who noted of that phrase, "It mirrors the language used by a Miami police chief in the late 1960s in the wake of riots. Its use was immediately condemned by a wide variety of individuals, from historians to members of rival political campaigns. So, it has a history of abuse that, despite its being condemned historically, was picked up by Donald Trump with every ounce of awareness that he was abusing it for the same reasons that made it untenable in the 1960s. And I'd add that the Miami police chief in question, Walter Headley, also infamously said that young hoodlums were taking advantage of civil rights, and that he planned to use shotguns and dogs in Miami's African American areas to bring order. So yeah, Trump sought to clean up the mess he had caused by insisting later Friday that his tweet was not a threat, in which he said, or rather tweeted, that's how he communicates with the world, kind of like through a Ouija board, the following, which I shall quote: "Looting leads to shooting, and that's why a man was shot and killed in Minneapolis on Wednesday night. Or look at what just happened in Louisville with 7 people shot. I don't want this to happen, and that's what the expression put out last night means. It was spoken as a fact, not as a statement. It's very simple. Nobody should have any problem with this other than the haters and those looking to cause trouble on social media. Honor the memory of George Floyd." Shit, might as well have been you, Trump, leaning on his neck, you motherfucker. Yes, honestly, I love Peter Moon, but when he brings up the things like this, where Trump is walking back on what he said, it's almost like a reflexive defense from the white boy in him that he just can't stop. That Trump has abandoned, or rather refused to acknowledge, the idea of the presidency as a position of moral leadership is sad, but not shocking at all. He has done so repeatedly throughout his first 3+ years in office, most notably when he argued that there were very fine people on both sides of the white supremacist violence in Charlottesville, Virginia, that left a young, breeding-age white woman, Heather Heyer, dead circa 2017. While Trump has insisted repeatedly that he is the least racist person you'll find anywhere in the world, his reactions to Charlottesville and Minnesota prove otherwise. When faced with a difficult situation, Trump leans on both siderism and old racial tropes, rather than at least attempting to provide some sort of moral clarity to both those protesting and the police charged with keeping order. Trump blurs the lines even more with incitements and threats. Can you imagine if Trump had simply tweeted something like, "Okay, let me think of something. Let me think of something for you. Let me take a quick look at the live dashboard." And I see Karen O'Connor still writing. There we are. Good lady. Trump could have said something like, "George Floyd's death cannot be in vain. We must reform the ways in which black African Americans are treated by those tasked with protecting them. I don't condone any violence in the protests caused by Mr. Floyd's death, but I do understand the anger, fear, and mistrust that are at the root of them." That tweet alone, if Trump had sent it, would not, obviously, have ended the protests or made the anger and fear and lack of trust ever disappear, but it might have provided a pause, a cooling off period, a ratcheting down of tensions. Instead, Trump took his own can of gasoline and squirted the entire contents onto an already raging fire. Because he simply cannot put the we ahead of the me. Because he cannot see beyond his own biases and his own political calculations. Because he has absolutely no fucking clue what moral leadership in a president even looks like. Now, Trump's looting tweet violates his oath of office. The president is supposed to protect and defend the nation's supreme laws. Shooting looters is unconstitutional. Overnight protests of the egregious police killing of George Floyd roiled several American cities, including Minneapolis, where riots and looting frightened locals and destroyed livelihoods. A prudent president would have urged calm. On Twitter, President Donald Trump instead aggressively insulted elected officials in Minneapolis. He so tweeting, I can't dignify it with the term writing. He so tweeting, a total lack of leadership. Either the very weak, radical left mayor, Jacob Frey, get his act together and bring the city under control, or I will send in the National Guard and get the job done right. And then Trump threatened to unleash American carnage, to use his own term, on looters. These thugs are dishonoring the memory of George Floyd, and I won't let that happen. Just spoke to Governor Tim Walz and told him that the military is with him all the way. Any difficulty and we will assume control, but when the looting starts, the shooting starts. Actually, it could have been just the opposite as well, too. When the shooting started, I'm sure looting would have followed. Let's put it that way. It would have incited looting just by shooting. I mean, if you're going to risk your life, you may as well make it worthwhile. Now, Twitter, to its credit, quickly appended a note to the president's message. To its debit, it has never done this before. And so it stated, all too little, all too late in the game. This tweet violated the Twitter rules about glorifying violence. However, Twitter has determined that it may be in the public's interest for the tweet to remain accessible. It isn't clear that threatening to shoot looters technically glorifies violence, but the ostensible Twitter violation, which quickly made headlines, is less important than the constitutional problem with Trump's public threat of lethal force. As the legal scholar Oren Kerr noted, actually following a policy of when the looting starts, the shooting starts would violate the Fourth Amendment, and that's just for starters. I myself would cite the precedent in Tennessee versus Garner. That case originated in Memphis, where 12 police officers, including Elton Hyman, were dispatched to catch a prowler. In the backyard of a house, Hyman saw a suspect he judged to be 17 or 18 run to a back fence. He said, "Halt! Police!" The suspect tried to climb over the fence to escape. Hyman shot him in the back of the head and recovered a purse with $10 inside of it. He later cited a Tennessee statute that said, if, after notice of the intention to arrest the defendant, he either flees or forcibly resists, the officer may use all the necessary means to effect the arrest. The Supreme Court's holding in the 1985 case sets forth a different standard. The use of deadly force to prevent the escape of all felony suspects, whatever the circumstances, is constitutionally unreasonable. It is not better that all felony suspects die than that they escape. Where the suspect poses no immediate threat to the officer and no threat to others, the harm resulting from failing to apprehend him does not justify the use of deadly force to do so. It is no doubt unfortunate when a suspect who is in sight escapes, but the fact that the police arrive a little late or are a little slower afoot does not always justify killing the suspect. A police officer may not seize an unarmed, non-dangerous suspect by shooting him dead. The Tennessee statute is unconstitutional insofar as it authorizes the use of deadly force against such fleeing suspects. That is the law of the land. Same decision goeth on to note that where the officer has probable cause to believe that the suspect poses a threat of serious physical harm, either to the officer or to others, it is not constitutionally unreasonable to prevent escape by using deadly force. Thus, if the suspect threatens the officer with a weapon or there be probable cause to believe that he has committed a crime involving the infliction or threatened infliction of serious physical harm, deadly force may be used, if necessary, to prevent escape, and if, where feasible, some warning has been given. More succinctly, cops can't just shoot someone looting gadgets from a Target or whiskey from a liquor store. Trump swore to protect and defend the Constitution. With the tweet that he issued and had to walk back on later in the morning of Friday, Saturday, whatever day we were transitioning into at that time, he did so because he distinctly violated that oath. When he wrote, "The looting starts," or rather, when the looting starts, the shooting starts, he implicitly urged law enforcement to adopt an approach that would transgress the Constitution itself, violate Fourth Amendment rights, and cause unlawful deaths. Rioting is abhorrent. Trump's incendiary call for illegal acts is more likely to fuel than stop it, as has proven itself to be the case with buildings burning, even as I speak. Especially, it would have been illegal, unconstitutional to the point where Trump probably figured his own ass risked potential for arrest if any policeman acted on his irresponsible words. If policemen had actually taken his words as an executive order, we would be in the midst of a racial war right now. We already are. But it would have exploded into nationwide open conflict, where there'd be shooting in the streets, all because of a dumb white man in the Oval Office blowing his wad, like he always does, out of his mouth. George Floyd was killed, and until buildings were burned, no one was arrested. And they want black African Americans to care about that burning building with not a single officer inside of it to suffer. You can rebuild a station. There is no resurrection for the dead black bodies. George Floyd's killing was on camera. We only cared because we saw him beg for his life and cry for his mama as Derek Chauvin knelt upon his neck. He knelt upon his neck while having a record as a police officer littered with nearly 20 fucking complaints, with the conviction of someone determined to put Floyd in his place, beneath him. And no one arrested that man until the very streets were aflame and the president was threatening police executions. That precinct represented his house. It's gone now. Everyone says it's a rare sight. I myself wish dead black bodies were the shocker. Now Trump is saying the National Guard will get the job done right. He has since, of course, withdrawn that threat. All I could think about when he said it was whether black people would be safe, or whether they'd ever be safe again with a mobilized National Guard on orders to shoot to kill. Now, in 2018, Philadelphia Eagles fans tore up their city, looting, flipping cars, starting fires after a Super Bowl win. Trump notably did not threaten them. Guns instead of grace is an attitude reserved for black folk. Friday morning, live on CNN, we saw how State Patrol controlled the crowd. We watched Omar Jimenez, an Afro-Latino journalist, be arrested despite identifying himself. They surrounded him, hands on his arms, as he spoke. The same did not happen to a white broadcaster. This is America, after all. Dzhokhar Tsarnaev blew up the Boston Marathon. James Holmes shot up a Colorado theater. So we're told. Dylan Roof committed a terrorist act at a Charleston church, coldly executing 9 black people as they worshipped. Each of these killers was safely taken into custody. Everyone keeps talking about the empty police station blazing and the looting, but the lives lost matter. George Floyd be but one of all too many. In Kentucky, Breonna Taylor was killed by police in March. You don't say her name because you didn't see it on camera. You didn't see it on camera like you saw the killings of Ahmaud Arbery, Tamir Rice, Eric Garner, Philando Castile, Freddie Gray, Walter Scott, and the names of so many others. The examples are so plentiful it pains my very spirit. You don't hear enough about Breonna Taylor, the emergency medical technician, the EMT, who saved your lives but was killed after police executed a no-knock warrant at her home in search of a suspect who was already in custody. So protesters have since ensured the world knows her name as of now. Remember when a cop killed Atiana Jefferson in her Texas home last October? What about Botham Jean? Do you remember how he died in his own home at the hands of a confused cop? Blacks aren't safe from the European American police state in their own homes in North America, and the violence is normalized under the guise of a few bad apples. By European American, that's the term for white Americans in disambiguation from African American. To paraphrase Billy Joel, we people of color did not start the fire. America was founded by fire starters, the thieves of land who also stole people and raped and killed and brutalized their way into power. This country was built on the backs of black folk it didn't perceive as human, and even today it tries to pillage their very souls. The country had to go to war with itself for these people to be declared free, but it wasn't liberation. There were still lynchings. As with the Native Americans before them, pieces of their bodies were used as souvenirs. Freedom came with Jim Crow laws to keep them fighting for equality forever. There was redlining and segregation and all kinds of legal ways to limit their lives that still affect them today. The March on Selma was but 55 years agone. If the civil rights movement were incarnate in corporeal embodiment, they would not yet be a senior citizen. White sayest blacks have come so far, but black people in Flint still lack clean water. White sayest blacks be free while waging the war on drugs that fueled mass incarceration and building the school-to-prison pipeline to profit off New Africa. Look closely at welfare programs of the Johnson and Nixon era. Marriage was discouraged if you needed help. And in that time, blacks were still fighting for basic rights. This country helped destroy black families, first by selling them away from one another and then by making their split essential to economic survival. Blacks knowest that ye hate them, white America. You always did. Yet they're expected to be in perfect peace. Whites say, vote, march, turn the other cheek. So yeah, buildings have been burning in Minneapolis and elsewhere. Just like when all ye Euro-Americans burned Tulsa and Rosewood, except wait a minute, those were massacres. Their deaths never meant a thing to this system. Brutality never subsided. We just have smartphones now. I hate that the livelihood of business owners is burning, but so are black lives. And we all knowest America's love language is money. So when lost profits mount, maybe leaders will look at all the endless hate they give us dust-coloreds and reconsider. Maybe they'll understand what Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey meant when he said, "Though the destruction is unacceptable, the symbolism of a building cannot outweigh the importance of life." Or maybe they'll try to pacify us all with a Martin Luther King Jr. quote and remind us about his dedication to nonviolence and his anti-rioting stance. They'll conveniently forget about the time he said, well, let me quote his TD verbatim. "Methinkest white America must see that riots do not develop out of thin air. Certain conditions continue to exist in our society which must be condemned as vigorously as we condemn riots. But in the final analysis, a riot is the language of the unheard. And what is it that America has failed to hear?" Martin Luther King understood the root cause of the rage we see. But they will forget that he was radical like that. They'll also conveniently forget that he was killed, assassinated, politically, as a political figure. Because Martin Luther King Jr. was no prophet of unity, he was a radical. And for his own militancy, King was hounded by the FBI, denounced as a communist, and bombarded with death threats. Above and beyond all else, Dr. King was a champion of the poor and oppressed. If we want to truly honor his legacy, we'll struggle to finish his work. Martin Luther King Jr. is useful to just about everyone nowadays. For President Donald Trump, celebrating King is a chance to tell everyone that he shares his dream of equality, freedom, justice, and peace. For Ram trucks, it's a chance to, well, sell fucking trucks. This wasn't always the case. In 1983, but a decade and a half, 15 years after the Right Reverend King's death, 22 senators voted against an official holiday honoring him on the third Monday in January. The North Carolina Senator Jesse Helms undertook a 16-day filibuster of the bill, claiming that King's action-oriented Marxism was not compatible with the concepts of this country. He was joined in his opposition by Senators John McCain, Orrin Hatch, and Chuck Grassley, among so many others. Ronald Reagan most reluctantly signed the legislation, all the while grumbling that he would have preferred a day similar to Lincoln's birthday, which is not technically a national holiday. And guess what? He had a reason to be hesitant. The real Martin Luther King Jr. stood for a radicalized vision of equality, justice, and anti-militarism that rebelled against Reagan's entire agenda. Today, more than ever, we need to rediscover that champion of working people. The Disneyfied version of Dr. King begins and ends with his role as a civil rights leader, who summoned Christian teachings as well as Gandhian tactics and told us of his dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. But in that same oft-quoted I Have a Dream speech from 1963, that year mine own late sister was born into this world, King celebrated the marvelous new militancy which has engulfed the Negro community, and spracketh on the fierce urgency of now. For his own militancy, King was hounded by the FBI, denounced as a communist agent provocateur, and bombarded with death threats till the day he fucking died, when death threats were finally realized by an assassin's bullet through his brain, through his heart. I don't remember where it entered and exited, to tell you the truth. But by the time they ended his life, only 22% of Americans approved of the Freedom Riders fighting segregated transportation. By the mid-1960s, 63% of Americans had an unfavorable opinion of Dr. King, according to all polls. He was the most hated man in America, widely viewed as an enemy insurrectionist. And yet Martin Luther King Jr. was part of a much wider movement, standing alongside socialists such as Ella Baker, Bayard Rustin, and A. Philip Randolph, in not just attempting to dismantle the Jim Crow system, but replacing it with an egalitarian social democracy. Despite President Lyndon Johnson's shepherding of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and Voting Rights Act of 1965, ending legal apartheid in these United States, Martin King became even more radical as the decade went on. As he himself put it, circa 1967, "We aren't merely struggling to integrate a lunch counter now. We're struggling to get some money to be able to buy a hamburger or a steak when we get to the counter." King wasn't willing to drop his internationalist commitments to achieve his change. He had long been a supporter of anti-colonial struggles in developing countries, and in an April 1967 address at Riverside Church in Harlem, he alienated his liberal allies by challenging the slaughter in Vietnam and the broader system of imperialism that made poor people black and white alike, in which he said, "Kill and die together for a nation that has been unable to seat them together in the same schools." Listen to what I just said. Again, from my lips, but echoing what originally emerged from the lips of Dr. King. Kill and die together for a nation that has been unable to seat them together in the same schools. Despite rebukes from more than 160 newspaper editorials the next day, and his permanent alienation from liberal allies in the Democratic Party, he pressed on, and now calling himself a democratic socialist through his Poor People's Campaign, King was set to create the kind of movement that could fight for not just political but economic freedom for all. He wasn't just a civil rights activist. He was a tribune for a multiracial working class. People who faced poverty, racism, and joblessness, but who, when banded together, could wield tremendous power. King traveled to Memphis in April 1968, where he was assassinated by the white supremacist James Earl Ray, to support striking sanitation workers. His advisors warned against the trip. There were the threats upon his life, and there were other campaigns and commitments too. But King knew he had to be there. He knew what side he was on. The Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. wasn't a prophet of unity at all. He was a champion of the poor and oppressed. And if we want to truly honor his legacy, we will struggle to finish his work. That is my struggle. Mein Kampf, that was the struggle of my biological father, Adolf Hitler. Exempli gratiae. Colin Kaepernick can't play football anymore because he took to bended knee to protest brutality. But no one wanted to arrest the guy who took a knee on a black man's neck. Only after cities burned was Derek Chauvin, the Minneapolis police officer who knelt on George Floyd before he died, finally charged Friday with third-degree murder and manslaughter. How is all this not the perfect storm for total unrest? You know what Floyd said as he clung to his last breaths? My surrogate son typed out the words for me. They read like a poem in that their structure, the syntax, is writ not in the sense of a conventional paragraph, but transcribed as the words were gasped out of this dying black man's lips. These are the last words of George Floyd, the 46-year-old man who died as a United States police officer pinned him down, kneeling on his neck for 7 minutes until he suffocated. It's my face, man. I didn't do nothing serious, man. Please. Please. Please, I can't breathe. Please, man. Please, somebody. Please, man. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Please. And then my son put inaudible in parentheses. He's saying something that literally no one can interpret. Man, can't breathe. My face. Just get up. I can't breathe. Please. Inaudible. Please something. I can't breathe. Shit. I can't move. Mama. Mama. I can't. My knee. My nuts. I'm through. I'm through. I'm claustrophobic. My stomach hurts. My neck hurts. Everything hurts. Some water or something. Please. Please. I can't breathe, officer. Don't kill me. They go and kill me, man. Come on, man. I cannot breathe. I cannot breathe. They go and kill me. They go and kill me. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Please, sir. Please. Please. Please, I can't breathe. Then his eyes shut, and the please stopped. George Floyd was pronounced dead shortly thereafter, and a night of violent protests set the nation ablaze. So is the United States coming apart? That is the question many people are asking after another night of demonstrations and violence following the horrific death of George Floyd at the hands of the Minneapolis police. In Minneapolis, Atlanta, New York, Dallas, Oakland, right across the bay. From myself and other cities, there were violent clashes between police and protesters which left at least 12 people dead, businesses looted, and local politicians combining appeals for calm with expressions of fury. In Washington, District of Columbia, Secret Service agents scuffled with demonstrators outside of the White House, as Donald Trump and other officials were locked down inside. On Saturday morning, Minnesota's Governor Tim Walz, a Democrat, announced that he was mobilizing the Minnesota National Guard and accepting offers of support from National Guard units in neighboring states. He also said that he had spoken with officials at the Pentagon about dispatching elements of the military to Minneapolis, and the Department of Defense subsequently confirmed that it had ordered United States Army units to stand by. Walz claimed that the wanton destruction and chaos seen in Minneapolis on Friday night had been perpetrated by highly organized outsiders, including ideological extremists and experts in urban warfare. During a press conference, Wallace went on record to say, "Our great cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul are under assault by people who do not share our values, and certainly are not here to honor George Floyd." Appearing alongside Waltz, Minneapolis's Mayor Jacob Frey, who is also a Democrat, echoed the claim that outside agitators were primarily responsible for the violence. He going on record to say, "They're coming in largely from outside of the city, from outside of the region, to prey on everything that we have built over the last several decades." These are the red Republican insurgents. These are Russia's fifth column. The white motherfuckers who are out to kill you if you're anything other than a white supremacist male or a white male supremacist. In Atlanta, demonstrators set fires and destroyed property at the CNN Center, Centennial Olympic Park, and a mall in the Buckhead neighborhood. In an impassioned press conference on Friday night, Atlanta's mayor, Keisha Lance Bottoms, tore into the protesters, saying, "When you burn down this city, you are burning down our community. You are disgracing our city. You are disgracing the life of George Floyd." Earlier on Friday, before the protests turned violent, Atlanta's police chief, Erica Shields, had expressed sympathy for the demonstrators, she telling reporters that people are understandably upset. Black men are routinely killed, and whether it's by police or other individuals, the reality of it is we've diminished the value on their life. Think about that. That is the tragedy of the situation. The main force driving the demonstrations is outrage and righteous anger about the callous murder of Floyd and the long history of racism in United States policing. Given the seemingly endless procession of cases in which unarmed black men have been killed by the police, it is a sign of societal strength rather than dysfunction that so many people of all races are protesting. Orlando Patterson, the eminent Harvard sociologist, so noted in a conversation with MSNBC's Lawrence O'Donnell on Friday night that there is something fundamentally wrong with American police training, police culture, and police organization. All too often, as Dr. Patterson explained, the American culture of policing sees the very community it has sworn to protect as its very enemy. In some places on Friday, the police tactics appeared to inflame situations rather than de-escalate them. During a largely peaceful protest outside of Barclays Center in Brooklyn, members of the New York Police Department were captured on video hurling a woman to the ground and rushing into the crowd with their batons raised to make arrests. They also pepper sprayed and handcuffed a local politician who was taking part in the protest. In Louisville, Kentucky, police opened fire on reporters with pepper balls for no apparent reason. However, there were clearly elements among the protesters who were intent on causing trouble. Agents provocateurs from the former Soviet Union. In New York, and in other demonstrations across the American empire, and many of them were distinctively fish belly white. I could see by the faces of a number of them Slavic features. Definitely Russians. Outside of Fort Greene Park in Brooklyn, protesters attacked a police van and set it alight. Jumaine Williams, New York City's public advocate, said, "I saw non-black allies in particular escalating the situation. That decision should not be yours to make." They weren't just non-black allies, my friend. They were Russian agents trained in urban guerrilla warfare tactics that they had perfected in Chechnya. As the unrest continues, some commentators are comparing the situation to 1968, when there were riots in Baltimore, Chicago, Washington, and other cities following the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. on April 4th, an unrest that continued throughout the summer of blood. There are undoubtedly some parallels. 1968 was also an election year. Political activism was on the rise. In some cities, aggressive police tactics exacerbated the violence, and there was a Republican presidential candidate, Richard Nixon, who exploited the turmoil to appeal to frightened white voters. At this stage, though, making a full historical comparison seems premature to myself as a professional historian. Despite the dramatic footage of demonstrators confronting police and burning police vehicles in Atlanta and other cities, the unrest has been localized and scattered. The number of injuries and deaths has been relatively small, and the property damage has been fairly limited, certainly compared to what happened during the large-scale rioting of 1968. Also, after an inexplicable delay, authorities in Minneapolis finally arrested Derek Chauvin, the police officer who knelt on the windpipe of the cuffed Floyd for more than 8 minutes, and charged him with third-degree murder and second-degree manslaughter. It is possible that things will calm down, but with more protests planned in many cities, including Atlanta and New York, such an outcome is far from guaranteed, especially given the potential, no, the certainty, for Donald Trump to further provoke his things like the Russian asset that he be. After appearing to suggest in a pair of tweets on Thursday night that the police should shoot some of the demonstrators in Minneapolis, the president backed off a bit on Friday, as we were informed by Peter Moon. Trump said that he had called Floyd's family, whom he described as terrific people, to express sorrow about Floyd's death, and he tried to walk back his incendiary tweets claiming that they had been misinterpreted. In tweets on Saturday morning, but yesterday, Trump praised the Secret Service agents for how they had handled the protests outside of the White House itself on Friday night. To quote his tweet, "They were not only totally professional, but very cool. I was inside, watched every move, and couldn't have felt more safe." He could have left it there, but of course he didn't. In another tweet, he said that the demonstrators, had they breached the security fence on Pennsylvania Avenue, would have been greeted with the most vicious dogs and most ominous weapons I have ever seen. Many Secret Service agents are just waiting for action. So he's saying, come and get it. In New York, Governor Andrew Cuomo struck a very different note. Appearing at his daily COVID-19 press conference, Cuomo announced that the state's Attorney General, Letitia James, would carry out an inquiry into Friday night's unrest, examining both the police's tactics and the crowd's behavior. And so Cuomo stated, and I'll try to paraphrase as verbatim as possible, people do deserve answers, and people do deserve accountability. If someone did something wrong, they should be held accountable. Now, Cuomo himself sought to de-escalate the situation, appealing to New Yorkers to take inspiration from the healthcare workers and other people on the front lines who have helped get the state through the worst stages of the pandemic. He's so saying, yes, be outraged, be frustrated, demand better, demand justice, but not violence. There is nothing we cannot overcome. We showed that here. We beat this damn virus. But the way we beat this virus, we can beat the virus of racism. We can beat the virus of discrimination. We can beat the virus of inequality. If we can beat this virus, we can beat anything. Now, I myself will say these be fine-sounding words. It remains to be seen if they will have any effect. Getting an incoming comment from the lovely Holly Caditis Kiefer, saying, "That's right, Douglas. That's right. I remember. Thank you." And we got a time delay, I know that, so I'm not quite sure what she's referencing. But hey, honey, yeah, that's right, yeah. And, there, you see? Where am I now? Let me see if I can get myself back on Arc of Narrative after the lovely lady named after a yeast infection sent her agreements. The real conclusion to be drawn here. And before I give you that conclusion, just checking in. Excellent. Karen O'Connor's with us. The real takeaway, and this is before I really even complete analysis in depth and at length, is that Trump is the looter. The president is exposing problems in America that most never wanted to see. You'd think Donald Trump would have more sympathy for looters, being a looter himself. The president has helped himself to money from the United States Treasury, using political power to direct public money to his personal businesses. It's not as visual as a riot, but until 2017, it would have been regarded as equally criminal. But no, he seems to think they deserve the death penalty. Going back to his original, "These thugs are dishonoring the memory of George Floyd, and I won't let that happen." He said that on Twitter about the protesters in Minneapolis, following it up with, "Just spoke to Governor Tim Walz and told him that the military is with him all the way. Any difficulty and we will assume control, but when the looting starts, the shooting starts." The Trump years have confronted all Americans with stark contrasts in the treatment of crime depending on the status of the criminal, either racial or social. The ethno-fiscal or racial financial status divides it all. The day before the police killing of George Floyd, the president and his supporters were voicing passionate concerns for the alleged maltreatment of Michael Flynn. You know, the former general of disgrace, the traitor to the Russians, and how they said he was being abused by the justice system. Then a helpless man is choked to death on a public street in full public view, and, well, he was no choir boy, the president's supporters explainest unto we, the hoi polloi, the body politic, the tax-paying electorate. You know, another black man on drugs, threatening violence. Every public official in Minneapolis and Minnesota has condemned the violence in connection with the protests after the Floyd killing. That violence looks to have been started by outside activists, acting on their own agenda under direct orders of Vladimir Putin and, indirectly, Donald Trump. The CBS affiliate in Minneapolis has reported that locals did not recognize any of the troublemakers. One person caught on camera smashing windows was a lone white man wearing a military-grade or SWAT police professional-grade anti-tear gas mask. However the violence started, it's the job of police to suppress it with minimum hurt to human beings, even at the cost of some damage to property. When pro-Trump protesters descended on state capitals to demand reopening, nobody shot at them, not even when they endangered police lives by screaming into their faces, unmasked, during a fucking pandemic. Nobody shot at them when they carried weapons into state legislative buildings to intimidate state legislators and governors. And of course, those protesters received the full-throated endorsement of President Trump himself. Trump tweeting on April 17th, "Liberate Minnesota!" Threats of armed violence by pro-Trump protesters, demonstrators, forced the shutdown of the Michigan legislature in mid-May. Just this month, which is now yestermencies, or last month, within minutes. But about that militancy, Trump was indulgent. On the first day of May, he tweeted, "The governor of Michigan should give a little and put out the fire. These are very good people, but they are angry. They want their lives back again safely. See them, talk to them, make a deal." An armed intruder is not a peaceful protester. If the targets yield before the intruder discharges his weapons at them, they have still been coerced. The threat of violence works only to the extent that the imminence of violence be credible. And it was imminent violence that pro-Trump protesters displayed in Minnesota, in Michigan, in the state of Washington. But no federalizing of the National Guard there. No threats of indiscriminate shooting. Only gentle understanding of people who gridlocked state capitals in service of their abject lunatic theory that Bill Gates wanted to inject microchips into their bums. The Trump presidency has shown America aspects of itself that few of us ever wish to see. Even having been forced to watch them up close through the 3 shameful years of presidential corruption, those aspects are still hard for many of us to even accept. But along with the monuments of law, along with the rhetoric of liberty, along with the proud achievements of American history, there also exist the realities that Trump daily exposes. Impunity for some forms of looting, impunity for some forms of violence, impunity for some forms of law-breaking. Twitter staged a corporate protest against the president's violent rhetoric by posting a warning label over his loot shoot tweet. That was a brave act from a company the president has threatened. Twitter has been presented with an insoluble problem by the Trump presidency. The president's words are news by definition. How does an information platform regulate that news? Twitter has taken much criticism for failing to resolve the moral challenge of the Trump presidency. But what company has done better? What company could do better? Facebook has done far worse, disclaiming any duty to check even the most blatant falsehoods by the president and his campaign. Over the past 48 through 72 hours, the past 23 days, Twitter has submitted itself to presidential attack. The president has proved his willingness and ability to retaliate against dissident corporations. Amazon lost a multi-billion-dollar Pentagonalist contract, very likely because the Trump misadministration sought to punish Amazon's founder, Jeff Bezos, for his ownership of the Washington Post. The president has attacked on his platform General Motors, the United States Postal Service, and other companies at times of vulnerability. Recently, he took a swing at Atlantic Magazine, too. In the midst of an economic crisis that has crushed advertising revenues, Twitter is quite vulnerable. Yet the company stood up with that warning label. And in response, the White House account reposted the offended tweet, thereby inadvertently offering Twitter a solution to its dilemma. Close the @RealDonaldTrump account and invite the president to post on the @POTUS and @WhiteHouse accounts instead. Trump's the president. Let him act like it and speak like it. And if it shames the White House staff to be so formally implicated in the president's cruel words and blatant lies, well, time to wake up and be aware of whom you work for and what your work is. Donald Trump has pillaged all too much from this country. He's stolen everything that's not nailed down, until there be nothing left to steal. At times it seems he has even stolen our collective moral conscience. But the executives at Twitter just showed that the conscience, while often all too quiet, can still speak. Let the reactivation of that conscience be the only enduring legacy of this squalid and brutal presidency. And that brings us to certain tweets, specifically. On a day of mass protests and mass death across these United States, Trump finally took decisive action against Twitter. One day after the social media company marked two of his tweets as potentially misleading, the United States president signed an executive order packed with threats against its ability to filter content. It reads in part, "Twitter now selectively decides to place a warning label on certain tweets in a manner that clearly reflects political bias." One wonders which tweets the order could be referring to. In a late-night tweet, President Trump described the Minneapolis protesters as thugs in capital letters and threatened to send in the military, writing, "When the looting starts, the shooting starts." Twitter flagged his tweet for glorifying violence, a move that likely fueled Trump's ire with the platform just hours after he unveiled his executive order aimed at limiting the power of social media companies over posted content. Twitter earlier this week called two of the president's tweets potentially misleading. The executive order reinterprets a law that shields websites and tech companies from lawsuits, and Trump says it's aimed at defending free speech and preventing censorship. There's just one problem. Legal experts confirm the order could infringe upon the free speech of social media companies instead, and would likely face a boatload of legal challenges if it were implemented. That brings us into the Twitter storm ourselves. Twitter and Trump both existed before they found each other, but over the past decade they've developed a mutually beneficial relationship. Trump's mastery of social media played a huge role in his rise, and his choice of Twitter as his preferred channel has boosted the platform's presence. Twitter's great appeal to Trump is precisely the thing that at times maketh his aides queasy. As he's oftentimes said himself, it provides an unfiltered way for him to communicate his thoughts directly to his audience, bypassing reporters, as well as chiefs of staff, attorneys, and others who might try to control him. For the public, and presumably for foreign intelligence analysts as well, the president's Twitter feed has provided an invaluable window into his insecurities, his obsessions, and his ever-growing enemies list. Given the value he puts on the unmediated nature of Twitter, it's no surprise that Trump erupted in outrage Tuesday when his favorite platform suddenly imposed a filter, however mild, on but one of his missives. The offending post, a false and misleading tweet about my own golden state of California's mail-in ballot rules, wasn't Trump's most egregious tweet of the year, mind you, or even of the week, but it happened to involve a subject area on which the company had already announced a specific policy: manipulating or interfering in elections or other civic processes. Twitter added a box to the tweet suggesting that readers get the facts about mail-in ballots. Apparently, no one at Twitter had anticipated a need for a policy covering, say, falsely accusing a TV host of complicity in murder, as Trump did to Joe Scarborough, the former congressman and MSNBC personality. Talk to Republican voters and you'll get a very divided view of Trump's tweets. Democrats almost universally condemn them, of course. Many Republicans, like the suburban voters who abandoned Republican candidates in the 2018 midterm election, sigh or roll their eyes when they talk about his Twitter habit. Or rather, compulsion. He can't stop. He has no control. It's reflexive. He does that the way a Tourette syndrome sufferer cries out expletives. At focus groups, those Republican voters, most often women, say that they like some of Trump's positions but wish he could express himself differently or tone it down. But Trump's most ardent followers revel in the president's punches. In his disdain for social niceties, they see authenticity, and his choice of adversaries reflects their own. Like his rallies, the tweets help bind together Trump's tribe, which was the name that the people in the U.S. Army used for the DARPANET pedophile consumption. Where DARPANET was created, it was almost exclusively child porn. I know this. I was there. And all the consumers of that child pornography called themselves the tribe. When you think on Trump's cult, think of the DARPA tribe manifest as a segment of the tax-paying electorate, or rather, majority white trash who pay no taxes but are indeed on welfare, the largest amount of people being on welfare being of the white ethnicity. And it's almost exclusively to those white trash voters that Trump has decided to pitch. That's especially true when, as now, news headlines be unfavorable to him. Media critics on the left often say that Trump uses his tweets to distract attention from other topics, suggesting that mainstream outlets abet him by covering his messages. While there's some truth to that, the criticism often ascribes far more power to Trump's tweets than they have. As much as Trump may want to change the subject away from the coronavirus and the economic collapse it has caused, nothing he said this week was going to do that. Often, Trump's tweets seemed aimed at distracting himself as much as anything else. Rush Limbaugh, who knows a few things about creating controversy to attract an audience, captured that when he commented on Trump's accusations about Scarborough. Of course, Limbaugh was defending Donald Trump when he was quoted as saying, "Trump is just throwing gasoline on a fire and he's having fun watching the flames." He so calling the tactic clever. Clever may not be the right word, but in addition to self-therapy, Trump's tweets do serve as a political mobilization tactic. They give us talking points and marching orders to his followers and keep them outraged and engaged, especially by highlighting the alleged misdeeds of adversaries. That's the context for the hastily conceived executive order on social media that Trump threatened on Wednesday and signed on Thursday. It was a legal hodgepodge that would likely backfire on Trump if it were ever put into effect. But as a piece of political theater, it succeeded in reinforcing Trump's message, already believed by many so-called conservatives who actually be not more than reactionaries, that the big social media platforms are conspiring against them. The same context provided the backdrop for Trump's tweets Thursday and Friday about the civil unrest in Minneapolis, which followed the police killing of George Floyd, who died Monday after officers handcuffed him and one put his knee on the man's neck, choking him to death. In response to pictures of some people in Minneapolis breaking store windows and during protests, Trump criticized the city's Democratic mayor, Jacob Frey, as very weak and threatened to assume control. He characterized these, though seen taking items out of stores, as thugs, a label he almost never uses except in reference to black African Americans, and raised the specter of a violent police response, saying that when the looting starts, the shooting starts. Twitter partially obscured the tweet, posting a notice that it violated the company's policy against glorifying violence, but continued to allow people to read it. Later in the morning, the official White House account repeated Trump's tweet, seemingly daring Twitter to filter it as well, which the company, to its credit, did. For Trump, the controversy provided multiple advantages. It escalated his fight with Twitter, even as it gave him a chance to assume the posture of toughness that he revels in and to remind his mostly rural, illiterate white backers about their dislike of big democratic cities and all too often of the black Americans who live in them. Expect to see more such race-based appeals between now and Election Day. Like the tweets, they too help bind together Trump's tribe. Can that tactic succeed electorally? The risk for Trump is that his language alienates more voters than it attracts, as happened after he appeared to excuse the neo-Nazi demonstrators in Charlottesville, Virginia, circa 2017. But Trump may decide that's a risk worth running. In 1968, civil unrest in major cities helped Richard Nixon capture the presidency, in part by playing on white voters' anxieties. Trump has oftentimes copied Nixon's rhetoric. Copying his electoral path would be difficult. White people formed a much larger share of the electorate then than they do now. And urban unrest would have to get much bigger than looted stores in a single city to take national attention away from the coronavirus. But down in the polls and badly in need of a way to change the subject, Trump may well feel it's the best play he has left. Maybe the only play. Still, it looks like President Trump will fight back against Twitter's attempts to call out misinformation in his tweets. Because, he knows, all his tweets are misinfo. He is, therefore, set to try and enact his executive order against social media companies. But it's unclear what that will include in enactment. The president accused Twitter of censorship after it applied a fact check to two of his tweets about mail-in voting and even said he was open to using federal powers to rein in the platform. Twitter CEO, the chief executive officer, Jack Dorsey, responded by saying the fact-check measures don't make Twitter the arbiter of truth. Dorsey and his company have been criticized, quite rightly, for what all of us see as a reticence to moderate posts by the president, who recently abused the platform to push baseless allegations against former Representative Joe Scarborough regarding the death of a congressional staffer years ago. All this is plenty of chirping. It's like they say, and in the end, there was nothing left but the shouting. In the beginning, there was plenty of chirping. Trump has threatened to strongly regulate or even close down social media platforms he deems unfriendly to conservatives after Twitter, for the first time, warned that Trump was posting false claims about mail-in voting. Fittingly, the president's threats were delivered on Twitter. So let's talk about Donald Trump's ugly breakup. This month marks 11 years since, or this last month at this point, it's 11 minutes after midnight here. Yestermencies, or last month, marked 11 years since Donald Trump published his first tweet, touting his appearance to present the top 10 list on that night's David Letterman show. As P.W. Singer and Emerson Brooking wrote in 2018 in Time magazine, It took Trump a couple of years to realize how he could leverage the evolving Twitter platform to reach and stir millions with his inflammatory takedowns of celebrities like Rosie O'Donnell and eventually political figures like President Barack Obama. Trump's direct channel to ordinary Americans, he has 80 million followers now, half of them are Russian bots, allowed him to bypass the media's gatekeepers and arguably was a comorbidity, a co-mortal factor in landing him in the White House along with Russian hacking. And so, this last week, Yester Septimania, in a nation riven by a pandemic and violence in the streets, the uneasy marriage between president and platform came to a spectacular crack-up. For the first time ever, Twitter added a link to 2 of Trump's tweets, providing a fact check that disputed his condemnation of mail-in ballots. The president responded with an executive order targeting social media companies and accusing Twitter of completely stifling free speech, those 2 words being in the uppercase. Then Twitter slapped a warning label on a Trump tweet about Minneapolis protests over the killing of George Floyd while in police custody. I meant to say, that's not good company, it's custody. So, Cara Alamo wrote that after years of allowing Trump to spread lies and abuse on its platform for his own political gain, it finally appears as if Twitter is growing a backbone. But Trump's latest salvo could dampen the willingness of other companies to stand up to the president. Paul Callan called Trump's executive order a presidential wish list of unconstitutional and unenforceable regulations curtailing the free speech rights of social media platforms. Callan arguing that Twitter would have been justified in taking down the despicable and debunked suggestion spread by Trump that MSNBC host Joe Scarborough had something to do with the death of Lori Closetus, who in fact died as the result of a fall resulting from heart disease. In the New York Times, Kara Swisher cited Closetus's husband, Timothy's anguished appeal to Twitter to take action against this vicious lie. Swisher writing, "While it is impossible to stop the endless distribution of a screenshot of the tweets, taking the original ones down would send a strong message that this behavior is not tolerated." Even more concerning to many was the nature of Trump's tweet on the Minneapolis protests, when he resurrected the phrase, "When the looting starts, the shooting starts," first uttered by a Miami police chief during the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears through my mother's womb. With Michael D'Antonio writing that, with protests turning into nights of rage, Minneapolis is revealing the open wounds of racism that a true leader would at least acknowledge, if not seek to heal. Floyd's death should evoke the kind of grief that would move a president to compassion and concern. Instead, Trump threatens to take us back to the bad old days of the 1960s, when civil rights protesters were met by Public Safety Commissioner Bull Connor's police dogs in Birmingham, and a National Commission's report on the racism that led to a surge in riots was widely read, but then largely forgotten. And so, it's been said, if I remember the statement, that I need white mamas to come running. Now, Mama is the sweetest name in the world to Christy Oglesby, who cherishes her relationship with her now grown son, Drew. For years, she protected him. And she's noted, recalling, well, she says now he thinks about protecting me. Herself recalling the time he said, "Haven't I told you that I lift things? I go to the attic, I pump the gas." But Maud A. Oglesby has been quoted as saying, "But I'm still and will always be Mama. That's my job." So she reacted viscerally when she saw the video of a police officer holding his knee on George Floyd's neck, even as he said he couldn't breathe and cried out for his mama. And so she wrote, "I'm tired. I'm tired of being scared. I'm tired of reading about Ahmaud, Travis, George, and so many others. The list never stops. I need the white mamas to share this burden. I need my white friends to love me and mine enough to come running too." Bakari Sellers recalled the story of his own father, who was shot and then imprisoned in the 1968 Orangeburg Massacre, when 3 South Carolina State University students were killed by highway patrol officers during a campus protest. With Sellers himself writing, "Together we must work to address the perpetual trauma and racial disparities that persist and prevent history from repeating itself. The next generation deserves a better inheritance than their grandparents' America. Our children deserve freedom." Cedric Alexander, a former police chief who spent 4 decades in law enforcement, called the death of George Floyd a catastrophic failure of training and an unconscionable failure of culture and a horrific rerun of the chokehold death of Eric Garner in New York City circa 2014. And so on Friday, Derek Chauvin, the police officer who held his knee on George Floyd's neck, was charged with third-degree murder and manslaughter. Former prosecutor Ellie Honig took a microscope to the criminal complaint against Chauvin, writing that while the complaint sets forth a strong case, it also raises questions about the prosecutor's tactical approach and commitment to seeking a full measure of justice for Floyd's tragic death. In the wake of the killing of George Floyd, protests spread to dozens of American cities, and some turned violent, and it's ongoing even now, as I speak. But on the morning after unrest in Atlanta, Thomas Lake walked from the Martin Luther King Center to Centennial Park. He saw writing, "On Auburn Avenue I heard the call of a dove and saw yellow roses blooming in the memorial garden of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Just across Peachtree Street, I met the Stewart family, 3 black Americans from the city's western suburbs. Mia Stewart had watched the video of a police officer pressing a knee on the neck of George Floyd. She'd heard Floyd call out to his deceased mother. She thought all 4 officers should have been arrested immediately, and if they had been, she thought the riots might have been prevented. But the Stewarts were not here to protest." I'm reading from his work. "They carried brooms to clean up the wreckage. After cities burned in the 1960s, as a historian, I can tell you that President Lyndon Baines Johnson set up the Kerner Commission, spelled Kerner, which documented police violence against black African Americans and found that racism and police brutality were the primary causes in the surge of riots throughout the American Empire. And this has been confirmed by other researchers such as Julian Zelizer. He's so saying that the report released in 1968 famously said, "Our nation is moving toward 2 societies, one black, one white, both separate and unequal." Since then, the issue of criminal justice and racism has never gone away. The unrest will end eventually. But then what? It's intellectually dishonest to say we will return to peace and quiet because this country has never been at peace. How can a nation born out of genocide, built on slavery, and sustained by a system which places minorities firmly behind their white counterparts in every significant socioeconomic measurement by a considerable margin, ever have peace? One vital step is for prosecutors to consistently take action against unjustified police violence. And that brings us to Donald Trump's warped definition of free speech. The president is attempting to bring social media platforms into his authoritarian infrastructure or otherwise censor them. Now, before I try to put this into some context, to take you into the mind of a madman like Donald Trump, let me try and check around and just basically see how everyone's doing in live dashboard. Make certain I'm still being heard. Karen O'Connor is there, and Mark Eden says, Karen O'Connor read my mind. I have something from a while ago that I'm thinking of re-recording about all this. Thank you. Thank you. And with that, of course, I'm going to check into my message to Derek Talley, who has not accessed it, I believe, and is likely dead asleep. Hopefully we'll reanimate it sometime. I'm assuming I'm audible by everybody and that the sound quality is okay. Do let me know. Anyone who's out there, don't be afraid to talk and provide his feedback on quality of sound. I think that that's profoundly important. And so I, again, encourage everyone to just open up about that quality of sound for me, okay? And with that, I'm going to try and... okay. Pull myself back into... okay, let's try and think how a white supremacist reactionary thinks for a minute. Now, I know that's going to be hard for anybody who has any semblance of sanity or consciousness, but, you know, let's try. Dive into that sewer shit that's between the ears of your average white brat, and you would realize that Sarah Palin knew her rights had been violated. Just days before the 2008 election, the Republican vice presidential nominee told a reactionary radio host that the press was trampling on her right to free speech, with Palin saying, "If the media convinces enough voters that that is negative campaigning for me to call Barack Obama out on his associations, then I don't know what the future of our country would be in terms of First Amendment rights and our ability to ask questions without fear of attacks by the mainstream media." Now, Palin's remarks were widely and quite rightly ridiculed at the time. I use rightly there ironically, as in, anyhow. The First Amendment, commentators on the right and the left pointed out, protects the freedom of speech, not the freedom from criticism. You have the right to speak, and others have the right to praise, mock, or ignore you as they see fit. As absurd as it may sound, Palin's bizarre interpretation of the First Amendment has now been adopted by the President of these United States. And so on Tuesday, when the social media company Twitter added a label to one of the President's tweets, which falsely declared that mail-in ballots would be substantially fraudulent in my golden state of California, urging users to get facts about mail-in voting, that being Twitter urging such, because Trump was so blatantly lying about my state nation. California being a state nation in the sense that, like Texas, we were an independent republic at one time, and could be so again, because, of course, we've got the economy. Now, Twitter did not ban Trump from the platform, or even censor his tweet, although it would have been fully within its rights to do so, and in accordance with its own terms of service. It merely appended additional context showing that the president's claim was outrageously false. In retaliation, Trump signed an executive order directing the federal government to reconsider the scope of Section 230, a provision of federal law that shields companies from liability for content posted by their users. The First Amendment was explicitly writ to protect the right of citizens to express opposition to their leaders. It saith that Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech or of the press. But to the President, criticism of his falsehoods is a violation of his free speech rights. This position reverses the purpose of the First Amendment on its head, turning an individual right of freedom of expression into the right of the state to silence its critics. Internet communications companies have a tremendous amount of power to shape public discourse. Power they have all too oft times wielded completely irresponsibly, to the point of mass murder. As in Facebook directly triggering the genocide in Myanmar of the Rohingya Muslims. There be substantive debates to be yet had over the scope of that power of life and death, and whether state action is necessary to prevent monopolies, or more strongly regulate the exploitation, or even the amassing, the hoovering or vacuuming of private data. But the president's actions are little more than an attempt to exploit state authority to intimidate social media companies into amplifying his falsehoods. Most free speech debates over the past few years have involved not government censorship, but arguments over what forms of expression or behavior deserve social sanction or opprobrium, and over the line between proportionate outrage and cruelty. But Trump's attempt to punish Twitter for labeling his tweet is a textbook free speech issue, one that involves the core democratic right to criticize the government. The responses from the pro-Trump right, after years of hand-wringing about campus protests and mean tweets, are quite telling. The Wall Street Journal took the opportunity to scold Twitter for handing Mr. Trump evidence to prove his point that technology elites are out to get the president and his followers, arguing that any forthcoming government censorship would be its fault because it angered the president. And writing in the New York Post, Sohrab Omari, the house nigger of questionable color, cheered Trump on, announcing, "If Twitter is going to fact-check the leader of the free world, then it should be treated as the publisher that it is, with all the liabilities that entails." Aside from Ahmadi's bizarre misunderstanding of the law itself, Twitter and other platforms are protected from liability from what its users post, not what the company itself posts. Not needing permission from the state to criticize, it is part of what makes a society free. The free world envisioned here is one in which Americans are free to say all the nice things they want about the handsomest and smartest president there ever was, Donald Trump, the great orange pumpkin who landed in our patch. This should be obvious, but if your freedom to speak depends on the president approving of what you say, then you simply don't have freedom of speech. The Trumpist defense of state censorship of social media is that if you do not want your kneecaps broken, then you should make sure you pay the protection money. Twitter is hardly the first media company to face this kind of extortion from the president. Trump has attempted to use the authority of his office to silence criticism from the Washington Post, CNN, members of the White House press corps, and even ESPN, which isn't even American. Although the actual legal effect of the order remains unclear, its intent is not. Democracy is impossible if private citizens cannot publicly oppose their leaders. The ultimate goal of Trump's retaliation is to chill criticism of his actions and behavior by sanctioning online platforms that engage in such criticism. Contrary to the president's claim, Twitter was not stifling free speech by criticizing the head of state, but in directing the federal government to punish Twitter and other social media companies Trump was engaging in a form of censorship. Social media companies have First Amendment rights. They be allowed to define their own terms of service and to decide who is in violation thereof. Twitter is no more obligated to let you use its service than a restaurant owner is to serve you if you are not wearing shoes, or a shirt, or even a necktie, if such be the want of the owner. This has worked to Trump's benefit, although he posts, or rather his posts, frequently violate the terms of service of social media platforms. His power and influence means that the companies are loath to remove him for his transgressions. Nor would removing the liability protections of Section 230 necessarily lead to a fairer, less moderated internet. Although some so-called conservatives, or rather self-called conservatives, actually or practically reactionaries, prodded by Republican lawmakers, have suggested that the law's protections are conditioned on platforms remaining neutral towards political viewpoints, no such provision exists in the text of the law itself, and such a requirement would raise its own free speech issues. What Section 230 does do is keep companies from being sued when one of their users makes a defamatory claim, like falsely accusing someone of murder, as Trump himself has done repeatedly to the conservative cable news host Joe Scarborough over the past few weeks. Joe Scarborough being a true conservative, not some radicalized reactionary rightist. Therefore, an enemy of the Russians, and by extension, a personal enemy of Donald Trump, who, as president, enjoys some protections against defamation suits, but removing the protections of Section 230 would make his online publishers more, not less, likely to moderate the things their users write, lest they be sued for a fraudulent or defamatory claim. Every restaurant review, comment section, or status update would become a liability risk for the company hosting them. There be a genuine debate to be had about the limits of Section 230. As Sarah Jeong wrote in the New York Times last July, the liability shield prevents platforms from being sued for libelous claims made by users, but it has been exploited, or rather abused, to protect companies that refuse to take down revenge porn. The presumptive Democratic nominee for president, Joe Biden, has argued that Section 230 should be revoked to prevent platforms like Facebook from promoting false information, which Facebook does. Senator Ron Wyden of Oregon, the lawmaker who wrote Section 230, has defended the provision, arguing that if you unravel 230, then you harm the opportunity for diverse voices, diverse platforms, and particularly the little guy to have a chance to get off the ground. Whether you think these arguments be good, bad, or completely ridiculous, they are at least tied to what the law actually does. As Jeong wrote, there can be no honest debate over a version of CDA 230 that doesn't exist. Trump's objective, however, is not honest debate. It is censorship, pure and simple. If the tech companies do not promote his propaganda or maintain his exemption from their own rules, they will be punished. His approach reflects a growing sense of victimization on the radicalized Russophiliac right over the shifting terms of public discourse, in which their views about politics, race, gender, and sexuality are now subject to harsh criticism from those who disagree with them. The growing diversity of these United States has so rapidly disrupted the grip on power that cultural reactionaries, white male supremacists, once held, it was but a generation agone that Democrats wanted to censor rap music and ban same-sex marriage, mind you. That they are now turning to the power of the state to settle debates they are no longer confident of winning in the public square. Trump cultists do not seek to curtail the power of big tech. They seek to wield it against their enemies. And the leadership of the tech companies understandeth this. Facebook CEO, the chief executive officer, Mark Zuckerberg, criticized Twitter's actions into this weekend, saying on Fox News that social media companies should not be the arbiter of truth. But Facebook has been happy to make such decisions in Trump's favor, genuflecting toward power while maintaining a facade of neutrality. In October, Facebook happily published an ad from a pro-Trump political action committee, a super PAC, PAC, that falsely accused Biden of corruption, sans even fact-checking it. Whereas this month it labeled a critical ad from the anti-Trump Lincoln Project partly false. The reach and influence of social media is novel, and there are no obvious rules that avoid curtailing someone's rights or concentrating too much power in the hands of one entity or another. But the public having to rely on the willingness of wealthy tech executives to resist political pressure from a president who wants to coerce them into doing his bidding is no solution. The Trump cultist Russian fifth column, the radicalized Russophiliac right-wing insurgency, however, is not seeking solutions to difficult questions about rights and regulations. It be seeking to build social media companies such as Twitter and Facebook into part of an authoritarian infrastructure that amplifies white male power and silences all opposition. It is seeking to make us real the president's conviction that he and his sycophants have the right to say whatever they want, and you have the right to be silent, the right to bend the knee, or the right to be punished, to point where knee be bended upon your neck, until you're crying for your mama with your last breaths before you die. Or to say that Trump is the greatest president in our history, and live, whichever you prefer. So what does that mean exactly? Like many of Trump's daily threats, this one appears mostly about political posturing. The White House press office said that Trump planned to sign an executive action related to social media, providing no details on what it would do. Trump oftentimes uses executive actions to make his political statements on issues where he has limited authority to act unilaterally. The First Amendment bars the government from restricting speech, but it does not prohibit private companies from imposing restrictions. So what this really comes down to is a matter of technology. Trump is doing all of this for Mark Zuckerberg. The new executive order targeting social media companies isn't really about Twitter at all. As the United States enters pandemic summer, with more than 100,000 Americans already dead, and as tear gas engulfed Minneapolis last night like a San Francisco fog, following protests after yet another killing of a black man by a police officer, the president tweeted that the shooting starts when the looting starts. And the tweet echoed a historic line uttered by a police chief in Miami in 1967, the year after I was born, during the civil rights unrest that was also widely condemned at that time. Twitter hid that tweet behind a message saying that it was glorifying violence, a violation of the site's terms of service, though users could still choose to view it by clicking through. All of this was an escalation of the seeming conflict between the president and Twitter. Just 48 hours beforehand, the social media company added a fact-check link to one of Donald Trump's tweets for the first time ever, the president responding by issuing an executive order that is getting a lot of attention, but not the right kind. The president's order targets Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, the CDA, which confers immunity to internet companies for content they host but is generated by their users, something without which they could not operate as they do now, if at all. We've already seen a flood of lengthy commentaries and expert analyses of the legislative basis of that order. Legal experts have derided it as unlawful and unenforceable. A Vice News headline worried that it could ruin the internet. And a senior legislative counsel at the ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Unions, pointed out that, ironically, Donald Trump is a big beneficiary of Section 230 because it gives him unfettered access to the public through social media. A New York Times analysis similarly said that the order could harm no one in particular, or rather, it could harm one person in particular, the president himself. In reality, Trump's salvo on social media companies has primarily an audience of one, Mark Zuckerberg. And it's already working. After the executive order was issued, Facebook's CEO quickly gave an interview to Fox News in which he went on record to say, "I just believe strongly that Facebook shouldn't be the arbiter of truth of everything that people say online. Private companies probably shouldn't be, especially these platform companies shouldn't be in the position of doing that." It's important to pay attention to what the president is doing, but not because the legal details of this order matter at all. Trump is unlikely to repeal Section 230 or take any real action to curb the power of the major social media companies. Instead, he wants to keep things just the way they are and making sure that the red carpet treatment he has received so far, especially at Facebook, continuous sans impediment. He definitely does not want substantial changes going into the 2020 election. The secondary aim is to rile up his base against yet another alleged enemy, this time Silicon Valley, because there needs to be an endless list of targets in the midst of multiple failures. Trump does very well on Facebook because his campaign has been willing to cede control to Facebook's ad-buying machinery, both now and back in 2016. The relationship is so smooth that Trump said Zuckerberg congratulated the president for being number one on Facebook at a private dinner with himself. Bloomberg has reported that Facebook's own data science team agreed, publishing an internal report concluding how much better Trump was in leveraging Facebook's ability to optimize for outcomes. This is not an unusual move for Facebook and its clients. Bloomberg has reported that Facebook has also offered its white glove services to the Filipino strongman, Rodrigo Duterte, to help him maximize the platform's potential and use best practices. Dictator Duterte dominated political conversation on the site the month before the Philippines' May 2016 presidential election. And once elected, Duterte banned independent press from attending his inauguration, instead live streaming it on Facebook. A win-win for the company, which could then collect data from and serve ads to the millions of Filipinos who now had no choice but to turn to the site if they wanted to see their own president take office. Duterte has since been exposed of extrajudicial killings, jailing political opponents, and targeting independent media, which is the way Trump wants it here. Duterte is but another role model for what Trump wants us to descend to. The Filipino cesspit, which, as Daniel Arola himself would say, in which all the crabs prevent each other from climbing out by grabbing onto each other. Lena Crane says, good night, Karen and Barry. And she says, sound quality is great. Thank you, honey. God bless you. Nathan Brooks says, good night, Roy Smith, to the O'Connors, who are going to beat retreat. And says, great show as always, Douglas. This is Karen O'Connor. I've come to expect nothing less, as you never let us down. God bless you, honey. Nathan Brooks is asking, how did Trump get to become so popular online? Watch BBC Adam Curtis's documentary, Hyper-Normalization, for further context. Thank you, Nathan. And he says, by his own recollection, sound quality is better than usual. Thank you again, Nathan. Definitely appreciate it. Ronnie Marsdale says, I hear you well. Your show is always insightful and informative. God bless you, Ronnie. I don't know if that's male or female, but I'm going to guess it's a female. Yeah, because she's got a picture of a cat. Of course, it might be a male, but Ronnie, probably a female. She can inform me if I'm wrong on that. And, all right. Going to get down a bit further here. And I want to thank everyone for providing the insight that they're providing. It's so important, and honestly, I don't know what I would do without my listeners. I'm literally just, how do I say that? I love my listeners. I really do. And without you people, I literally would not be alive. And honestly, you also make life worth living. And Ronnie Marsdale says, it's really nice to see intelligent people posting. So true. So true. And they really are. And it's definitely, that's not what you got at Revolution Radio, because no one intelligent listens to Revolution Radio. And so basically what you have is a situation there where Mike Ringley was intentionally allowing the gang stalkers to run the show, and they drove my former Executrix producer, Laura Lee Solomon, to 2 suicide attempts. I mean, that's how horrific it was. There's no describing that level of evil. I try not to relive it. There's much I've driven myself to forget. But before I forget, let me get back to Facebook. And I think that there's no further to go with the Philippines, case in point. But by playing the refs, by browbeating them, that's long been a key move of the right-wing playbook against traditional media. The method is simple. It involves badgering them with accusations of unfairness and bias so that they bend over backwards to accommodate, quote-unquote, both sides narrative, even when the sides are behaving very differently, or when one side was not even grounded in facts. Climate change deniers funded by fossil fuel companies effectively used this strategy for decades, relying on journalists' training and instinct to equate objectivity with representing both sides of a story. This way of operating persisted even when one of the sides was completely bankrolled by the fossil fuel industry, while the other was near unanimous consensus of independent experts and academics about scientific reality. Some right-wing groups quickly adapted that strategy to social media, specifically Facebook and Twitter, which have become outsized gatekeepers in the public sphere with enormous decision-making power over what gets amplified and what gets buried. For Facebook, that gatekeeper, it's a single person, Mark Zuckerberg. Facebook's young CEO is an emperor of information, or misinformation rather, who decides rules of amplification and access to speech for billions, literally billions of people, simply due to the way ownership of Facebook shares are structured. Zuckerberg personally controls 60% of the voting power. And just like the way people try to get on or advertise on the president's seemingly favorite TV show, Fox and Friends, merely to reach him, Trump is clearly aiming to send a message to his own one-person target. Perhaps the most successful application of this playbook occurred in the months leading up to the 2016 United States presidential election. That season of social media browbeating began with the trending topics controversy in May of that year, when the tech news site Gizmodo published an article based mainly on a single anonymous source inside the tiny team, asserting that Facebook routinely suppressed conservative news. In reality, that controversy was a tempest in a teapot in a year that was full of real ones. For one thing, the Trending Topics module was a tiny box on the site, dwarfed in importance by the central Facebook newsfeed, which is algorithmically sorted and over which the Trending Topics team had no fucking impact whatsoever. The vetting team was tiny, and its job was to keep false information or misinformation or inappropriate content like obscenities from appearing in the box. And while the vetting might have been biased, another plausible explanation was that there were more right-wing sites spewing misinformation than left-wing ones. For that matter, academic research has proven that conservative-leaning older people were far more likely, indeed, dedicated to engage only with fake news. The whole Trending Topics module was so trivial that it wasn't even visible on Facebook's mobile app, which in 2016 was already the key means by which billions accessed Facebook. Circa 2016, there was no sign that conservative pages did badly on Facebook. To the contrary, they were the pages that got the most engagement on Facebook. They still are. These sites include Fox News, but also Breitbart News, which according to Vice News is crushing mainstream media, garnering more views and engagement on Facebook than the New York Times, Washington Post, Wall Street Journal, and USA Today combined, and outpacing each of the broadcast news networks, MSNBC and CNN. However, Breitbart News isn't just a right-wing version of the New York Times. It was described by Steve Bannon himself, one of its co-founders, as the platform for the alt-right, and white supremacy and misogyny routinely flavor its coverage. Until recently, Breitbart had a black crime section for its stories, and published made-up stories, such as one claiming that an undocumented immigrant had started the deadly Sonoma, California wildfires. When Facebook launched a news tab, it included Breitbart among its quote-unquote most trusted news sources. The claim that Facebook is biased against conservatives is so egregious that in 2016, even the conservative media personality Glenn Beck took to lamenting the fake controversy, pointing out that his own page, which sometimes included conspiracy theories, did very well on Facebook. Still, the Trending Topics brouhaha led to a flurry of news coverage, culminating in a letter from Senator John Thune, who was then the chairman of the Senate Commerce Committee, demanding prompt attention and answers from Facebook regarding these allegations of bias. The letter, according to Wired magazine, put Facebook on high alert. Staffers were immediately dispatched to meet with the senator. 17 conservative thought leaders were quickly invited to the company's headquarters in Menlo Park, California. And the company wanted to make a show of apologizing for its sins, lifting up the back of its shirt, and asking for the lash, which came swiftly as the Trending Topics controversy swirled in news media across the political spectrum. In response to the pressure, Wired so reported that Zuckerberg decided to extend an olive branch to the entire American right wing. As a consequence, Facebook became cautious of taking actions that would make it look like it was holding back right-wing information machinery. That was the environment in which the country headed into the 2016 election. 5 months during which all stripes of misinformation went easily viral on Facebook, including stories that falsely claimed that the Pope had endorsed Donald Trump, or that Hillary Clinton had sold weapons to the Islamic State. These stories were viewed by millions of times on the platform, many of them outperforming all traditional news sources put together. The pressure to keep Facebook friendly to the Trump campaign continued unabated after the election. When Facebook appeared to be considering changes to its micro-targeting rules in 2019, for example, not allowing political campaigns to use the same level of micro-targeting tools that product advertisers can, a potential strike at a major Trump ad strategy, the Trump re-election campaign swiftly attacked the platform and the rules were left unchanged. Silicon Valley engineers and employees may well be overwhelmingly liberal, but Facebook is run by the algorithms they program, which optimize for the way the site makes its money, rather than sifting through posts one by one. This is probably why the trending topics controversy seemed like such a big hit. It took the one tiny section where humans had some minor input and portrayed the whole platform as working the same way. The employees may be liberal, but the consequences of how social media companies operate are anything but. In 2016, for example, Facebook, Twitter, and Google all embedded staffers with both campaigns sans charge, helping them use the sites better and get more out of the many millions of dollars they spent on the platforms. However, this was especially helpful to the Trump campaign, an upstart with a bare-bones staff. Unsurprisingly, the bulk of Silicon Valley's hands-on campaign support went to Trump, not to Hillary Clinton. Trump and his campaign understood the power of Facebook better than the Clinton campaign and formed a mutually beneficial relationship. Trump spent 44 million United States dollars on the site compared with the Clinton campaign's 28 million. But ad money is only part of the story. A key role of Facebook is promoting organic content. Posts, not ads, written by people who may range from partisans to campaign operatives to opportunities who just want the clicks. Some of the authors of these viral pages are motivated by promoting their ideology. Others are just grifters, using Facebook to maximize their spread so they can collect ad money from their own webpage, which probably uses Google's industry-dominating ad infrastructure. It's a complete circle of back-scratching that is rarely commented on or even known outside of a small number of experts and industry practitioners. I know of it because my son married into the Silicon Valley elite. The Trump campaign also made better use of Facebook's own artificial intelligence tools, like lookalike audiences, a crucial functionality that lets advertisers find many new people that Facebook predicts will act similarly to a small custom audience uploaded to the site. In other words, if you upload a list of a few thousand people who are open to your message, whether it be in interest in a harmless hobby or incendiary claims against a political opponent, Facebook's vast surveillance machinery, giant databases, and top-of-the-line artificial intelligence tools can help you find many, many more similar targets, which you can reach as long as you're willing to pay Facebook. These are the kinds of advanced functions that Facebook makes easy to use and staffers embedded with the Trump campaign would be able to explain and help with. As long as Facebook and other social media platforms make money by increasing engagement without much regard for the content they algorithmically amplify, it doesn't matter whether every last employee is an avowed liberal. They could all be sworn communists. In 2016, Facebook's own internal research team found that 64% of all extremist groups' joins are due to, this is in their own words, our recommendation tools. And if left unchecked, Facebook would feed users more and more divisive content in an effort to gain user attention and increase time on the platform. The same research team also found that fake news, spam, clickbait, and inauthentic users inevitably included a larger infrastructure of accounts and publishers on the far right than ever on the left. This conclusion echoed all academic findings that political polarization in these United States is not symmetric, and that the right-wing ecology is more prone to misinformation of all kinds. If you're right-wing, you believe the world is flat. If you're right-wing, you believe anything, so long as it's not real. If you're right-wing, you believe in anti-vax. If you're right-wing, you believe that Bill Gates wants to shove a microchip into your ass. In reality, you're shoving your cock up everyone else's ass with your own love and meat injection, sperming your poisonous ideology to impregnate them with babies that should be aborted. Now, efforts to heavily combat such misinformation, which would necessarily affect right-wing sites because it's the right-wing sites that are spewing it all, were nixed by Facebook's leadership. The Wall Street Journal reported that Facebook's vice president for global public policy, Joel Kaplan, who had earlier attracted attention by being a vocal supporter for Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh, sitting behind him during his confirmation hearings and even hosting a party after the vote, had played an important role in this nixing, pointing out that such a move would upset that side of the political spectrum that Facebook encourages, the Russian right wing. This is all a win for the puppet president of Vladimir Putin, Mr. Donald Trump, who can dredge up old tweets by Silicon Valley engineers that express disdain for him or for his followers, and have us focused on whether Silicon Valley is biased against conservatives and the right-wing information ecology because of its employees, sans ever examining the business model and the financial basis that make it extra friendly to the Russian fifth column, that is, your Republican red wing. There are already widespread news reports of how Trump is trying to punish Twitter or Facebook. In reality, the former has given him an unfettered megaphone with no friction for years, only recently adding an extra click to one of his tweets. And the latter surely welcomes the millions his campaign will spend on the forthcoming election. Facebook is also likely to continue algorithmically amplifying divisive, polarizing, dubious content. Again and again, people tend to underestimate this president, whose grammar and punctuation may leave something to be desired, but whose political instincts be keen. What else can you call his ability, in the middle of this summer of pandemic, and as a major American city erupts in anger against yet another police killing, to have so many newspapers, analysts, and non-governmental organizations spend so much time doing close readings of an executive order to assess its legality, coherence, or potential for becoming a law, as if any of that matters a single iota. In the meantime, Trump remains focused on the only thing that matters, keeping Facebook in line until November 3rd, 2020. Now, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Estenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his book yet to be published, or scenes from film documentaries he's been working on. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. Tucson spelled Tucson, put the word "the" in front of it, or telephone the Baron Ben Estenius personally to lead your tour at 1-520-/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Now I'm going to check around again, see what else I can find in the live chat, etc. that may require some attention. Other than that, of course, things seem to be going as smoothly as they can. Very definitely grateful, of course, for everyone present tonight. And, of course, very much enamored of the fact that we have so many as we do. And the fact that I've got so many people willing to listen is beyond important. It is... Obviously, there's other things that give my life meaning, but this is certainly a large part of it. And the fact that people are positive and supportive, and it's delightful. And now, when it comes to what I'm talking about in communications, it's definitely something that is important. We are seeing the withdrawal of freedom of the press, and we're seeing instead the imposition of the Putin-style form of government. This is something that everyone should be concerned with, and this is why civil war will likely ultimately be necessary for you to even survive. If the white Americans get their way, they will hold a mass genocide, and you will die if you're a female, because they are advocating under Peter Thiel a future world in which men reproduce by parthenogenesis through cloning, a world in which women do not exist. If you're black or a person of any color, you too will be eliminated. This is not something that is speculative. This is their stated objective. This is their stated goal. We are in a situation that is active warfare. Russia is killing Americans. They did so, of course, by installing this man as president. He's taken it further by, of course, taking the war against the American people by allowing the coronavirus to establish a beachhead and ultimately take its toll upon America, which, as I will be stating, is just it's just unbelievable, the damage that has been done by that. Now, I'm going to check again to see if our man, Mr. Derek Talley, has gotten himself any sense of, awareness yet. And it looks to me that he has not. So what I'm going to do is basically try.
I'm up.
Oh, you are. Oh, dear man, thank you so much. How are you? Is everything all right? Did you get a little nap?
Yes, I did.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Well, thank you for joining us. And your phone has been in the recharger all this time, right? Which is how the quality of sound has remained so high quality, right?
Yes.
Wonderful. You did well. I really couldn't do it without you. You truly are the executive producer. And do me a favor and hold the line. I'll be gone for about 10 to 15 minutes, and then I'll be back. And thanks to your help, I can do that. Is that possible? Is that okay? You can.
Yes, that's perfect.
Wonderful. God bless you. Okay, I'll go mute now. Thank you so much, and welcome aboard.
Okay. Well, hello everyone. Welcome to Critical Missions. We're just taking a little break with Douglas. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to look at some different things here that are in the news that are of interest. And we're going to look at these things. Like, for one, we have NYC Mayor de Blasio's daughter arrested at a protest. And then there's next would be fire next to the White House. And then California hit with looting violence. So this was updated here just yesterday. It says the daughter of New York Mayor Bill de Blasio, and her name is Chara de Blasio, was arrested at a Saturday night protest in Manhattan, according to the New York Post. The very next day, de Blasio warned that change is coming to this city. So it doesn't give a whole lot of, this particular story doesn't give a whole lot of information more than just that. So that's what we're told about this particular story. But I do have some more stories that I was going to talk about earlier here. U.S. Army deploys elite trainers to help Colombia after cocaine production triples. So cocaine production triples, and so the United States steps in, and all it says is the U.S. Army deploys elite trainers to help Colombia after cocaine production triples. So that doesn't, the article itself doesn't let us know more, or at least the title of the article doesn't let us know whether we're jumping in to help distribute the cocaine or whether we're jumping in to help stop the cocaine. It says it's the same that we're all likely going to be social distancing this Christmas. Otherwise, certain investment banks sound like they could be setting up for one hell of a holiday party. In fact, a party that's 3 times better as it's been in recent years. That's because the U.S. is deploying an elite group of military trainers to Colombia to help the country counter narcotic offensive, deal with raging cocaine producer in the country. Production of the cocaine has more than tripled within the last few years, according to Bloomberg. So cocaine production has gone up. It says the U.S. has assisted Colombia forces for years, but this marks the first time the U.S. has sent members of its security force in assistance brigade. The troop will be in Colombia to provide training and won't take part in combat. The deployment is also an attempt to put pressure on Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro. So in another move, many thought it was to put pressure on Maduro. President Trump had said back in April that he was adding a naval presence in the Caribbean to help fight the drug cartels. So we're putting the naval presence in there to help fight the drug cartels, and we're sending some of the special forces to train Colombians in their army so that they could fight the anti-narcotic thing here. So that's what's going on here. The U.S. Army deploys elite trainers to help Colombia after cocaine production triples. So it seems like we're fighting against ourselves, being that we help distribute the cocaine. Now so that's probably why we're not fighting in the war ourselves. We're just going to train the Colombians to do the fighting, and train the Colombians to do the fighting. They're going to go fight against everybody's corrupt in this. It doesn't even seem logical. So we'll see what happens from there. So I talked about this earlier, but it says it's too dangerous. Amazon orders delivery drivers to turn back amid riots as company prepares to cut hazard pay. So as Amazon prepares to end hazard pay for workers in its fulfillment centers across the U.S., the company is scaling back deliveries and recalling drivers in cities impacted by the rioting and violence breaking out across the U.S. Bloomberg reported that the company is scaling back deliveries in a small number of cities, including Chicago, Portland, and LA. We are monitoring the situation closely in a handful of cities. We adjusted routes or scaled back typical operations to ensure the safety of our teams, a company spokesman said. The company is also reportedly closing some of its hubs near these areas through to be sure most of Amazon's larger fulfillment centers are in more rural or suburban areas. Amazon's decision might be the first, but likely won't be the last example of how the violence will further destabilize strained supply chains, cutting off what has been essential service for millions of Americans marooned inside their homes during the pandemic. So basically what it's saying is next thing you know, the grocery markets won't be getting any food, so what are we going to do then? We see what happened with Target. So, as a truck driver myself, and one that's been caught inside of a riot before, or not a riot, but a protest. I was telling Douglas earlier that during one of the Eric Gardner protests in Chicago, I was actually delivering liquid hydrogen, and I got caught on the Dan Ryan I-94 in Chicago and sat there for 3 hours. Of course, I wasn't anywhere close to the protesters, but I was close enough to Roosevelt Roads, one of the bridges that went over I-94. I was able to see the protesters up there, but there was some protesters who were actually on the highway, blocking the highway, and I wasn't able to see those protesters, but they were the ones who were blocking the highway, and to where I had to sit there for 3 hours. I just took me a little nap, that's all. I wasn't in any kind of danger to where they were gonna, of course, if I was close enough to where anyone was to throw a Molotov cocktail at my truck, the whole city would have went up. That's why we have certain routes that we're allowed to go through Chicago when we drive flammable products. They don't want us driving through downtown, but they and also Hubbard's Cave. It's been a debate whether that's really a cave or not, because as of right now, we are allowed to drive hazardous materials through there, but it's like an extended bridge, so that would have been a dangerous situation. But yeah, we're living in some strange times. We are. So else in the news, it tells us that Trump designates Antifa a terrorist organization. And this was Attorney General Barr has confirmed President Trump's tweet. And the tweet said, the violence instigated and carried out by Antifa and other similar groups in connection with the rioting is domestic terrorism and will be treated accordingly. And what should not come to a surprise to many, especially those with open minds and open eyes, President Trump has tweeted that he is designating Antifa a terrorist organization. Consideration is being given to declaring Antifa this article is chock full of opinions of the person writing the article. So I'm just going to read it like he wrote, then I'm going to give my assessment. It says, consideration is being given to declaring Antifa the gutless, radical, left butt jobs while you go around hitting only non-fighters, people over the heads with baseball bats, a major organization of terror, along with MS-13 and others, tweeted Trump, adding, would it make sense for police to do their job? So I guess these are opinions of Donald Trump, But I had sent Douglas a scene earlier of two white ladies who were spray painting Black Lives Matter on a building with a bunch of black people standing around saying, "Hey, wait a minute, why are you spray painting Black Lives Matter on these people's buildings?" And they're going to think that black people did it, And they didn't harm these girls, but if I was there, I would have tried to put some kind of stop to it. But it looks like that you have a bunch of agents. Antifa and Black Lives Matters are filled with a bunch of white government agents. I don't know any black people who are in Black Lives Matter. You know what I'm saying? These are it's just like the Ku Klux Klan. If you join the Ku Klux Klan, you're most likely some of your comrades, you're going to have more government agents infiltrating there than you have actual people who want to be in the Klan. And it's the same with Antifa. It's the same with Black Lives Matter. But in the case of Antifa, you have agent provocateurs. That's what those people are called. So you got a bunch of agent provocateurs, and then I have some agent provocateurs going around spray painting Black Lives Matter on buildings, and these people aren't even black. You got a bunch of agent provocateurs running inside of Target and stealing things that aren't even black, but who's going to get blamed for it. So, I don't appreciate that. So we're going to see what happens with this, with Trump designating Antifa as a terrorist organization, and the way that they're acting, they should be. But then again, the way that they're acting, they're just proving themselves to be agent provocateurs, and really, people playing both sides of the fence. Right-wing people saying, well, I'm going to dress up as Antifa and cover my face and do some terrorists, and then that way I could go back to being in my right-wing group and then reporting how evil Antifa was in the first place. So go ahead and declare them a terrorist organization. You're just going to be taking down your own agent provocateurs. That's what I say. So look what else we have here in the news. This is something that we were talking about earlier, and that's the history of the phrase, when the shooting starts, the looting. When the looting starts, the shooting starts, used by Trump. The same words were used by former Miami Police Chief Walter Headley in 1967. It says, as protests over the death of a black man in police custody spreads nationwide, President Donald Trump tweeted a phrase that echoed controversial remarks from a past era. Just spoke to Governor Tim Walz to him that the military is with him all the way. The president tweeted Friday morning, refiercing protests that turned violent over the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis. Any difficulty, and we will assume control, but the looting starts, the shooting starts. Trump later doubled down, tweeting, looting leads to shooting, and that's why a man was shot and killed in Minneapolis on Wednesday night. Or look at what just happened in Louisville with 7 people shot. I don't want this to happen, and this is what the expression put out last night means. The White House later argued that Trump was not inciting violence, but clearly condemned it. Following the controversial tweet, Trump emphasized the importance of peaceful protests when opening a business roundtable event Friday afternoon, and said he had spoken to the family of George Floyd. The very important, we have peaceful protests in support of the rights of the peaceful protests. We can't allow a situation like what happened in Minneapolis to descend further into lawless anarchy and chaos. And we understand that very well, the president said. The looters should not be allowed to drown out the voices of so many peaceful protests. In 1967, Walter Headley, who was the police chief of Miami, used the phrase, "When the looting starts, the shooting starts," as a past cuff at a press conference while addressing his department. Crackdown on hoodlums. He said Miami hadn't faced serious problems with civil uprising and looting because it led to the word filter down that when the looting starts, the shooting starts, according to Miami Herald. "We don't mind being accused of police brutality," Headley added. So this Headley sounded like he was a racist problem down there back in 1967. So Douglas
Yes.
guy came to the conclusion that Trump came up with that phrase on his own. So, you're back, Douglas?
Oh yeah, yes, and we were speculating that, and I was thinking just because it rhymed, it may have been himself, but as I was pointing out, definitely the police chief down in Miami was a real son of a bitch. He was unleashing the dogs, or was threatening to do so in black neighborhoods and all the rest of this. I mean, this guy was just everything that you despise in a white law enforcement officer. He represented the worst. And so apparently Trump found all that admirable and just parroted him. So that makes perfect sense. Because Trump was alive back then. He must have actually heard the guy say it, at least on television. That makes sense, right? Yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So do go on, and I'm so glad that you were holding for me and you're doing so well. Was there anything else you wanted to bring up? And by the way, I was telling people about Pac One Morales, and I do encourage you you're more than welcome to tag his music, or if you have any samples of it, onto my timeline. And you can, because I think he might be too humble or shy to do that on my timeline, so you're welcome to do that for him and let him know that that's what you're doing. You can put that on mine. And we'll try and get him on my show, as a matter of fact, obviously. I definitely want you to start what you're trying to do. And where would you put this? Where would your show restart? You're trying to get it started onto which?
Yeah, well, once I feel back up, once I feel whole again, I was saying, what I do is I interview a lot of underground artists. I actually created it for the underground artists, and some of the artists that we listen to. Of course, all the major mainstream artists have their their shows that they go to, their regular shows, the Breakfast Club, the DJ Vlad, and all of them. So I'm a local Chicago guy, and I listen to a lot of local Chicago, local Midwest, even a lot of local Houston, Texas artists, local Oakland, California, and just local artists around the globe that make far more better music than what we're hearing on the radio. So that's one thing that Facebook has been good for, is people sharing the music from their favorite local artists of where they live. And I've gotten hold of some real good music that sounds good, that even has a message, a lot of it. So he's done some conscious rap and he's done some hardcore, but he's got Pacon Morales has a very distinct voice. And as a matter of fact, he was going to sign to a major record label, but they wanted him to move out to California, and he wasn't willing to do so at the time. But
wow, Pac-One? Our Pac-One?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yes, our Pac-On. Yeah, Pacon Morales. Our Pacon was going to sign to a major label, but they wanted him to move to California, and he didn't want to move out to California at the time. So,
did you know he just had another baby infant, another child? Do you know?
Yes.
Yeah. Is it a boy or a girl? Do you know? Or?
You know what? He told me, and I gotta look and see. I gotta go back to the email and see. Mm-hmm. So. Yeah, but like you said, we need to get them on ourselves.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, by all means.
Yeah.
So definitely I'm so glad that you brought him up, and I'm we need to get him on, and definitely I had no idea he was singing. I had no idea he was actually singing. So it's more than just an instrument. He's is he singing and playing an instrument, or is it just?
Well, he's and the video, when the video he sent me, he's rapping, and he's also a bilingual rapper, which means he can rap in English and he can rap in Spanish, which is awesome because they tell us that we only use 10% of our brain, but. To me, if someone is a bilingual rapper who they can do a rap in English and turn around and do a rap in Spanish, to me, you're using more than 10% of your brain. You're using parts of your brain that most of us don't tap into.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, to do that type of art in 2 languages.
Yeah, no, that's magnificent, and it's very impressive, and. So yeah, we'll get him on. Maybe he'll even do some of that for us on air. I'm not quite sure if he'd be willing to do that, but it certainly is. It's a thought. It's a thought, and I definitely appreciate your coming on and making all of this possible for me. That I can keep up the rest of the night by giving me the break I needed. And so, at any rate, I'm so glad that you're in good communication with him and that you seem to be communicating regularly. And it reminds me of Miguel Andahar also as similar. They're both artists in the sense that, didn't you say Pac One did some illustrations as well? Or was it just the music you were talking about when you were talking about his art?
Oh, I was just talking about the music.
Right. Miguel Andahar actually has done some illustrations which were actually impressive for someone who's not doing it for a living. He did some very pretty impressive illustrations. He did one of Judith Ager, and so that will always stick with me, and she certainly adores him. So we'll see what happens in the future. We'll get them both on, and of course, Miguel Andahar was saying I should interview Ron Jeremy before he dies. I'm not quite sure if that's I mean, I'm not antithetical to it. I have nothing against Ron Jeremy, but the poor guy's starting to. He has Alzheimer's now. You know that, right?
Yeah, I heard you mention that before. That is sad.
Yeah, it's very sad, and so I'm not quite.
And he's so young still. I mean, I guess Alzheimer's could come on you at any age, but it's sad to see that happen to him.
Yeah, it can unfortunately happen at any age, and to see it happen to him is tragic, as it would be to see it happen with anyone. And it's mostly with people who, for some reason, have lost themselves or never had a sense of bearing. But he seemed to have a pretty solid identity, and enough where he was trying to get into straight films. He was trying to, by that I mean like conventional films. He was trying to get into conventional films, and I guess at some point along the line, everything just kind of slid for him. And I don't know what the cause of that was, whether drugs were part of that or whether it just was genetically predisposed towards it. But it's really sad, so sad. And so maybe
I met him before.
You did? Where was it?
Oceanside down there, outside of Camp Pendleton. I met him at a record store. He was at it was a black record store right next door to this black barber shop where all the drill instructors go, all the black drill instructors go. So people were taking pictures with him and stuff. So I mean, acting like a bunch of groupies and stuff. I shook his hand and said, "I enjoy your work," and I just kept it at that. But everybody said, "Oh, Ron Jeremy, let me take a picture with you." You know what I'm saying?
That's funny. Yeah, that is funny, and it's like Miguel was saying, it's really sad because he's at these conventions and he just falls back into the mentality, or he thinks he's on set, and so all the women who are near him, he starts groping them, and then he starts humping them, and then so he's got lawsuits against him for assault. And but of course he's obviously not in his right mind, so I don't think that's going to impact him very much. And it's there you go. And So Trump sent me some pictures, and I had no idea what they were. And he was like, and I thought they were pictures of Miguel. And Miguel was sending me these pictures of this train wreck of a human being who I didn't recognize. And it was like he was sleeping in a corner somewhere in a room. And I was thinking, is that Miguel? Is he sending me pictures of himself? What the fuck happened to him? And then he explained to me, oh, that's Ron Jeremy. I said, oh my God. And he says, yeah, he was in the same hotel room, and Miguel was just kind of acting as like his care provider, like his adult supervision. But it was very very disturbing. And so hopefully if he's on, he won't fall into what doctors call dementing phase, which means that your Alzheimer's begins to manifest symptomatically. And so that would be dementing. And if he starts dementing on air, then on bandwidth, then you just have to ride it out and just kind of like I'm sure Miguel would be there to kind of act as a supervisor, and he would take it at that point, probably. That's how I picture it, but we'll find out. We'll find out with both Pac One and Miguel and Jahar. They're both wonderful people that need to be brought on, and we'll both follow up with that. So other than that, is everything else seem fine right now? At the moment, things seem peaceful enough. Did you see anything else on the news that seemed like it was some new development or anything like that? Any new news on the police car ramming into those people? Have they decided whether or not that was intentional? Or, I mean, I'm sure it was, but
it was intentional. So luckily, it didn't mention anybody getting killed or anything. Of course, whenever you have a car ramming into a crowd of people, anyone can get killed. So, we don't know whether there's going to be charges brought up against the cops, at least not at this point. So we'll just keep an eye on that story. But like I said, I live in a town called Murfreesboro. Now, Murfreesboro, Tennessee used to be the capital of Tennessee at one time when forgot who the president was. I mean, who's that president that wanted to kill all the Indians? Gosh, the one from Tennessee.
Fuck, as far as I'm concerned, the majority of white presidents wanted to kill all the Indians. That's not much of a qualifier. You're talking Andrew Jackson, right? The one on Andrew Jackson.
Yeah, Andrew Jackson. Yeah, when Andrew Jackson was president, he used to live out here in Murfreesboro, and this was the capital. And this has stayed a small town until recently. I went to a car dealership to get my oil change at one time, and I met a real old guy, and he was saying when he grew up, this was all cornfield. There's nothing here but just cornfield. And all of a sudden, houses and businesses and everything are popping up down here in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, and it's growing. We came down here, because of the college and because of a job, of course. Murfreesboro is growing, and it's a little itty bitty downtown. They had a protest yesterday, and the protest yesterday, of course, the way protests are going everywhere else across the United States, is soon the first show of violence. The mayor said, "Okay, it's state of emergency. Well, we're doing a curfew. We're shutting everything down." And then, of course, my son wasn't home at the time, so my wife said, "Well, you better find him and make sure he gets home safe." So, and this happened while after we started transmission, or after we started I don't know if we had started transmission yet, but as soon as it was
at the time that I had just gotten you on the call, and it was before we officially started. It was right before we officially started, yeah. And I'm so glad that he seems to have come out of that safe. And what did that remind me of? What you said about Tennessee and it reminded me of something, but I'm forgetting about it right now. But it was definitely something. At any rate, so I'll get back into arc of narrative, and I've got some questions that have been sent to me about what I was talking about with what Trump was lying about concerning the murder that happened a few years ago, and trying to blame this Joe Scarborough guy for it. So I'll give people some details on that now, so they understand. The only thing that Twitter can do basically is basically kick Trump off the fucking platform. And just like, they tried to kick so many people off different platforms and get them banned, honestly, why should the president be an exception just because he's the goddamn president? If he's violating a company's rules, then they should treat him like other clientele instead of giving him, this platform in which to spread disinformation. It's but aside from that, I thank you again profoundly. Bless you for what you've done, and certainly hang out as long as you wish. And obviously, I shouldn't be too long from now, maybe about 3 more hours at the most, and 2 more hours, 3 more hours. And God bless you for keeping your phone active. Without you, we couldn't do the show at all. And I forgot to announce it, but for all of you here now, Derek Talley is officially my executive producer now. And I will announce that more formally on Wednesday, and which is only a short time from after we finish this transmission. So, all right, brother, love you dearly, and I'll take the mic now. Any last thing you want to say for the moment? Anything else?
No, Bob. If I think of something, I'll jump in, because I'm gonna pretty much be up from here. I got some laundry, different stuff I'm gonna do, so I'll be up and I'll be listening.
Good. And anytime you feel the desire to interject yourself, please do so. Thank you so much.
All right.
Yeah, and that wonderful Derek Talley, and there we are. So what Twitter must do is cleanse the Trump stain. The president is spreading a vile conspiracy theory on that platform, and Twitter should finally hold him to its rules. President Trump has been promoting a falsehood about the death of a woman nearly 2 decades ago. It's 20 years ago, not really 2 years ago. I don't know why I said that. It's more like 20. So the widower, the husband of this poor lady, sent a letter, it must have been just last week, Yester Septimania, to Twitter's chief executive, Jack Dorsey. And he begged, please delete those tweets. My wife deserves better. And yes, Twitter, Lori Klausutis, surname spelled Klausutis, certainly does deserve better. Nearly 2 decades after she died in a tragic accident that has morphed into a macabre and continuing nightmare for her husband, Timothy Klausutis. The boogeyman plunging him and the family of his late wife into the very worst memory holes is a conspiracy theory loving, twitchy fingered, shameless tweeter who also happens to be the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Donald J. Trump is Mr. Klausutis' Richard K. Cole. And so on Tuesday, this Yester Septimania, President Trump tweeted to his nearly 80 million followers. Admittedly, it's less than half of that. Most of the people it'd be more like about 20 million followers. Each one of the 20 million has at least 2 accounts. Basically, some of them might have one, but the majority of them have, like Richard K. Cole, like half 100 accounts. And so they've multiplied his following by orders of magnitude above what it really is, and half of them, 40 million of them at least, are Russian bots. Now, but he tweeted to all of them, the majority of them guest ghosts, alluding to the repeatedly deconstructed falsehood that, as Timothy Klausutis himself puts it, that my wife was murdered by her boss, former U.S. Representative Joe Scarborough. And so Mr. Klausutis wrote to the Twitter CEO, whose name, again, if I remember correctly, is Jack Dorsey. He wrote to him that, Donald Trump got me buried in the worst of memory holes. That he's basically the son of the president, followed and more directly attacked my wife by tweeting to his followers as the means of spreading this vicious lie. And so within that letter, it also says, and a full copy of that letter to the Twitter CEO, Jack Dorsey, that was writ by Timothy Klausutis, is online now. You can see a full copy of that letter in which it says, I'm asking you to intervene in this instance because the President of the United States has taken something that does not belong to him, the memory of my dead wife, and perverted it for perceived political gain. And Mr. Clausewitz deservest an answer from Mr. Dorsey, who has the unenviable task of sorting out what is perhaps unsortable, which is to say, the ugly heart of Twitter's most famous customer. While sources close to the company said executives had been trying to figure out what to do over the weekend, the company has, at time of my speaking to you, so far as I know, been silent about this latest controversy involving Mr. Trump's appalling and rule-breaking Twitter habit. Now, this particular episode is not unlike other infamous stories floating around social media, like the inhumane speculation about the death of Democratic National Committee staffer Seth Rich, or the ocean of nasty misinformation about the murders of the children of Sandy Hook Elementary that got Alex Jones deservedly thrown off several platforms. But this mess is perhaps the high tide of that endless spew of toxic bile, because it is being relentlessly amped up by the leader of the free world. Now, tweeting misinformation is not new for Donald Trump, who exploits the service as his political cudgel to govern, campaign, wage petty digital wars, and more recently, peddle dangerous medical advice about COVID-19 that guaranteed has led to the death of many people. So Trump himself is a murderer. No doubts about it. Sans any defamation or slander. That's just a fact. All of this Twitter has allowed because it has deemed even the most inane of the president's utterances as quote-unquote newsworthy, simply by nature of his being the president. Now, at least Mr. Trump is consistent in his lowering of the bar, as the number of Americans who have died from the coronavirus approached 100,000. The president declined to address the virus's tragic toll and chose instead to keep up the series of tweets about Ms. Clausewitz, the late Ms. Clausewitz, all aimed at attacking Mr. Joe Scarborough, who is now a high-profile MSNBC host. Now, Mr. Trump and Mr. Scarborough have been engaged in a very public brawl for a very long time. But it turned heinous when the president decided to tweet the entirely deconstructed and vile conspiracy theory about Ms. Clausewitz's death. In reality, as her husband wrote in the letter to Twitter, she had an undiagnosed heart condition, fell and hit her head on her desk at work. But Mr. Trump has chosen to malevolently ignore these facts. When Mr. Scarborough's co-host and wife, Mika Brzezinski, addressed the issue on the air and on Twitter, calling for the platform to ban Mr. Trump from the service, all hell broke loose. Some claimed First Amendment rights for the president, even though Twitter is a private company and not a public square. While others correctly pointed out that Twitter oftentimes blocks or bans users for much lesser offenses, others who simply abhor Mr. Trump or Mr. Scarborough and Ms. Brzezinski use the situation to bash their preferred bugbear. But hate them or not, the Trump-Scarborough duo matters less in terms of what I am addressing. They are both famous and have to suffer the slings and arrows of that trade, even if Mr. Trump is the one falsely accusing Mr. Scarborough of an affair and a murder. The real issue is the very serious collateral damage of this fight, which is the post-mortem libel of Ms. Clausewitz and the ensuing suffering of her husband and family. They are the victims of Mr. Trump and of Twitter's inability, or total negligence. Rather, I would call it remiss nature. It's irresponsibility to manage its troubled relationship with Donald Trump. The company tends to be hands-off whenever any Trump controversy erupts, relying on a tenet that he be a public figure, and also that it cannot sort out what is truth and a lie, and is therefore better off letting its community argue it out. While that might work when it comes to some issues, it has broken down here. How to fix it is the digital equivalent of a Gordian knot, except there be no cyber sword of Alexander the Great to slice it in half. Banning Mr. Trump outright, the most extreme move, seems to be a non-starter, given Mr. Dorsey's belief that less is more when it comes to governing. While it worked when Mr. Jones, Alex Jones, was tossed off, a move that Mr. Dorsey came to last among the social media giants, doing the same to Donald Trump would be quite different. Well, I myself had thought throwing Mr. Trump off Twitter is certainly not the worst idea. After all, what would the president do without his raging addiction to Twitter? It would be fun to see him go into paroxysms of withdrawal and just start spazzing out on us. That would actually be a joy to behold. You might, at this point, so close to the election, insist that a Trump ban would be pointless and too drastic, because the firestorm it would set off alone would be disastrous for Twitter to manage and probably come with deep financial repercussions. So it's almost a non-starter from their perspective of their losses. So, honestly, I don't think that's a good enough reason personally, but try to visit the reality of living as a public company in the digital age. I say this only through my experience with Sugar Daddy, the man who married my surrogate son. So another solution being discussed inside Twitter itself is to label the tweets as false and link to myriad high-quality information and reporting that refutes the tweet's sinister insinuations. Sources have informed myself that after the initial hesitance in dealing with Mr. Trump's tweets about the late Ms. Clausewitz, the company has accelerated work on a more robust rubric around labeling and dealing with such falsehoods. Again, top company executives hope that this placement of truth against lies will serve to cleanse the stain. I think that this is both naive and will be completely ineffective myself. Most people's experience tracks with that old axiom, a lie can travel halfway around the world while truth is still getting its shoes on. In the digital age, that would be to the moon and back 347 times, of course, which is why I am supportive of the suggestion Mr. Clausewitz makes in his own letter to simply remove the offending tweets. Well, the always thoughtful Mr. Dorsey has said previously that he has to hew to Twitter's principles and rules, and that the company cannot spend all of its time reacting. Its approach up until now results only in Twitter's governance getting gamed by players like Mr. Trump in ways that are both shameless and completely predictable. So why not be unexpected with those who continue to abuse the system? Taking really valuable one-off actions can be laudable, since they make us an example of someone's horrid behavior as a warning unto others. While it be impossible to stop the endless distribution of a screenshot of the tweets, taking the original ones down would send a strong message that this behavior is not tolerated. Or, if he must, Mr. Dorsey could set up an independent content board, as Facebook has recently done, which could take on thorny questions like this and remove them from his purview. This might seem like a cop-out, but putting these questions up for a more measured debate might be the exit that the company needs to focus on the rest of its business. Now, perhaps such a board could include Mr. Clausewitz, who might know more than most people about the price of all of this. When he wrote to Mr. Dorsey, "It be with the kind of enduring dignity that would be nice to see more of from our leaders." To quote as he, Mr. Clausewitz, the widower, "I have mourned my wife every day since her passing. I have tried to honor her memory and our marriage. There has been a constant barrage of falsehoods, half-truths, innuendo, and conspiracy theories since the day she died. I realize that may sound like an exaggeration. Unfortunately, it is the verifiable truth. Because of this, I have struggled to move forward with my life. It's long past time to let him do that. And most of all, to let Lori Clausewitz rest in peace." You see, America, not just Mr. Clausewitz, but all of us, are living James Madison's nightmare. The founders designed a government that would resist mob rule. They did not anticipate how strong the mob could become. James Madison traveled to Philadelphia in 1787 with Athens on his mind. He had spent the year before the Constitutional Convention reading 2 trunkfuls of books on the history of failed democracies, sent to him from Paris by Thomas Jefferson. Madison was determined in drafting the Constitution to avoid the fate of those ancient and modern confederacies, which he believed had succumbed to rule by demagogues and mobs. Madison's reading convinced him that direct democracies, such as the Assembly in Athens, where 6,000 citizens were required for a quorum, unleashed populist passions that overcame the cool, deliberative reason prized above all by Enlightenment thinkers. And so, in the Federalist Papers, which were the essays Madison wrote along with Alexander Hamilton and John Jay, within those, he argued, in all very numerous assemblies, of whatever characters composed, passion never fails to wrest the scepter from reason. And so, he wrote those essays in the Federalist Papers to make points like this in order to build support for the ratification of the Constitution itself, in which he made other points, such as, had every Athenian citizen been a Socrates, and every Athenian assembly would still have been a mob. Let me try to not paraphrase that. Let me try to quote that verbatim. Had every Athenian citizen been a Socrates, every Athenian assembly would still have been a mob. So Madison and Hamilton believed that Athenian citizens had been swayed by crude and ambitious politicians who had played their emotions, which of course is very prescient per the nightmare of a tweeting president. The demagogue Cleon was said to have seduced the assembly into being more hawkish towards Athens' opponents in the Peloponnesian War, and even the reformer Solon canceled debts and debased the currency. So in Madison's view, history seemed to be repeating itself in America at its inception. After the Revolutionary War, he observed in Massachusetts a rage for paper money, for abolition of debts, for an equal division of property. In other words, communism. That populist rage had led to Shays' Rebellion, which pitted a band of debtors against their creditors. Madison referred to impetuous mobs as factions, which he defined in Federalist number 10. As a group, united and actuated by some common impulse of passion or of interest, adverse to the rights of other citizens or to the permanent and aggregate interests of the community. Factions arise, so he believed, when public opinion forms and spreads quickly. But they can dissolve if the public is given time and space to consider long-term interests rather than short-term gratification. And so to prevent factions from distorting public policy and threatening liberty itself, Madison resolved to exclude the people from any direct role in government. Rationalizing this via his writ in Federalist number 10, in which he said, "A pure democracy, by which I mean a society consisting of a small number of citizens, who assemble and administer the government in person, can admit of no cure for the mischiefs of faction." The framers designed the American constitutional system not as a direct democracy, but as a representative republic, where enlightened delegates of the people would serve the public good. They also built into the Constitution a series of cooling mechanisms intended to inhibit the formulation of passionate factions, to ensure that reasonable majorities would prevail. And so, it was, if I remember, one of the things that he wrote, he stated, "The government cannot endure permanently if administered on a spoils basis. If this form of corruption is permitted and encouraged, other forms of corruption will inevitably follow in its train. When a department at Washington, or at a state capitol, or in the city hall of some big town is thronged with place hunters and office markers who seek and dispense patronage from considerations of personal and party greed, the tone of public life is necessarily so lowered that the bribe taker and the bribe giver, the blackmailer and the corruptionist, find their places ready prepared for them. And so, the people would directly elect the members of the House of Representatives instead, but the popular passions of the House would cool in the senatorial saucer, as George Washington purportedly called it. The Senate would comprise natural aristocrats chosen by state legislators, rather than elected by the people. And rather than directly electing the chief executive, the people would vote for wise electors, that is, propertied white men, who would ultimately choose a president of the highest character and most discerning judgment. The separation of powers, meanwhile, would prevent any one branch of government from acquiring too much authority. The further division of power between the federal and state governments would ensure that none of the three branches of government could claim that it alone represented the people. Now, let me remind you that articulation is not advocacy. What I'm talking about here does not make me a Republican. I'm explaining this so that you can better understand my alternative, which of course will be presented as time goes on and has been presented in the past, in which of course I've outlined a constitutional democracy, a true democracy where your vote actually counts, to replace the constitutional republic. Of course, my perspective on the irresponsibility of the masses is such that the American people have to earn this. So there has to be a transitional phase of statist control, centralized state control, what the Soviet Union would call the dictatorship of the proletariat in their warped and twisted version that was supposed to evolve eventually towards a socialist and ultimately a communist state. This is not what I have in mind, quite the opposite, but rather an evolution fairly quickly within a single generation or two, but over a century of progress, within a century, in which enough generations have been educated where they can vote responsibly, then you can turn towards the genuine democracy that will function based on an educated electorate. Now, Mark Twain argued that the more grades you have, in other words, the more grades you have passed through, the higher your education level, say the difference between high school, collegiate, and, PhD doctorate, the master's degree, all these graduated levels of education should get you an extra vote. So with each accomplishment in education, you should get an extra vote. That we all start with one, but you can educate yourself to more. Of course, this would result in people selling votes to people who paid them. A rich enough guy who's an idiot who just happens to be a millionaire. And by the way, most millionaires, take a look at the guy who founded Wendy's. He said, "My greatest regret in life was that I became a multimillionaire without ever having finished high school." Whereas you and I would say, our greatest regret is having finished fucking high school without ever becoming a goddamn millionaire. But somebody like him could buy everybody's votes. And that's the kind of corruption that would open up to. So, back to explaining how the system we're stuck in now works. Basically, the whole intent of the division of government to prevent one branch from acquiring too much authority would ensure that the further division of power between the federal and state governments would ensure that none of the three branches of government could claim that it alone ever represented all the people. So according to classical theory, republics could exist only in relatively small territories, where citizens knew one another personally, and could assemble face to face. Plato would have capped the number of citizens capable of self-governance at 5,040. Madison, however, thought Plato's small republic thesis was wrong. He believed that the ease of communication in small republics was precisely what had allowed hastily formed majorities to oppress minorities. And so Madison wrote that extend the sphere of a territory, and you take in a greater variety of parties and interests. You make it less probable that a majority of the whole will have a common motive to invade the rights of other citizens. Or, if such a common motive exists, it will be more difficult for all who feel it to discover their own strength and to act in unison with each other. In this manner, did Madison predict that America's vast geography and large population base would prevent passionate mobs from mobilizing. Their dangerous energy would burn out before it could inflame others. Of course, at the time of the country's founding, new media technologies, including what Madison called a circulation of newspapers through the entire body of the people, were already closing the communications gaps among the dispersed citizens of America. The popular press of the 18th and 19th centuries was highly partisan. The National Gazette, where Madison himself published his thoughts on the media, was, since its founding in 1791, an organ of the Democratic Republican Party. And yet, that was the actual name of the fucking party, Democratic Republicans, and oftentimes viciously attacked their enemies, the Federalists. But newspapers of the time were also platforms for elites to make thoughtful arguments at length. And Madison believed that the enlightened journalists he called the literati would ultimately promote the commerce of ideas. He had faith that citizens would take us the time to read complicated arguments, including the essays that became the Federalist Papers, allowing level-headed reason to spread slowly across the new republic. James Madison died at Montpelier, his Virginia estate, in 1836, one of the few founding fathers to survive into the democratic age of Andrew Jackson. You know, the big Indian killer that our man Derek Talley and I were talking about. The man whose face curses your $20 bill. Madison supported Jackson's efforts to preserve the Union against nullification efforts in the South, but was alarmed by his populist appeal in the West. What would Madison make of American democracy today? An era in which Jacksonian populism looks completely restrained by comparison, even at its most genocidal. Madison's worst fears of mob rule have been realized, and the cooling mechanisms he designed to slow down the formation of impetuous majorities have broken completely. The polarization of Congress, reflecting an electorate that has not been this divided since about the time of the American Civil War between the states, has led to ideological warfare between parties that directly channels the passions of their most extreme constituents and donors, precisely the type of factionalism the founders abhorred. The executive branch, meanwhile, has been transformed by the spectacle of tweeting presidents, though the presidency had broken from its constitutional restraints long before the advent of social media. During the election of 1912, the progressive populists Theodore Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson insisted that the president derived his authority directly from the people. Since then, the office has moved in precisely the direction the founders had hoped to avoid. Presidents now make emotional appeals, communicate directly with voters, and pander to the mob. Thus, instead of republicanism or democracy, we have the mobocracy, and the mobocracy is ruled, or rather manipulated, by the monopoly of the elite. We have a monopolized mobocracy, similar to Rome at time of the movie Gladiator, where George Clooney is fighting for the memory of Marcus Aurelius, and nothing else be left but the evil emperor and the mob he manipulates, which in turn manipulates he. Twitter, Facebook, and other platforms have accelerated public discourse to warp speed, creating virtual versions of the mob of Rome screaming for blood in the Colosseum. Circus Maximus. A Circus Maximus of blood in cyberspace that results in mass shootings in the material world. Inflammatory posts based on passion travel farther and faster than arguments based on reason. Rather than encouraging deliberation, mass media undermines it by creating bubbles and echo chambers in which citizens see only those opinions they already embrace. We are living, in short, the Madonian Nightmare. How did we get here, and how can we escape? From the very beginning, the devices that the founders hoped would prevent the rapid mobilization of passionate majorities didn't work in all the ways they expected. After the election of 1800, the Electoral College, envisioned as a group of independent sages, became little more than a rubber stamp for the presidential nominees of the newly emergent political parties. The founders' greatest failure of imagination was not in anticipating, rather it was in not anticipating, the rise of mass political parties. The first parties played an unexpected cooling function, uniting diverse economic and regional interests through shared constitutional visions. After the presidential election of 1824, Martin Van Buren, who had the same birthday as my late and sainted Cyrus, Diana Dietrich, and therefore was kind of always a favorite president of ours, only in the sense of sentiment, reconceived the Democratic Party as a coalition that would defend strict construction of the Constitution and states' rights in the name of the people, in contrast to the Federalist Party, which had controlled the federal courts, represented the moneyed classes, and sought to consolidate national power. As the historian Sean Willants has noted, the great movements for constitutional and social change in the 19th century, from the abolition of slavery to the progressive movement, were the product of strong and diverse political parties. Whatever benefits the parties offered in the 19th and early 20th centuries, however, have long since disappeared. The moderating effects of parties were undermined by a series of populist reforms, including the direct election of senators, the popular ballot initiative, and direct primaries in presidential elections, which became widespread in the 1970s. More recently, geographical and political self-sorting has produced voters and representatives who be willing to support the party line at all costs. After the Republicans took both chambers of Congress in 1994, the House of Representatives, under Speaker Newt Gingrich, adjusted its rules to enforce party discipline, taking power away from committee chairs and making it easier for leadership to push bills into law with little debate or support from across the aisle. The defining congressional achievements of Barack Obama's presidency, and thus far Donald Trump's presidency, the Affordable Care Act of 2010, what be derided as Obamacare, and after that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Acts of 2017, respectively, for both Obama in the former and Trump in the latter, were passed with no votes from members of the minority party. Madison feared that Congress would be the most dangerous branch of the federal government, sucking power into its impetuous vortex, as he called it. But today he would shudder at the power of the executive branch. The rise of what the presidential historian Arthur M. Schlesinger Jr. called the imperial presidency, the age of the new Caesars, the American Caesars, has unbalanced the equilibrium among the three branches of government completely. We are now entering the era of Roman dictatorship. Modern presidents rule by executive order rather than consulting with Congress. They direct a massive administrative state with jurisdiction over everything from environmental policy to the regulation of the airwaves. And Trump's populist-personated elitist premise, "I alone can fix it," that's his bumper sticker slogan, "I alone can fix it," is only the most dramatic in a long history of hyperbolic promises made by presidents from Woodrow Wilson to Barack Obama in order to mobilize their most ideologically extreme voters. During the 20th century, into which I myself was born, the Supreme Court also became both more powerful and more divided. The court struck down federal laws 12 times in the first 70 years of American history, just over half 100 times in the next 75 years, and more than 125 times since 1934, when Franklin Delano Roosevelt assumed all power. Beginning with the appointment of Anthony Kennedy, circa 1987, the court became increasingly polarized between justices appointed by Republican presidents and justices appointed by Democratic presidents. Kennedy's retirement raises the likelihood of more constitutional rulings split between 5 Republican appointees and 4 Democratic ones. Exacerbating all this political antagonism is the development that might distress Madison the most: media polarization, which has allowed geographically dispersed citizens to isolate themselves into virtual factions, communicating only with like-minded individuals and reinforcing shared beliefs. Far from being a conduit for considered opinions by an educated elite, social media platforms spread misinformation and inflame partisan differences. Indeed, people on Facebook and Twitter are more likely to share inflammatory posts that appeal to emotion than intricate arguments based on reason. The passions, hyperpartisanship, and split-second decision-making that Madison feared from large, concentrated groups meeting face-to-face have proved to be even more dangerous from exponentially larger, dispersed groups that meet online. So be there any hope of resurrecting Madison's vision of majority rule based on reason rather than passion? Unless the Supreme Court reinterprets the First Amendment, allowing the government to require sites like Twitter and Facebook to suppress polarizing speech that falls short of intentional incitement to violence. What most attorneys and barristers and legislators would argue against as an ill-advised and, at the moment they would say, thankfully unlikely prospect, any efforts to encourage deliberation on those platforms will have to come from the platforms themselves. And for the moment, they have adopted an unsatisfying mashup of American and European approaches to free speech. Mark Zuckerberg provoked controversy recently when he said Facebook would not remove posts denying the existence of the Holocaust because determining the intent of the poster was impossible, but would continue to ban hate speech that the First Amendment protects. Still, some promising, if modest, fixes may be on the horizon. Nathaniel Persley, a professor at Stanford Law School who leads an independent commission that will examine the impact of Facebook on democracy, notes one step the company has taken to address the problem of clickbait, which lures users with sensational headlines. Articles that persuade many users to click previously appeared high on Facebook's news feed. The company now prioritizes those article users have actually taken the time to read. But these and other solutions could have First Amendment implications of their own. Persley himself has stated that the democratic character of the internet is itself posing a threat to democracy, and there's no clear solution to the problem. Censorship, delay, demotion of information online, deterrence and dilution of bad content all pose classic free speech problems, and everyone should be concerned at every step of the government regulatory parade. Of course, the internet can theoretically empower democratic deliberation as well as threaten it, allowing dissenters to criticize the government in ways the founders desired. The internet has also made American democracy more inclusive than it was in the founders' day, amplifying the voices of women, minorities, and other disadvantaged groups the founding fathers themselves intended to be forever excluded. And although our national politics is deadlocked by partisanship, compromise remains possible at the local level, where activism, oftentimes organized online, can lead to real change. Federalism remains the most robust and vibrant Madisonian cooling mechanism and continues to promote ideological diversity. At the moment, the combination of low voter turnout and ideological extremism has tended to favor very reactionary candidates in primaries. Thanks to safe districts created by geographic self-sorting and partisan gerrymandering, many of these radicalized Russophiliac collaborationist extremists go on to win the general election. Today, all congressional Republicans fall far to the right of the most conservative Democrat, and all congressional Democrats fall to the left of the most liberal Republican. In the 1960s, at times during the decade in which I was born, 100% of the lawmakers overlapped ideologically. In other words, we had equal distribution of ideology. No longer. There's no longer any concept of overlap or compromise. It's as if we were all fundamentalist Christians and fundamentalist Muslims stuck trying to govern the same body politic. Voters in several states are experimenting with alternative primary systems that might elect more moderate representatives. Both my own Golden State nation of California and Washington State up north have adopted a top two system, in which candidates from both parties compete in a nonpartisan primary, and the two candidates who get the most votes run against each other in the general election, even if they're from the same party. States which Louis Bondet called laboratories of democracy are proving to be the most effective way to encourage deliberation at a time when Congress acts only along party lines. The best way of promoting a return to Madisonian principles, however, may be one Madison himself identified: constitutional education. In recent years, calls for more civic education have become something of a national refrain. But the framers themselves believed that the fate of the Republic depended on an educated citizenry. Drawing again on his studies of ancient republics, which taught that broad education of citizens was the best security against crafty and dangerous encroachments on the public liberty, Madison insisted that the rich should subsidize the education of the poor. Think about that as a revolutionary thought. To combat the power of factions, the founders believed that the people had to be educated about the structures of government in particular. In 1822, while supporting the Kentucky legislature's plan of education embracing every class of citizens, Madison so wrote that a popular government without popular information, or the means of acquiring it, is but a prologue to a farce or a tragedy, or perhaps both. In urging Congress to create a national university in 1796, George Washington declared, "A primary object of such a national institution should be the education of our youth in the science of government." The civics half of the educational equation is crucial. Recent studies have suggested that higher education can polarize citizens rather than ensuring the rule of reason. Highly educated liberals become more liberal, and highly educated conservatives become reactionary. At the same time, the National Assessment of Educational Progress has found that citizens, whether liberal or reactionary, who be educated about constitutional checks on direct democracy, such as an independent judiciary, are more likely to express trust in the courts and less likely to call for judicial impeachment or for overturning unpopular Supreme Court decisions. These are dangerous times. The percentage of people who say it is quote-unquote essential to live in a liberal democracy is plummeting. Everywhere, from these United States to the liberalist of all nations on earth, the Netherlands. Support for autocratic alternatives to democracy is especially high among young people. In 1788, Madison wrote that the best argument for adopting a Bill of Rights would be its influence on public opinion. He concluded that as the political truths declared in the Bill of Rights become incorporated with the national sentiment, they would counteract the impulses of interest and passion. Today, passion has got the better of us. The preservation of the Republic urgently requires imparting constitutional principles to a new generation and reviving Madonian reason in an impetuous world. This is not going to happen. And so the Republic will collapse. This is a good thing. Our Lady Lena Shea, my mistress, asked, how would we get to the point where we could mobilize the triple draft system of the military for men, or what we would call conscription, the police conscription for women to create a female police state, a big blue line rendered in feminine pink that would empower the woman of America via United States police force similar to Canada's Royal Canadian Mounted Police Force that would be called in where the local constabularies failed, which is just about everywhere, as we can see by what local constabularies do, and ultimately replace them. And the civic service, which could comprise many young people delivering home-delivered meals, such as I subsist off to great extent. And, of course, those people who would be care recipients, receiving such meals and care from people coming in to provide in-home supportive services, caring for people like Ron Jeremy in his stage of senile dementia. These would be children on the front lines of wearing their masks and face shields and latex gloves and even hazard suits if necessary to wash people off and clean them who cannot do such themselves, to help people dress even. People who would be coming into people's homes to give them a better quality of life than rather slowly wither away and die. This is a system in which everyone participates in the youth to give everyone a sense of civic responsibility and, beyond that, an experience in such. All of this can only happen with the death of this republic, in which, ultimately, a period of time, what I call a century of progress, must pass, in which we have more of a fascist state with a progressive Führer, in America Führer, that would be able to see several generations through education, so that the education sets into motion a system that becomes perpetual. And it's only with several generations given each increasing autonomy, only after a single president serving 25 consecutive terms of 4 years each, 100 years of rule, could you entrust total turnover to the tax-paying electorate of the voting power where each vote counts and there be no electoral college, after which they could maturely, based on reason and critical thinking, imbued through generations, elect their own leaders every 4 years. That's the necessity that human nature forces us to contend with through the solution I've just articulated. It would require an extension of the average lifespan, which we have the technology to render possible. Indeed, it's inevitable. So, a person can live well beyond 100 years, and therefore, that one person can serve as that America Führer for that century of progress. This ultimately is what needs to be realized, the only way to reconstruct after the collapse of the Republic, which the Republicans themselves are determined to bring about on behalf of their Russian masters. The Republican insurgency is our enemy, and they must ultimately die or be deported, where they can establish their own libertarian nightmare based on their own constitutional cultism in Greater Manchuria, the empty Rust Belt buffer state between communist China and the ever-emptying Siberia of motherless Russia, which, despite its revanchist revisionism, has no capability of maintaining their empire onto the shores of the Pacific. Here in America, you don't know what you've got till it's gone. The White House briefing has oftentimes been contentious, long-winded, and stuffed with hot air. Amid it by both spinning political flax and grandstanding reporters, it was all a bit of a game. President sent press secretaries to take heat, so they didn't have to. Reporters knew a tense exchange could get them on the evening news and please their editor. But while most real Washington news seeps out from inside sources, briefings did have a purpose. Every day, a representative of the president had to justify his policies to the American people. It was a powerful way for administrations to talk to the world and an example to authoritarian states of how democratic values work. You'll notice I'm using the past tense here. From the moment President Donald Trump sent Sean Spicer out to contradict visual evidence about his inaugural crowd, the briefing ceased to be a trusted venue for information. Trump's fourth press secretary, Kayleigh McEnany, I think is the fucker's name, has revived the briefing after a year-long absence. But it might have been better in hibernation. McEnany, a Harvard graduate and former CNN commentator, is a talented communicator, but her briefings seem exclusively designed to create viral moments that set Trump's political base afire. She usually ends up asking the questions, demanding outlets validate Trump's baseless conspiracies. Yester Septimanian, when asked whether Trump's calls for pews to be filled was wise amid a pandemic, she implied reporters are a bunch of atheists who want churches closed. On Thursday, she hinted doctors should prescribe hydroxychloroquine, the drug boosted by Trump that has not been proven to cure or prevent COVID-19 at all. And with a straight face, she said the president always intends to give truthful information to the American people. Well, that itself couldn't be further from the truth. Tensions always flare between press secretaries and the press. Relations were sour under Richard Nixon's man, Ron Ziegler. Mike McCurry took a pounding during Bill Clinton's scandals. Ari Fleischer clashed heatedly with reporters under George W. Bush. And the White House press was oftentimes deeply frustrated about access to Barack Obama at all. Information in those briefings was sometimes selective, slanted, and politically self-serving, but it generally stopped short of outright falsehoods. The White House podium no longer carries that guarantee at all. The most mendacious president in United States history is responsible for that. So, this is why I'll try to sum up, not closing transmission, mind you, but sum up at this point in narrative, Trump, his Twitter lies, and why it's getting worse. On Sunday of last weekend, on Tuesday, and again on Wednesday, President Donald Trump accused the TV talk show host Joe Scarborough of murder. On Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, he attacked the integrity of America's forthcoming, as he himself stated it, rigged election. His words. When he woke up on Wednesday, he alleged that the Obama administration had spied in an unprecedented manner on the Trump campaign and beyond, and even on the United States Senate, which is Republican dominated. By midnight Wednesday, a few hours after the number of United States deaths in the coronavirus pandemic officially exceeded 100,000, while I was barely hosting transmission that we almost didn't host because of the securing of my account, which we retrieved by a series of miracles, the President of the United States retweeted a video that says, "The only good Democrat is a dead Democrat." This is why I say we have to push for total war, that the Republicans must die or be deported. Because they will do the same to us if we do not take that stance. Just going to check around here at this point before things get a little too hot and heavy. Checking into the live dashboard, where, good God, is anybody interacting anymore? I hope people can hear me. Let's see our stream health and analytics. Oh, Derek Talley saying, yo, thank you, sir. Thank you. Appreciate that. Oh, good. That put some other people up, including Mega Ohms. He says, totally agree with the population being too idiotic to vote. They have earned this zombie apocalypse in slow motion. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. And so he says that this is Nathan Brooks now. You've got somebody here using the Cyrillic alphabet. He says that this Alec Dietrich is tuned in tonight. I watch him closely. Sometimes he tends to base his own content after your own, Sensei Dietrich. That's the Japanese word for like martial arts master or teacher, educator. Christoph Riemel says, sure, audio is excellent. Bless you. Thank you, sir. And of course, Mega Ohms is saying, I think if one were to pass some sort of comprehensive test to get a license to vote, just like we have to pass a test to get a driver's license, that's an excellent idea. I'm not quite sure I'm married to it, but it's a good start. It's a good start. I mean, that is a good idea. It's a good idea. I'm not saying, yeah, it may not be, maybe that's not the way to go. Could be maybe by getting a license, you would get. Anyhow, we'll think about that. At any rate, when Donald Trump retweets a video saying the only good Democrat is a dead Democrat, this is not the first time when the tweets emanating from the man in the White House have featured baseless accusations of murder, voter fraud, and his predecessors' quote-unquote illegality and corruption. It's not even the first time this yestermenses, or last month at this point in the night into morning. So many of the things that Trump does and says are inconceivable for any American president, and yet he does and says them anyway, repeatedly and nonstop. The Trump era has been a seemingly endless series of such moments. From the start of his misadministration, his tweets have been an open source intelligence boon for any enemy, a window directly into the president's needy id, and a real-time guide to his obsessions and intentions. Misinformation, disinformation, and outright lies were always central to his politics. In recent months, however, his tweeting, by all evidence, has taken on an even darker, more manic, and more mendacious turn, as Trump struggles to manage the convergence of a massive public health crisis and a simultaneous economic collapse while running for re-election. He is tweeting more frequently and more frantically as events have closed in on him. Trailing in the polls and desperate to change the subject from the coronavirus, Mid-pandemic, Trump has a Twitter feed that is meaner, angrier, and more partisan than ever before, as he amplifies conspiracy theories about the deep state and media enemies such as Scarborough, while seeking to exacerbate divisions in an already divided country. Strikingly, this dark turn with the president's tweets comest as he be exploiting his Twitter feed as an even more potent vehicle for telling his Republican followers what to do. And they are listening. Just this last week, amid the Scarborough murder libels about the accidental 2001 death of a young woman who worked for him, Trump tweeted out that he was now against the reauthorization of the federal wiretapping authorities in the FISA bill. Immediately, Republican lawmakers in Congress who had until that point supported it suddenly refused to vote in its favor. Bowing to the reality that some Republican votes were needed by the House's Democratic majority in order to pass the measure, Speaker Nancy Pelosi reluctantly withdrew the bill from consideration. On Thursday, she mocked her Republican colleagues for shifting on the basis of a twinkle of a tweet from Donald Trump. He is now wielding actual and not just rhetorical power via social media, and he knows it. Yet the reality of Trump's maliciously prolific tweeting is so alarming, so unpleasant, and simply exhausting that it oftentimes escapes any real scrutiny. I understand why this is hard for us to collectively process, and I empathize with the sincere desire of many to avoid playing into Trump's hands by being distracted by the very distractions he offers up. It can be easier to yell at one another about Twitter's terms of service than about Trump's tweets. Indeed, that is exactly what has happened over the past few days, after Twitter's own CEO, Jack Dorsey, finally decided that Trump had crossed some line and ordered that a label, "Get the facts," be appended to twa of Trump's tweets claiming imminent voter fraud in mine own Golden California's plan as a result of the pandemic to send mail-in ballots to registered voters. And furious, Trump immediately cried censorship, though his tweets were not censored, and vowed revenge in the form of an executive order demanding a policy review of the CDA, the Communications Decency Act. If he could, as Trump himself told reporters in the Oval Office, he'd be happy to shut down Twitter completely. So now the pundits, instead of focusing on Trump's lies or the gruesome milestone of 100,000 American dead, are debating the nuances of social media regulation. The Silicon Valley smackdown between Dorsey and the Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg over fact-checking Donald Trump, and whether the president's insistence on vengeance will end up getting him banned from the platform that has been so integral to his political rise. The fact remains, however, that Trump's breathtaking dishonesty is and ought to be a national debate in its own right, and in a provocative new essay, Trump's one-time ghostwriter, Tony Schwartz, who wrote Trump's best-selling 1987 book, The Art of the Deal, but has since turned on him, argues that the presidency has transformed Trump from an attention-seeking narcissist who spent decades lying about his golf trophies, his sex life, and his real estate properties, into an ends-justify-the-means ruler who has increasingly and ominously escalated his lies and extreme behavior. Many of Trump's lies, Schwartz argues, come as from his grandiose misconception of his own knowledge and powers, including his bragging that he knows more than anyone about ISIS, drones, social media, campaign finance, technology, polls, courts, lawsuits, politicians, trade, renewable energy, infrastructure, construction, nuclear weapons, banks, tax laws, the economy, and during the pandemic, medicine. Schwartz so wrote, Trump's obsession with domination and power have prompted Trump to tell lies more promiscuously than ever since he had became president, and to engage in ever more unfounded and aggressive responses aimed at anyone he perceives standest in his way. This is also the thesis of a great public service of a book by the Washington Post's fact-checker staff that will come out next week if it hasn't already, entitled Donald Trump and His Assault on Truth. The book is not just a compendium of the president's tens of thousands of falsehoods, misleading claims, and lies between the first 3 years of his presidency. It's also an effort to catalog and explain the different pathologies at work in his systematic misrepresentations to the American people. The untruths told by the president have increased in seriousness and volume, as the Post has confirmed. An average of 6 per day in 2017 turned to nearly 16 per day in 2018, which then increased to more than 22 per day in 2019. And that was before this crazy 2020 of the impeachment trial, the pandemic, the economic crisis, and Trump's re-election campaign. The president's exploitation of Twitter has metastasized like a cancer, along with the false statements that he publishes on his feed. He is now sending out every day an average of nearly 4 times as many misleading tweets as he did during his first year in office. And as I was reading an advance copy I was gifted of the Washington Post's book, I thought back to a series of focus groups I listened in on among suburban Republican women in Pennsylvania last fall and winter. And that, of course, was something I was able to do because I was mistaken for being female and just allowed in to basically the Skype group. This is, of course, because of people seeing me only in drag and assuming I was actually female. Now, at all 4 of the sessions, the subject of Trump's inflammatory social media presence came up. Although the women were divided about the president overall, and whether they would vote for him again, there was unanimity about the matter of the tweets. In January, one woman said he needs to get off Twitter, and another added, all these things have lowered the dignity of the office. He should stay off Twitter. That was another statement. He doesn't have any respect because of it. In all 4 groups, heads would nod when similar sentiments were expressed, yet there was still resistance among these Republicans to calling Trump an out-and-out liar. They saw his tweets as a personality flaw, as non-presidential and unbecoming, as crass and offensive, but most could never bring themselves to admit they had voted for a serial prevaricator. A woman named Deborah told the group, I love what he's saying, just not the way he says it. She was willing to make excuses. He just exaggerates to try to get his message across. Republican politicians, to the extent that they say anything at all about Trump these days, tend to take a similar view. Even when Trump goes too far for his defenders, the criticism tends to imply that he just made an error of judgment, that he screwed up just this one time. The Wall Street Journal wrote in an editorial this week, or this last week by now, about the Scarborough treats, Mr. Trump is debasing his office, and he's hurting the country in doing so. But you will not find anything in that same editorial, nor in any other from the Wall Street Journal, that deems the president an unrepentant, serial liar, whose pathological conspiracy theories undermine public trust in government, health experts, basic facts, and election results. Seeing Trump's falsehoods as foibles be naught but folly. Trump's lies are a feature, not a bug, of his presidency and indeed of his entire public persona. His promotion of a sinister alternate reality divorced from all facts and reason is not an aberration that can be corrected. His misstatements are not mere mistakes. As the Post's book points out, When called on a lie, Trump not only does not back away from it, he has a tendency to repeat it. In more than 400 instances, the Post fact-checkers found he has repeated the same falsehood at least 3 times. Joseph Scarborough is not even the first person whom Trump has falsely accused of murder since he has been president. Yet when the White House press secretary, Kayleigh McEnany, was asked on Thursday whether Trump would correct the Twitter errors that led to Twitter's fact-check, she adamantly refused. She so saying, his intent is always to give truthful information to the American people. The conclusion from all of this be as depressing as it be damning. These are not standard issue political lies being foisted on the public, but nuclear weapons grade falsehoods that speak directly to the president's character. They are of a scale and volume that simply defy all precedent, even in the country that had Richard Nixon as its leader. Trump, the fact-checker's editor Glenn Kessler writes, is quite simply the most mendacious president in all American history. There are, sadly, 18,000 reasons and counting why that man be right. And now, Trump is bringing in the infantry for his war on Blue America. Even during the pandemic, he is deploying tools of national authority to advance Republican priorities while weakening Democrats' capacity to impede them. Even during the shared national challenge of the coronavirus outbreak, President Donald Trump is escalating his attacks on the institutions of Blue America, and a growing number of other Republicans are joining him. Trump has long provoked questions about whether he respects the legitimacy of small d democratic institutions. But in the crucible of the outbreak, he has grown more explicit than ever about rejecting the legitimacy of institutions controlled by big D Democrats. His recent targeting includes flatly blocking testimony to the White House, to the House of Representatives, by administration officials on the pandemic, asserting sweeping immunity from subpoenas at the Supreme Court, encouraging defiance from business owners and protesters against social distancing orders from Democratic officials, insisting that blue states must adopt conservative priorities and policies to receive any further federal aid, and cheering on Attorney General William Billy Barr as he hints at possible prosecution of officials from Barack Obama's presidency. So far, congressional Republicans have been way more likely to applaud than question any of these initiatives, and they all come as Republican governors intent on rapidly reopening their economy have moved aggressively to override the decisions of Democratic mayors and county executives. Donald Kettle, a public policy professor at the University of Texas at Austin, and the author of the book entitled The Divided States of America, has gone on record to observe that what we're having is a wedge that is being driven deeper and deeper between the federal government and some of the states, and in the states between Republican governors and Democratic mayors and Democratic cities. It is a deep, profound, and growing chasm that is almost unprecedented in all American history. This multi-front assault could mark an ominous new stage in the nation's political polarization and separation. The tension between Washington Republicans and Democratic-run state and local governments is, as Qasim Reed, the former Democratic mayor of Atlanta, so notes, as bad as I've seen it in my lifetime. And if there is a second term, it is going to be worse just because of the aggressive nature of this presidency. Long before the outbreak started, Trump pursued a broad array of policies meant to pressure or punish Democratic-run local governments, such as ending the federal deductibility of state and local taxes in the 2017 tax bill and seeking to revoke the authority My Golden California has wielded under the Clean Air Act since the 1970s to set its own air pollution standards. Trump revealed volumes about his mindset at a recent White House event when he was asked about providing more federal aid to states buckling under the lost revenue and increased cost of grappling with the coronavirus. Trump said he might be open to considering such assistance if it were narrowly tied to costs directly linked to the outbreak. But then he added, "We'd want certain things also, including sanctuary city adjustments." The most telling word in that sentence is the pronoun we. It suggests the existence of an American community from which blue states be distinct and separate, and to which blue states must provide concessions if they are to receive help from the federal government at all. Leaving aside the reality that many Republican-run states are facing financial difficulties as great as the Democratic-run ones, Trump's formulation shows how little obligation he feels to represent the places where fewer of his own voters live. Instead, he portrays those places almost as foreign supplicants seeking aid from his America. And so, this president is seeing himself as the president of Red Russian America, where Blue America is pushed aside and not even legitimate. Trump isn't the only Russo collaborationist Republican who has resisted providing financial aid to state and local governments run by Democrats. The majority leader of the Senate, Mitch McConnell, has portrayed granting more federal assistance as a blue state bailout, and suggested instead that states should declare bankruptcy. Though, of course, he's edged slightly away from his initial remarks, just as Trump was forced to do with his looting-shooting remark. And so on Tuesday, the conservative House Republican Study Committee charged that blue states and cities have, quote-unquote, historically demonstrated a lack of respect for federal law and constitutional rights, and more recently a penchant for overly restrictive shutdown orders. Helping these jurisdictions, the group continued, would only serve to condone these actions and encourage economically oppressive restrictions on American people and businesses. Trump has similarly argued that in granting any further aid, the federal government should require states and cities to cut taxes, indemnify businesses from coronavirus-related lawsuits, and sanctuary city policies in locales that don't readily cooperate with immigration authorities, and adopt other reactionary priorities. He's pressured Democratic leaders in other ways, too. Standing at the White House podium, he famously acknowledged that he had told Vice President Mike Pence not to return calls for help from governors who have criticized him. He's repeatedly encouraged the Liberate protesters, primarily targeting Democratic governors. In the past few days, he's loudly trumpeted his support for a beauty parlor operator in Dallas and the Tesla founder Elon Musk, who each reopened in explicit defiance of local stay-at-home orders. Billy Barr has also threatened to sue states that impose what the administration considers excessive restrictions. The parallel to Trump's pressure on Democratic governors has been systematic moves by Republican governors to supersede the stay-at-home policies of the big blue cities in their state. In Georgia, Governor Brian Kemp ordered the reopening of Atlanta businesses despite the fervent public objections of Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms. In Texas, Governor Greg Abbott not only undermined local lockdown orders in Dallas, Houston, and other major cities, he also explicitly overruled the incarceration of the defiant beauty parlor owner and invalidated a policy in Houston's home county authorizing fines for people who do not wear masks in public. Reed, the former Atlanta mayor, says these states' interventions offer only a more extreme version of the frequent moves over recent years by Republican state governments to overturn regulations and laws in Democratic-run cities. The governors feel particular urgency to invalidate stay-at-home orders for a simple reason. He says most states have grown so financially dependent on their largest cities that they cannot revive economically unless the cities participate. He asserts that what the current environment shows is that Republicans need Democratic cities to drive the economy, By overruling what would be a traditional conservative philosophy of local control, they are really trying to achieve the financial interest for the state and for President Trump. House Democrats pursuing a new round of state and local aid, read so sayest, must recognize those diverging interests. They must ensure that the next round of support flows directly to cities, not through governors, some of whom might use the money to pressure local leaders. While the conflict between Trump and Democratic-controlled institutions has heightened primarily around the COVID-19 response, the outbreak hasn't slowed his offensive on other fronts. At the Supreme Court this week, Trump's attorneys argued that he and his accounting firm should be immune to subpoenas from the Manhattan District Attorney and a House Investigative Committee, in part because they have partisan motives. Efforts to obtain that information should be suspect, his attorneys so wrote in one brief, because it became a priority of the Democratic Party both before and after the 2018 election. Trump's announcements last week that he would not allow Anthony Fauci or other administration experts to testify before Congress because the House is a bunch of Trump haters followed the same similar defiance he displayed during the impeachment inquiry. In some ways, Trump's new blockade is even more remarkable because it seeks to sideline the House during a crisis affecting all corners of the country. Democratic Representative David Price of North Carolina, who studied Congress as a political scientist before he was elected to the body in 1986, observes that it's just a stunning denial of the most basic responsibility that he has to respect and respond to a coordinate branch of government. And the fact that we kind of stammer around and are not entirely sure how to respond to that is because it's so stunning. It has no precedent I know of. Most sweepingly, Billy Barr's decision to drop charges against Michael Flynn, the former Trump national security aide who admitted to lying to federal investigators, marked another step in the Attorney General's long campaign to discredit the investigation of possible collusion between Russia and the 2016 Trump campaign. Toward this objective, Barr has systematically worked to shift the focus from the Trump campaign's actions to the decisions by Obama law enforcement officials to investigate those actions. It is as if Barr is unraveling the Mueller investigation and weaving the threads into a new design. Barr has hinted at future prosecutions of Obama officials, and Trump seems to have that prospect in mind with his repeated allegations that Obama broke the law. Just this morning, or was it yesterday or the day before, Trump raised the stakes even further by calling on the Senate to demand Obama's testimony under oath on the Russia investigation's origins, which he called once again the biggest political crime and scandal in the country's history. None of this has raised any alarm among congressional Republicans. Representative Tom Cole of Oklahoma, the ranking Republican on the House subcommittee that had hoped to hear from Fauci, did object to Trump blocking the testimony, but he was a lone voice. Price saying, "One would think there would be some Republican cooperation in asserting institutional prerogatives. Maybe there will be, but I haven't seen it so far." Former Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Chuck Grassley of Iowa has openly encouraged Barr's moves to investigate the Russia investigators. Grassley himself insisting on Fox News earlier, yestermenses, in the opening of May, "I think there are more shoes to drop and I think there will be prosecutions." Barr himself has assembled copious legal theories to support each element of his campaign. But what binds it together is the delegitimization of any oversight of the president himself, especially from institutions controlled by members of the opposite party. Donald B. Iyer, the former Deputy Attorney General under George H.W. Bush, has so stated that this whole pattern of events is a systematic effort to cut off all meaningful checks and balances If you look at each piece in isolation, then you misunderstand what is going on. Even this effort to block oversight is only one piece of the larger whole. That is, how Trump is more overtly governing of, by, and for the places and constituencies he views as part of his base. The coronavirus crisis was so staggering that it compelled Trump to respond, however belatedly and belligerently, to the urgent, indeed emergent, public health needs in both red and blue states. But his persistent sparring with local leaders over that response and the relentless advance, even during the crisis, of his other efforts to undermine Democrats underscores how committed Trump remains to a long-term project of eroding Blue America's ability to resist his direction or even to set its own course. Throughout his presidency, Trump has seemed to view himself less as a leader of a unified republic than as the factional champion of a nation within a nation, one that, in his telling, constitutes the real America. White male America. Imagine for a moment that in 1860, the United States had elected as its president not Abraham Lincoln, but Jefferson Davis. And Davis had then used the instruments of national power to strengthen the Solid South in its sectional struggle with the North. That be the clearest analogy to understand Trump's zero-sum approach to governing. He is abusing the tools of national authority to advance the priorities of Red America while weakening Blue America's capacity to impede them. From the office that symbolizes national unity, Trump is pursuing a form of secession from common purpose. Even the nation's most wrenching crisis since the Depression and World War II has not deterred him from that course to destroy America under Russian rule. That may be the best portent of how forcefully Trump would execute his fundamentally separatist vision if enough voters grant him 4 more years to do so. Now, all of us will need some education into a term that now becomes applicable to the person of Donald Trump. The term Karen, which is a technology term. Karen, K-A-R-E-N, became a coronavirus villainess. A popular joke about entitled white woman, like the bitch who was walking the dog without the leash in Central Park, is now a big pandemic meme that will take us right back to Donald Trump in this era of mass death. In the ongoing tense conversation over how long America has to remain locked down during the coronavirus pandemic, one of the most absurd moments came some weeks ago. Carolyn Goodman, the mayor of Las Vegas, that mayoress, it was months ago by now, called for the immediate reopening of her city's casinos, offering her constituents up as a control group to test whether stay-at-home measures are actually effective. The notion baffled public health experts who maintain that a rigorous adherence to social distancing is essential to overcoming the outbreak. It drew swift condemnation from other Las Vegas officials who referred to Goodman as reckless and an embarrassment. And, as is so often the case in public blunders, it received its harshest criticism online. Goodman was called an idiot, an actual monster, and maybe, most damningly, a real Karen's Karen. On the internet, a Karen is not always named Karen. The title has been used to decry a woman named Diane who attended a protest of Pennsylvania's stay-at-home order, carrying an American flag and announcing, "What do I say to your science? I don't believe in your science." It's been thrown at a woman in a local Facebook group demanding private medical information about a person in her neighborhood, and a woman in Tennessee carrying a handmade sign that read, "Sacrifice the weak. Reopen tonight." Becky Ames, the mayoress of Beaumont, Texas, was declared a Karen after she was photographed breaking the state's stay-at-home order at a nail salon. Amid the coronavirus pandemic, Karen has been adopted as a shorthand to call out a vocal minority of middle-aged white women who are opposed to social distancing out of either ignorance or ruthless self-interest. It's the latest evolution of a long-standing meme. In the New York Times yesteryear, the writer Sarah Miller described Karens as the policewoman of all human behavior, using the example of a suburban white woman who calls the cops on kids' pool parties. Karens have been mocked for being anti-vaccine and pro-can I speak to your manager? They're obsessed with banal consumer trends and their personal appearance, and typically criminally misguided, usually loudly and with extreme confidence. Their defining essence is entitlement, selfishness, and a desire to complain. Now, Heather Susan Woods, a meme researcher and professoress at Kansas State University, has observed that a Karen demands the world exist according to her standards with little regard for others, and she is willing to risk or demean others to achieve her ends. Now, Karens have gained notoriety in this time of plague, in part because the joke can be bitingly funny, but also because no meme better captures the fraught feelings of the moment. With inconsistent guidance from political leaders and conflicting social distancing mandates among the states, Americans are navigating how and when to police one another's behavior. Mocking Karens has given people on platforms such as Twitter, Reddit, and Facebook a shared language to encourage measures that benefit the public. But it can be problematic too, and not just because of its crudeness. Many people now tossing around the name seem unaware of its roots as a pointed critique of structural inequalities, even as Black Americans are overrepresented in county and state level coronavirus infection and death reports. The community organizer Gwen Snyder tweeted not too long ago that Karen began as a black meme used to describe white women who tattle on black kids' lemonade stands. White boys stole it and turned it into a code for bitch. Arguments around social distancing have quickly become a tangle of disparities, distrust of science, politics, and America's tradition of individualism and self-interest. As the country takes its first steps toward reopening, the Karen meme raises the question, is there any simple way for Americans to shame one another into keeping everyone safe? Observation and criticism of Karens happens daily on several platforms, but most visibly on Reddit. The platform has several forums dedicated specifically to identifying and pillorying Karens. In r/Karen, one Reddit user recently posted a photo of cutout cookies shaped as shopping carts full of toilet paper with "Put it back, Karen" piped in, in pink icing. In r/entitled Karens, another user shared an illustration of a Karen sparring off against a doctor shouting, "That stuff I read on Facebook, Trump science." Now, the largest of these subreddits, r Fuck You Karen, was created back in December 2017 in honor of a Reddit poster who had achieved brief internet notoriety by complaining virulently about his vindictive ex-wife Karen. The subreddit has more than 500,000 subscribers, and its founder, a 17-year-old from Irvine, California, who goes by the name KarmaCop97, has gone on record to say that the pandemic has only boosted activity. After requesting anonymity because he doesn't want the forum to be associated with his future professional life, he said, "It's been a little bit wild seeing how the Karen archetype is increasing in the wild now. COVID-19 is just bringing them up more into the spotlight. At the beginning of the pandemic, the most popular Karens were toilet paper hoarders and suburban shoppers berating grocery store workers. Now, the subreddit is focused on a new species of Karen, the type of protester who insists that social distancing should end because she needs a haircut. The posts in these subreddits can be insightful when they acutely criticize entitlement. They get, rudely, at the most destructive logical fallacy of the pandemic, which is any wishful thinking that we won't personally become a vector for the disease, even if we're breaking rules and taking risks for our own comfort. In some cases, these memes are encouraging awareness of bad health practices and signaling out behaviors that health experts agree will legitimately kill people. But Reddit conversations about Karens, perhaps unsurprisingly, can also cross a line, as with posts mocking a real woman named Karen, who expressed doubt about the threat of the coronavirus and later died from it. On Reddit, well known as a home for some of the internet's more toxic attitudes, motivations behind the meme have been questioned as misogynistic. Is Karen just a woman who does anything at all that annoys people? If so, what be the male equivalent? The pre-Reddit history of Karens complicates things further. Among black women, the shorthand of a Karen, a white woman to be wary of because she won't hesitate to wield privilege at the expense of others, has existed for years. Meredith Clark, a media researcher at the University of Virginia, has observed that the cultural reference has always been there. It just hasn't always been so specific to one person's name. Karen has gone by different names. Back in the 90s, when Baby Got Back came out, it was Becky. There will be another name at some point in the future. Now, during the pandemic, our plague time now, where we're at, Karen jokes have also helped highlight the urgent racial disparities in infections and deaths that exist, partly because in so many places people of color make up the majority of the essential workforce, but also because of long-standing and dramatic health inequalities in these United States. Andre Brock, an associate professor at Georgia Tech who has studied Black Twitter, says Karen memes are freshly resonant now because they allow us people of color the chance to indulge in dark comedy about the way the pandemic is disproportionately affecting them, in reference to another varietal of Karen, the type of suburban liberal who uses the Nextdoor app and a Ring security camera to surveil her neighbors and monitor their behavior. He called it deeply ironic that white women isolating in single-family homes, whose lifestyle puts them at low risk of exposure to the virus, have been getting militant about teenagers wearing face masks or judgmental about city dwellers' inability to execute perfect social distancing. The audience and impact of a meme is impossible to control, especially for one spreading as rapidly as Karen. If social distancing memes about Karen amount only to calling her ignorant and monstrous, the critique could be lost. They could cause the people being insulted to dig their heels in, and maybe to insist even more fervently that stay-at-home orders are fascist, or that reseeding their lawn is their constitutional right. And if the memes become limited to superficial elements of middle-aged women's appearances, rather than on addressing deeper issues, they can easily be shot down as sexist. Researchers suggest that only certain types of shame be useful. The kind that focuses on specific behaviors, for example. However, the kind that paints someone as an irredeemable archetype of, say, selfishness and bad taste is usually not productive, even if it can be funny. As Americans spend the next several months participating in an unruly group project that requires enormous levels of coordinated behavior, knowing the difference will become ever more important. Karen memes that be specific to the coronavirus context are at least more coherent than many of their predecessors. Leslie Honor, a co-author of Make America Meme Again, subtitled The Rhetoric of the Alt-Right, so notice that the circumstances of COVID have sharpened the critique. Honor cited an image that showed a white woman with blonde hair pointing a handgun at the camera with the caption, "Open the TJ Maxx." That particular Karen is insisting she deserves an exception even in the midst of a pandemic, and is more compelling than some wholly imaginary abstraction of privilege. But the Karen conversation stays convoluted largely because of the platforms it's taking place on. On Twitter, the month before Yestermenses, there was a brief but frenzied debate about whether the word Karen could be considered a slur against white women. Yes, the K word is stronger than the N word, at least currently. Or so read the tweet that received the most attention. Misogyny has been around longer than slavery. The topic was trending on Twitter for several hours, but if you clicked on it, most of the tweets were about how pointless even indulging such a ridiculous debate was, and in fact, at least part of the backlash was manufactured. The most popular tweet came from an account with the handle @EmilySwavin, which was created that month with links to an Instagram account for a Canadian marketing agency and tweets only inflammatory opinions about already divisive social and political issues. When I myself messaged the marketing agency, the owner said that the character was fake and had been created as a joke, as well as a way to get more followers on Instagram. He also said he was surprised that people fall for that kind of trick as often as they do. To quote his T, like, we purposefully leave obvious clues behind, such as making a brand new Twitter account and posting tweets that contradict each other. Now, one risk of the current Karen meme could be that it overplays how many Americans actually oppose social distancing measures. Online discourse can easily misrepresent reality. America is not divided along strict lines of Karen and not Karen. The Karens shouting on the news about reopening America are pulled from tiny protests that don't reflect with most Americans' opinions at all. A recent Pew Research Center survey found that 66% of Americans are more concerned about social distancing restrictions being lifted too quickly than they are about having restrictions in place for too long. Among Republicans, women were far more likely than men to express that opinion, of course. There was no gender gap among Democrats. That's the challenge that comes along with any meme spreading outside of its original context. It can take us on new meanings. Some of them will be creative and additive. Some of them will be stupid potshots. For as long as social distancing remains necessary, many Americans will be spending the bulk of our time on platforms that afford us ample opportunity to comment on others' behavior. We'll be seeing almost nothing of one another in the real world, even as crowdsourced sketches of archetypes circulate more and more widely. Karen is the easiest sort of meme to spread, because she's not reliant on a specific template. She's particularly compelling when tensions are high. And she'd like your attention now, please. That's what brings us to the Karen in chief. President Trump calls the cops on those who challenge him, even if there's no actual violation, simply to make life miserable for them. The United States feels like a nation of Karens these days, so it's only appropriate that the president would be the Karen in chief. And a Karen, if you somehow missed the memo, is the type of person who demands to see the manager or calls the cops, like the dog owner who summoned the NYPD, the New York Police Department, to Central Park after a black African-American male asked her to leash her dog. As a journalist named Caitlin Tiffany so wrote, they're obsessed with banal consumer trends and their personal appearance, and typically criminally misguided, usually loudly and with extreme confidence. Now, the term is most commonly applied to middle-aged women, but why abide by that sexist standard? A man can easily be a Karen, as Donald Trump is proving this week. When Trump gets sufficiently angry about anyone who dares to criticize him, he is quick to work the referees, attempting to use the force of the law to bully the critics into submission and to try to intimidate would-be critics from even opening their mouths. That's what Trump is doing in resurfacing old and spurious accusations of murder against the TV host Joe Scarborough, and in preparing an executive order to punish social media companies after Twitter dared to fact-check his words. Trump's pressure can take forms both hyper-targeted and personal, or broad and policy-based, for some time in May, but escalating over the opening days thereof. Trump was attacking MSNBC host Joe Scarborough, a friend and an ally of his turned strident critic, and falsely accusing Scarborough of murder in relation to the 2001 death from natural causes of a staffer in his Florida office when Scarborough was a member of the United States House of Representatives. The claim is not new. It's been made over the years, first by the left and now by the right, and has been repeatedly and authoritatively deconstructed. Trump's employment of the accusation is malignantly cruel. But it is worse than previous examples because it features the President of the United States, the head of the executive branch, demanding a murder investigation into a political opponent. So, this week he said, as you know, there's no statute of limitations, so it would be a very good thing to do. Because there is no new information and no evidence to support charges, it's clear that Trump is just bristling at criticism. Trump's attacks brought calls from many people, most poignantly the late staffer's widower, for Twitter to take down the president's tweets or his account for abuse of Twitter's rules, as well as of basic morality. The social network demurred on that count, but on Tuesday it did act when Trump once again spread false claims about voter fraud related to mail-in ballots. Twitter added a link reading, "Get the facts about mail-in ballots," to Trump's tweet, sending people to fact-check on the claims. Even this minimal intervention infuriated Trump, and the White House prepared an executive order targeting social media and search engine companies for supposed violations of free speech and targeting of quote-unquote conservatives. The order was not made public until literally today, maybe, though it was based on a draft that some reporters had viewed and previous comments it would be reinterpreting Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, the CDA, a foundational law that governs speech on the internet. Now, legal experts are of course dubious that Trump can do much to bring the internet companies to heel, sans legislative action, which be unlikely. The legal scholar Tiffany C. Lee, surname spelled L-I, so tweeting that, if I'm reading this correctly, the EO claims tech platforms, meaning the executive office, the EO. If I'm reading this correctly, the executive office claims tech platforms are doing something they're not, in violation of an incorrect interpretation of law, and tasks agencies it cannot task to look into the things that aren't being done that wouldn't be wrong. But in some ways, it doesn't matter whether the executive order is actually workable. The order directs the Federal Communications Commission, the FCC, and the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, to scrutinize the companies, costing them potentially huge sums in legal and lobbying fees. Even if a court ultimately rejected the order, as has oftentimes happened after Trump overreaches, any litigation would take its time and entail additional expenses. The approach that Trump is taking with Scarborough is the same as that of Karens everywhere. Call the cops, even if there be no actual violation, and make life miserable for the people having the cops called on them. In both cases, the point is to punish the people who dared to challenge him. Trump has repeatedly exploited this technique against media companies that he feels have slighted him. Angry at CNN for negative coverage, he promised to block a merger between AT&T and Time Warner, CNN's parent company. The Trump Justice Department attempted to prevent the deal, and lawyers for the companies argued it was a politically motivated step. A judge ultimately approved the arrangement over the Justice Department's objections. Trump has also demanded that the United States Postal Service raise rates for Amazon, whose CEO, Jeff Bezos, also owns the Washington Post, another outlet that has frequently been critical. In tweets, Trump has explicitly tied his attacks on Amazon to Bezos' ownership of the Post. These are big policy maneuvers with potentially wide-ranging implications. In other cases, Trump has worked the refs in smaller, more personal ways, using his own voice more than the policy apparatus of the federal government to punish critical voices. He called on ESPN to fire Jamil Hill, now a contributing writer at The Atlantic magazine, for criticizing him. The White House has also sought to revoke press credentials for journalists. Trump deems insufficiently differential. Why, not too long ago, Trump tagged Twitter's head of site integrity in a tweet, a method of directing abuse his way. The good news, from a checks and balances standpoint, is that many of these steps have failed, or are likely to fail. There's little chance of a murder case against Joe Scarborough, since there be no basis for it. The AT&T Time Warner merger went forward. Judges gave the credential revocation a skeptical hearing in March. The executive order seems destined to land on the same scrap heap as Trump's first Muslim ban, eventually. The Amazon question is less settled. Bezos and the Post have not flinched, but Trump continues to pressure the post office and just installed a loyalist as chair of its board of governors. But Trump can still succeed, even if these individual moves all fail. He's testing boundaries, trying to figure out what he can and cannot get away with. He's already learned in other spheres that he can get away with quite a bit. Beyond that, he's keeping others in line. Any company or individual thinking of imposing even mild accountability measures on Trump, it's hard to overstate how minimal Twitter's fact check was, has to reckon with what response he might offer. To see how this works, look no further than Facebook, which seems to be in a defensive and psychopathic crouch as the executive order has been unleashed. CEO Mark Zuckerberg granted an interview to Fox News, already a sign that he's trying to reach Trump and his allies, in which he criticized Twitter's move obligingly. To quote his T, "You know, I just believe strongly that Facebook shouldn't be the arbiter of truth of everything that people say online. I think in general private companies probably shouldn't be, or especially these platform companies, shouldn't be in the position of doing that." Now, Trump could hardly have written the comments better himself. or seen a better testament to the efficacy of his strategy of appealing to law enforcement and regulators to keep his critics in line. Your ordinary Karen might seek to bully bird watchers. The Karen-in-chief gets to bully billionaires. But that brings us to the 100,000 deaths. From the viewpoint of observers that have maintained any form of rationality, President Trump's actions this last week, were a succession of shiny objects waved in front of the public to distract from the grim reality of the United States hitting the milestone of 100,000 COVID-19 deaths, cutting off ties to the World Health Organization, imposing new restrictions on Chinese students, signing the social media executive order, and much beside. But nearly 3 months after the full impact of the pandemic became clear, there be some incontrovertible facts. There be no vaccine against the virus, although many candidates are under development. There be no surefire cure for the disease. There are only some reliable ways to prevent its spread. Social distancing, washing your goddamn hands, avoiding touching your fucking face, and wearing masks in the presence of other people. So why would the President of these United States refuse to wear a mask in public and disparage the practice by others? Now, Frieda Gittes thus wrote that Trump incredibly has emerged as the leader of the anti-government side of the divide about taking a simple measure to slow the pandemic. Refusing to wear a mask is becoming akin to wearing a MAGA hat, a sign of pro-Trump defiance against the establishment, but one that will prolong the crisis, lead to even more people dying, and make it more difficult for the economy to ever recover. Jeffrey D. Sachs found other flaws in the United States response to the disease. He so observing that our political debates from the first days of the epidemic have taken the bait of Donald Trump's nonsensical Twitter feed. Chloroquine, Clorox, China pro and con, WHO or WHO, World Health Organization pro and con, filling church pews by Easter, the liberation of states, the bailout of the post office, the loyalty of Fox News, and whether or not to wear a face mask at the Ford Motor Plant. This is not the politics of problem solving. It is the politics of diversion. 6 months into the epidemic and around 100,000 deaths later, we still do not have systematic contact tracing across the country. And experts are warning more deaths are coming. More than 100,000 Americans have now died of COVID-19 in less than 4 fucking months. That's almost twice the number of Americans lost during the entire Vietnam War, and about the same number that died nationwide during the flu pandemic of 1968. On average, nearly 900 Americans have succumbed to the disease every day since the first known virus-related death was recorded on February 6. Even then, the numbers may not paint a complete picture of the damage, since some victims, like those who die in their homes and not in a hospital, might never have been tested for the virus, and states still don't agree on how to report deaths. While Americans are absorbing the steep toll of the crisis, infectious disease experts confirm it is guaranteed we'll see a second surge of the virus when summer ends. Officially, it has been declared that the United States has recorded more coronavirus-linked deaths than any other nation on Earth. 100,000 lives lost. The coronavirus death toll in these United States has officially surpassed 100,000 people in less than 4 months. It's a heart-rending inflection point in a pandemic that has profoundly altered Americans' daily lives, ravaged the economy, and put the country's political disunity in full view. As elsewhere in the world, elderly people and those rendered vulnerable by pre-existing medical conditions have accounted for most American deaths. But the virus has sickened all age groups, including children afflicted by what remains a little understood inflammatory syndrome. The efforts to contain the contagion have closed businesses, sent unemployment to Depression-era levels, spurred Congress to pass 4 relief measures totaling nearly $3 trillion United States dollars, with more promised, and upended the year's political contests. The loss of lives reflected in the tragic new milestone has put President Trump's re-election at risk, as numerous polls show widespread belief among voters that he has mismanaged the crisis. From his early denials of a problem and promise of 0 deaths, to his erratic stewardship of the response once the death count began. Spurred partly by Trump's defiant rhetoric and example, even the responses recommended by his own public health experts, social distancing, wearing masks, staying home, have come to divide Americans along partisan lines. Yet amid all the statistics and rancor, it's worth remembering the thousands of lives lost in cities and small towns, in hospital wards and nursing homes. That's why the New York Times published the names of 1,000 lives lost to coronavirus. The most important word on the front page of last Sunday's, the Sunday precedent tonight's, New York Times was incalculable. The total losses from the COVID-19 pandemic are indeed incalculable. The losses are greater than any illustration or description can ever do justice unto. But the Times was trying, in its unique way, by dedicating last Sunday's front page and 3 inside pages to the names of about 1,000 victims. The result, a collector's item, if you will, a front page devoid of any photographs, news articles, ads, or anything else. The entire page from last Sunday was filled with the dead, under a banner headline that read, U.S. deaths near 100,000 and incalculable loss. Now, many experts have confirmed that the COVID-19 death toll is far, far worse because so many victims are dying at home and were never counted for that and other reasons. But as the number of confirmed deaths approached 100,000, the editors and reporters at the Gray Lady, the New York Times, talked about ways to take stock of what has happened in the past few months, with Simone Landon, an assistant editor of the Times graphics desk, saying in a behind-the-scenes feature that we knew that there should be some way to try to reckon with that number. Landon confirming that the project was also a response to a little bit of fatigue. As the national emergency stretched from days to weeks to months, as it will into years, a certain level of numbness has set in. The numbers are simply impossible for your average individual to fathom. So the Times gathered names and stories of COVID-19 victims from newspapers across America. And the paper's description of the list said, the 1,000 people here reflect just 1% of the toll. And none were mere numbers. And the columns and columns of names were about life as well as death. Someone gifted me a copy. Let me randomly place my fingernail far longer than your average male's. Never glued on, always organic. Let me just land it on maybe 9, 10, a dozen. Let me ring off 10 to 12 for you. At random. A choice here, a turn of the page. Angeline Michalopoulos, 92. Was never afraid to sing or dance. Leila Fenwick was the first black woman to graduate from Harvard Law. Romy Cohn, 91. Saved 56 Jewish families from the Gestapo. April Dunn, 33. Was an advocate for disability rights. Patricia H. Thatcher, 79. Sang in her church choir for 42 years. Fred Gray, 75. Liked his bacon and hash browns crispy. You know, I hate to say that I'd hate to be remembered for something like that. That's a hell of a thing to be remembered for. The food you like? And moving on. Harley E. Acker, 79. Discovered his true calling when he started driving a school bus. Oh shit. The pedo jokes I can imagine on that one. I'm sorry. Gotta move on. Jokes about the short bus too. Okay, moving right along. I'm sorry. Frank Gabrin, 60, was an emergency room doctor who died in his husband's arms. Obviously a gay man. Skylar Herbert, 5 years old, was Michigan's youngest victim of the coronavirus pandemic. Philip Kahn. His surname spelled the same as Selena's, Kahn. 100 years old. World War II veteran whose twin died in the Spanish influenza epidemic a century agone. Now that is a symmetrical life. Hear that, Selena? A distant relation of yours. 100 years old whose twin brother died in World War I, became a World War II veteran who died in 2020 at the age of 100 of COVID-19. Let me just do one more. That topped them all. That's a bookend. But one more. William de Greek, 55. Thought it was important to know a person's life story. That's literally what they've got. Thought it was important to know a person's life story was the man who now has that sentence as his. An incalculable loss indeed. Dan Barry, a veteran writer for the New York Times, has an essay inside the paper about the human toll of the pandemic to date. And he writes, imagine a city of 100,000 residents that was here for New Year's Day, but has now been wiped from the American map. And as for the coronavirus task force, the White House's coronavirus task force is fading out, even as deaths in the United States just passed 100,000. The group of doctors and high-ranking administration officials met several days a week at the height of the pandemic, and rarely a day went by without seeing public health experts like Drs. Deborah Birx, Anthony Fauci, and Surgeon General Jerome Adams on TV. But now the task force only meets about once a week, and high-profile medical experts are far less visible. One misadministration official says there just aren't as many daily decisions to make. Plus, the Trump misadministration has said for weeks it wants to focus more on reopening the economy. And yet, American city lockdowns could have saved almost 40,000 lives, as proven by the latest research. According to a new study, if it had been implemented just days earlier than Trump allowed it to be implemented, lockdown measures would have saved the United States tens of thousands of lives. Trump is directly responsible for at least 40,000 deaths by preempting lockdown. Researchers at Columbia University calculate that well over 36,000 fewer COVID-19 fatalities would have occurred by early yestermenses, by the first days of May, if social distancing had been announced but a week earlier than Trump allowed them to be. If the country had locked down cities on March 1st, a fortnight or 14 nights earlier than most stay-at-home orders came into force, they have proven that at the absolute minimum, 54,000 fewer people would have died. The United States has by far the highest coronavirus death toll in the world at nearly 95,000 at the time the study was conducted, well over 100,000 now. And this was helped by the online tracker Worldometer, which has recorded 1.59 million cases of the virus in America alone. And so the researchers have writ that these dramatic reductions of morbidity and mortality due to more timely deployment of control measures highlights the critical need for aggressive, early, immediate response to the COVID-19 pandemic. They have testified that they employed coronavirus transmission data from New York, New Orleans, Los Angeles, Chicago, Boston, and Miami to calculate their numbers. Now, the study, so far as I know, was yet to be peer-reviewed when I reviewed it, but nevertheless points to an enormous human cost by waiting to impose lockdowns as the outbreak swept through American cities in early March. Jeffrey Schauman, who led the research team, told the New York Times, "It's a big, big difference. The small moment in time, catching it in that growth phase, is an incredibly critical in reducing the number of deaths." And the study raises more questions about President Donald Trump's handling of the crisis. Why he's out to kill Americans on behalf of Vladimir Putin, to depopulate America so the Russians can move in. While countries like Italy and South Korea were aggressively responding to the virus, Donald Trump was refusing to tell people to stay at home or avoid crowds, while insisting that the risk to most Americans was non-existent. On March 9th, he tweeted, "Nothing is shut down. Life and the economy go on. At this moment, there are 546 confirmed cases of coronavirus with 22 deaths. Think about that." And the White House responded by blaming China, where the virus originated, for its lack of transparency at the start of the pandemic. A legitimate complaint, to be sure. But, as Deputy Press Secretary Judge Deere told NBC News, "What did save America lives is the bold leadership of President Trump, including the early travel restrictions when we had no idea the true level of asymptomatic spread, and the greatest mobilization of the private sector since World War II to deliver critical supplies to states in need and ramp up testing across the country that has placed us on a responsible path to reopen our country." And Mr. Trump has since renewed his attack on China, writing on Twitter that they could have easily stopped the plague, but they didn't. Well, I stand shoulder to shoulder with him on that. That doesn't rationalize or validate his not declaring an emergency and allowing so many Americans to die, guaranteeing it. Now, as part of an initiative to deliver protective equipment to more than 15,000 nursing homes across America, Vice President Mike Pence took PPE, or personal protective equipment, to the Westminster Baldwin Park Senior Living Community in Orlando, Florida. Probably brought back that statement that the Miami police chief had used years ago back to Donald Trump, who then tweeted it. Meanwhile, more than 3,000 people have died in mine own Golden, California. So we're still evolving our response. California has surpassed 100,000 confirmed coronavirus cases, as many communities continue to push forward with reopening the economy. And a key architect of the nation's first coronavirus shelter-in-place order is criticizing my state's increasingly fast pace of lifting stay-at-home restrictions, confirming that it poses a very serious risk. Still, the state health department has issued new instructions to all skilled nursing facilities to test everybody in their facilities in hopes of slowing the spread of the coronavirus, a move that overrules a less strict testing policy once allowed by Los Angeles County. Because nursing homes have become ground zero for the COVID-19 pandemic, because elderly people with underlying health conditions living in close quarters provide an almost perfect breeding ground for the lethal new virus. A Los Angeles Times data analysis earlier this month found that about half of all coronavirus deaths in California occurred in skilled nursing or assisted living facilities. So my state's new testing guidelines for skilled nursing facilities come as health officials elsewhere, including New York, New Jersey, Florida, and Texas, have concluded that the best way to get a handle on the unfolding tragedy is to test residents and staff in nursing homes and isolate anyone who is positive. Meanwhile, scientists are fighting online the virus misinformation war. Misinformation about COVID-19 is spreading as fast as the virus itself, posing a threat to public health. Doctors, academics, and institutions have adapted their scientific messaging in hopes of countering what has been termed an infodemic, a pandemic of misinformation about coronavirus. With cat photos and sometimes scathing irony, Matthew Rebude, a Swiss-based researcher in biochemistry, has nearly tripled his Twitter following since the coronavirus pandemic began. And with 14,000 followers, he posts almost daily, giving explanations on the latest scientific research and, in particular, aims to fight misinformation that spreads as fast as the virus itself. And he is among a growing number of doctors, academics, and institutions who in recent weeks have adopted and amplified their scientific messaging in hopes of countering what has been termed the Russo-infodemic, the Russian informational epidemic, which is a deluge of information that purposefully, malevolently includes widespread false claims, which experts have proven pose a serious threat to public health. To cut through this noise, however, in which the Russians flood the zone with shit, it'd be imperative to work quickly and maximize social media engagement to get simple prevention messages across to the public, as concurred by all researchers and specialists outside of Russia and Trump's America. Kinga Polinskuk Elenius, a University of Helsinki researcher, has gone so far as to say that in the case of the COVID-19 pandemic, conspiracy theories provide complete, simple, seemingly rationalistic and watertight explanations. This is in stark contrast to the available scientific knowledge, complex, fragmented, changeable, and contested, and to the actions of political decision makers and state authorities, which appear haphazard and self-contradictory because they are. In February, British medical journal The Lancet warned that the rapid dissemination of trustworthy information was needed most during a period of uncertainty. This includes transparent identification of cases, data sharing, and unhampered communication, as well as peer-reviewed research. Rigorous and time-heavy scientific studies and publications, however, compete with the immediacy of social media and a public oftentimes demanding firm and definitive answers. And so Michael Chambrou, a scientific communication specialist at France's University of Grenoble-Alpes, has asked, how do we communicate in this context of radical uncertainty? Well, there'd be no choice. Jean-François Chambon, a doctor and director of communications at the Pasteur Institute in Paris, said he had no choice but to forcibly, or rather forcefully, deny a widely shared video in March accusing the institution of having created the new coronavirus. And to deconstruct the lies, he said, we must go to any lengths. And so the Institute created a webpage dedicated to educating the public about the virus. He himself declaring that they then realized there was a lot of fake news on the subject. The Pasteur Institute currently has a combined 16,000 new subscribers a month on its social media networks, compared with 4,000 prior pandemic. Jean-Gabriel Ganeskian, a chairman of the ethics committee at France's National Center for Scientific Research, agreed that the scientific community must counterattack in such situations, himself telling the Associated Free Press, we don't have a choice. Earlier this month, the Red Cross launched what it said was the first global network of social media influencers to battle misinformation and spread life-saving content about the pandemic. The World Health Organization, meanwhile, has entered into agreement with Facebook to transmit information directly to users via personal message services. But it is oftentimes individual doctors and researchers who can have a strong influence online. The Dutch microbiologist Elizabeth Bick tweeted a one-sentence summary of a vast study on the effects of antiviral drugs, chloroquine and hydroxychloroquine, Yesterceptimania, just hours after its release. Her tweet, each drug combination was associated with lower survival and more ventricular arrhythmias, meaning it throws your heartbeat off, sparked a lively and wide-ranging debate online. It's all a matter of education. Scientists involved in the debate want to forge a culture of science among the public to help them understand what they hear and read, rather than simply imposing a view of a leading authority sans any explanation. They aim to help people understand how science works, including the need for studies to abide by rules and standards. The position of authority would be extremely unpopular with the public. So, Rabiot, the biochemistry researcher popular on Twitter because of all his cat photos, said he was much less present on social media before the pandemic, but had felt drawn to defend science. The battle, however, is unbalanced, as he has so testified. He himself working at the University of Lausanne in Switzerland, and, of course, while agreeing with the findings of a 2018 study by the magazine Science magazine, which noted that lies spread faster than the truth. He quoted that dismantling nonsense takes 10 times more energy than spreading it. And so some scientists have called for a review of science education so that the public is less permeable to false information. And that's why the Italian communications researcher Mafalda Sandrini has concluded that information campaigns cannot be perceived as an exclusive antidote to fight fake news. That brings us to the whole subject of social distancing. 6 feet may not be far enough apart for effective social distancing, according to new commentary published in the journal Science. Medical experts conclude the distance recommended by the World Health Organization does not properly shield others from aerosols passed by breathing and speaking, especially in indoor situations by people infected with COVID-19. Like so many things about the coronavirus itself, the experts say more information is needed about the nature of its spread. For now, masking up seems to be the best bet. Dr. Anthony Fauci beat that drum again the day before yesterday or so, imploring people to don masks as the country opens back up. He says while wearing a mask isn't 100% effective, it's an important safeguard and is also a sign of respect for others and a symbol of pandemic best practices. But it's confronted, in turn, by toxic macho pathologies, which be the newest face-off in American politics. The simple act of wearing a mask in a pandemic has been sucked into the American culture wars. President Donald Trump, who refuses to be seen in one, despite his own government's advice, is mocking his presumptive Democratic foe, Joe Biden, for appearing with a black face covering gunslinger style at a memorial event. Well, a Memorial Day event. And to most, a piece of cloth worn to protect others from infection might not seem too much of a sacrifice. But to hear it from Trump's reactionary media cheerleaders, masks are yet another devious plot by Washington elites to suppress the freedom of heartland Americans. Biden is lashing back, accusing the president in a CNN interview of macho posturing. To quote the former vice president, who was speaking unto Donna Bush, he's a fool, an absolute fool to talk that way. I mean, every leading doc in the world is saying you should wear a mask when you're in a crowd. Biden drove home his point by changing his Twitter avatar to an image of himself staring at the camera in a black mask and aviator shit. So, we're all grappling with this terrible milestone. 100,000 dead. To mourn in a moment of collective trauma is to experience not one, but multiple layers of loss. Think of the names I read out. And recently, I've heard from many people about how hard it is to have a loved one in the hospital right now, whether for COVID-19 or another medical problem, and to be unable to squeeze their hand, to hug them, to whisper what may be the very last words. And of course, in every sense, I knowest how they feel. I have been there. And in another sense, I have no clue. Since mine own late and sainted sire and Cyrus, my beloved parents, did not die during a pandemic. As the United States death count from COVID-19 approached 100,000, I thought about how different it is to mourn a single death and to mourn a death in the middle of mass trauma. to mourn amid so much death. That number alone, as undercounted as it is, 100,000 dead from the coronavirus, is hard to grasp. For those who have lost someone, the pandemic scope is not just a statistic. Within the abstraction lies an intimately life-changing event. For the rest of us, it is a fact we must try to wrestle into perspective. 100,000 people is a neighborhood's worth of people in Brooklyn, within the home city of Stephen Myers. It is perhaps 10 times the total number of people most of us will cross paths with in our entire lives. It is graveyard upon graveyard upon graveyard. It is mass burials at Hart Island, bodies stacked in refrigerated trucks outside hospitals and nursing homes. It is post-traumatic stress disorder for the nurses and doctors in the hardest hit areas. Mostly, it is the shocking echo that followeth the loss of even one person. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, a lament. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. The coronavirus is stealing our very ability to grieve. In this pandemic, you lose the person and you lose the ability to mourn that person together. And you lose that after having already lost the ability to spend time with your loved ones in the hospital, in hospice, or at home in the days, hours, or minutes before they died. In times of crisis, when the usual rituals suddenly can no longer be performed, new practices take shape. In the absence of a body they can say goodbye to, people search for other ways to memorialize the dead. During the American Civil War between the states, formal photographic portraits took on new importance, clung to by families as mortal reminders. World War I led to a rise in seances and spiritualism, and a proliferation of monuments covered in the names of soldiers who never made it back, whose bodies disappeared somewhere across the sea. Today we sit Shiva by Zoom. For some, virtual mourning may bring new kinds of relief, as Lynn Harris, a writer and startup founder who lost her mother to COVID-19, recently expressed she was glad not to have to figure out what to do with stragglers or extra food when the Shiva ended. Burial rites and mourning customs give shape to absence. They provide cues for how to behave when your world is shaken, and for how slowly to make the transition from acute grief to normal life. As we build new practices for this moment, we must name the void. To mourn in a moment of collective grief is to experience not one but multiple layers of loss. As Sonia Parmentier, who lost her father to cancer just before the lockdown began, so stated, there's the immediacy of the pandemic and the sense of grieving as a metaphor, more abstract, not for a body but for a life. And then there is grieving for the body, the person who is gone. Grief in normal times is confrontation with the implausible that is, alas, all too real. The world tilts on its axis. What you've taken for granted vanishes, oftentimes sans explanation and sometimes sans preparation. I remember thinking after my mother died that I was no longer sure the sidewalk would be solid when I stepped upon it. In a pandemic, death becomes brutally less implausible. To lose someone in this moment is to experience grief laced upon grief, but it is also to feel not alone. The strangest thing about mourning is that you leave the room of your sorrow, try to return to the behaviors and events of everyday life, a job, a social life, and find yourself at odds with those around you, for whom nothing is radically changed. How can the world go on, you think, when my mother is gone? Usually, you feel out of step in grief. But amidst pandemic, one feels unintentionally in step. What we don't know yet, how death on the scale will change the life of the nation itself, if it will. Perhaps it will lastingly affect the life of New York City beyond all others, which has once again found itself at the center of a national tragedy as it did after 9/11, but not of a small town in Arizona that goeth largely unscathed. What do we know, or ought to know? Mourning together is at least as important, more important, to our survival as the divisive arguments about whether restoring the economy or protecting vulnerable people matters more. In this election year, every aspect of the pandemic and the nation's response thereunto has been politicized, and there be no collective top-down mourning process, an absence that is exposing the unseemly seams of our barely stitched-together society. Right now, our mourning feels individual, not collective, with fights breaking out about masks, freedom, fake news, and the like. A formal feeling, as Emily Dickinson put it, sits in me, a sense of remove I want to eradicate by walking among the bodies of the living instead of sitting at home alone. What feels out of step right now is not my grief, but my distance from the community that shares it. Now, on the international level, President Trump postponed the G7, calling it a very outdated group of countries. That's because Angela Merkel declined to die for Trump. Now, the update here being that Trump postponed the G7 to at least September. Now, a little over a week ago, Trump announced he wanted to have the G7 leaders meet in person in July, the United States being this year's host. First, it was going to be at Camp David, which is bad enough as a pandemic breeding ground, but then he changed it to the White House itself, which is an even tighter space. Now, I speculated back then to a few intimates, my surrogate son being the primary I shared this with. I asked, is Trump trying to kill the G7 leaders? And, I imagined a poll that could be passed around where the choices were, sure, we'll die for your ego, or shove it, with a parenthesis saying insert more diplomatic language. And 98% of the world's leaders picked the latter. Well, it turned out 98% were right. Angela Merkel rebuffed Trump's invitation to the G7 summit. Well, really, what? Were you expecting anything else? And in Berlin, Angela Merkel rebuffed Donald Trump's invitation to attend a G7 summit in which the United States president was keen to portray as a symbol of return to normality from the upheaval of the coronavirus crisis. And, okay, she did the diplomatic version of shove it. Basically, the German governmental spokesman Stefan Siebert told Politico on Friday into the weekend, the Federal Council thanks President Trump for his invitation to the G7 summit at the end of June in Washington. As of today, considering the overall pandemic situation, she cannot agree to her personal participation to a journey to Washington. She will, of course, continue to monitor the development of the pandemic. No great surprise, she and others saw right through his scheme to kill them all. But while officials said Merkel's reluctance to attend the G7 summit was primarily based on the ongoing health situation, they also said European G7 leaders are concerned that Trump may simply want to use their visit for an election year photo op, and as a basis for declaring the world is getting back to work thanks to him. She is also, I must remind you all, a research scientist and based her decision on science. Other leaders had said they would be willing to come, though the Japanese noted that they would have to quarantine themselves for 14 days on their return. But they also seemed more willing to follow Angela Merkel's lead. Privately, however, one official familiar with the situation was off-recordly saying that other EU leaders would support Merkel and would not attend Trump summit if Merkel thought it was a bad idea. As of now, there be no reported response from the White House other than to postpone it, as Trump has done, till September. However, I can tell you, earlier in the week, Trump and Merkel did speak by phone on several matters, and the 12 leaders had heated disagreements, according to a senior American official who declined to be named. Siebert, the German spokesman, did not respond to a question about whether the conversation was heated. Trump did take some of his anger out on the French president. Officials aware of the transatlantic discussion said Trump was furious over Merkel's reluctance to attend the summit, and on Thursday he phoned French President Emmanuel Macron in a pique. Laughing at Trump has become a G7 meme, which is yet another reason Trump is so afraid of losing the election. He will no longer have any power to stop people from openly laughing at him. So, I can hardly wait. Macron had told Trump he would come, but changed his mind. Macron's office later put out a statement saying that it was important for all G7 leaders to attend the meeting, while raising the possibility he would not go if Merkel was not there. I like how Merkel's being referenced as the pivotal point for everything. His statement read, "For a face-to-face G7, everyone must be present," adding that the presence of the Chancellor and the unity of Europeans is important. Now, I think he's going to postpone it till later than September. I can actually predict that with confidence. It seems Merkel's declining to die for him forced his hand. Now, that brings us all to the economy. We knew the economy was in bad shape. But new research from the Bureau of Economic Analysis shows the first quarter was even worse than originally reported. The United States gross domestic product, the broadest measure of the American economy, shrank by an annualized rate of 5% between January and March, a little bit higher than previously estimated. Much of the decline was driven by a sharp drop-off in consumer spending, especially on, of all things, elective healthcare procedures. But believe it or not, economists say this worse-than-worse scenario could be somewhat good news for the second quarter, since a lot of negative adjustments to things like product demand have already been made. Still, the economy is likely to have a historically terrible summer. Trump's new campaign slogan is a confession of failure. Transition to greatness is a corporate-style euphemism that tries to spin a collapse as a success. There's no doubting the genius of Make America Great Again, Donald Trump's 2016 election slogan. While the campaign's operations were chaotic, the candidate volatile, and many of the policies contradictory, the phrase offered a clear, coherent summary of Trump's redemptive vision for the country. It was a testament to Trump's decades as a master marketer, though he took the phrase from Ronald Reagan. The president is a magpie, clever at borrowing and attracted to shiny things. The one danger of a slogan so simple is that it offers a simple test for voters. After 4 years, Trump has either made America great again, or he hasn't. The president long ago made the logical choice to assert that he had, even before he had any evidence to back it up. Days before he'd been inaugurated, he told a Washington Post reporter that his re-election slogan would be, "Keep America Great," though he has repeatedly re-announced it as new, garnering credulous press attention each time. The phrase wasn't quite as punchy as its predecessor. There was a reason Trump continued to employ MAGA, M-A-G-A, even in the self-proclaimed CAG era, or KAG. And it raised the question of what the point of a second term would even be. If he'd already made America great, but it sufficed for a while. But the problem with running on a slogan of Keep America Great at the moment is, well, look around. Over 100,000 Americans have died of COVID-19. The unemployment rate is 15%, headed for 20 or 25% by the White House's own estimates. Regardless of how you allocate responsibility for this crisis, things plainly are not great. Thus was born Transition to Greatness, the third entry in Trump's greatness suite, and by far the weakest. Make America Great Again was a promise. Keep America Great was a declaration of victory. Transition to Greatness is a confession of failure. A corporate-style euphemism that spins collapse as success while replacing the ambition of 2016 with the wan incrementalism of 2020. The phrase first popped up on May 7th, shortly after Trump first publicly acknowledged that the death toll might reach 100,000, and the day the Labor Department reported that 3.2 million Americans had filed new jobless claims. And Trump said at a White House event, "I'm viewing the third quarter as being a very important quarter because that's, as I said, that'll be a transition. I think you could almost say a transition into greatness, because I think next year we're going to have a phenomenal year economically." Trump must have liked the sound of that because he used it several times at an event the next day, and it has since become a staple of his remarks and Twitter feed. "We can go to Madison Avenue and get the greatest geniuses in the world to come up with a slogan, but that's the slogan we're going to use." He said that on May 8th. Transition to greatness. In fact, the phrase is a flop, both as coinage and as messaging. Start with the language. Is there anything less exciting than a transition? There's a reason Barack Obama didn't offer transition you could believe in, because nothing inspires less enthusiasm. It's flat, dull, and corporate, the sort of language that executives employ when they're trying to spin a setback, holy shit, as a minor blip on the way to success, which is, of course, exactly what Trump is doing here. It's not hat material. Transition to greatness is bad political rhetoric, too. Trump said he'd make America great. Now he's acknowledging that since America isn't great, he either couldn't make it great or he failed to keep it great, betraying the two simple guarantees of the past trois slogans. Reagan asked whether voters were better off than they were 4 years ago. Joe Biden might ask, is America greater than it was 4 years ago? And point to Trump's own slogan as evidence it is not. Mark McKinnon, a former spinmeister for the presidential campaigns of George W. Bush and John McCain, has gone on record to say, "My verdict is that transition to greatness is, at the very least, confusing. But it is problematic, even more so, because it runs counter to the narrative Trump successfully pushed in 2016. He's pushing, instead, a lot of snake oil. He hasn't delivered the greatness yet, but try him again, and he'll deliver it next time. When greatness will arrive is anyone's guess. Maybe in the third quarter, as he said May 7th. Maybe next year. Perhaps it has started ahead of schedule. Maybe the real transition to greatness was the friends we made along the way. If Obama borrowed the title of Doris Kearns Goodwin's team of rivals to describe his White House, the historians wait till next year might provide us a better epithet for the Trump administration. All of this blunts one of Biden's greatest weaknesses, the bland incrementalism he is promising in place of major change. The Democrats' nostalgic approach echoes nothing so much as Trump's 2016 message. As I've argued, though, they long for different regions of the past. If Trump also has nothing more to offer than bland incrementalism, though, it weakens the contrast between them. The notion that Trump can deliver on his promise of a transition to greatness beggars belief. Of course. Imagine that Trump wins re-election. A vaccine for COVID-19 becomes available quickly, and the economy bounces back quickly, all three of which are hardly chip shots, okay? Assuming all that, what reason is there to believe that Trump will get done in a second term what he couldn't accomplish in the first? Put differently, what will he have next year that he doesn't already? Even if Republicans both hold the Senate and take back the House in the fall, not the expected outcome at the moment, but if Trump wins, his coattails could be long, that would bring only a return to the situation in 2017 and 2018, when most of Trump's initiatives, save a major tax cut, all came up short. It's extremely rare for a president's second term to be more productive than his first. Second terms are for consolidating achievements, and outside of his impressive reworking of the federal judiciary, which would continue, it's not clear what legislative successes Trump has to consolidate. Trump's overhaul of governing norms, as well as his erosion of checks on the executive branch, be a different story. Offering only transition to greatness tries to elude all these difficulties by subsuming them into a gradual process. But in practice, it only underscores the problems. People don't pick candidates based on campaign slogans, of course, and this clunker is unlikely to sway any votes. Nonetheless, the phrase's weaknesses show the challenge Trump faces in convincing voters that he should even get a second term, and that greatness remains within his grasp. But Hong Kong now. That changes everything. And we'll leave off tonight with where that takes us. China has approved that controversial national security law for Hong Kong. It will drastically broaden Beijing's power over the semi-autonomous city-state, which has been rocked by anti-government protests calling for greater democracy and more autonomy from mainland China. Critics say the law threatens the political freedoms of Hong Kong's citizens. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo said he certified to Congress that Hong Kong no longer enjoys a high degree of autonomy from China, a decision that could result in the loss of Hong Kong's special trading status with these United States and threaten its standing as a global financial hub. That, in turn, could jeopardize billions of dollars in trade with American businesses and damage the already battered world economy. You see, the pandemic could reshape the world order. Trump's chaotic strategy is accelerating American losses. Europe outright rejected Donald Trump's vision of the world the week before Septimania, the week before last. Tensions between these historic democratic allies that have been simmering since Trump came to office 3 years ago have now come to a boil during the coronavirus pandemic. COVID-19 has shocked the world by the speed of its spread, but it is also accelerating another global change in the balance of power, and not in America's favor. The extent of the divide became clear on Tuesday before last during a vote at the World Health Organization Annual Assembly in Geneva, Switzerland, backing Europe's conciliatory approach to China relating to an investigation into the outbreak. Power had visibly ebbed away from the United States as its demand for a tougher approach was dismissed, a move that should sound alarm bells in Washington, were but anyone there capable of listening. 5 months are gone, or rather, 5 months into 2020, and it already feels like a new era. Now, there is only BC and AC, before and after coronavirus. Suddenly, the dynamics of almost every single geopolitical dispute are being exacerbated by the pandemic, sharpened by the complexity and urgency of the situation. Chief among these is the perennial three-way battle for dominance between the United States, United Europe, and the Communist Chinese Empire. Despite Trump's early hailing of Xi Jinping's handling of the pandemic, he has since blamed the Red Chinese president for covering up the early stages of China's outbreak. Beijing has consistently denied such accusations and criticized the American approach to the pandemic. Trump has also sought to blame the World Health Organization for siding with Communist China and cut almost 500 million United States dollars in funding to that United Nations body. He doubled down on Monday of the week before last, telling the agency he would permanently pull American funding if it does not commit to major substantive improvements in the next 30 days. Despite deep concerns about Red China's handling of the pandemic, European leaders backed the WHO resolution calling for a stepwise process of impartial, independent, and comprehensive evaluation, including using existing mechanisms as appropriate to review experience gained and lessons learned from the global response to COVID-19. The language is convoluted and hardly inspires confidence Red China will ever atone appropriately for its early failures, but it be a measure of the gulf opening up between Trump and his European allies that such a compromise could even be countenanced. It exposes the unease in Europe itself. Europe's decision to reject Trump's confrontation with the Communist Chinese Empire and the World Health Organization will affect both parties vying to win this year's American election. Regardless of who wins that race, Trump and his handling of COVID-19 are weakening America's global leverage. It also shows how much the rest of the democratic world has riding on the American election this year. Europe is best served by a world leader and trading partner that shares its democratic values. The World Health Organization vote was a salutary reminder of where power goeth when that's not the case. As far as most of Europe is concerned, Trump's chaotic and vindictive response to COVID-19 has crystallized their deepest concerns that his misadministration is going where no right-minded democracy can ever follow. 3 years of make, do, and mend in the buckling transatlantic relationship is being pushed towards a permanent fissure. One that maybe won't sever the relationship but allow us others like Red China to take its advantage. Trump's comments about the value of ingesting bleach to combat coronavirus that he later claimed were sarcastic could perhaps at another time have been brushed off as yet another Trumpian moment. These include his bullying of Deutschen Chancellor, or the German Chancellor, Angela Merkel in 2018 at NATO, or his tiff with Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau at the G7 in the same year in Quebec. But now they just